but they don't seem to be safe, are they, Joel? The Roundup is lost in port.
Oh, absolutely, it has. Of course, they're winning. They're winning some of these jury trials now, which is why it looks like their $7 billion, a liability fund is going to last. But to Walter's point, I appreciate the pushback in the call. As far as feeding the humans, listen. As I mentioned earlier, if we had a Manhattan Project for compost, not only would we have fed the world, we would have done it without all of the externalized consequences and side effects of chemical agriculture. So, yes, we can recreate, we can bring back the Garden of Eden, but it's not going to happen with chemicals, it's going to happen with carbon and solar biomass, just like it has throughout history. And we can feed the world. In fact, this is the only system that can feed the world long term and sustainably. And as far as manipulation, of course, I mean, even when I go out and move the cows from paddock to paddock, that's human manipulation. I'm not opposed to human manipulation. What I am opposed to is when we go in and we manipulate so far beyond the boundaries that nature has erected for us, and we push through those boundaries like a bunch of swashbuckling pirates into a mystical, majestic, unbelievable system. I mean, we don't even know why an earthworm turns right or left. There are so many things in this that we don't know, and we wade in there and we grab apples on poison ivy. I'm not sure I want to eat apples on poison ivy. Just because we can, should we? And are those the weaklings? They're not the weaklings. Our farm produces 5 times the county average, and we do it with carbon and compost and management. I'm not bragging. I'm simply humbly paying homage to an infinitely, wonderfully made system that it's our prerogative to say, are we going to work within this system, or are we going to work outside the system? As if the system is broken and we've got to fix it.
It's only exposed
and so, yes, that's the
tiny
difference.
bit
And to your point, be careful not to get
outside
paranoid.
world, but
I
that
am
is an
paranoid
organ
about
that
stuff
has
that
arm-like
kills bees and kills earthworms
extensions
on contact.
that
Yes,
protrude
I am paranoid about
near the
that.
bottom of
This
this.
Terry's truck driving in
And
Virginia.
it's much
You're
bigger
next
than
to
many
Woods.
people think.
Welcome to the show. Hi, Terry. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning, George. It's a pleasure to talk to you finally, sir.
Thank you.
And Joel, it's a pleasure to talk to you again, sir. Thank you. Yeah, just a real quick story. Back in 2017, I started my truck driving career, and I started doing local pickups and deliveries. And I was thumbing through my bills one morning, my deliveries, and it's called Polypace Farm. And I was like, where in the world is this? So anyways, I get there, I make the delivery, I believe he came out with the tractor to help me unload everything. And I went on my way. I had no idea about the place at that time. So fast forward about a year or so, and I'm listening to Kevin Buster. And he mentioned your farm's name, Polypace Farm. And I'm like, why does that sound so familiar? And I keep listening, and then he says your name. And I'm like, man, I know this name somehow. So I pull up the old Google machine. I'm like, I know that now. I remember I made a delivery to you. That weekend, I made it a point. And once I realized, listening to Kevin, that you told me this and that and the other, I was trying to make a different and healthier lifestyle. So I made it a point. I said, I'm going out there to see what this place is all about. And I went out there and I spent hours on your farm, sir. Had no idea that you had a shop there. I bought all kinds of meat. So I made a point to buy New York strip. And I went home, I saw or froze some of it, and I picked one out. Well, I had some New York strips from Walmart in the black package, it's supposed to be the best. So I seasoned them both the same, I cooked them both the same, and I told my wife, I was like, here, try these. Tell me which one was better. And immediately, without even a second guess, she picked out your steak. I just want to say, sir, thank you for everything that you do. Listening to Kevin and reading your book, I understand the mud that you had drugs through, and thank you for putting up with the criticism and doing what you do, sir. Your products are second to none. Well, thank you, Jerry. This was completely unsolicited, and you can pick up your commission check when you come there.
Joel, the clock has got us. Keep in touch with us. We'd like to use you as a source when things go up and down, okay?
Thank you, George, very much.
You take care of yourself. Up next, the Zetas. They're coming by. Stand by.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
Has a weird. Such an ass. Some bitches are like, that's my fucking gooch on Wikipedia.
Protect your portfolio against the uncertainty in the stock market. Invest in commercial real estate with over $1.5 billion in assets. First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Sprouts, Publix, and many others. FNRP is one of the largest syndicators of grocery-anchored real estate in the U.S. Investors choose the specific deals to invest in and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions. To learn about your investor partner opportunities, call the Investor Relations team now. 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or get started at fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Get a preview of their current and upcoming deals and see what returns investors are earning. Call 888-301-9010 or fnrpradio.com. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of your principal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit fnrpradio.com.
Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is the new and unique way to post the job looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes who just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle.
Everything that's going on. Luckily, that's a little hobby of ours.
Los Angeles, Orange County. Live, everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Female flyover. I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. This Sunday's Super Bowl military flyover during the national anthem will have all female pilots. 50 years in the making, as the first female aviators were accepted into the Navy program back in 1973. Smash and haul, that's what police are calling it. It happened at a convenience store at a gas station in Orange. Surveillance video shows two men breaking a window and tying one end of a strap to a white pickup truck, the other end to an ATM inside the store. Police say this theft took just a few minutes to accomplish. The store's reporting $15,000 in damages. About $6,000 was in the ATM. In Turkey and Syria has now surpassed 16,000. There's a restaurant in Tustin that's now using robots to serve food. They still have humans, but iCan Barbecue Korean Grill now has 3 robot servers and can also speak 50 languages. A new study suggests over 600 doctors may have died from COVID-related causes in the early days of the pandemic. Mark Mayfield has more.
The study from Stanford University claims there was excess mortality among U.S. physicians from March of 2020 to December of 21, and that over 600 more doctors died than may have been expected.
Fucking word.
Exposure to COVID-19
The study also found that physicians had a lower rate of excess mortality than the general population during that time, indicating that measures protecting against the virus may have been effective.
Disney says Frozen, Toy Story, and Zootopia sequels are all in the works. They also said they're cutting 7,000 jobs. A new bill in the state will allow cannabis catering. Licensed cannabis caterers will be a thing if Assembly Bill 471 passes. Southline weather from KSI. Mostly sunny skies on the way. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. Right now it's 50 in San Juan Capistrano. Brea has 53. 47 in Cerritos and 44 in Valencia. We lead local in the KSI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennant.
In Fountain Valley, there is a full freeway closure, 405 northbound from Brookers to Warner Avenue. Southridge has always shut down for road work until 5. Long Beach, we have good news. Earlier crash that was on the 70th southbound right before the 405 has been cleared for lanes. Your drive is recovering in that area. Sanford, Florida, there is a work zone. Delta 5 northbound from Magic Mountain Parkway to Hasley Canyon. 2 left lanes going to be shut down for road work until 5. KFI and the Sky Hopes get you there faster at 5, man. This is hard to admit, but when I was in junior high school, I was bullied so badly, I cried. Hello, I'm John Twain, founder of River Hero Plumbing. I was named Ogonis after my grandfather, but as a kid, I was confused for having that name. So I changed it to John. John is the English version of Ogonis, and it maintains the honor to my grandfather. My family and heritage are important to me. So staying true to myself and River Hero Plumbing are important. Staying true to River Hero Plumbing means being true to you and delivering world-class service. That's why my cell phone number is on the back of every River Hero Plumbing business card. Call us at 866-377 and we'll cable your line for $77. That's 866-377. Thank you. CL 1028886.
Okay, guys, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I'm going to tell you how to give the best gift ever.
Oh, I'm really excited.
The giving and experience
With the
is even better.
episode.
So check out Rosetta Stone. A subscription to their language learning app is perfect if your partner loves to travel, or wants to connect better with a family member, or if you're looking for something that you use to do together. Right now, get $120 off lifetime unlimited languages. You'll have access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for life at rosettastone.com.
Hey y'all, it's Ethan Sharp. For emergency backup power, there is only one name you need to know. Duffy Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on Duffy for powering the most critical situations. Hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance services or an emergency rental, Duffy Power has you covered 24/7, 365. If you live or do business in Southern California, you know it's no longer a question of if the power is going to go down. It's only a question of whether you're just going to let it happen or take control. Taking control means it's time to call Duffy Power. To learn how to protect yourself from the next outage and all the ones after that, go to DuffyPower.com. DuffyPower.com. That's DUTHIE Power.com. Say I want my medical bill, say I want my car fixed, I want my money, I accident lawyer. 920-920-0810. The hit true crime podcast, Paper Ghost, is back with a brand new case. Season 3 digs deep into the 1992 cold case murder of Tammy Jo Zwicky, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and the community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Tammy's supposed to be on campus, and she's not here, and people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Ghost on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast. KFI AM 640, more stimulating talk. KFI AM 640. KFI AM 640.
on a Saturday. Regular crowd shuffles in. There's an old man sitting next to me, making love to his flying engine. That's funny how you play me a melody. I'm not really sure how far. Let's stand this story that I knew it so free. When I was a young last boy. La 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 Sing us the song of a piano man. Sing us the song tonight. When we're down in the mood for a melody, you got us feeling alright.
This is Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie.
Zeta Reticuli is a wide binary star system in the southern constellation of Reticulum. From the southern hemisphere, the pair can be seen with the naked eye as a double star in the very dark skies. Others with binoculars. In a moment throughout tonight, you're going to meet two people who claim to have interacted with the Zetas. We'll talk to them on Coast to Coast AM. Identity theft can be a huge disruption in your life. Recovery from it quickly depends on a couple things: the type of identity theft and the acting quickly and diligently to resolve the issue. Fraudulent credit card charges might take days to resolve, whereas someone taking out loans or applying for jobs or apartments in your name could take weeks or months to resolve. And it's important to understand how cybercrime and identity theft are affecting our lives. Your personal information gets exposed so often, making it dangerously easy for a cyber criminal to steal your identity. And protect your identity can be easy with LifeLock by Norton. LifeLock detects and alerts you to potential identity threats that you might not spot on your own. Loans in your name, crimes committed by thieves pretending to be you. And if you do become a victim of identity theft, the dedicated U.S.-based restoration specialist will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions in all businesses, but it's easy to help protect yourself with LifeLock. So join now and save up to 25% off your first year with promo code George. Head on over to LifeLock.com or call 1-800-LifeLock and use promo code George for 25% off.
Tired of overpaying for your cell phone bill? Switch to Consumer Cellular and save up to half on your wireless plan. Their award-winning 100% U.S.-based customer support team makes switching easy. Plus, you can keep your phone in number with no contract or activation fees. They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month. You can easily add your family and friends to your plan for just $15 a month per line. Never worry about dropped calls. Consumer Cellular has the exact same coverage as the major carriers to over 99% of the nation. This is all backed by their 100% risk-free guarantee. Join the millions of others who have switched. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25. That's consumercellular.com/radio25. Promo code radio25.
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. Paul Hammond with us, and later on, Cyan will join us. They're both lifelong contactees of the Zeta race and have clear conscious recall of their contact, which begins that they work with and these beings that they are. They are both deep trance mediums working with spirit guides to assist others. Paul's earliest memories of being visited by the Zetas are from when he was 18 months old. Cyan's earliest memories of contact with the Zetas are from 4 years old, where she was introduced to a small boy of a similar age. She met the same boy on board the craft several years later. This boy ended up being Paul. Both she and Paul have the same shared memory of time on board the craft, as well as many other shared and separate experiences on craft being with the Zans. First of all, here's Paul. Paul, welcome to the program.
Oh, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Looking forward to this as well. How far back do you remember this episode when you were 4 years old?
I've got very, very good recall. I remember seeing the Venus, as a child. I'd often go outside at night, looking at the sky, sort of talking to these beings. Of course, back then, there was no TV that we had, there was no internet. Why, I sort of noticed these beings that I wasn't even aware that they were extraterrestrials, that they were called. Obviously, as I got older, I realised what was going on.
Can you tell us how this started for you, Paul? What happened?
Yes, sure. It was probably about when I was 18, I was in Melbourne in Australia, and I was with a friend, and we were in a unit, a block unit, about three stories up. And I was standing at the window looking out, and the craft appeared at the furthest point, about 7 or 8 metres across. And I said to my friend, the cousin who do the dishes, can you see that? He said that he could. And then the side of the craft was only about sort of 8 to 10 metres away from the window. The side went here and 2 extraterrestrials appeared through the side of the craft. And some of our friends had come to the house or the unit where we were. We let them in, and they came over and they could see the beings as well. So this craft actually sat there for about 5 minutes, and we were able to see these beings quite clearly. We didn't even know, we'd never seen anything like this. Then when I was about 23, I woke up one morning getting ready for work, and the lights were off. I got dressed. I walked to the kitchen as I reached out to where the lights were. I heard a rustle in the corner, noise, and this being lunged at me and grabbed me by the left arm. And I was pretty strong, and I was kind of wrestling with it. And another being jumped on the other side of me, and then I was sort of worried then, and then the third being jumped on me, and I went down. That's all I remember. And I woke up thinking that it was a dream, and so I looked down and I realised that the clothes on, and my shirt was on backwards. When I was about 40 years old, spirits started coming, and I had going on. It was just complete disaster. And I was thinking to myself, could this get any worse? And then, as I got much older, about 48, I started to see the extraterrestrials moving around my house. It was as if somehow the fabric or the energy around me started to shift to the point where I was now able to see them. But I couldn't contact them. I couldn't talk to them. I knew that they were coming into the house, but I had no way to be able to sort of evidence that contact. I started to develop also the medium quite heavily at that time, doing deep trance work, and I had a group of people that would come to the house to sit with me, and they were telling me that they were seeing this extraterrestrial face over the top of mine. And so we put up some sort of small video camera, and we were able to record this face that was standing up. Someone said to them, what they were speaking through me to the people. Someone said, look, if you're who you say you are, then you should be able to bring an alien say that you fly out is a great idea, and the extraterrestrials forget to bring the craft. So for about 2 weeks, every time I sat, they would come and they would talk about being in the class, and I got to the point where I thought it wasn't going to happen. And I'd organised for a group of people to be there when the class came because I wanted evidence. I didn't want to have to start taking pictures. I wanted testimony to be able to see it. What happened was we had about 20 people with me. We were in a big circle sitting on a property, and the steam rolled in, and all the dogs were howling on the property. There was massive property. And the craft landed and the beams came out, and they walked around everybody. And a lot of the people that were there it's sort of a neat surprise. There was something going on where they were not able to actually, interact with the beings at all. They were able to sit down and keep their eyes closed, and other people had their eyes open. But then some of them, and myself included, I had my eyes open. The beings that came and put their hands on their shoulders, so they were walking around us. The ground was really rocky, and so you could hear anybody walking around. There was about 8 or 10 beings walking around behind us. And then after that, the tunnel, the class coming, Kathleen Martin's contracted them to be the sealer. And so we asked the leaders, they said they would, and then 3 days later, they took Kathleen onto a class and they healed her terminally. That was really good of them to do that.
Paul, about how many contact moments have you had with these things?
Hundreds of, not class landing, of course, but actual contact with them, of many.
Are they doing this with other people on this planet?
I think that they are, but the problem that we've got is how the contact is. So a lot of the contact is buried behind screen memory. And because it's buried behind some narrative, like a person will have a dream, they can go to class, they think they're flying the class. What will happen is that personally believe that I was a class flying a class or dreaming about a class, but that wasn't happening at all. They were given a screen narrative by the extraterrestrials. I would suggest there's a large amount of people globally that are being contacted, but they don't know because of the screen memory.
You also channel the Zetas, don't you?
Yeah, that's right. So I do public sittings. Get like 30 or 40 people would come and start talking to people. And that's how a few of the books came about. So the scientists came and spoke to the Zetas. And we wrote a book called A Climate of the Zeta Race. And then the second book, about 700 pages, is called The Zeta Interviews. And we give those two books away for free.
Paul's website, of course, is linked up at coasttocoastdays.com. It's called ZetaConnection.com. A couple of his books include The Zeta Race, Inside the Hive Mind, and also a primer of the Zeta Race as well. Would you say that the Zetas are friendly, Paul?
I would suggest that the Zetas themselves are friendly, or they look very much like some grey race, but they're actually not. Although they're part of the species, the grey species, they are not the actual greys, the ones that are accused of doing all the abductions. So the Zetas themselves have only been positive. Have always been honest in their dealings with people, have done the healing. They've come when they said that they would. When they said they'd bring a craft, they did. Basically, you can only ever take somebody at their word.
So now this is an amazing thing. Now tell me about the relationship with Cyan, who we will meet shortly.
I was contacted by Cyan many years ago, and you started the book. She was telling me that she had extraterrestrial contact. I didn't remember at all that I'd met her on class, and we started talking, and a lot of the experiences she had, I realised that I had them when I was younger myself. She came across a bit of sitting with the Zetas, and she realised that after talking to them, that they knew things about her that I didn't know. And so when they told her that she'd been on class, and what had happened to her on class, she knew that what she experienced was real as well. Brian and I definitely have a lot of evidence, and any time we work with the people, or we go with the people to come and heal somebody or whatever, we ask for the right testimonies and, sort of the evidence that process.
Paul, what do the Zetas want with us?
I would suggest that the Zetas are looking to try to support humanity to be the best that they can possibly be. They see that on the timeline that the capacity for humans to have problems in their own development. We've moved past that massive blockage that we have to the race and moved into a new level of consciousness that in a physical 3D state means that we need to have beings with us that can help us to identify what is a better type of consciousness to have rather than the one that is very three-dimensional based in regards to conflicts and problems, all of these issues that are occurring on the earth at the moment.
Well, when we Earthlings see UFOs, what percent of them could be a Zeta craft?
That's a massive question because a lot of the things that people see, because, so imagine this, you're looking into the night sky, you're doing C5, and you're generating consciousness. The consciousness reflects back to a group of people or yourself. What you want to see, you have a desire to see class. So often consciousness will reflect back itself. So to say, well, are these crafts from the Zetas? Yes, there are crafts. Are these crafts a construct of the human mind? They can be as well. So this is why people see a craft. If you can see the craft by doing a calling in process like C5, they should be asking the craft to come in closer, much closer, so that ultimately they can have good evidence of contact rather than just being touched with light to the sky.
What do they think of us?
They think that humans of the race have massive potential to be much better than they are. And it doesn't mean that there's something wrong with the human race. It just means that they understand that in consciousness, our abilities are so high that each of us has the potential to be so much more that they would easily work with people. They like to spend giving information, time giving information. That's why the information in the book, because and we give them away free, because we want people to read the book and understand what is the potential of human beings to understand how to live relationships with this planet. And that's probably one of the most important things.
Paul, were your parents aware of this episode since you were 18 months old when these were happening? Did they know what was going on?
No. When I speak to them about it, they've passed over now. When I spoke to my parents about it, they knew something was going on, but they were too terrified to talk to me about it. I had to basically face it and go through it myself.
How old were you when you attempted to talk to them about this?
I started talking to them when I was about 40. So they would come into the house, and I would see them as a distortion, not as a full form being. And in doing so, I would talk to them and say, is there anything that you'd like to talk to me about? Because obviously you always challenge your own cognitive state. Am I seeing something? What is this really happening? You should always be challenging what's going on. That's why when I got to the point where I was able to get them to evidence themselves by being able to get them contact with healing or even being in a craft, that's when I started to really work towards getting a better line of communication with them. What they did was they taught me a method for contacting them, and that method's called heterodyning. And it doesn't have an E to it, C5. And that's the method that they prefer for contact because it has to do with like binaural beats of using consciousness to do it.
Tell us a little bit more. How would you contact them? In a different state of mind or something? You go into like a trance state?
So what happens is every day you breathe. So, breathing is the first thing that you do when you're born and the last thing that you do when you pass over. Internally in your breath is harmonics. And those harmonics are very, very subtle. Every time you breathe a level of harmonics. And so if you understand how to use your breath work correctly, you can create a same level of energy around yourself. Once you do that, you can call that a sphere technique. Once you create that sphere, you can then populate it with your own consciousness and seek out contact with other beings. These peptidine states are where you start to then interact with other beings. Now, of course, you need to evidence that because you don't know whether it's a spirit person coming to you or not. Because spirits also use very a similar process to hemp signing, but a lot of that contact with them is mind to mind, and mental mediumship. So I suggest that most people can learn how to do this process, but it's more about spending the time learning about your own energy, learning about how to breathe properly, learning about your harmonics, learning about how to hold your own energy, and also how to breathe correctly, and go into a very clear state of stillness that the extraterrestrials require for contact.
Why do they still cloak and dagger and not make themselves so public to us?
Yeah, that's a good question. But the whole cloak and dagger thing to do with, I'm sure you've heard of Gary Nolan, and he targets this work with what are the effects of humans when they come near craft. And what we found is, myself included, when the Venus came on, and often in the beginning you get burned, burnt on the bottom of Facebook. And so we have to work out, well, why is this happening? And it's to be refreshing. And so the whole reason for cloak and dagger is because if they truly came, either you would do two things. They'd either be physically harmed by the technology that the city has, or they would probably black out. The person would just go unconscious because their level of consciousness is fairly high. And when you're in their energy, their hypnotized state is so high that you as a human would have problems staying conscious. And so most times you'll notice when they do contact people are asleep.
That's true. Stay with us, Paul. We're going to take a quick break. We'll talk to Cyan next and then bring you back next hour. Phone calls right here on Coast to Coast AM. So up next is Cyan. She too is a contactee with the Zetas. And this all happened to her when she was 4 years old.
Coast Insiders, the new version of the Coast to Coast AM app is now available for iPhone and now Android 4.0 and above. Listen live or on demand, anywhere, anytime. Go to coasttocoastam.com and download it today.
I'm Bree Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Two people are in critical condition after crashing into a Metrolink train in San Bernardino. Police say the driver failed to stop at the guard crossing arm and drove across the tracks at a high rate of speed. About 30 passengers were aboard the train. Only one suffered minor injuries. February is Black History Month, and the gallery in the West Adams district is showcasing the work of Black artists. It's called the Band of Vices Gallery. At least 7 students are recovering from what's being called a medical incident at a high school in Tarzana. Authorities say 7 students at the Sherman Oaks Center for Enriched Studies fell ill on Wednesday morning. Officials say the students may have gotten sick after coming into contact with marijuana or CBD. South on Reddit and KFI. Sunshine on the way. Highs in the mid to upper 70s. Right now it's 50 in Garden Grove, 51 for Newport Beach, 47 in Cerritos, and 49 in Encino. We make local in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. I'm Bree Tennis.
In Southern Valley, there is a full freeway closure. This is on the 405 northbound from Booker to Warner Avenue. South Transit Holland shut down for road work until 5. And in Laverne, this is on the 210 eastbound at Root Street.
We have reports of debris in the right lane there. That means CHP is going to be running a break, so watch for delays as you approach Billmar. There is a work zone. It's on the 2J eastbound from the 118 to Wheatland Avenue. Two left lanes get shut down for road work until 6. KFI, Sky, don't skip you there faster. Right there. This President's Day, don't miss Sing Takes Hail to the Cheap sale. Don't you mean hail to the cheap, Larry? No, I want hail to the cheap. With over 50% off the best brands. Plus, with your good credit, buy today and pay interest-free for 36 months. On purchases above $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment and 10% down. I'm going straight to hail, because you're killing me, Larry. Since they will beat anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free. Live from Radio Row, it's Super Bowl week, and there's no better way to stay up to speed than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hanses, and my bud, Mark Sessler and Greg Rosenthal for the latest football news with Jeff the Touch and Murph. We've got the #1 football podcast in the world, and Rihanna is playing the Apple Music halftime show. It doesn't get much better than that, does it? Hang out with us live from Glendale, Arizona, all week long. Listen to Around the NFL on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Should be, it doesn't get any bigger than that. Folks, boom. It doesn't get any, boom, bigger than that.
24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, changing economic trends. Uline works hard, keeping 38,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com. It is no secret that cities add chlorine to your water. But once it gets to your house, you don't want it in your body or drying out your skin and hair. Hey, this is Dean Sharp with the solution, a Light Source water system. Light Source filters all the water in your home, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine and giving you softer skin and hair from every tap. No salt, no maintenance. Get yours today by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. KFI, AM 640, more stimulating talk. The people in prison committed the crimes, serious, and that's all that matters. Their color, their ethnicity doesn't matter. They committed the crimes. And gangs are in the business of crime. So they don't do anything else but commit crimes all day. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You're listening to Coast to Coast AM with George Norrie. We'll take your calls next hour with those contactees from the Zetas in just a moment, and when we come back in just a second, Cyan, another contactee, joins us. We'll talk with her about her situation. ParanormalDate.com. Free to sign up. 270 people to go, and we hit 153,000 signed-up members. And what happens if you want to date somebody or meet somebody that's 60 plus? A bit more mature. And Valentine's Day is coming up, so check out ParanormalDate.com/seniors, and there you'll find people that think like you do and are 60 plus. So whatever you're looking for, ParanormalDate.com, that's for everybody, or ParanormalDate.com/seniors. And of course, here's something for you to build up your immune system.
HealthyLooking.com and Dr. Alan Millay bring 4 decades of experience in natural products for the exclusive stem cell wellness kit that works with your body's stem cells to assist your immune system. Here's Dr. Millay with more.
Whether it's physical activity, obesity, diet, smoking, low on hormones, stress, sleep disorders, or your age, can be supported by reducing inflammation and aiding the body to heal itself appropriately. A stem cell is a cell waiting to be told what it needs to be. If there is inflammation, that inflammation needs to be stopped. High blood pressure, high cholesterol, kidney disease, various types of cancer, depression, Alzheimer's disease, autoimmune disorders, osteoporosis, even fatty liver are chronic signs of inflammation and can be treated by supporting the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of ImmuStem and AdaptoStem together, supporting the body to be the best it can be.
Dr. May, how will I feel after taking AdaptoStem and ImmuStem?
The ImmuStem is
My friend, dude, Mikey, look at this athleticism. The athlete, Yoshi. Yoshi, I like to just be referenced as the athlete. Really? Yeah. Why? Because it's just I am. And why wouldn't you? Yoshi. 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 Why wouldn't you?
Or toll free at
Yoshi.
800-563-3980. That's 800-563-3980. Don't forget to enter promo code George for free shipping. George's Stem Cell Wellness Kit at healthylooking.com. That's healthylooking.com.
Yoshi, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you just call me the athlete? Wouldn't you just walk like... I mean, if it walks like a duck, it talks like a duck. Fucking thing. Goddamn Daffy Duck.
We all know prices have gone up for just about everything.
Are we done?
Dropping the price to $49.99. It's a great deal. Secret CC Solar Observer is the name of that radio. It can be powered by a hand solar panel or common AA batteries, and it has a built-in flashlight as well, which is cool. And the ability to charge a smartphone in a pinch if you need it. A dependable emergency radio, superior reception, and audio is something everyone should have. And you get that with the CC Solar Observer, the perfect choice. I would recommend it. This week only, get the CC Solar Observer for only $49.99. I'm simply calling C. Crane at 1-800-522-8863. Remember this number, write it down. 1-800-522-8863 or visit them at ccrane.com.
Did you know that you can save up to half on your wireless plan when you switch to Consumer Cellular? They offer unlimited talk and text with a flexible data plan starting at just $20 a month with the same premium coverage as the nation's largest carriers. Plus, their award-winning customer support makes switching a breeze. Go to consumercellular.com/radio25 and for a limited time, get $25 off when you use promo code radio25.
Maxwell, she was scratchy and group to compare. My vet, she said, oh, he must be allergic to chicken. Another vet, they eat the green. Third vet says it's the weather. Then somebody said, it took 2 weeks, and the dog stopped itching, the hair stopped falling out. The dynamite is a big part of Maxwell's diet. Now, having your dog will be
And welcome back to Coast. George Norrie with you. We've been talking to Paul Hemlin, and now we're talking to Cyan. They are both lifelong contactees of the Zeta race and have been clearing the conscious recall of their contact with the beings that they work with. They are both deep trance mediums, also working with spirit guides to assist others. Paul, as we mentioned, his earliest was when he was 18 months old. Cyan's memory was from 4 years old, and here she is with us. Hello, Cyan. Welcome to the program.
Thank you.
And let me ask you, so you were 4 years old when this all started for you?
Well, that's the earliest memory I have. I mean, who knows what age, the contact actually started. But, that's my earliest memory, around 4 years old.
And you met Paul when he was a little boy.
Yeah, right, actually. The first occasion, I have to get some memories, but
TRILLIONAIRE, you didn't find that unusual. But, you know, you're suddenly finding yourself in the middle of the night playing with somebody who shouldn't be in your house, you know, surrounded by extraterrestrials. But I think when most contactees, as they get older, they realise that the realisation of the gravity of what's taking place is kind of shielded from our minds until we're, you know, mature enough to be able to process it. So yeah, that was the first time when we were around 4 years old, and the second time when we were around 8 years old. That was quite a long story, but it involved a screen memory, and it was given from me. I only grew up, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 years ago, and they managed to work a screen memory in of quite a normal event that had a completely false ending. It was almost like a screen memory that was designed to fail. And when I realised that the way this memory had ended was not the truth of the situation, I immediately realised it was a screen memory. It was just alarmingly obvious in the context I was working with and by that point. And the memory dropped, and I remember the entire experience of being on board with him. Interesting thing about those two experiences is that we're both more or less the same age on board craft, when the reality is a bit of an age gap between Paul and I. But they said they needed that twice, and that's really what we can remember.
Paul said he thinks he had about 100 contactees with them. Do you recollect how many times this has happened to you?
Oh, goodness. No, dozens and dozens of times. I wouldn't suggest it's in the hundreds for me, definitely less than 100. But maybe in a few years, and then of course for a few more years I'll need to correct those memories. But no, I suggest that my contact, although it has been fairly significant, it's not been of the same extreme level as the set of those suggests we had in his lifetime.
Cyan, was there a point where you told your parents something very strange is happening to me?
I had conversations about paranormal events with addressed spirit contacts, and extraterrestrial contacts have been talked about, but not in any significant way at this point.
Why do you believe they're contacting people like Paul, like you?
I think, as Paul said, that there are many individuals being contacted, far more than one ever realised, and have been for a very long time. As to why that's taking place, the researchers tell us that a large proportion of the human population are hybrid humans, which means from their perspective that the consciousness that forms human is part spirit, in spirit realm, and the part is from an extraterrestrial race, and by a free will agreement with the spirit people is absolutely necessary for that to happen. The consciousness of the extraterrestrial combines with the consciousness of the spirit person, and that forms the consciousness of the hybrid human. As to whether or not somebody realizes that that's the case for them, well, you know, that's as they go along. But I know, having worked with many contactees and experiences over the years with Paul, that there are so many people out there staring at the sky at night, you know, feeling that they don't belong on this planet. Thoughts that can't be evidenced in any way, but they feel so strongly drawn towards. And who knows how many people out there are being contacted.
Is it conceivable that you are part of a hybrid program?
In consciousness,
looks like?
The memories that Paul and I both share of one particular occasion, the interior of the craft, from my perspective, I was within, it was a circular space. It had a domed roof. I was within a curvilinear room that was followed from my perspective of where I was. It was followed the curve of the space that I was in. The one wall, if you like, was see-through, made it with, I don't think it was glass. It had, you could see through it. It was transparent, and it looked into a circular inner space. That space was very dark, and in the center of that space there was some domed console at the two ends, opposite ends of this space on this diameter, if you like. There were extra entry points, and every now and again these students would walk through and up to that zone, and just walk off again, obviously picking up on something or other. Never interacted with myself or the other humans in this sort of say glass room. These rooms or container areas, just what it felt like at the time, they were all around the periphery of this circular space. On one occasion I was in there with Paul, and a very tall 7-foot, easily 7-foot tall speaker came straight up to the glass, and he put his face right up to the window, and it's very alarming, and I was probably beyond terrified at that point. Paul was so obviously clearly used to being there. He simply outstretched his hand up to the being on the other side of the glass and put his hand out to me to calm me down. That's one occasion I've seen. I've been at what looks like the front of France before, looking out over some sort of observation panel, like what you describe as a window, but without glass. It's just like you're looking into space, and behind me, again, it's a kind of a horseshoe shape maybe, and you can see consoles or controls around the outside. And again, as you see, they pretty much seem to be minding their own business, just doing whatever they need to do. All very passive, very calm.
Has there ever been a point, Cyan, that you felt that their, let's say, intentions were dishonorable?
No, never.
Never felt that way?
No, never felt that way.
Well, that's good.
Yeah.
What do you think they think of us as people?
We have many people come around to them. To support them. We have a home circle. That's what people call it, home circle in the mediumship world, where they're saying people come around every week to support the development of the medium. And the reason, when there's somebody new there, they always, when they ask them, what is it like to be a human? Tell us from your experience what it's like. They're always very interested to hear from people. I don't think we've had one sitting in our own space, specific for public sitting, where they've not asked the person. I think they're very interested in how we think, why we think the things that we do. I think they're trying to understand us as much as we're trying to understand them. I think in many ways they're probably trying to figure out contact protocols. This is the way humans are trying to work out the best way to introduce themselves to the races. If you look across the world, every culture, every society, everyone has a different way of saying hello. Some people shake hands, some people bow, some people, speak in front of people. And they're probably, I think they're very interested in learning about all the different nuances of human culture, just as we are in them.
Aside of Paul, have you seen any other human beings on the craft or with the Zans?
Yes, I have, yeah. In several different contexts, but I've definitely seen other people. We did a series of honesty work request to do this. They invited people to come for what we call energy exploration. And on one of those occasions, there were several people that were in consciousness taken on board staff during that process. And I was on board with them. I could see exactly what was going on. And when the people, came back round, if you like, to normality, they jumped off the bed and, I've been on grass, and, I was able to say, yes, I was there with you, and we basically able to describe exactly what we saw, what it's been very interesting. The times I've applied this kind of more public thing on my own, there's definitely been other people on board grass. Nothing terribly going on. It's more an observation process with the people, as far as I've observed, as far as I've experienced.
Tell us about your work as an artist and what contributions the Zetas have made to that.
Yeah, that started about 10 years ago. I'm not, professionally trained artist. It's something I've always just enjoyed doing when I have some spare time. Although of late that's increased. But about 10 years ago, I realised that the paintings that I was creating were not coming from me. I found myself working in an altered state. I developed working in altered state with spirit people decades ago. And what I found was that when I was painting, I was finding myself in a similar sort of altered state. When I then first met Paul again, as the non-disciplinary, he was able to look at the painting and tell me exactly what I experienced with the painting as I created them. He was able to point out all sorts of intricacies about them that I had absolutely no idea about and had no idea I'd even created. And then what we began to find is that people, when they use the works, one case point was at an exhibition, I had a series of 5 paintings that I exhibited there, and people would just stand in front of them and become absolutely mesmerised, to the point they were in an altered state themselves, and we began to realise that they were transferring the energy through me as I was painting or creating the images. And some of these images, they're highly constructed. I wake up, there's music in my mind, and like a song that just won't leave your head, and you get the song on replay. The image would just be at the forefront of my mind, in my mind's eye, until I've drawn and painted it, however it came out. And then other times these paintings, they just flow, they just come out of nowhere, and people coming out of the house, they just stood there and started crying in front of the paintings, and we obviously asked them about it, and yes, that's what they've been doing with them, and it's very lovely to be able to create that.
Are there pictures of some of your work on your website?
Yes, there are. Yeah, we do have a section like that's in there, and where people can work if they want to.
Did they ever talk about a propulsion system, Simon?
Not to me, no. I believe they have talked about their own methods of their craft, construction and technology. That information is in the prime of the future race, if anybody wants to read about that. The scientists helped to put that one together. That's so not my area. I do the art. I use the science for somebody else.
Have they taken you to the Zeta Reticuli star system?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Now, when you say not that you're aware of, could they have done and you just don't know?
Absolutely, I can get that. Yes, there's absolutely the potential for that, but I don't have any recall of that has happened. I guess I remember, I don't know, maybe 10% of the contact. We know that there's so much more contact that we don't remember. For whatever reason, they don't let us remember this, but they've allowed us to remember this particular contact. Who knows why they do that? But yeah, no, I don't have any contact recall in that.
We're going to come back in just a moment with Paul and Cyan and take initial phone calls. Paul
Their website is called thezetaconnection.com, and that is linked up at coasttocoastam.com. Calls next on Coast to Coast AM.
Find out more about tonight's guest. Log on to coasttocoastam.com. Everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. AT&T's DirecTV just removed Newsmax from 13 million homes. AT&T owns DirecTV, and this is the second conservative channel they removed in a year. Meanwhile, DirecTV is still keeping what they call 22 liberal news channels on. So if you're angry about the censorship, Newsmax wants you to speak up. Newsmax is the fourth highest rated cable news channel. DirecTV has been taking off the other liberal channels. Ron DeSantis says Newsmax was targeted, and it's wrong. Newsmax says AT&T and DirecTV censorship is unacceptable. If you care about censorship, seriously consider canceling your DirecTV and AT&T service. And if you're a DirecTV or an AT&T customer, call 877-NEWSMAX, and they'll connect you. You can contact your congressman to complain about censorship. Call 877-NEWSMAX. They'll connect you too. Millions are joining Newsmax's fight. Show your support. Call 877-NEWSMAX now. We ask seniors how to predict Medicare scams. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never give out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number, put in a false claim. Just hang up. How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statements, I check my Medicare statements monthly.
If you get your statement and you see something that you know you did not have done, you get reported. Call the Senior Medicare Control.
To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
The hit true crime podcast, Paper Ghost, is back with a brand new case. Season 3 digs deep into the 1992 cold case murder of Ken Jozowicki, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and a community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Sammy's supposed to be on campus, and she's not here. And people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Ghost on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We tried less stimulating talk. It ended poorly.
KFR and KOST HD3, Los Angeles, Orange County. She likes to call it Friday.
Here's Jennifer Jones-Lee with your Thursday morning wake-up call.
Good morning. A couple of us in the building were talking about the commute this morning. Since the Tuesday, everybody's going into work, right? Kind of crowded out there. Wednesday, fewer cars on the road. Thursday, I'm like, oh, y'all made a deal with your boss and you're working from home. It's become a trend, anyway, I'm noticing on the drive. Hope yours is going well. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. I also went to yesterday morning, applaud the CHP officer on the 210 in the Rancho Cucamonga area. This guy was fly. I'm sure if you're listening to the show this morning, there was probably only one CHP officer coming out of Rancho all the way to Burbank. But he was going clock to clock. You could tell he was just kind of checking. I don't know if he was looking for somebody or what. But man, that was the most well-behaved commute I've ever been on yesterday. Today, obviously, no cop out there. Free for all. But fewer cars. Just the little things that you pay attention to in the morning. Because what else are you going to pay attention to when you're driving in dark and early? Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Oh, I know that the numbers are going to keep going up, but every day when they go up by thousands, it is staggering. The number of people killed in that magnitude 7.8 quake that hit Turkey and Syria has grown to more than 16,000. Here's an interesting little tidbit for you. The wife of the Orange County public defender who died in Mexico says they were shaken down by cops in Rosarito just hours before her husband's death. Really? And also, Why shouldn't you file your taxes? Just yet. Not don't file them completely, but hold off for now at 5:05. We're going to talk with the editor-in-chief of Investopedia.com, Caleb Silver. There's a bit of an issue at the IRS over something that was given to us here in California and a few other states as well. We'll talk more about that in a second. But let's start with some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rescuers in Turkey and Syria have been pulling more survivors from the rubble of the collapsed buildings, but they say the hopes of finding more people alive are starting to fade. It's been 3 days since the region was hit by a magnitude 7.8 earthquake. ABC's Andrew Dimbert says the death toll so far has topped 16,000.
The losses are unimaginable. Many victims are refugees, fled war-torn Syria. 7 members of one extended family were found. They were killed as they slept. The youngest, 6 weeks old. An overnight word that a family of 4 from New York City died in the quake while visiting family.
Yes, that's what we've heard so far about Americans who were killed. Turkey's president is visiting some of the provinces affected by the quake. He's been criticized for the government's slow response to the disaster, and I heard him saying, look, yes, there were shortcomings to this, but how can you predict this? How can you prepare for a 7.8 magnitude earthquake? And so, yeah, I'm sure that there are failures and Monday morning quarterbacking of the rescue efforts, but when you have 6,000 buildings that come down in your region, I mean, do you ever truly prepare for that? The wife of an Orange County public defender who died in Mexico said they were shaken down by police in Rosarito hours before the death. Kim Blair tells ABC News she and her husband Elliot were driving back to their resort last month when they were pulled over. She says police claimed they rolled through a stop sign and demanded money.
Elliot kind of stood his ground, showed him his work badge, and said, look, we're attorneys.
She says they told the officers where they were staying and paid them $160. She says they were thankful the police didn't do anything else to them. Authorities in Mexico say Elliot Blair died in a drunk fall from a hotel balcony. His wife says she doesn't believe that. A school vice principal has testified in L.A. at the Anthony Avalos murder trial. The 10-year-old boy's mom and her live-in boyfriend are accused of killing him in 2018. The school officials told the court yesterday the boy told her in 2015 he was being abused, and she says she reported it. Huntington Beach has banned the LGBTQ pride flag, and now City Hall will only flag the American state, county, city, and armed forces flags.
Multiple people spoke against the motion. Please do not divide this community this way. It is a simple, small gesture of love.
The sign of the pride flag shows that our community is inclusive.
We will be taking step backwards to implement this fully thought out next week.
Councilman Pat Byrne says this motion was passed 4-3 this week is about everyone having equal value. He says it's not about the pride flag.
I think it's divisive, and I think it's sad that it got turned into what it was. It wasn't anything against the gay community or anything. I got a niece and nephew that are both gay, and I love them dearly.
Councilman Casey McKeon agreed.
True inclusion by definition represents everyone equally. As an American, as a resident of California.
Councilwoman Natalie Moser says it's a 20-year step backwards.
By removing the pride flag, we send a message out to people that we are safe and we are inclusive and we are welcoming.
Councilman Dan Kalman says it's an unnecessary PR nightmare. We want the Olympics in 2028. We want to be a certain venue, maybe another venue, and the Olympics is not inclusivity. I think it's just a black eye for Huntington Beach. In Huntington Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
We'll talk more about why you should hold off. No, just hold off briefly filing your taxes for now if you're in California. We'll get into that in just a second, but before that, let's get into your drive. Hi, Nick Palio team.
JJ, it's going to be a busy one. First thing this morning is folks are making their way along the 10 Estates Monastery. Looks like it's going to be a busy one for you as you make way through downtown LA. Business in their office 60 as you make way toward the 110 over to Town Street, driving on shopping back a lot of downstairs work from the overnight and early morning hours to downtown along the 110 north and southbound between the 10 and the 101. West, east and westbound along the 10 Estates Monastery are seeing quite a few projects also wrapping up right around the 110 and then also heading toward and away from the 60. If you don't have data something slowing you downtown to 15 yourself, what keyword is KFI traffic getting out of the high desert on the southbound side of 15. That will be a busy one for you leading from Sparrow from Main Street. High Signal Street continuing to the town path. You make Wait for about Lakepoint. Then pushing up the island as you continue toward Kenwood and taking a drive on the 14th south as a pair of Palmdale adjacent area. I'm going from before the Market Care Boston Highway and acting going to be busy for your drive, and the taxi do stick around for you here and there as you continue through our tool state towards Basic Florida. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm Nick Polly, team
507 on your wake-up call. Caleb Silver is editor-in-chief of Investopedia.com. Back on your wake-up call this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Good to be with you as always.
Nice to talk to you, too. And so yesterday I had somebody say, hey, did you say we don't have to file our taxes? And I said, no, I just said hold off on filing your taxes. Why is this message being sent out?
There's kind of a hot mess going on right now across several states, including California. The IRS is telling millions of people to hold off filing their taxes because there's confusion around those state-issued inflation payments. I remember earlier last year when inflation was sky high, a lot of states, including California, sent tax rebates in some cases, sent pandemic relief, whatever they called it, to families so they could ease the burden of those higher inflation. And the question is, are they taxable? Is pandemic relief? They shouldn't be taxable, not by the federal government, not by the state. And if they're inflation related, they could be taxable. As far as California is concerned, there's over 16 million taxpayers right now confused on whether or not that's a refund or not, and whether they taxes on it. There's 23 million people eligible. So the IRS is telling people, hold on until we get some more clarity, but ultimately it's up to the state. The state of California is taking the position that these are not taxable, at least for now, but we're still waiting for guidance from the IRS.
Okay, and to me, though, isn't it kind of an easy decision? This is a yes or no answer.
Absolutely, but they were not clear, the federal government, when they issued that inflation relief, whether it was inflation relief, and they were not clear to state legislators about how they should treat it. So state legislators, in your case, the state of California, has decided that they are going to treat it as non-taxable income at the state level. The question is it taxable at the federal level? And it also depends on how you file your taxes. Do you itemize your deductions? Do you take the standard deduction? So much confusion around an already confusing time around taxes. And this could be worth several $100s to some families. You know, some California families of 4 or more with kids, they were getting as much as $1,050. So if that's taxable, it's going to be a few $100 they have to kick back from that inflation relief. That's no fun either. But right now, it's state confusion. A lot of folks are waiting for the refund or wanting to file their taxes. They're going to have to wait a little bit longer until the IRS sorts this out.
Yeah, and I think, too, this is such, just like you said, a black eye for the IRS because, first off, anybody who has had one of the issues with the IRS where you filed your taxes, and it took them, in some cases, a year to get your tax return back to you if you were owed money. So they claimed this year, hey, we're good, the backlog is all gone, everything's going to be fine, and then this story comes out, and it's like, are you kidding? IRS, they need you to get your stuffing together.
Absolutely. IRS said you pay your payments in as little as 21 days when I started off tax season a few weeks ago, but right now they're saying, oh, no, don't even file. Now, if you filed already and you did not take the deduction or you did not pay the income tax on the inflation relief, the IRS says, don't file the amended return just yet. Wait for the guidance. When the guidance comes out, if you need to refile, you can refile. Who wants to do that? But still, if you need to, you can. But I have a feeling the IRS is going to drop some information this week. They promised they would release some guidance this week and clear things up. We'll see if that happens. It's Thursday already, so let's see if they get to it in the next 2 days.
Well, I know that in some cases when I've been to, my IRS person or to my tax agent, and I'll say like, oh, we need to, amend this or whatever, because I think it's going to, if something came in and I'm like, oh, shoot, I should have claimed this, and then I would get some more money. They've told me in the past, don't file an amended return because they're more apt to get flagged. So I'm sure that other people have heard that same advice and they're thinking, I don't want to file an amended return. Thanks, IRS.
Yeah, people don't want to get flagged by the IRS for anything, but right now this is the IRS's problem. And if you need to file that amended return, you're talking in some cases about a few $100 difference in whether you're going to pay that tax or not. I assume most people didn't in the state of California's guidance, and the guidance from tax filers like Intuit and H&R Block is we're not considering this to be taxable. We'll see if the IRS changes its position on that. The horse might be out of the barn, as they say.
A lot of people are dinged. Dual income, no kids, maybe they made over the threshold and they didn't even get this payment. If you are one of those people, you probably could go ahead and file because this isn't going to make a difference for you.
Absolutely, but the threshold is pretty large for folks. It was $500,000 for married couples. scale alone, that's a lot of taxpayers. So a lot of folks already probably got it, or if they didn't get it, they could file to get it. So there's still confusion around that as well. But right now, if you haven't filed, wait a couple of days, wait a couple of weeks, we'll see if they figure this out.
Caleb, you are awesome. Thank you so much. Hope you have a great rest of your week. I'm sure we'll talk again very soon.
Thank you. You are too.
Happy day. See you later. That is the editor-in-chief of Investopedia.com, Caleb Silver. Back to some of the stories coming out of the JFI 24-hour newsroom. We're going to talk more about this. Let's see. Brad Garrett coming up at 5:35 this morning. We'll get analysis of this. But the Pentagon says the Chinese balloon that was shot down off the coast of South Carolina was part of a large surveillance program that China has been running for years. Secretary of State Antony Blinken said China was not just spying on the U.S.
We already shared information with dozens of countries around the world, both from Washington and to our embassies. We're doing so because the United States was not the only target of this broader program, which has violated the sovereignty of countries across our continents.
The Coast Guard is still working to recover pieces of the burst balloon. Members of Congress will be getting a briefing on the Chinese balloon today. Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman has been admitted to the hospital. ABC's Mark Remillard says Fetterman reported feeling lightheaded yesterday while at a retreat in Washington.
A statement from his office says he was taken by staff at George Washington University Hospital, where preliminary tests showed no signs of a stroke.
Fetterman had a stroke last May, which became a key issue of his campaign. His defeat of Dr. Mehmet Oz was critical to Democrats holding on to their majority in the Senate. And the LA County Board of Supervisors has approved its highest ever one-year spending plan to help the homeless.
The board unanimously approved nearly $610 million for the LA County Homeless Initiative. The initiative says the money for the upcoming fiscal year will help with housing and mental health resources for people living on the streets. It also says its mission is to get people inside, help them find permanent housing, and to help those suffering from mental illness. Chris Adler, KFI News.
When we come back, have you been a victim of tipflation? I know people are complaining about tipping for everything. You tip the guy who takes your car, and then you tip the guy who brings your car back. What about, all of these different things, and even you go to certain restaurants now, and you're getting takeout, but then they flip the little pad over, and it says, do you want to leave a tip? And you're like, wait a minute, the whole reason I got takeout was so I didn't have to give a tip. So now what? So we're going to get into tipflation with Jim in just a few minutes. But right now, let's get back into your drive with Nick Palliotini on this Tuesday morning, which he says has been busy in his.
But just a very small handful of places, that's kind of hard to even give you a tease because there's not a lot going down to confirm. West on 91, as you're making your way to Riverside to Corona, going to be patchy overall from before last year. And as you make your way towards Circus Club, and then beyond that, it looks good ahead into the Anaheim Hills, the Overland area, as you continue towards the 55. Also checking your drive on the 215 northbound for the light delays as you come through Marina Valley from before you go up just Council Emerge with the 60 towards the CR, getting light delays for you there. Where it is going to be heavy is getting into the Inland Empire and the High Desert on 13 southbound, getting delays from Ranchero Road as you make way toward about Clayborn and the 14 southbound as you're continuing out of Palmdale area. Past the Emerging Fair Boston Highway into Hampton, definitely busy for you there. KFI News Guy helps get there faster. I'm Nick Palliotini.
Someone uses your toilet and it overflows. Can you imagine how embarrassing that is for your guests and for you? Hello, I'm John McCoyan, founder of Rooter Hero Plumbing. We are hosting a party. The water's on the floor. Your guest has to tell you that the toilet is backed up. And worst of all, you have to tell your guests that they can't use the bathroom. I shudder when I tell this story because it happened to me. Can you imagine? I own Rooter Hero Plumbing and my toilet overflows. Talk about being humble. Well, the truth is, it could happen to anyone. And the solution is to call 866-DRAIN-77. That's what I did, and our plumber was here within the hour. Not because I'm the owner, but that's just what we do. I'm so confident that you'll be satisfied with our services that I put my cell phone number on every business card. 866-DRAIN-77. That's 866-DRAIN-77.
This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is here. Shop and save up to $500 on
Honestly.
virtual mattress set. Plus, get a $300
Yeah.
good towards sleep accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm and cozy up on your new bed.
Hey, Cozy Asco County. How are you doing?
Presented by Mercedes-Benz. The NBA trade deadline is today, but a blockbuster went down late last night. The Suns landed Kevin Durant from the Nets just days after Brooklyn traded Kyrie Irving to the Mavericks. The Lakers did a three-team deal with the T-Wolves and Jazz. They got D'Angelo Russell from Minnesota and Malik Beasley and Jared Vanderbilt from Utah. LA sent Russell Westbrook and a first round to the Jazz, but Utah is expected to buy Westbrook out. I'm a visual.
Stunning design, unmatched intelligence, and a compact ready for anything build. Sometimes exceptional is the rule. The Mercedes-Benz GLA, member of the unrivaled SUV family. Learn more at MBUSA.com.
Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together. One is our key rejuvenation,
Yo, dog.
where we help to prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just
Dude.
$129. Another one is your on-call mini drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain snake.
I will give you a 30-foot drain snake, lady.
Drain clearance service is just $80. Some nice aesthetic plugs. Dental air conditioning and plumbing. GOE,
But you didn't. You only said it once.
the right way, not the easy way.
Alright, dog. Yeah, it sounds good. And then you, dude, ready to roll.
With the Around the NFL podcast, join me, Dan Hansis, and my bud, Mark Sessler and Greg Rosenthal for the latest football news with just a touch of mirth.
We've got the #1 football podcast in the world, and Kiana is playing the Apple Music halftime show until they get on with Americans. Hang out with us live from Glendale, Arizona, all week long. Listen to Around the NFL on the iHeartRadio app or wherever your podcast.
Oh, yeah, dude. Fucking Chinese junk. Shimmer is out of the night.
Just like I check my credit card statements, I check my Medicare statements monthly. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080.
Fluoridated water is for swimming, not drinking, and chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to a life source water system? A life source system filters the water from every tap, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine. Your water gets better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters, or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for free consultation. Visit lifesourcewater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference.
On the rest of this fire podcast, a review system and demonology, sharing stories of the thrilling and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martin has encountered people in nearly every area imaginable. In Hollywood, portrayed The Exorcist, with meditations, vomiting, dating, and the crazy, all around the company moves seen at first hand. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This study, the methodology is flawed. Clear picture, why, all gets everybody's back. We put a number that says, oh, it's in great, and that is expand. Then our sure is arranged by the city council members because these moves just say are affected. We can start it there, having it further. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
So for this episode, we will be sailing into uncharted waters because coming into this podcast, knowledge of Japan and Chinese history was nearly limited. Plus, I was pretty apprehensive and I learned from researching and writing the script for this episode. I was really getting my hands on yesterday's information, and I feel it's scary, so it's kind of exciting. So, with that in mind, leading into this podcast, let's process the plan. We have to read more resources.
I'm Jennifer Jones, 47 the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Here's a new wrinkle to the story that we've been watching out of Mexico regarding the wife of that, regarding the independent public defender who died in Mexico. Elena Slayer's wife says that DNC were taken down by cops in Mexico in Rosarito just hours before his death. Really? The number of people killed in the magnitude 7.8 earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria has now grown to more than 16,000. And I hope you aren't big fans of the Late Late Show. It's very important. This is probably going to be up right now. Anyway, but the Late Late Show on PBS is ending with the important. The show's been on the air for 30 years, according to for the last week. but he is leaving at the end of the season. Coming up at 5:35, we're going to talk with ABC Crime and Terrorism analyst Brad Garrett. China's balloon is only one of the many tools that are actually used for spies. As we learn now that this balloon is part of a large Chinese surveillance system that's been out there for years. So what more is out there? We'll talk to Brad in just a few minutes. But hey, you can catch the big game this Sunday featuring Philadelphia and Kansas City with coverage starting at 11. Kickoff is at 3:30 on your home for the big game. AM 570 LA Sports. Brought to you by MGM Rewards. Unlock the best of Las Vegas. Visit MGMRewards.com for details. Let's get back to some of these stories coming out of the KFI 24-hour newsroom. And good morning, Matt, and Jim Ryan is a big spender. I know. Jim, good morning. Yeah, for a couple of years now, I think the complaints about inflation have been growing because I think it doesn't matter where you go, what you do, you're going to ask the tip. You know, you'll go to a place that maybe you're getting takeout, and they flip over the screen that you might have, and it's like, oh, well, and it would be weird if I put no tip, and they know it's in the corner where I say no tip. So of course I'm going to say tip. But where does tipping start and where does it end?
Well, it seems that it starts in more places and it's ends in more places, and there's just no way of getting graceful, right? You're right, because even if the waiter is in a higher-end restaurant, a sit-down place, you'll be ready to pay your bill, and then you walk over with that steering wheel in, and even if they turn around and look the other way, which I think some of the waiters or waitresses try to do, they look the other direction so they don't see what the tip is not, or see how much you're giving, or how the cheapskate you are. They still know. You're right. They know where the standing is. So let's say you go to Taco to get a roasted down a Long Island dog for $7.50. How much do you tip?
Well, I mean, I would, honestly, just really quickly, I would probably take like $2 if it was $7.50 was my tip, you know.
Pretty good. That's 23%.
Yeah, I mean, I try, and that's the problem. Is I want, when I tip, I want to be generous, you know. I don't want to be the person who's like, 75 cents on that, because they've done the math in their head. You know, because you want to be the person that, you know, because I do appreciate, I know that they're probably all underpaid and that kind of thing, so I have the means to do it, I want to do it. But then when it, you know, okay, wait a minute, now I look at things and I get $2 there, but oh my gosh, I have to go down the street and to get my smoothie, and oh, I took $2 to juice it up, and then it just continues.
Well, sure, and there's an etiquette to all of this, and people who look at this kind of thing and comment on it and maybe even study it say that, no, you're doing this service, you're not being held to tip, you feel you are. And if you're guilty for not doing it, if it's not service, I'm saying if it's really good service, it's more than 20 or 23%, maybe not good. But it should be the, it's called a gratuity for a reason, so be gracious about it. Smile, say thanks for this, you gave me a really good, I think, having worked in high school in a restaurant setting, I think a nice word from a customer was always as nice as that tip, but, you know, that's still if you look at the statistics, this going to a lot of these footprints, a lot of those point of purchase units, the things that spin around, it's a we're taking about 16.5% more than we did a year ago. And either it's either because there are more purchases hit there, or people are just feeling more guilty or they're an inflationary sentiment. So,
well, that's, I think that's one of the things is I don't know if I feel guilty necessarily, but I feel obligated. So, you know, I feel like, okay, if they flip that thing around and there is the tip option on it, I should tip. I do like the restaurants that you go to sometimes and you'll be doing takeout. And as they hand you the receipt for you to sign, they put zero in the tip. They physically write zero. And some restaurants do that. And I just think that that's cool. And sometimes then, if there's a tip jar sitting there at the cash register, I'm more apt to put money in. But, yeah, exactly.
And what's more, if you don't, then somebody's going to end up on Twitter saying, Jennifer, some please.
Yeah, exactly. So is there an end to taxation? Are we seeing restaurants feel backlash from consumers who are like, look, I can't hit everybody all the time?
Well, some restaurants say that they are, but at the same time, there are surveys done in September, 1,000 people across the country, and found that more businesses are asking customers to tip as the sort of the operating model tips, right? So if the customers are tipping more, then bosses aren't feeling so much pressure to give their employees a raise. So they kind of like that. They think that the tipping is more of an expected thing than it is a gratuity based on the quality of service.
I worked at a Starbucks in 2000. Starbucks in San Jose. That was very near. So I worked at the radio station in the morning, but I didn't know anybody. I moved to San Jose, got a job working up north, and nothing. I thought, oh, what am I going to do? And I thought, oh, I could work at Starbucks in the afternoon, maybe meet some of the cops and the attorneys and judges. So I worked at the Starbucks near where the courthouse was and the police station was. And it was great. It was a great way to meet them. But on the side, I also learned a lot about shipping and how at that time, at that particular Starbucks, that people did rely on the tip. Because at the end of the week, everybody had to divide the tips up or whatever, and that was a big part of your income. I don't know if that's still the case now, but I could see how any company, whether it's me or Starbucks or whatever, sees that model that you're talking about, where we don't have to give you much more money, we just hope that the tips and stuff for it.
Well, absolutely. Here's another bit of pressure, perhaps, that the wait personnel, the service personnel are looking at. The Internal Revenue Service is working on these plans to make reporting on tips more accurate. The service industry tip compliance agreement, program. It's going to be voluntary, but it is designed to take advantage of things like point of sale machines with clearance to make the tip process more accurate, and so that the wait staff are for the sharing tips in steps.
Well, that's the thing. How many places do you know now that it says cash tip only? And it's like, oh, I see what you guys are doing. I mean, I'm fine with whatever. You want to stir it a little bit, all right, fine. But at the same time, you know what they're doing. So I'm like, well, you're not being very sneaky about it. Just FYI.
Yeah, really.
So, thank you so much. I appreciate it. A wind advisory has been issued for parts of Riverside and San Bernardino counties, including Riverside, Moreno Valley, Rancho Cucamonga, Corona. East winds are 15 to 25 miles an hour. Doesn't sound like much. And then you get the gusts up to 30 miles an hour. Are expected in the Riverside County mountains and valleys and the IE, and this wind advisory will be in effect until 6 tomorrow. Some of the other stories that we're watching in the KFI 24-hour news room this morning, a state assemblyman from LA wants to change California's constitution so prison inmates are allowed to participate in elections. Assembly leader Isaac Ryan introduced the amendment Monday that would restore a felon's right to vote.
You don't take away those rights in the penal system, because democracy thrives when everybody can participate.
Now, if the amendment gets two-thirds support in the state assembly and Senate, it will go to voters as a statewide measure. Vermont, Maine, and the District of Columbia allow everyone full voting rights. Thousands of Disney employees will have to find new work. The British Walt Disney Company says 7,000 jobs are being cut as part of a $5.5 billion cost-cutting effort. CEO Bob Iger announced the cuts yesterday during an earnings call. No details on where the layoffs will be made or how quickly. Iger says the company's organizational structure was being changed, with the company being divided into 3 divisions: business entertainment, ESPN, and parks, experiences, and products. Jeff Lamar, KFI and part of Disneyland will be turning blue tomorrow. Disney CEO Bob Iger has announced during the company's first quarter earnings call there's an avatar experience coming to Disneyland with details to follow. The Disney attraction will apparently be like the flight of passage in Disney World, which opened in 2017. Guests will board the back of a banshee and take an aerial ride around Pandora. The Madonna to be built in Tomorrowland. The second Avatar movie has grossed over $2 billion since it was released in December. 3 more sequels are on the way, with Avatar 3 slated to hit theaters in 2024. Amy King, KFI News. And Tyler, have you been seeing the rumors of speaking of sequels that there could be a Toy Story 5?
friend Rabbi died at the age of 71. His eldest son died 7 years earlier. He knew Rabbi passed the empire to his grandson, 21-year-old Junior Rabbi. It was said that the emperor had wanted the name Judy because her exclusive people was like ministering as a successor. But the emperor's Confucian advisors were against such a move, as it might cause jealousy and resentment with the other sons who were like to civil war. The new emperor, Julian, was described as a foolish young man. He would continue his father's policies of discouraging external influences such as trade, and his Confucian advisors would hold sway in war. Also, he said to inherit his father's
We're going
marriage
to talk more about China's spy program. It doesn't go further than just the balloon. We'll talk with ABC's commentators and analysts right there. So that weather's in KFI is mostly sunny today with highs upper 60s to the low 70s. We do have that wind advisory in effect for the Inland Empire. That includes most of Cameron and Beamer and Riverside County. Today it's going to be warm. We could see highs in that. I think I'm seeing some highs up in the upper 70s. I haven't seen an 80 yet, but we should be right around there. Then way cooler tomorrow into the weekend with clouds and a slight chance of showers all the way through Tuesday. Let's get a look at your drive with KFI and Sky to 5.
Actually, more so than overnote, Susan Luke is going to be voicing some character in Toy Story 5. Because we're going to talk football first, and we're going to bring people back. I love that. That's great. But it's going to get a little bit quiet, or, well, not a little bit quiet, a little bit busy for you out on North South Side of 5 in the coming season in Milwaukee. But it's pretty good from the Woods to so far. That will be circling for you to continue into the down area for Rosemary Boulevard. For the northbound, you'll see the lanes coming in from the Washington, kind of past the Commerce and East LA, passing the 720. The Boyle Heights to downtown on the 101 and the 101 northbound. So we get a little closer for you from before 4 o'clock. This time is going to take for about an hour into 3. KFI and the FedEx 6 are back. There's on the television.
As for Judy, it was customary for the emperor to take a new name.
And now, the top 7 reasons to visit the marketplace of Orlando. Number 7.
Thus, he issued orders for the construction of imperial treasure vault, created ships and warships as vessels, greater
power and enters on the map.
Number 5.
was to show
Really is open.
Number 4.
What's the best barbecue this side of the Mississippi? Number 3. Macaulay's Control Burger is unrivaled, innovative Italian thing.
Number 2.
Sweet things we go for. Sweet treats for the biggest sweet treats.
And the number 1 reason to go to the marketplace of Orlando.
The marketplace is open. It's an elevated all-you-can-eat casino dining experience you shop to try today. The marketplace is open.
Orlando Casino Resort Club. Orlando.
by sending the treasure fleet throughout the region.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got made. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Sandy.com. And with Sandy, you get an HR person starting at $99 per month. I thought this was too big to be true. This is real. Sandy helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, terminations. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Sandy, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager, their phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Sandy.com, I can verify under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Sandy.com, verify under the radio drop-down, and the credit brief. So, SAM, E-E-E, that's SAM, E-E-E, that's Sandy.com. Say that there, don't be stupid, say I want my medical bill, say I want my coverage, I want my money, I want my
The answer is that it's not like anything you've ever seen. And shares and action construction usually began in 1440. She appeared at 7:39 pre-weeks.
And then covers a murky police investigation of who was mixed up vessels and the community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Timber will be shipped
And
in
it's supposed to
the
be
region.
on campus.
Illumination
It's
thousands
not
of
here.
entrepreneurs, makers, and sailmakers and shipwrights came to
Listen to Paper Goat on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Now, the size of these treasure ships was going to be very important and unique because he wanted grandeur, opulence, and luxury. These ships would represent the very essence of luxury. Most of the treasure ships would be massive, 500 feet, 160 feet wide. Some say the ship would be 400 wide and 60 feet long. reference Mr. Keynes' Euro shows.
Visit UKFeed.org or call 833-462-4255. Plus, you got a case to defeat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health.
They have four decks of red cabins for guests. She was brightly painted with pearls adorned with carved animals, dragons, phoenixes, eagles, with dragon eyes. Now, how many of these treasure ships are real? To be honest, we don't really know for sure. So we'll look at it as treasure ships are actually real. It's just
at 640 Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some of the stories we're watching in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rescuers in Turkey and Syria have been clearing more survivors from the rubble of those collapsed buildings after 7.8 magnitude quake this week. But they now say the hopes of finding more people alive are starting to fade. The death toll now is over 16,000. Also, we're keeping an eye on a story out of Orange County. So you have that Orange County public defender, Elliot Blair, who died in Mexico. Authorities there say he was drunk, fell off his balcony. His wife says, no, that's not the case. In fact, he has now told ABC News there's something a little mysterious about this. He and her husband were in a car and were shaken down by cops in Rosarito just hours before Elliot mysteriously died off their balcony. So there's that quick story now. But good morning now to ABC's commentators and analyst Brad Garrett. Well, China's balloon, Brad, is this one that we actually know it's not already because we have the one over Costa Rica, I believe, and other parts of the balloons over other parts of the world from China. So this is just a big Chinese program, like we'll just look at balloons and we'll just see how much information we can get.
I think the short answer is yes. I think there are dozens of them. Do I think they've always been intercepted at some point? Probably. Do they care on a large level? Well, maybe or maybe not. But I think a couple ways to look at this. It's just one of many avenues they use to steal, collect, whatever word you want to use from us, from hacking to satellites to cell phone towers. So, to land purchases. In other words, buying hundreds of acres of farmland near sensitive places, those places where sensitive technology or research is going on. Academics, how many cases have we talked about of folks that have been arrested for working for China that are working on classified things inside the university setting. Of course, they got their own version of 007. None of them look like Daniel Craig, but they really do terrific collection stuff. And honeypot traps. We've also talked about third cases of women luring people in classified positions into a compromising relationship and then forcing them to steal stuff. So it goes on and on. I mean, if you want to put a number on this, in a given year, the estimates are between technology and trade secrets. We're looking at maybe $600 billion dollars a year that they steal from us. That's a fact. But there's a big budget for this country every year. And that's beyond the big deal of money. Absolutely. I mean, those numbers. Staggering. And I know today Congress is going to get the classified briefings this morning on everything about the balloon, how it was taken down, what they found. I think the crews feel like they've picked up most of the debris from the balloon at this point. So they probably know, now what it got or what it had on it, what was on that payload that we saw. But I think that the questionable part is, okay, we saw this one. There was that guy in Montana that saw it take the picture, and then this whole thing blew up. But what about all the ones that we have not seen, or have we just not heard about them? I think that's the other thing I want to know. Does the government know about them, but it's just a big guy in Montana to unveil this one? Do I think they've read publicly? The answer is no. Well, maybe because we've never been that concerned about their what they could particularly collect. If you think about these balloons getting up to maybe 120,000 feet above the earth,
That's a long way out. They can hover for, obviously the weather and wind control this for a period of time. Are they really collecting stuff on the ground, or are they collecting stuff in the atmosphere? In other words, let's just say that they're collecting radio traffic. I'm not talking about you and I talking over the radio. I'm talking about like military jets talking to bases or talking to each other. China collects a lot of information that's not classified because they will be long-term they can use it. Quick example. Let's say there's an up-and-coming politician in California. He's like in his 20s. And they start sort of monitoring his cell phone traffic and what he says or doesn't say. And then someday he becomes president. They will store that stuff for 40 years and then eventually use it. See, they think much more longer term than we do. We're like a 60-second society. They're like a 60-year society. And I think that's one of the reasons that they are so effective in stealing stuff and their ability to know so much about probably each one of us. I mean, they broke into OPM. I'm sure they have information on me because between the military and the FBI, I'm in OPM. So, and that's fine. I could care less. But the point being, it's amazing how much stuff they can steal in any given week. And does it affect the economy? Of course it does. Does it affect jobs? Yes, it does. People may not see it directly, but it really has a significant impact. The question is, what do you do about it? And that is really tough because every one of these sectors, from academics to satellites to land purchases to China's involvement in mergers and acquisitions, it becomes complicated about what you can block, what you can't block, what you know about. I mean, the FBI has stated they have multiple thousands of papers open against the Chinese. It's pretty overwhelming task when you think about it.
And I mean, look, I want to go back to what you said almost in the first part of your statement about kind of playing the long game. I mean, that is one thing, but it's just this practice. Like, we have nothing to lose. We're just going to collect this information, and when the time is right, should we need to use it, boom, we'll put it out there. But when you were talking about stealing information and that they probably have yours, I almost think it would be naive for any of us at this point, no matter how ambiguous our lives are or whatever, to think that somebody doesn't have something on us somewhere, and that it's pretty sure that it could be a foreign government that is one of those somebodies.
There is no doubt of which they could, pull out of a hat at some point tomorrow, and years from tomorrow, and potentially years. And it also gives them behavioral stuff about how we'll react to stuff. And I will tell you, it's not published report, but how they spin stuff in disinformation is also partly by what they collect. They know particular nuanced concepts to it with certain aspects of our population, whether about guns, abortion, Republican, cancer, whatever it might be, and they can spin those clips to agitate people based on partly what they collect.
Oh my gosh. I wish we had more time to talk about this. I know you gotta go, but the whole thing makes me nervous. And then at the same time, I think this has been going on for years. So I probably shouldn't just be getting nervous now. And you're right, we are a 60-second society, so maybe by tomorrow I'll be over it. But I just have to remember it's still out there.
Exactly.
All right, Brad, thanks a million. We'll talk to you.
Okay, see ya.
That's ABC Crime and Terrorism Analyst Brad Grant. Well, we'll be in the news tomorrow. What we got? Oh, yeah, that Chinese balloon thing. Well, probably this. Bulldozers going through all the rubble in Syria. The number of people killed in that magnitude 7.8 earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria has grown to more than 15,000. Rescuers are searching the rubble of those collapsed buildings. That's just 6,000 collapsed buildings in the region. They have been finding survivors, but ABC's Andrew Gimbrick says time is running out.
The first critical 72 hours have now passed. The White Helmet rescue team sending a camera into the rubble, finding a young man pinned down. Carefully chipping away at twisted metal and debris, able to free him and the woman.
He says a family of 4 from New York City died in a place while visiting family in Syria. And I think one of the things that I heard a report last night where one of the rescuers was talking about how the scream for help that they were hearing, they're becoming few and far different. How crazy is that? That he wanted to hear a scream for help. Because that meant there's a survivor. And now, as you start to hear more and more silence, that's a bad thing. The Turkish Cultural Center in Irvine is asking people to drop off supplies for people in Turkey.
The Anatolia Cultural Center is gathering coats, blankets, and other supplies to keep displaced people warm as cold temperatures loom in the region where the earthquake happened. The center's Oxford chief says the quake is sending devastating news for families in Southern California with ties to Turkey. His grandmother. The center is also helping raise money for a nonprofit. The deadline to drop off supplies is Monday. So it's strollers pay it by news.
And Netflix has started to roll out its its new password sharing plan in Canada, New Zealand, Portugal, and Spain. Now, Netflix says an account is intended for one household, and those living outside of a home have to sign up for their own account. Netflix users will have to set a primary location to watch, but they will still be able to stream on their account while they're traveling. All right, when we come back, there was a story that I talked about last week, and Michelle was able to track this story down for me. Remember where I said Riverside County was looking for volunteers to help them with animals that were displaced during a disaster? So this could be a flood, this could be a fire, that kind of thing. These are wild animals, but they have to go somewhere. Some of them are sick, some of them are injured, some of them don't have homes to go to anymore because of these natural disasters. Riverside County is looking for you to help them out. Maybe me. I would love to be part of this program. We'll talk more about that in just a second. Let's get a look at your drive on the 105.
We need to do it right now. Then it's supposed to make way through the downey area, starting around the 605 out of Milwaukee Station. As we continue beyond the 710 and the 110 out of Peru and Linwood and South LA. We're south in Fort Franklin Boulevard, going to be a 50 drive for you there. 105 out of 91 west, and also to 105 west. Actually, it's left you turn off the 605 out of the 710 and the drive for the 110. No times out of the 405. Starting to get busy before you come. Areas, those on Global Boulevard, for the route area. Further north, I'm closing in for you out of Parsons and Torrance from before the 110. You can sort of about western KFI and the Giants keep their factors. I'm calling you, attention, Southern California, another massive rate increase. To grow your energy independence from the utility company. If you've ever thought about going solar, you must go solar right now. You can go solar with Semper Solar, your local and veteran-owned solar contractor. They'll get the job done with a free decor and honor. Imagine no money out of pocket and no payments until 2024. That's no utility bill and no payments all year. Keep your money in your pocket and go solar American style with Semper Solar. Worried about blackouts? Tesla Powerwall and Enphase batteries are in stock. Call 877-211-5591. Not sure about your roof? Semper's an Owens Corning Platinum preferred contractor. Upgrade to Owens Corning 50-year warranty for free. Grab the 30% solar federal tax credit. $500 downloadable coupons, $500 off of military and first responders. Plus, 0 down, 0% interest and 0 payments until 2024. For all others, call 877-211-5591 or visit SemperSolaris.com. This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies. Dell Technologies President's Day Business Event starts now. And savings on select performance PCs powered by 12-gen Intel Core processors. Plus savings on essential accessories and free shipping. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-X-DELL. This is Doug Allen. Here's what's trending for the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by DraftKings Sportsbook. The NBA trade deadline is today, but a blockbuster went down late last night. The Suns landed Kevin Durant from the Nets. This days after Brooklyn traded Kyrie Irving to the Mavericks. The Lakers did a three-peat deal with the T-Wolves and Jazz. They got D'Angelo Russell from Minnesota and Malik Beasley and Jared Vanderbilt from Utah. LA sent Russell Westbrook and a first round to the Jazz, but Utah expected to buy Westbrook out. I'm a super
DraftKings Sportsbook is an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app today and use code SPORTS for a special offer when you sign up. That's code SPORTS only at DraftKings Sportsbook.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. When I set out to build our firm, it was built for greatness. It was built for you. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. Today, Morgan & Morgan has more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. If you or anyone in your family has been injured, call America's largest injury law firm. Call Morgan & Morgan. ForThePeople.com. Visit ForThePeople.com for an offer near you. We ask seniors how to prevent Medicare scams. If you get a phone call, do not talk to the person. Never give out your Medicare number. They're going to get your number put in a false bank. Just enough. How do you detect Medicare fraud? Just like I check my credit card statement, I check my Medicare statement monthly. If you get your statement and you see something that you know you should not have done, you report it. Call the Human Account Control. To report Medicare fraud, call 855-613-7080. If your business has 5 or more employees and manage to survive COVID, you could be eligible to receive a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. That's real money. It's not a lot either. It's a refund of your taxes. The kids are getting their payments. Complicated, lots of red tape. So let me suggest going to GetRefunders.com. Their team of tax attorneys are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $1 billion to businesses. And it can probably help you too. No charge up front, they share a percentage of the cash that they get for you. And businesses of all types can qualify, including those that take PPP money and nonprofits. Even if you have increases in sales, you can qualify. To find out if your business does qualify, go to GetRefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, answer a few questions, they start to work. GetRefunds.com. That's GetRefunds.com. On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for music, radio, and podcast. Will be recorded. Preservatives, you're going to live longer. It's heavier for you. No preservatives will kill you. That's a way to find wireless preservatives. If there is, because he hopped up on stale brand Twinkies this morning. You're sure the preservatives have affected his brain this morning. What's going on? They'll handle live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. I would like to clarify a statement that I made in that promo. The preservatives did not affect his brain as such. Well, what's in the long-term effects? Yeah, of preservative consumption on a daily basis. If only we had done this in partnership with a university out there. And we look like it's like when they put the, they put the McDonald's burger in one of those flashes. Yeah. Watch it for years. We've been doing that for like 30 minutes. Yeah, and we'll do it more. Coming up at 6:05. We'll on the news. Start back. Hey, Tyler. Morning, Tyler. I never say good morning to you. Oh, no. So rude. It ain't like wait a whole hour to say good morning. Well, I'm glad you're here, and Michelle is here, and this is your way to follow up Justice Jones. Please, rescuers in Turkey and Syria have been pulling more survivors from the rubble of collapsed buildings, but they say the hopes of finding more people alive are starting to fade. More than 15,000 people so far have been killed in that place. We got a wind advisory issued for parts of Riverside and San Bernardino counties, including Riverside, Moreno Valley, Corona, and Rancho Cucamonga. East winds of 15 to 25 miles an hour. That will punish you too, but it's the gusts of up to 50 miles an hour that really smack the Inland Empire. And let's continue there now, and we're going to say good morning to John Sitzler, who is commander of field services in the county of Josh. Josh Sitzler, who is the commander of field services in the county of Riverside. And Josh, good morning to you. When I heard your story, there's three for you guys asking for volunteers to help you with animals that were displaced during fires. I thought, oh my gosh, this is the best story because I really would like to do it myself. I'd love to be one of your volunteers. But I've always wondered what happens to those animals during natural disasters. So thank you for your time this morning. Well, thank you for having me and thank you for this opportunity to speak about yours. We would get to this for any time to come out and be a volunteer and be certified to our program. So we do have large-scale evacuations with many different disasters and events, and with two coordinated efforts and good-hearted people who wish to volunteer, they come to be certified and become legitimately a part of our team in evacuating animals in times of need. So when we do evacuate, we bring the animals to our shelters unless there's such a large scale where we would have to go to large animal evacuation site. So that's pretty much in a nutshell what the whole program is about.
Okay, so
helping animals.
in which that's sort of become my thing in life. And I would have said if you'd asked me, 25 years ago, that would be my thing. I probably would have said, like, what? No. And now I can't get enough of rescuing animals and doing whatever I can. Usually it's dogs and cats and that sort of thing. And I'll work with shelters around Southern California. But I've never really done anything on this avenue, and I think that's why it's so intriguing to me. When you're saying you need volunteers, and I think of the animals that are going to have to run if there's a fire. So we're talking, whatever, everything from the rabbits to the coyotes to the mountain lions to the deer to the birds in the area. If you're one of these volunteers, what might you be asked to take in or take care of?
Well, pretty much everything under the sun that we can help and assist. We mainly use gears for large evacuations of livestock. So it could be pigs, goats, chickens, horses, cows, you name it. You mentioned the wild animals. They have the ability and tendency to fight or flight. So they're typically running. These other animals are contained in some way or another, so it's up to us and the volunteers to go and help and assist evacuate them. So it's large scale. We could be doing hundreds of horses from an area that the fire is affected, or was affected.
So if you're somebody who just lives in a normal house, you're not somebody who maybe lives in Norco and has the ability to take in some of those horses or cows or something like that, or you just live in a normal, regular old neighborhood, you don't have that big of a backyard, what kinds of ways could you help out? Can you tell that I'm asking for myself in this question?
So I don't know that your profit would be necessary, but your ability to assist would be greatly appreciated in many different ways. There's paperwork that has to be done in coordination and communication and assistance with everything that goes on in the operation. So it's not just handling the animals, it's the kind-hearted people that wish to volunteer and become certified to assist with everything else that goes along with impounding and transporting animals, moving those animals. It could be watering, feeding, taking care of, cleaning animals. So the group just doesn't go and evacuate and transport. They stay with us through the day and really making sure that everything is taken care of.
All right, Josh, I'm convinced I'm in. So I will be there. I'm coming Saturday, February 25th to your academy. I'm in. So tell people where I will be, I guess, next Saturday.
So if people are interested, on our website, rcbas.org, under volunteers, you'll find that careers application. It gives you information. It will be at 6851 Van Buren Boulevard in the city of Palusa Valley, California. We have a new member academy from 9 to 5 on, as you said, Saturday, February 25th.
All right, I'm serious. No, I'm serious. I'm actually, I logged on right as you were giving the address. I was typing it in, so I see right there, Riverside County Department of Animal Services, become a volunteer. I will do the login in the commercial break.
That is so amazing. I look forward to it.
I look forward to it too, Josh. This is something I've never done before, and I always wondered what happens. You always hear, okay, so large animals can be evacuated to this fairground or this whatever. But I never really thought about all that goes into it. And even like you said, even just the paperwork or the helping of getting, the animal from point A to point B, that kind of thing. I want to be a part of that. So I will see you next Saturday.
Thank you so much, Jennifer. I really appreciate it.
You are welcome, Josh. All right, see you then. Have a great afternoon.
Okay.
Bye.
You too.
Thanks. But anyway, I'm curious. RTDAS.org/volunteer. Who's doing it with me? Come on, this is cool. You know that I always do stuff for, like I said, the dogs and cats, and that's my thing. But let's extend it. I mean, you know, I grew up on, I don't know if it was a ranch farm, that's how it was, but we just had everything. Cows, horses, terabytes, chickens, and pigs, and a little bit of everything. And sheep, goats, but I never thought what happened to them when there were big fires. You know, we used to have, if there was a fire in our area, thankfully, it usually was just like a family thing. We would load up the animals, and, you know, we had the trailers and stuff for it, so we just those and everybody would go on their merry way. You'd go to whoever's house wasn't being affected. But what if you're not that person? What if you don't have those resources at the ready? Or what if your entire family is impacted? Now you all have to get all that out. I'm doing it. RTGAS.org/volunteers. Next Saturday, I'll see you there. KFI KOST HD2, Los Angeles, Orange County. Your SoCal weather from KFI. Sunny today, a little bit warmer than yesterday. I can't get rid of the fog. Highs will be in the upper 70s. I don't know. Tyler's looking at me like, what the hell's going on there? I have no idea. I'm just going to end it here with Nick Talia singing Go to Him and just more coffee.
So for the going northbound through South LA, and you're still going right now, as you come away from Manchester, that'll be good for the 10 St. Monica Freeway, the westbound side of the 10 St. Monica Freeway, coming off the 60 westbound. For this part, that could will bring that from downtown mid-city into almost west LA to the 405. But too busy for your drive, and it's good to come here showing you downtown, so getting yourself on Keyword. And stay by traffic. On the southbound side of the 405, Mission Hill about the 118 after the sun for you to continue to spoke back toward Kent. Then to your return to from the northbound 405, still going in Long Beach as you come away from Palo Verde, continuing towards Cherry, still for the northbound off the 110 and coming out of the first Ridge Point, as well as Longdale for Hopland Boulevard, which is better for you drive further northbound. Westbound one along the 105 tax for you from before Lakewood Boulevard, and that does remain the case as you continue towards Crenshaw Boulevard, and then you will you're also in the Bellflower, from before Bellflower Boulevard, down the 710 short of Alameda Street. It looks like that'll be busy for your drive. Heading to Orange County, still relatively quiet with the exception of the 405 and the 545 southbound. Busy for you, Scott, that's good reference down for the drive at Huntington Beach. As you come away from Westminster Boulevard, so Boulevard definitely still heavy for your drive there. Southbound on the especially 5% of 22 splits to the 55 slow line as well. Okay, finding the side of get there faster. I'm Nick Talia.
You need a good night's sleep more than ever. I mean, that's sort of critical for all of us. So let me tell you about the Sleep Number 360 Smart Bed. This is pretty quality. This does make a difference in the next day and every day thereafter. You customize just each side of the bed to your firmest comfort level. That's your sleep number. Mine has to be 100. I like to get a firm mattress. And if I don't get a good night's sleep, I'm not a happy camper. I'll take you as friends and I have any co-workers. The Ultimate Sleep Number event is going on now through the 27th. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add an adjustable base. That one ends Monday, February 13th. You'll only find these beds at Sleep Number stores or at sleepnumber.com, and there are 30 stores in Southern California, including Glendale, Huntington Beach, Irvine Spectrum, Valencia. Sleep Number, the official sleep and wellness partner of the LA Rams. Visit sleepnumber.com. It can be dangerous or easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers? Nope. Oh no. You've been stolen. My top priority is to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work for yourself. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can take up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Hey, y'all, the majority of things really free time for some change to home, but when it comes to finding just the right appliances, including hard to find appliances, even in my secret weapon, WEP, which
and faster. No one has more in stock and hard-to-find appliances than WDC. So to get that kitchen and bath done right, you're going to need more than just an appliance store. You need the experts I've trusted for years, WDC. Find the one nearest you at WDCappliances.com. WDCappliances.com.
Legal representation can change the direction of your life. If you've been injured, 888-OPO-WIN. KFI AM 640.
The news, what it is, why it matters.
Wemby succeeded by its
You can buy a really good pair of socks for pretty cheap. Yes, you can.
26 years
And
old,
now,
described as a
So on the news, ladies and gentlemen, here's Bill Handel.
KFI AM 640, Bill Handel here on a Thursday morning, February 9th. Good morning, everybody. And here we go, another day, starting off, bad news. Jennifer just told me just before we went on the air, the official count reported by the AG just a couple of seconds ago.
Yep.
What, 17,300? 19,300. We'll talk more about that a little bit later on. That is. All right, let me say just a quick hello to one and all. Jennifer, good morning. And Wayne, good morning. Good morning. And there you are. And we got Michelle here. Good morning. And we've got Tyler here. Good morning. Good morning, Bill. Okay, that's everybody. That's for sure. Before we get started, I want to just have a little bit of fun before we get into the stuff that's not Super Bowl, that's fun. I'm going to talk about commercials later on. And we've got Jason Middleton and Mo Kelly here today. We're a full board. And that is in our Lenswood, where it's our little 7-Eleven, where you go in and, well, it's not really the honor system. You have to scan whatever you get. So they have added those frozen dinners, like lean cuisine, or and this small single size, you put it in the microwave for 3 minutes and they're done. So they have one that I haven't seen before. It's something called Evo, and there is what looks very nice steak and vegetables, which is pretty good. And across the whole top is carbon neutral. Now I'm thinking for a moment, the carbon neutral steak dinner. Did they remove the charcoal? And I don't know the answer to that. But have you ever thought of carbon neutral frozen food?
Do they mean the coffee thing, or do they mean?
I don't know. See, I have immediately went to the filtered charcoal. Just weird stuff. Okay. No, it's their whole product line. Their whole existence is carbon neutral. And what we don't know is it carbon neutral because they have found these amazing ways to make these frozen dinners? Without carbon? Well, is it carbon neutral because they, and I don't know the answer, so I'm not accusing them of anything. Is it carbon neutral because they purchased carbon offset? Oh, good point. And it's a carbon neutral because they don't really use steak. That they just call it steak. Here's what it is. For any emissions that their products produce, they support equivalent renewable wind energy and forest conservation.
Okay, they support it, but do they know for sure?
That's a good question. And do they, is part of the equation the emissions from the cows, from the beef itself, as far as from the cow parts? Yeah. All right. He's the CEO of Evol and Austin Commission. All right. I think we're sort of done on that one. What do you think? Yeah, I think so too. All right, guys. Let's just do it. Handle it on the news on this Thursday morning. Jennifer, Wayne, me. Restart. And before we get to the turkey serious story, there's a spin on the Orange County defense lawyer Elliot Blair. He fell or jumped or was pushed off of the balcony goes near the beach. We are now being told by the family and a source, that mentioned sources, that they were stopped by the police a couple of hours before the incident, or before they went back to their hotel and were extorted.
Okay, I've got the source. The source is the wife.
Okay.
The wife, here's what she told ABC News. When she and her husband were driving back to the resort last month, they got pulled over by cops in Rosarito.
Elliot saw it and quickly frowned, showed him his work badge, and said, "Look, we're attorneys."
Now, she claims that the cops made them pay $160, and the cops knew where they were staying because they told them. Like, hey, we're staying over here, we're attorneys for the U.S., so they were trying to, plead their case.
Cops extorting people, I mean, it happens all the time in Mexico. The few times that I went to Mexico, I got tagged. And just gave them a what I did was a lot of years ago, just handed them a $20 bill, and here's my fine, is that okay? Yes, we'll let you go, that's your fine. Okay. Here, the claim is $160, everything they had. Believable. I mean, I can see that. But cops following them and then going and throwing them off or crying, I think it's a stretch. It may very well have happened, but wouldn't it be easier for the cops to wait for the next Americans to go down the road and grab them as opposed to following them, going into the Rosarito Beach Hotel? I'm sure there are witnesses there after pending an investigation. So I don't know the answer. And then the autopsy, has the body been returned?
Yes, the family has done a private autopsy.
And there is no incident. Remember the gunshot wound to the head? The family said, I think either did or might have happened. I mean, we're not getting a whole lot of information here. But there's a lot of this has gone poorly. A lot of this doesn't make a lot of sense. And I question it. Now, it happened. I have no idea. But $150 is a hell of a hit. Well, they wanted more. Yeah. Well, I asked for more than $160. I know, but all they had or all they really had. But I think that, you come up with $160, do you have happy cops? I don't know the answer. Just the story is just there's too many holes in it. Really bad.
There's not enough info to do anything except wildly speculate.
Right, you're right.
You could choose to say, they were coming back from a restaurant. If it's true, and if it's the wife giving the information, they rolled through a stop sign. Was he drunk?
Right, there's that.
If he was drunk, then it's believable later he fell off of a balcony. On the other hand, he pulled out his ID and said, "We're attorneys." So did he give those cops attitude? If so, it's possible they decided to teach him a lesson.
Take a break. We'll come back. We'll do more info on the news. Jennifer, the 24-hour AFI news.
Congress will get those classified briefings this morning on the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down off the coast of South Carolina. For the first time ever, the military flyover for the start of the Super Bowl will have all female pilots. It's a historic female flyover to honor 50 years of women in U.S. naval aviation. And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is standing up to the league's officials and said he doesn't believe officiating in the NFL has ever been better when he was talking about Super Bowl week at a news conference yesterday. We're going to look at your drive with BKFI in the sky in just a moment.
All right, let's, you've decided to pull some money out of your house. And you got a ton of equity in there, so are you going to wait? Are you waiting to sell it, for example? Are you going to wait to pull the money out? Is the house going to be worth more money next year? No. Values are actually declining, and it's going to be more difficult. So they decide to pull the trigger. So you need $75,000 or more pulled out of your house. HMS Capital can help you borrow that money and use whatever you want. Consolidating debt, home improvements, whatever. HMS Capital. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital, and I'm a big fan, obviously. No appraisal, credit report fees. I've done 2 mortgages, and I think they're that good. Call 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Sunny and warm today with highs in the mid to upper 70s. This report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Let's get a look at your drive with EKFI in the sky. It's low on 405.
Small little pass for getting sent to actually continue ahead into Sunset and West LA. North on the 405. Going to be back overall for you now along the Victor Midway. The West LA area. Also starting to get busier for you as it makes way along the 91. West on side, Riverside is flowing in the drill. It'll be still going slow the drive right now from before Lost here. As you make way toward the 241 toll road, KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm in telling you.
Prime members, start your love affair at Whole Foods Market. A double dozen bunch of roses is only $24.99 through February 14th. Head in-store for all your delicious desires. Walk by block. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. This report is sponsored by WaterHeatersOnly.com. Who pays 0% APR financing for water heaters? Water Heaters Only. That's true. Visit WaterHeatersOnly.com to apply for quick, easy financing. Plus, get the lowest prices on water heater replacements. WaterHeatersOnly.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Southern California Edison wants you to know that downed wires are dangerous, and that you should never stick the water in the ear of downed wire because they could be electrified. Stay away and call 911. Stay alert, stay safe, learn more at svv.com/stay-safe. When we are new technicians of service champions, we always ask, will I trust this person to show up on my mother's doorstep? Leland Smith here, founder of Service Champions on TV and NAC. If a technician doesn't pass the mother's doorstep test, they'll never make it to your house. Applicants have to look clean and professional, and have to be kind and polite, and they have to treat people with respect. They have to pass the background check and the drug test. When they do show up, they'll be wearing a clean uniform and a company ID. They'll wear shift covers in your home and clean up after they leave. You're going to love your Service Champions technician, because I flat out guarantee you, if I was sending them to my mother's doorstep, I would never send them to yours. Our number is 833-777-7777, or find us online at ServiceChampions.com.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Spring should be here soon to start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Drop down 250 and say SolarMax to SolarMaxTech.com.
And now for today's Roblox Winter Weather Alert. iHeartLand on Roblox has been walled by a winter snowstorm. It is a winter wonderland. You can now ice skate at State Farm Park. In State Farm Neighborhood, you can compete in snowball fights, grab a hot cocoa and cookies, and more. There's also special events from your favorite artists and podcasters all month, along with scavenger hunts, exclusive content, and unique items. So enjoy the best of winter weather at iHeartLand on Roblox at the iHeartRadio.com/iHeartLand today. The AI search wars are heating up thanks to ChatGPT. This week, Google put on Bard, its next generation AI search engine, and Microsoft unveiled the new thing, which, you guessed it, uses AI for search. We'll take a look at how they compare. Rich on Tech with Rich Figueroa. Saturday morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here. It's Thursday. We are all together on Wednesday. I don't know why I'm so excited. I just wanted to say something super excited. All right, before we go on with people on the news, let's tell you how you can get it. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Bonus. That's bonus, BONUS. Enter it now at AFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. 5200 or sweetjames.com. And I want to tell you, you do not text that keyword. If you do, you're done. You have to enter the keyword online at kfiam640.com/cash. Winners are notified only by email, so check out your email. Also check your spam and or junk folder to see if you've won. Continue listening as we do this every hour, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. Back to go to handle of the news, Jennifer Wayne. You angling for a group hug? Well, I just, for some, I think I'm running a camper. Something just came over me, and I realized very quickly. No, wait, that's not. Now, tell us about it. Really, I really don't. How is it annoying? No, you know what? You're irrelevant. Wow. I know. Moving on to this is serious.
It's heartbreaking, and I know, Kendall, when this all started, you were talking about going up like thousands, you know, on the hour almost, and that's the case this morning. When I got here, it was 17,000 plus people that had been killed in the earthquake in Turkey and Syria, but now it is 19,300, and again, 6,000 buildings collapsed.
With that being said, it's even worse than it's being hated. But I mean, it's being reported, obviously, getting the number of dead people that they are finding. But the number of people that they have pulled out, that's really true. That, unfortunately, is the stuff that those people are relatively easy to pull out. All of those people under that debris, there is going to be weeks, months, and this is a number so crazy. I mean, look at this. These are all both public buildings. They don't have empty apartments that they're renting. They have big families, extended families, and thousands of buildings come down. Can you imagine the numbers? It's going to go up. We talked about this yesterday. By the tens of thousands, we're going to see. And they're going to be discovering this as, debris fields can take months to pull out. I mean, there are still places that have been bombed in Ukraine, for example, that have been sitting there for, over a year, and they haven't been able to undo the debris.
I saw a report too, I think it was on Fox, that said one of the issues now that rescuers are having is fuel. They can't get fuel in there to power some of the heavy equipment that's being used to pull the rubble off. So there's a fuel shortage now in the region. And this guy, a natural hazards expert in the story, says the survival ratio on average from a natural disaster after 24 hours, 74%.
Oh, yeah. And
after 72 hours, 22%, and by day 5, 6%.
Well, and I assume that doesn't count the fact that it's sub-zero temperatures, and no one had warm clothing or surviving clothing. They were in their nightsuits. It's although a lot of blankets. Sorry, I mean, it's crazy. All right, let's just move on.
Well, a lawsuit has another county sheriff's deputy claiming that he was verbally harassed and then physically harassed and attacked for failing to join a new gang of sheriff's deputies at the East LA station, not the Banditos, some new unnamed gang that would have been forming about, 14, 15 months ago, according to the timeline of this lawsuit. And this deputy says that it started with getting yelled at for not joining this new gang, and then having his arm slammed into a computer so hard he had to get medical care, and then getting smacked and hit in the chest. And so he's suing the department for this problem that has plagued multiple sheriff's administrations.
Michelle, let's see if we can get his name in the next couple of days. See what kind of information he has on this, because he's as connected as anybody I know to the sheriff's department. All of them.
Heartbreaking testimony yesterday from a vice principal of Anthony Avila. It was in 2018 that the 10-year-old, she says, went to her and reported abuse by his mother. Now, Anthony Avila, who was eventually tortured and killed allegedly by his mom and her live-in boyfriend, the vice principal told the jury yesterday that the little boy came to her and said that he was being abused, as were his half siblings, that they were living with his aunt at the time. And then Anthony Avalos eventually went and lived with his mother because, according to the aunt, the mother said she needed the kids to live with her so that she could get the benefits for them, and that every time she had a baby, those benefits went.
Tell you the heartbreak of this one is that children's services are up to their eyeballs allowing those kids that way. They're allowing them back. Remember the Daniel Fernandez story, Gabriel Fernandez story 10 years ago? Those employees of Child Protective Services are still there. And no one's going to get fired on this one.
If the vice principal says I left a message on the hotline, I call.
Doesn't matter. It's insane.
Well, Thursday's story of kids getting sick at school comes courtesy of the Sherman Oaks Center for Enriched Studies, which is in Tarzana, interestingly, where 7 children were treated yesterday with mild symptoms of distress. 5 of them did go to the hospital. Everybody's fine. But they're still trying to figure out exactly what happened. Officials say they might have come into contact with marijuana or some sort of CBD substance.
You get a lot of those. Older people, over 65, increase in medical problems. I think that's just a cost portion with this. Cannabis, brownies, a big one is the gummies. I don't know if you've ever had one. What I have. I get cannabis, get on my sleep. And it is, it's gummy. You can't tell the difference. I mean, they don't smell, they don't know. Not even a little bit. They smell like gummies. Of course, I don't know if, on the one they asked, I don't have to say smell, cocaine business, I did, there's that, so I can't smell anything but I feel that. They just look and taste and smell just like a regular gum. All right, we're done. Let's take a break, actually. Check in with it. So, please, live, 524 hour news.
Family and friends are mourning the death of a woman killed in a high-speed crash in Lake Balboa. The woman was on her way to work early yesterday when the driver of a Corvette ran a red light with Victory in Balboa and hit her. Police say the driver was going 100 miles an hour. This woman tells NBC4, the woman killed was her best friend for 30 years.
Poor kid, so what are you explaining to children?
Corvette split in two, and half of it ended up in a shopping center. The driver died at the hospital. A passenger is in critical condition. News is brought to you by Semper Solera. A state assembly member from LA wants to change California's constitution so prison inmates are allowed to participate in elections. Assembly member Isaac Bryan introduced the amendment Monday that would restore a felon's right to vote.
You don't strip away those rights in the penal system because democracy thrives for everybody to participate.
If the amendment gets 2/3 support in state assembly and Senate, it'll go to voters as a statewide measure. Vermont, Maine, and the District of Columbia allow everyone full voting rights. Huntington Beach has received the first of 3 new police helicopters purchased for $10 million. Pilot Officer Jack Paholsky says the air support unit covers Huntington Beach, Irvine, Newport Beach, and Costa Mesa.
We're proactive out of a 10-hour shift. They want us to be in the air for 5 of those. We're looking for the same thing that Officer Golkar is looking for. Things that look out of the ordinary.
HPTV says 3 new helicopters have increased cruise speed, better handling, and lower operating costs. 2 other helicopters are expected to be delivered in the next few months. People pulling pranks at sushi restaurants in Japan have been labeled sushi terrorists. Conveyors at sushi restaurants have been around for years to recently people have been pulling pranks to disrupt investors for little raw. Last week, a video went viral when a guy at popular sushi chain, Ichiro, licked his fingers and touched all the sushi that rolled by. Shares fell on 5 to 10 minutes. Another guy was spotted putting a copy on the sushi. Solutions vanish from putting pictures on plates instead of actual sushi, then customers have to order what they want. Others are turning to cameras and watching customers to make sure they don't mess with their sushi.
KFIU, and COVID has hurdled the oldest cheese shop in America.
The owner of Labor Dairy in New York City's Little Italy says he's closing its doors for the final time at the end of the month. Guarantees that since opening in 1892, Aleva survived 9/11, 2 world wars, and another pandemic near the beginning of the 20th century, but it couldn't make it through the COVID-19 pandemic and the current $24,000 a month rent. King says it'll be gone from its current location March 1st, but he's committed to opening a new shop still in Little Italy that will survive another 130 years. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
We're going to look at your drive through the San Fernando Valley in just a moment, but first, it's sports with Wayne.
The Clippers lost to the Dallas Mavericks 110-104 in the Mavs' first game with Kyrie Irving. Meanwhile, the other Brooklyn Nets superstar trade situation has ended with Kevin Durant going to the Phoenix Suns. The Lakers took the Milwaukee Bucks at 7 and catch the big game this Sunday with Philadelphia against Kansas City. Cubs begins at 11. Kickoff at 3:30 on your home of the big game, AM 570 LA Sports. Brought to you by the Ford F-150, which combines toughness and intelligence. Test drive one at your local Southern California Ford dealership today. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports. Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Now, there's no question that termites can be destructive, but let me tell you how much damage they actually can do to a home. Termites cause more property damage every year than thunderstorms, blizzards, earthquakes, floods combined. Termite damage may not even be covered by your home insurance, probably isn't, which means you get to pay the bill. Pacific Coast Termite, and I suggest that phone call is 100 Pacific. Even if you don't have termites, it's still worth a phone call because they'll come out with free home inspection, search restrictions, apply, and tell you. Yeah, you don't, great news, what you do is grab them early because they start making them. And they do this without thinking. No double bagging your food, no pet sitting. I've been there, you don't want to be there. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com. Pacific Coast Termite.
Showtime weather from KFI. We've got a sunny, warm day ahead. Has to be in the mid to upper 70s. And we've got a change starting tomorrow. The temperatures are going to cool back down into the 60s. For the weekend, we'll stay cool in the 60s. More clouds may come in as well. And starting tomorrow night, we've got a chance of showers that last all the way through Tuesday. 42 right now in Dana Point, 44 in Orange. Let's take a look at the drive through the San Fernando Valley. Jeff Bob, good morning.
Good morning to you if you're driving on there. It's turn your time and going for the drive. Hey, everything's pretty good. No news about the 21 to the 405. I just down 405 out of town. The Gulf City. We got down out of the airport just a few minutes ago. The 116, the 134, and the same all of that is good. Now, if you pick up the California 1 Hollywood Freeway, you can find that. Everyone, be careful as you get off at Columbia. There was an overnight fire, a triple fire, and you saw a traffic control on Yucca, which is just east of Columbia. That's right around there, the capital X's. So just be careful. And right now, as I'm speaking to you, we started a problem here northbound on the 101 Hollywood Freeway, just as Silver Lake. As a matter of fact, Neil Staker, if you're on your way to Chicago, this is going to impact you. And don't put on Silver Lake. The right name is Block C Freeway Service Control. You can use your help here. There's a couple of cars, a couple of drivers around. And it's affecting the Silver Lake on-ramp to the North 101. It makes it very difficult to merge, so just be careful. It's back up to the 4 level, actually, right now. So far, so good to the southbound drive, though. I think you'll be okay. So don't go away. Jeff AFI in the sky.
The Gold 50 leaderboard continues to give everything everywhere all at once to help you lead in the race for Best Picture. The Best Actor is still up for grabs, with extras teetering between Austin Butler and Brendan Fraser. Meanwhile, Variety's King Davis with Colin Farrell is supposedly advantage at the upcoming taxes on February 19th. And time back to the Best Screenplay category, historically the films that win the Golden Globe are winning out. So history repeats itself. That honor would go to the Banshees of Inisherin. And lastly, a good back to Viola Davis, who achieved the coveted EGOT status after her recent Grammy win for the narration of her memoir, Finding Me.
Davis is the 18th EGOT winner in Hollywood history. I'm Ellen Page. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University, ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit vanguard.edu to learn more.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules.
Every year you vow to get healthier, and yet you still drink 8 to 10 glasses of tap water a day. What chemicals are you putting in your body? Stop worrying and get a Puritan Water full house water filtration and conditioning system. Right now, zero down and just $49 a month. Better than bottled water. Puritan filters, conditions, softens, details, and purifies. Plus, free installation and free lifetime service. So, you'll never have to pay for a service call again as long as you own your system. Because with Puritan, you're not a customer, you're a partner for life. And right now, Puritan comes with a free 6-stage reverse osmosis alkaline purification system, eliminating hard water spots on your shower for good. Get the Puritan whole house water system for just $49 a month, and you never have to worry. If you're serious about getting healthy, do what I did. Call 844-80-WATER, 844-80-WATER, or PUR, again, water.com. That's PuritanWater.com, PuritanWater.com. This President's Day, don't miss Fit and Tape's Hail to the Cheap sale. Don't you mean Hail to the Cheap, Larry? Number one, Hail to the Cheap, with over 60% off the best brands. Over 50% off? It's more like a Hail to the Cheap sale, because you're stealing every penny of profit. But early, during Fit and Tape's President's Sale, we'll make it just more affordable. Because with your good credit, buy today and you're interest-free for 36 months. On purchase of about $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment is 10% down. Plus save $500 on temporary adjustable sets. And save up to $900 on Beauty Rest Flash. Let's just call it the Hail to the Fleet sale. Why Hail to the Fleet? Because these discounts are going to make me lose my... You're killing me, Larry. So this President's Sale, save over 50% off and stay interest-free for 36 months. So it's Hail to the Cheap sale. Couldn't think of being anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free.
Dennis Dillon RV, DVRV.com. Season kickoff RV show is on now. Refrigerator starting at $19.99. Motorhome starting at $49.99. Zero down deliveries and no payments till spring. DVRV.com with a 405 to 22 Westminster. This is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
Water damage, fire damage, HaveTheirGas.com.
KFIAM 640 stimulating talk. KFIAM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here, Morning Crew. Let's continue with Handel on the news. Jennifer Wayne's me.
So you had, sorry, get this over here, a 4.9 million Fabuloso bottles. I have to admit, this is one of my favorite smelling, like, mop cleaners or, floor cleaners or whatever, that are recalled over the risk of bacteria contamination. I guess there was some additive that wasn't put in the certain bottles, and so that meant that these levels were able to grow with certain bacteria. And they say that really, if you inhale it, that if you have a compromised immune system, that you would be the one who is possibly at risk of it. But just get rid of them.
Yeah, they recalled this billion of these million tons. But I have a question. Yeah. And maybe you scientific maidens can answer the question. If it's a cleaning product that kills bacteria on the surface, right, on contact, how does bacteria survive in the bottle of the cleaning product and become dangerous? What am I missing here?
Well, I don't claim that I know this for a fact, but I'm going to guess that Fabuloso is an all-purpose cleaner that does not claim to be a disinfectant. But have you I'm correct. Thank you. No, I measured for mine. Hang on. Again, can you have an all-purpose you have an all-purpose cleaner that does not touch bacteria? I guess you can. Yes. Okay. All right. It does not have. There are all kinds of cleaners that have no antibacterial properties, and in fact, Fabuloso, which is a good product. Yes, it's a good product. The regular fabuloso concentrate, which is what they're talking about, does not claim to have antibacterial properties. They do sell a different version that is antibacterial. Okay, but like soap, non-antibacterial soap kills bacteria. No, non-bacterial soap mechanically removes bacteria. Does not kill it. Through the operation of its precipitates. Wow. By the way, you are, so there you are. Pull the dirt and the germs away. Question answer down to 6. Question answer. No, Dr. Jim Peter. Yeah, no, Dr. Close. Depends on Johnson. Okay, good for you. I believe. Hey, so Cal State Fullerton was put on high alert after they thought someone may have made a threat against the campus, but it turns out all it was a student overly excited about a Nintendo event. The student emailed one of their professors asking the professors to cancel class the next day because of a once-in-a-lifetime event. And that canceling the class would be for the good of humanity. What they were talking about was a live stream by Nintendo where they were announcing different games that are coming out for Nintendo Switch. And that event was yesterday. The email went out Tuesday. The campus went on high alert. The Fullerton University Cal State Fullerton Police Department investigated. They determined there was no threat, and that this is what this kid was talking about. And campus attendance was fairly light yesterday. They don't know if that's because some people heard there might have been a threat to stay away, or that's how many Nintendo players they have at Cal State Fullerton. I think there's a little sensitivity there. Here's a piece of advice. If you ever go through a airport checkpoint, someone asks you about a movie, don't ever say it was a bomb. Look for you're going to see what happens to the terminal. We're coming back to finish handle on the news. Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour news. New data from the Department of Education show half of the nation's students started the school year about a full year behind grade level in at least one subject because of the pandemic. Farm workers can now apply to receive $600 debit. It would be a $600 debit card. The COVID-19 relief payments come from the Federal Farm and Food Workers Relief Grant. They are for farm laborers who worked from 2020 until today. And the price of eggs could be coming down. Data shows egg prices have fallen by more than 50% since December, with prices more than doubled because of an outbreak of the bird flu across the U.S. We'll get a look at your drive with EKFI and the China 101 in just a moment. Millions of people are looking for work. So why is it so hard to find good hourly workers? And I've had this issue my entire career. Well, here's the answer, jobget.com. This is a new and unique way for job seekers and employers to connect. Now, with other hiring sites, you post your job and you receive up to thousands of resumes from candidates who don't meet the job criteria, aren't near you, hard to reach. JobGet is very different. In JobGet, your top candidates already have the skills you need. You only talk to the candidates in your area. Your candidates get immediate notification in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to hire. And most jobs for first 6 minutes. You could be hiring today. Actually, you could be hiring in minutes. Try it for free at jobget.com/handle. jobget.com/handle. SoCal weather from KFI, sunny and warm today with highs in the mid to upper 70s. This report is brought to you by Indeed.com. From the Southern California Toyota dealers shopping center, let's go places like the 101. It's hot though, so we're all lit up here. Let's give you a quick heads up. I was just San Fernando Valley. Got a lot of calls with the 911 for an incident, either east or west, around White Oak or Cedar, west of the 405. I think if anything, it's probably more eastbound. There's some storm that's already starting on campus. It's hard to be saved, but that's the best info that we got. Now, the one we saw was northbound 101 Silver Lake. We left it a few minutes ago, but the right lane was blocked there. It's the end of the Silver Lake on to the north 101. So that's affected as well. Really slowed down from the 4 level. Right now, as I speak to you, we're over the 605. Remember, Whittier
flying north. The southern traffic is pretty good, really. Nothing to warn you about. Southbound is a little slow through Washington, approach 605, but after that, you get right back up to speed. Jeff Bond, AMI in the sky.
Hiring can be a headache. That's why there's Indeed, the hiring platform that removes the hassle. Software jobs and immediately get a short list of quality candidates. And you can schedule and connect video interviews right on their site. Visit Indeed.com/credit. This report is sponsored by Vanguard University, Orange County. Earn your bachelor's, master's, or nursing degree in the classroom or online at Vanguard University. Ranked as a top 10 university in the West by U.S. News and World Report for 12 consecutive years. At Vanguard, your story matters. Visit Vanguard.edu to learn more.
The prevailing opinion is you don't live it, you don't believe it. The people who like believe in hard work, and they live it by being there 24/7 to answer your call, having 38,000 items in stock, and offering same-day shipping from 12 locations across North America. Business owners, sellers, buyers, shippers, and packers believe it. Uline is the hard-working, dependable source for your shipping and industrial supplies. Visit uline.com. If you're looking to sell your home, you call Seller's Advantage and they'll make you a cash offer with no need for repair. With Seller's Advantage, there are no agents. You can close engaged and they find cash. They offer a $10,000 advance to help it with it. Check out the reviews online and call for no obligation offer at 888-321-ADVANCE, 888-321-ADVANCE, 888-321-2747, and visit sellersadvantage.com. Hi, I'm Bill.
Laptop Lee, and we are owners of American Vision Windows.
Southern California, right now, American Vision Windows is making it easier than ever for you to afford custom-made, beautiful new windows for your home with 0% interest, 0 payments until 2024, plus free expert installation. Order by February 28th. I've been in the construction trade for 35 years. The level of quality of products that we use for their prep work was top-notch.
With a big experience, I couldn't ask for anything better. And it's how I got these jobs.
Call 888-226-9908 or visit AmericanVisionWindows.com. I am so thankful for our entire team at American Vision Windows, and especially for you, our customers.
Revolutionizing the home improvement industry one customer at a time. American Vision Windows.
All office callers and website details on group press conference by looking 28 CSW to 778 Hey, football fans, it's going to be a wild weekend. Stop by Peter Brothers Market and pick up your team's favorite snacks to satisfy their cravings. Eat freshly made party platters and hot and crispy fried chicken at our service deli. Plus, our meat counters got the best preseason wings ever and ready to grill meat. Oh, and you've got to pick up our handmade guacamole and ice cold drinks. There's sure to be a touchdown. Peter Brothers Market. Fresh, affordable, community first.
Addiction can be isolating, but there is a good number. Together, we can bring out the best in those who are in need of recovery or removing stigma. Through 1 million strong, the music industry, bands, and musicians are taking action to transform the way people think about addiction and recovery. Whether you live with addiction or love someone who does, 1 million strong is for you. Find support or show your support at 1millionstrong.com.
We, the United States, we have been reactionary when it comes to military conflict. We wait until we're provoked. We simply don't have that luxury now, especially if China's doing 100 years thing. They've been around a lot longer than the United States has, and they understand the value of patience and belonging. Gary and Shannon, they have nothing but time. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. We finished Handle here in the morning crew. We finished Handle on the news on Thursday, February 9th. Jennifer Wayne.
Remember the woman who was driving through Temecula and said that she saw a Tesla driver who was asleep, so they was letting their self-driving feature drive itself? That same woman has captured a second driver driving distracted, also through Temecula on the 15th. This time, though, she says that the person was using FaceTime as the car was driving, and I guess on the video, we heard her say, not again, then Kiki Jolis said that the Tesla driver that she was met up, he was really engaged in this, chit-chatting with somebody, and she said, look, his car is accelerating, it was slowing down, it was, the same thing that she'd seen happen with this person who was sleeping, but in this case, she said he was so deep in his phone conversation that somebody could have easily cut him off, and if that self-driving feature had somehow malfunctioned, she was trying driving.
That is such a disingenuous story. Because you go down the highway without one Tesla, and you're passing 2,000 non-Teslas. How many people are distracted? How many people are going to be doing exactly that? And all of a sudden, it's the Tesla that is particularly susceptible to this. Matter of fact, I would argue you're better off in a Tesla if you're driving that distracted. Because
Everybody should be Tesla. Also, Bill, I'm going to help you out here. This woman has made it a career, but also apparently driving distracted because she's constantly on the lookout. Good point. So why don't you keep going? You pay attention to the road. You didn't even know what was going on in those Teslas.
Okay.
Honest to God, Teslas are the only car
That no one
sold in the United States of America.
And they're one of the few cars that people have no idea how to operate. That's personal feeling. It's not really a car. It's a computer that has four wheels. You know that, don't you?
Basically, I would like to say, yesterday, I didn't talk about this on the show just because we had too much news, but there was a guy, as I was getting on the freeway yesterday morning, so, 30-something in the morning, watching porn, in his Scion in front of me.
Okay, Scion. Whoa, not a Tesla. All right, let's move on.
So you probably are still recovering from that massive gas bill that you got? Because there's a big spike in the wholesale price of natural gas. Well, Southern California Edison says that also hit them because they use natural gas in a lot of their power plants to generate their electricity. So they are asking the Public Utilities Commission for a 4.4% rate increase. That would take effect on June 1st, meaning you could have a higher electric bill this summer. That was not you when it was cold with the gas. Now they're going to test you when you need the AC in the summer.
Yeah, I got a text from SoCal Gas. I'm on their alert, so they let you know a bill is coming, a bill has come. And it was a couple of days ago that said, here is what you've used. I'll give you a lot of information. Here is your average. Here is what we anticipate based on what you use, what next month is going to be, and it's probably up 80%. They're warning me. Be prepared. And so I wrote back, thank you. I so appreciate this. You pastors, if you can't, it's one of those email things.
Okay, I was having a conversation with Jane Wells yesterday morning about Disney dropping 2.4 million subscribers, Disney Plus specifically. Bob Iger is back at the helm. Yesterday he had the first quarterly earnings since he came back to be the guy in charge. They saw a decline for the first time since 2020 that came out as part of that, although the quarterly earnings still topped Wall Street estimates. All that comes out yesterday morning at about early afternoon yesterday. You had Bob Iger come out and say, hey, look, sorry, but we've got to figure this out. And he let go 7,000 Disney employees.
Yeah, Jason Middleton is going to go into today o'clock, and we are going to cover this story. All right, but it's not as dramatic as the headline because the drop is entirely in their what they call Disney Plus Hotstar, which is their version that they offer in India. That's where all this loss and other parts of Southeast Asia, and this is all the subscriber losses. And it's because they lost the streaming rights to the Indian Premier League cricket matches. Oh, interesting. Okay. So this is not like oh, gloom and doom is on the horizon. A specific thing happened where they lost an extremely valuable piece of programming. And a bunch of people who were there for the programming said, oh, you don't have it anymore, we're gone. Oh, criticism over the country scandal with the Chinese spy balloon, specifically that a report was made by the Defense Intelligence Agency that, hey, this object is coming towards U.S. territory. They call these things tippers, and it gets disseminated through the classified channels, and people and other, and through the Defense Department and the intelligence community get it. And the criticism is nobody took it seriously enough. Nobody took it as an urgent emergency, and instead the reaction was, oh, maybe we should, study this thing and see what we can find out about it, instead of treating it like an invading object. Which I guess would have meant they could have shot it down before it ever entered, or just as it entered our airspace. Of course, the politics is gone crazy. Biden blamed, even though he probably wasn't told about it until Wednesday when he said we want to shoot it down. Democrats say it happened 3 times under Trump's watch. Trump was probably not told. They tried the military. The military admitted they didn't even know that they let it go through. So this has nothing to do with presidential policy. It's an issue with the military, and they have to look at it. And they're hard to see those balloons. It's not like radar can see a balloon and goes right through it, unless you have the double balloon. So if you've gone to Disneyland, the Mickey inside the balloon, so you have the 2 balloons, and it lights up. Yeah, those are easier to see on radar.
Can we end with number 20, the woodpeckers? So there was this couple in Sonoma County that ended up calling a local pest service because they saw worms coming out of their bedroom wall. So Nick of Nick's Extreme Pest Control goes to this house in Northern California, and after making a small 4-inch square hole in the wall, the pest guy says acorns started spilling out. And he said it wouldn't have been that unusual, but the acorns just kept coming. Turns out that there were a pair of woodpeckers who would drop the acorns down from nearby trees, and they would go into the rain gutters, and then sometimes they would go down through a hole in the chimney. They would enter the attic through a separate hole, and that's how they would get in and eat these acorns that they were stashing in the wall of the worms. And then the worms from the acorns. Right, and then the worms coming through the wall. Oh,
Coming up, what a story about 3 former Pomona High School coaches and the accusation against them. It is chilling. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640, the news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI.
KOFT HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Just keeps growing. I'm Jennifer Jones-Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The number of people killed in the magnitude 7.8 earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria has grown to more than 19,000. Rescuers searching for the rubble of collapsed buildings have been finding survivors, but ABC's Andrew Dimberg says time is running out.
The first critical 72 hours has now passed. The White Helmet rescue team sending a camera into the rubble, finding a young man pinned down. Carefully chipping away at the twisted metal in debris. Freeing him and a woman.
He says a family of 4 from New York City died in the quake while visiting family in Syria. A former LA County Sheriff's deputy claims a new deputy gang is forming at the East LA station. KFI's Blake Crowley reports live the revelation has been made in a lawsuit.
That former deputy says he faced retaliation for not joining the new group in his lawsuit filed last month. He says a member of the new gang assaulted and harassed him. The lawsuit states the county and several sheriff's employees should face consequences for allowing gangs to control the East LA station. We have reached out to the Sheriff's Department for comment. Sheriff won the campaign on eradicating deputy gangs and clicks in the department. He said he would repair the management structure and punish deputies found to be involved in deputy gangs. Reporting live, Blake Crowley, KFI News.
The LA County Board of Supervisors unanimously voted to set aside nearly $610 million from the budget to address the homelessness crisis. It's the largest homeless spending plan the board has ever agreed to. The funding was approved Tuesday for the LA County Homelessness Initiative, where people move from camps to more permanent housing and help those suffering from drugs. thousands of Disney employees that we were just talking about will have to find new work.
The Virgin-based Walt Disney Company says 7,000 jobs will be cut as part of a $5.5 billion cost-cutting effort. CEO Bob Iger announced the cuts yesterday during an earnings call. No details on where the layoffs will be made or how quickly. Iger says the company's organizational structure is being changed, with the company being divided into three divisions: Disney Entertainment, ESPN, and Parks, Experiences, and Fauna. Jeff Lamar, KFI News.
The Pentagon says the Chinese balloon shot down off the coast of South Carolina was part of a large surveillance program China's been running for years. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken said China was not just spying on the U.S.
We already shared information with dozens of countries around the world, both from Washington and to our embassies. But we doing so because the United States is not the only target of this broader program, which has violated the sovereignty of countries across foreign continents.
The Coast Guard still working to recover pieces of the burst balloon. Members of Congress will get a briefing on the Chinese balloon today. Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman has spent the night in the hospital.
Fetterman's office said the Democratic senator was hospitalized at the George Washington University Hospital in Washington, D.C. on Wednesday after he was feeling lightheaded toward the end of his Senate Democrat retreat.
ABC's Mark Remillard says Fetterman's communications director says preliminary tests showed no signs of a stroke. Fetterman's health was a key issue during this campaign because of a stroke he had last May. And part of Disneyland will be turning blue.
Disney CEO Bob Iger is announcing the company's first quarter earnings call. There's an Avatar experience coming to Disneyland. The details follow. The Disney attraction will apparently be like the Flight of Passage in Disney World, which opened in 2017. Guests will board the back of a banshee and take an aerial ride around Pandora. Rumors are it could be built in Tomorrowland. The second Avatar movie has grossed over $2 billion since it was released in December. 3 more sequels are on the way, with Avatar 3 slated to hit theaters in 2024. ABC, KFI News.
We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky in just a moment, but first, the sports with one.
Norman Powell took high score honors for the Clippers with 24 points, the same number as new Dallas Maverick Kyrie Irving. The Clips fell to the Mavs by a score of 110 to 104. The Lakers stick in Milwaukee Bucks at 7. Meanwhile, reports coming out now that a 3-team, 8-player double Russell trade deal will send Russell Westbrook to the Utah Jazz, bring D'Angelo Russell back to LA from the Timberwolves. Don't you miss the big game this Sunday? Eagles take on the Chiefs with coverage beginning at 11. Kickoff at 3:30 on your home of the big game, AM 570 LA Sports. Brought to you by MGM Rewards. Unlock the best of Vegas. Visit MGMRewards.com for details. I'm Ray Lesnar, KFI Sports. If you decided to pull the trigger and sell your house, the habit of now is that things, property values exploding. Well, that's gone. They're flattening out, they're actually going down. So, all right, now's the time. So go ahead and list it, and you pay 6%. And the place has to be clean, spotless, the buyers walk through, and have to pay for repair. I mean, go ahead and do that. Or contact the folks at directbuyers.com, because they'll sell your home for fair price without any of that happening. And no buyer walks through. You can get paid in cash within 10 days, no long escrows. I mean, you can keep tilting there the whole time. You don't have to clean anything. That is directbuyers.com. They'll even give you a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move, and they'll never lowball you. Go to directbuyers.com or call 844-242-SELL.
Your KFI Financial Report is brought to you by SaddlebackEye.com. Right now, the Dow is up 243, S&P is up 26, NASDAQ gaining 100, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.63.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Looks like we've got a partly cloudy start to the morning, but then lots of sunshine later this afternoon, and temperatures will warm up. Mid to upper 70s, it looks like for our highs today, but then big change comes tomorrow. So we're going to start dropping back into the low to mid 60s as we head into the weekend. More gray skies are coming in with the clouds, and it looks like we've got the cancer showers that will start Saturday night and last all the way through Tuesday. 49 right now in Fullerton, 43 in Huntington Beach, 54 in Glendora, and 50 in Westlake Village. Let's get a look at your drive with EKFI in the sky, and let's get the latest now on your drive on 5.
You guys are quiet. After all that, enjoy today. It's really gorgeous out here. All right, first, those on 5. We had a look at this a little while ago. The 5 stay in between the 605 and 710. There was a problem at Atlantic a little bit before the in lanes over to the shoulder. We saw it. So, full focus before the 605, but nothing too bad. I just got word though. I'll check this for you, but there's kind of something going on South 5 approaching 91. And be careful. That's backing up pretty quick. I'll check it for you. Now, in action, I love saying these street names, but boy, there's been a terrible crash reported. It's so bad canyon at Bootlegger Canyon. Sounds like a movie, doesn't it? But indeed, a bad crash overturned by the bus. So be careful. Right now, we're looking at the 405. We're flying north coming up over the 710. There was a problem. Again, there was a problem. 9 northbound a little bit past 605. I saw it going over to the shoulder, so it's a little slow, but the keyword traffic is actually moving now. A little stop and go getting to the 710 up towards the 110, so it doesn't look too bad. Also, I went to way back north when I went Silver Lake, north of the 4 level, almost Vermont. Right lane was blocked there. It's really a nice for a difficult drive from us to east, so I understand. Virgin went to West End, and I think once you get past Vermont, from that point, into the center around the valley, I think you'll be okay. Jeff, hey, am I in the sky? This hour of the Bill Handel Show brought to you by Jacoby and Myers. If you get hurt in an accident, choose a law firm with the experience to work. Choose Jacoby and Myers.
Better sleep is smoother life. That's because sleep is a core pillar of health, just like nutrition and exercise. So if you're not getting enough of it, Zeke will invite you to pick out Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Get weekly sleep tips and explore how ZekeWill, the world's #1 sleep-aid brand, can help you. ZekeWill's Better Sleep to Better Health Challenge. Visit ZekeWill.com.
Find ZekeWill at Walmart or Walmart.com and start your journey to better sleep today. Now you can't reach to this arena.
I'm happy open. They have meat and Brazilian churrasco.
Number 2.
Toscano is open. Appetite power and oysters on the house.
And the number 1 reason.
The marketplace is open. It's an elevated all-you-can-eat casino dining experience you've got to try today. The marketplace is open.
Morocco. Good times.
Experience and results. If you've been injured, 888-OPO wins. Home at 5.
More stimulating.
And iHeart Radio Station.
Our chapters today are on the way straight up after yourself having a boy. And also, here's Bill Handel. Thank you. KFI AM 640, Bill Handel here in the morning through Thursday, February 9th. And real quickly, Jennifer, in my ear piece, my headset, can you use that? Literally broke a second.
Bert Bacharach has died. And you know what, going through his body of work, holy cow, you don't think about, unfortunately, somebody's body of work until they pass and you go back and you actually look through it, but, you know, songs like Say a Little Prayer.
Yeah, didn't he do Snowflakes keep falling all over the ground?
Well, that he raindrops keep falling on my head.
Oh, okay, all right, maybe that was close.
Well,
Yeah, it wasn't very long. Yeah, exactly. That's the shame, but yeah, he gets to do something, please fine. Also, want to give you a couple of stories that we are covering. Unfortunately, the death toll in your inventory is now 19,000. It is very tough. And then Disney is going to cut 7,000 jobs. And then we'll talk the middle down. How many are Disneyland? Or how many here in headquarters? Well, they're all Here's a story I'm going to share with you that is, we're showing. I don't even begin to describe this. So it's a lawsuit. And let me start with what happened in the spring of 1997. There was a 17-year-old young woman who was part of the Pomona High School girls track and field team. And she confronted the coach, Mr. Taylor, who is also former NFL wide receiver. And according to this lawsuit, Taylor, the girl said, they got her pregnant. They got me pregnant.
that the lawsuit alleges that he began having sexual intercourse with her a year earlier. He's alive, that's at 16, during a trip to a traffic meet in Las Vegas. And he was doing this while his buddy, the head basketball coach, and evidence Brian Fitchlaw, had sex with a 16-year-old, she didn't go one, obviously don't mention girls, in the same bed, or in the same room in an adjacent bed. Look at that. And the girl tells Taylor, against the allegations, needed to take care of the pregnancy. And so he pays for the abortion, arranges for another school district employee to drive her to the abortion clinic. After the abortion, the employee drives her back to Pomona High to finish her process of the day. And the women sued Taylor, Fitchlaw, the school district, September 2020, and the settlement was reached on December 17, 2021. This is just an additional lawsuit. Okay, now, as horrible as that is, it's a tough school officials, coaches, teachers abusing young girls who are very vulnerable. Taylor and Fitchlaw are still working with children and young women. Taylor works at a treatment center for abused and at-risk kids. Fitchlaw is head of women's basketball at Mount San Antonio College in Walnut. I mean, how crazy a story. They both are still working with young women, even after the allegations have been made. Now, the allegations, I can understand you give the benefit of the doubt before you look at it carefully. And this is like the Cosby case, the Weinstein case. One woman saying, hey, look at what you did to me. All right, you look at that. Okay, and when it's denied, it's denied. All right, you say, okay, it's a he said, she said. All right? When you have Cosby with 80 women, when you have Weinstein with over 60 women, you go, okay, maybe there's a there. Here, in this lawsuit, 7 accuse these two. Is that enough? So where do you go? Okay. I think we're done letting them work with young women. Oh, and there have been depositions, and the fifth was taken. Now, you can't assume that just because the fifth is taken, that automatically makes somebody guilty. Of course, you make that assumption. No lawyer in the world is going to let a client in a deposition not take the fifth. There is a tiny chance that it be misinterpreted. Everybody thinks that Donald Trump taking the fifth in his deposition 400 times, because that's what lawyers do, is push. Somehow indicates that he's guilty. I think he's guilty? Yes. However, because he takes the fifth, that's more of a lawyer. So that one, you have to put on the case, or you have to sort of believe. 7 women, though, settlements that have been filed, that have been settled, and I'm assuming for pretty good sized women, and pretty good sized money, and they're still working with young women in various capacities, coaches, yeah, what do you think, huh? Wow. And this is at Pomona High School. The school district. Pretty tough. You ever heard of a hydrogen plant, power plant hydrogen? It's sort of new technology. Guess what? LA is on its way. I'll tell you about that. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live at the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
As we were talking about at the start of this hour, legendary composer Bert Bacharach has died at his home in LA. He was 94. Disney CEO says streaming is the future. Bob Iger talked to CNBC a day after announcing a company restructuring plan that would result in 7,000 jobs being cut. And there's good news for those who could use us. Often, right? Can't we always? It's National Pizza Day. Shops and retailers across the U.S. are offering discounts and deals in honor of the day. SoCal weather from KFI is sunny and warm today. High to be in the mid to upper 70s. This report is brought to you by Dell Technologies. Let's check out your drive at KFI in the sky this time at 405.
Enjoy the drive now. I drove down 405 coming up from Shield Beach around the 605. That's normal stuff. There's an earlier topic lane before you get up to the shoulder. So we've followed now all the way to LA. I'm happy to tell you, for block drive standards, it's in pretty good shape. Carpool lanes is moving along.
Just follow it back and get through the steps of that, but that's kind of normal, not too bad. Now, my buddy Eric, I should make this the Eric report. North 250 Riverside up to Nuevo. Well, just a couple of slow pockets here and there, not too bad, kind of an average drive. So we're headed to the south side of the 91. Something bad has happened there. It's controlling coming out from Carmenita. More on that coming up. Don't go away. Jeff KFI in the sky. Here are some facts about water softeners. Softeners add sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, maintenance heavy. So there's a better solution. A light source salt-free water system. Light source systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water for every tap without the filters or maintenance. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, Light Source is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. LightSourceWater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference. Live from Radio Row, it's Super Bowl week, and there's no better way to stay up to speed than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hansis, and my bub, Mark Kessler, and Greg Rosenthal for the latest football news with just the touch of mirth.
We've got the #1 football podcast in the world, and Rihanna is playing the Apple Music halftime show. It doesn't get much better than that. Live from Glendale, Arizona, all week long. Listen to Around the NFL on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Start the new year strong with a great deal on a new Toyota car, truck, or SUV. The most popular 2023 models are arriving now. From full Camrys, stylish Corollas, and sporty RAV4s, to tough Tacomas and powerful Highlanders. Find a Toyota that's just right for you with the New Year savings you don't want to miss. For all available offers, visit Toyota.com.
Every new Toyota comes with peace of mind standards. That's because you get Toyota Care no-cost maintenance when you buy or lease a new Toyota. Toyota Care covers normal factory scheduled service for 2 years or 25,000 miles, whichever comes first, as well as 24-hour roadside assistance and blackout protection. See your Toyota dealer for details and exclusions. Valid only in the continental U.S. and Alaska. Toyota, let's go places. Spring's going to be here before you know it. To start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down. It's $59.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Save even more with a 30% federal tax credit and California solar rebate.
Call SolarMax for a saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from your cell, say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250 SolarMax, to go to SolarMaxTech.com. After all, we want our fresh produce to meet your expectations, which is why we're dedicated to doing up to a 27-point inspection on our fruits and veggies, checking for things like orange. In fact, only the best produce, like leafy oranges and fresh carrots, reach our shelves. Because when it comes to fresh, our higher standards mean fresher produce. Well, fresh for everyone.
Valentine's Day is almost here, and we can help with everything from a romantic dinner to floral bouquets, chocolate-dipped strawberries, and so much more. Happy Valentine's Day. On the Exorcist Files podcast, a leading exorcist and demon owner shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martinez has been encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. Where Hollywood's portrayal of the exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting, and crazy, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, KFI's on all of them. Follow us now at KFIAM Victoria. KFI! Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, here, and the morning crew for Thursday. And here's some of the news that we're covering. The death toll, this is a heartbreaker in Turkey, Syria, now well over 19,000. Oh, the Biden administration just released a statement saying that weather balloon, in fact, is a surveillance spy balloon that was able to and did gather communication information in the United States. Of course, they're going to deny it. Now, it's wrong. It's fake news. Hey, welcome to the world. Here is a chance for you to win some money. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Green. That's green. GREEN. Enter it now at AFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. And this is a reminder that you do not text that keyword. You have to enter it online at KFIAM640.com/cash. Winners are notified only by email, so watch out for that. And you want to check your spam and your junk folder too. Continue listening for your next chance, next hour. We do this every hour, 6 a.m., 7 p.m., Monday through Friday. All right, this is a story about the LA DWP. Now, Los Angeles Water Power Department is an interesting, probably the most interesting one across the country. If you remember the Enron scandal, and all of a sudden all utilities started selling off their power plants and buying energy on the open market because it's all deregulated. Well, LA DWP was accused of it. And guess what? Completely right. I live in LAWP land, and I pay half of the energy costs that you folks who live in Southern California have. So, LA City Council yesterday decided to move forward, and this is unanimous, with an $800 billion plan to convert the largest gas-fired power plant we have to green hydrogen. First of its kind project in the country. And so, wow, look at this. Hydrogen doesn't produce emissions. All you get is water vapor out of the use of hydrogen. Do you think that the green folks would be this is terrific? No, of course not. They're going crazy. It's a boondoggle already. And here's the problem. And this has to do with the Scattergood Generating Station. Maybe that's just the name of the generating station. And it's near El Segundo, right there on the coast. So the DWP wants to install turbines capable of running significant quantities of hydrogen, and that's never been done before on this scale. And the fuel would be produced from the water. And that is renewable energy. Because no emissions. Or get money, or get power solar panels or wind turbines, whatever the technology is. And the city wants to convert its other gas plants to hydrogen as well. And the argument here, DWP officials are saying that we have to burn only hydrogen or have other kinds of alternative power to make at 2035 state. So we have total renewable energy here in the state of California. It's not going to happen. Not even close. One of the things the DWP folks say, the technology may not even be available right now. We're moving in that direction to set up these power plants, but it may turn out that in the end, the Scattergood plant has to remain at least partially able to use natural gas, which is the fuel that the vast majority of plants, certainly here in the United States, use. Typically, in California, the West Coast, and in the United States, I think coal-fired plants are, I don't know how many there even exist. So, according to the DWP Director of Resource Planning, Scattergood at work should be able to burn at least 30% green hydrogen on day one, which is pretty important. Now you have groups like Communities for a Better Environment, Sequoia Beautiful, the Sierra Club, and admitting that the hydrogen does not produce the carbon emissions, the planet-warming carbon emissions, but what it does generate is lung-damaging nitrogen oxide pollution, more so than gas. So here is the bottom line. If you move away from something incredibly dangerous, and if you believe that global warming, climate change is an existential threat to the world, which I do, so you move into something that at least reduces it, or in some cases, in this case, actually eliminates it completely. But if there's another problem, what do you do?
Well, I guess you want instant forever. I guess you want no cyclical part of life. Everything up must go up. Everything sideways has to go sideways. Life is nuanced. And then you have activists pointing the risk of explosions from hydrogen leaks. Here's the other thing. Without the use of nuclear power, in combination with solar panels, in combination with hydrogen power created from hydrogen, among other ways of dealing with alternative energy, you put all of that together, and that is the only way it's going to work. That's the only way we're going to approach 2035, way later than 2035. And there's another side to everything. So now you have nuclear power, right? Power plants, which environmentalists used to go completely berserk. I mean, the demonstration, the end of the world. I'm not talking about nuclear weapons either. I'm just talking about the use of nuclear power in power plants. No emissions, unless you have a leak. Okay, then you have an emission for 2. Then you have cockroaches for 2.5 years. I get that. And people are born with arms coming out of their foreheads. All right, so there's a downside to that. However, you know why half of the environmentalists are pushing for nuclear energy? Because the argument is nuclear energy, those plants are safer and safer and safer. We've only had a couple go south. Now, they've gone south pretty well. I mean, we had Chernobyl, which was a real good one. We had 3 Mile Island, which we had Fukushima. That got hit pretty badly. But when you look at it, you know how many power plants are out there? France, 85% of France's energy is nuclear power. And it's only going to get better. They're getting safer and safer. And then the other argument is, but look at the nuclear waste. And that's a real problem. Put it in drums, and they take some in concrete, and then they put them in the bottom of these huge caverns, bottom of the sea. They get lots of people to do that, because those folks have all the experience of putting things into concrete and saving. And even with that, you've got a real issue. And you do, and we do. But then we're waiting for technology to deal with it. Fusion, for example, will deal with that. All of it is complicated. But come on, do we move forward, or the environmentalists just stop everything cold? And the answer is pretty clear. Just shut up for a minute. Now, let us try what works. Coming up, outdoor dining. Think there's a problem here in Southern California with outdoor dining? I'll share that story with you. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee, live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
The LAPD says a parolee in a stolen pickup truck who allegedly caused a crash that killed 2 people in Panorama City admitted to injecting heroin and taking fentanyl. Officers were approved of facing a murder charge in connection with the crash that killed the 2 friends January 31st. A man from South LA is facing charges of killing his girlfriend, who is the mom of his 2 kids. The woman was killed at their apartment Saturday. Richard Lara was arrested Tuesday by members of the LAPD Gang and Narcotics Division. Relatives of the woman say she was beaten and stabbed in front of 3 of her 4 kids. The first of 3 new $3 million police helicopters are taking flight to patrol Huntington Beach, Costa Mesa, Irvine, and Newport Beach. We just want to have a moment of silence as we remember the Huntington Beach Police Chaplain Roger Williams that Officer Nicholas Bello would have wanted to be the first to fly the new MD-530F. I don't think it's a coincidence that this dedication occurs 1 year after his theft. Police Chief Eric Carr said air support isn't just for crimes in progress. When these child lost, this helicopter's up, and they look for them just as if they would look for their own child. Highway Officer Jack Volsky says the unit stayed after a 10-hour shift patrolling the air. They patrol the beaches for swimmers in distress. Pursuits, obviously. We do firefighting. Just this week, the unit found a missing child with autism. Patrol assets to check the backyard next door, and we saw the kid. He was just sitting right at the edge of the pool. Volsky says sitting in the new copter is bittersweet because of Officer Bella. This is a really tight-knit unit, so you develop those friendships, and hurts my heart. The new helicopters have a fast
crews be better handling in confined areas and lower operating costs. 2 more officers are expected in the next few months in Huntington Beach. Corbin Cartman, KFI News.
Former Twitter executives have told Congress they made a mistake by blocking a New York Post story about Hunter Biden from social media ahead of the 2020 election, but they denied being pressured by Democrats and law enforcement to suppress the story. The 3 former executives appeared before the House Oversight and Accountability Committee. The Post article was written about the contents of a laptop belonging to Hunter Biden. And a mouse at the San Diego Zoo Safari Park has meandered its way into the Guinness Book of World Records. The Pacific pocket mouse named Pat, after Patrick Stewart, has been recognized as the oldest living mouse in human care. He is 9 years old and 9 years, 209 days old, and he weighs as much as 3 pennies. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky after sports with Lenny.
The Clippers lost to the Dallas Mavericks 110-104 in the Mavs' first game with Kyrie Irving. Meanwhile, the other Brooklyn Nets superstar trade situation has apparently ended with Kevin Durant going to the Phoenix Suns. The Lakers get the Milwaukee Bucks today at 7. That's the big game this Sunday. You know what game I'm talking about. Featuring Philadelphia against Kansas City. Coverage begins at 11. Kickoff at 3:30 on your home of the big game. AM 570 LA Sports. Brought to you by the Ford F-150, which combines toughness and intelligence. Test drive one at your local Southern California Ford dealership today. I'm Wayne Westman, KFI Sports. If you're rethinking now or returning to thinking of taking some money out of the equity, and you waited because values are well, let me tell you, it's not happening. You think your home's going to be worth more next year than now? No. So maybe it's time to pull the trigger now. And if you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow that money. The equity you built, plenty of. And so whether you want to consolidate debt, it doesn't matter. HMS Capital may very well be the best solution to help you. I think so. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital, so clearly I'm a fan. No appraisal or credit report fees. Call HMS Capital at 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI, nice and sunny and warm today. Highs will be in the mid to upper 70s, 60s. We're going to drop down into the mid 60s for tomorrow. Then it looks like for the weekend, we've got clouds coming in and a slight chance of showers that last all the way through Tuesday. Right now it's 47 in Huntington Beach, 50 in Fullerton. Let's get a look at your drive with DKFI in the sky. Jeff Baugh again checking out that 405.
If you were with us last time around, you're driving to South 5 from the 605 down towards the 91. We flew down there and had a look. There must have been something in lanes because it really is still slow from about Carmenita. But once you start getting close to the 91, things will come over. So good news there. And here's some more good news. As I speak to you, we're right over the west end. We just picked it up at Rosemead. There was a problem here in lanes. That went up to the shoulder as well. So more good news. Looks like from here into the 7th man, I can just barely see. Well, it's a little slow from that Del Juan, but I think you should be okay. Because back in Florida, we got word of this just a few minutes ago. South 5 of Flying. Something going on there. And kind of the northwest corner of the San Fernando Valley, this would be, gosh, it has to be close to the Northwood Center, so he ends up. But the intersection, the surface of the intersection of Winnetka and Norda, it's been a terrible crash there. More on all of this coming up. Jeff KFI in the sky. This President's Day, don't miss it. Say hail to the cheap sale. Don't you mean hail to the cheap, Larry? No, one hail to the cheap. With over 50% off the best brands. Over 50% off? It's more like a hail to the cheap sale. You're just stealing every penny of profit. Whatever. During City Foods President's Day, when they complete more affordable. Because if you're good credit, buy today and pay interest-free for 36 months. On purchase of about $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment to 10% down. Plus save $500 on temporary adjustable systems and save up to $900 on personal sleep systems. Let's just call it the Hail to the Fleet sale. Why Hail to the Fleet? Because these discounts are going to make me lose money. Because you're killing me, Larry. So this President's Sale, save over 50%
20% off includes interest-free for 36 months. There's typically hail to the cheap sale. Didn't think of being anyone's advertised sponsor. Your mattress is free.
Wayne Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakeners, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists. Enrich a spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get your tickets at awakening.com.
You know, some estimate that the S&P went down 20% last year, and that this year's outlook is even bleaker. In fact, the majority of economists are forecasting a recession in 2023.
So that's why you hear time and time again how important it is to diversify your portfolio, or else you risk taking massive losses.
Gold and precious metals can offer a hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. And Legacy Precious Metals is the company we trust.
With Legacy Precious Metals, you can protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold-backed IRA, or have metals shipped directly to your door.
Visit Legacy online and get your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com.
Or give Legacy Precious Metals a call. Here's the number: 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173.
Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals today and download your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com.
This Valentine's Day, gift a little bit of love with fresh flowers from Tater Brothers. Pick up your sweetheart's favorite color of freshly cut roses or tulips. They're always bright, iced right, and ready to go. And don't forget the wine. Happy Valentine's Day with love from Tater Brothers Market.
Call Service Champions for an $88 precision gear tune-up or visit servicechampions.com. Try to be honest, staycations suck. And if I gas prices that you're sitting at home like a loser, maybe it's time you were a winner. KFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keyword, then enter it at KFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Looking to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI AM640 or stimulating process.
KFI AM640, Joe Handel here, and we're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some of the stories we're covering, the heartbreaking story continues, and becomes even more heartbreaking. The death toll now in the earthquake in Turkey and North Syria has surpassed 19,100, and 5 a minute is going up. We'll be reporting over the next days, weeks, and unfortunately months, how many tens of thousands, maybe more than that, are being killed in the earthquake. It is horrific. Also, if you have to work for Disney, well, Disney is laying off 7,000 jobs as CEO Bob Iger as the company is restructuring. Have you been to a restaurant recently and there's a lot of outdoor dining? A lot more than there's ever been. And why is that? I thought one was pandemic. Okay. It's that simple. Steve Gregory and I, and the restaurant is now closed, unfortunately. We used to go up to a barbecue place up on Hollywood Way, right near here. And Steve and I always have a contest as to who can eat the most. And it's all pretty impressive. So we would order barbecue ribs by the size of beef. And we would order pork ribs by the pig. And it was terrific, and it was all outdoor dining. It's in the park. Because most restaurants don't have the space in front of the restaurant, a little bit inside the sidewalk, and there's a wide sidewalk. So what they did is they set up in the parking lot, and we're allowed to set up in the parking lot. And we're given permits to set up in the parking lot. And they spent money setting up in the parking lot. They build let me tell you what happened with the restaurant up there. I used to go on a regular basis. And they built this structure. They put this overhang and they built this fence around it, and put the benches, the picnic benches, and the bench seats. The ones that you sit in. Looks at basically a table. And so they spent some real money. Well, so let's say it's still open, or other restaurants similarly still open, and we're allowed to, I use the word order. We're allowed to have those parking lot open spaces, but they cannibalize their own parking lots to build these al fresco dining rooms. Well, it was done for an on an emergency basis, which makes a lot of sense. Well, let me tell you what the city of LA is saying. The emergency is not here anymore. We don't need it. Now, you can still keep them. We're not going to take away those places. Maybe. And here's all you have to do to maintain it. Is you have to apply for a permit. Basically, reapply. Go through the process. Have plans drawn. And I'm talking about existing restaurant locations. And you've got owners of restaurants that are going, what the hell is going on? And this is going through right now. And restaurant owners are saying, you know what, for those of us that survive, and the only way we survive is putting us these outdoor dining areas, now you're going to make us go through the process as if we are applying to do that. And look how much money we spent. And we may lose some of the spaces because we have to go through permitting now. And the planning department, the Department of Building and Safety will go, you know what, you have 40 seats, and we, that's too many. You've taken too much of the parking lot, take away 15 seats. That's what they're looking at. And if you think the Department of Building and Safety does that, just if you have the choice of ever dealing with a department, which I have, it is, they're horrible. For some reason, they hate everybody. So at least when they made it miserable for me when I built my remodel, the only solace is it's not just hate, they hate all of us who are involved in ask for permits. So restaurant owners are in an uproar, and it's legitimate. But on the other side, this is a two-sided coin. On the other side, the city is saying that was simply an emergency process. And we gave it to you simply because of the emergency we told you about it. The argument is you think those people should be grandfathered in? I would think so. Well, the problem is they're the only ones that are going to be able to do that. You're just going to see people who've actually had the good luck to survive COVID through outdoor dining and were able to use part of their parking. Let's say you want to open up a restaurant where you use part of your parking lot for outdoor dining. Applications, permits, plans, and be prepared for a lot of no's. So if I am opening up a restaurant and I want those seats, I'm going to argue, you know what, I'm going to go and I don't. You got to be fair. So you make them go through the permitting process. They say, we had an emergency, and you can't take away what we build now. You see which way the city goes. If I had to guess, I can't guess. Not at all. Sunday, the Super Bowl is here, and of course, not only is it who's going to win, and the Kelsey brothers, and all of the panoply and hoopla, but as usual, the commercials. And I want to tell you a little bit about the commercials, because that's a story in and of itself. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones, please, live in the KFI 24-hour news.
The first UN convoy since the 7.8 earthquake hit Monday in Syria and Turkey now has made its way from the U.S. to Turkey, and the death toll from that place now is over 19,000. Toyota's profit for the most recent quarter is up 22%, and that's way bigger than what analysts had estimated. And after more than 130 years in business, the oldest cheese shop in the U.S. has been forced to close. And we're just talking about the pandemic. And Oliva Dairy in Little Italy says it has less than a month to leave its location at the corner of Mulberry and Grand Street that says it's at issue since the pandemic. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI in the Sky. Review the 10 in just a moment.
As we were talking about the pandemic, let's say your business survived it, and you had more than 5 employees who were part of that survival. Well, you're eligible for a tax rebate, or could be eligible for a payroll tax rebate of up to $26,000 per employee. Do the math on that. It's a lot of money. A lot of red tape, complicated federal bureaucracy. So how do you go through that and get your money? GetRefunds.com. They are experts in this little-known payroll tax refund program, and they've already returned $3 billion. to businesses. In another program, they got my business a 60-year refund. So I like these folks. No charge up front. They share a percentage of the cash that they get for you in businesses. All types can qualify. To find out if your business qualifies, simply go to getrefunds.com, click on the Qualify Me button, and answer a few questions, and they go to work. Getrefunds.com, that's getrefunds.com.
So that weather from KFI is a beautiful sunny day ahead with highs in the mid to upper 70s. This report is brought to you by Dell Technologies. From the Southern California Toyota dealer shopping center, let's go places like back to the 10.
Yeah, go through the West End side now from the San Gabriel Valley. But the one that was in trouble was the West End Road Street. That's west of the 605. So have a look at him just a few minutes ago. It was over to the shoulder, so yep, I'm slogan into the 605, but after that, you'll be okay. Now, the West 60 now, 605 to the 710, and even the West 210 from the 605 into Pasadena. The 210's kind of more stressful, no question about it. The 60s in real good shape. Still want to warn you about something we got word of the Carson to Long Beach drive on the South 405. And Willie, it's kind of in the middle between 110 and something going on there. And we're heading toward the West San Fernando Valley. It might be quite an extreme problem at Winnetka and Nordo. More coming up. Jeff AFI in the sky.
Dell Technologies President's Day sales starts now with savings on select fleet and CFPCs and more powered by self-standard business officers, plus savings on sensor accessories, free shipping. Call 877-ACT-DELL. That's 877-ACT-DELL. This report is sponsored by CalHope.org. Just be okay to reject worried or frustrated. CalHope can help. Access CalHope free and secure mental health resources. Call 888-317-4273 or live chat at calhope.org.
Science proves quality sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health. The Sleep Number 360 smart bed senses your movements and automatically adjusts to help keep you forward, effortlessly comfortable. And it's changed your outfit so you stay cool. So you're at your best for yourself and those who care about most. Life-changing sleep, only for Sleep Number. It's our ultimate Sleep Number event. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add your adjustable base. And Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com. Are you looking for a way to protect your portfolio against the uncertainty of the stock market? Invest in commercial real estate with over $1.5 billion in assets. First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Sprouts, Publix, and many others. FNRP is one of the largest syndicators of grocery-anchored real estate in the U.S. Investors choose the specific deals to invest in and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions. To learn about your investor partner opportunities, call the Investor Relations team now. 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or get started at FNRPradio.com. That's FNRPradio.com. Get a preview of their current and upcoming deals and see what returns investors are earning. Call 888-301-9010 or FNRPRADIO.com. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of difference. Securities are only available to verify the credible investments. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investment stability reflect FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRPradio.com.
If you're hurt in an accident, besides your car damage, the injury from the accident can have a ripple effect on your life. Sweet James accident attorneys know all too well what injured victims do. Your injury can keep you from everyday activities, including work, not to mention having to live with it. That's why the attorneys of Sweet James have devoted their lives to helping injured clients. They're going to help you get the medical treatment you need so that you can heal. They will help you get the money you deserve so that you can financially recover, and they're going to treat you with compassion along the way. Sweet James has one mission: help hurt accident victims get better physically, financially, and emotionally. That's all they've been doing for 18 years. They've recovered over $1 billion for clients and are awarded best attorneys in America. You pay nothing until they win. If you're hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200. Sweet James.
All the radio stations you love, every playlist to match your mood, the podcast that everyone's talking about. If it's on the iHeartRadio app, it's free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
I was up there once. I drove a limo back in the 80s. I drove up to LAX. I got there 2 hours before the flight. I said, okay, it's not far. And I'm eating, and I forgot what time it was, and I missed the people who were supposed to pick up. The Tim Conway Jr. Show. That was easy. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. Bill Handel here on a Thursday morning, February 9th. News that we are covering. Some of it is pretty horrific. The earthquake in Turkey and northern Syria. Now the death toll is over 19,000, and it is going to go up substantially. Look at 6,000 buildings that have been demolished. A lot of people in those buildings go tonight, sleep. The debris lives in the event it taking months to actually take, unfortunately, the bodies. It's over. Also, a weird piece of information on the death of the Orange County lawyer Elliot Blair in Mexico. The resort fell off, was pushed off a third-story balcony. Now, the family says the police in Rosarito Beach extorted money from him less than 2 hours before his death. The traffic stop. If you've ever been stopped by the police in Mexico, I have. Believe me, you quote, pay a fine right there to the cops, and they let you go. Let's have fun. Okay, a positive story, and that, of course, is this Sunday, the Super Bowl. There's a lot of fun about the Super Bowl. We got the first two black quarterbacks, which I'm not excited about because they're just good quarterbacks. You know, I hate the first woman, first African American. I hate it. But you got two great quarterbacks. One of the most exciting ones, Patrick Mahomes. I really like him. But anyway, and then you got the Kelsey brothers, which is a great story on itself, thanks to the opposite teams. And then the other story is commercials. Because I think the Super Bowl is, and that's fair to say, it's the only broadcast that exists in this country, maybe the world, where people, a lot of people are more interested in the commercial than they are the game. People don't turn off those commercials. They don't go off and get the chicken wings and the guacamole dip. They do that during the game, but not during the commercials. And so you got a story of commercials. And something actually occurred in 2011 that changed the game to real competition. Do you remember, well, first of all, a couple of iconic commercials that I'll never forget, you probably won't either. The 1984 Apple commercial, 1984. And with the big camera going through the big TV screen. And that was just an astounding commercial. I still talk about this day. And will be taught in advertising classes forever. Then some perennial favorites, the Clydesdales from Anheuser-Busch. I mean, I love it. Remember the little puppy one following the horse? I mean, there was one case they had to remove when one of the horses actually stomped on the puppy, and there wasn't much left of the puppy, so you didn't see that on TV. But they finally got it right. And so that's 2011. So do you remember that commercial? 60 seconds. So, man, it was a lot of money. You don't see many 60-second commercials. And that little Darth Vader, remember the kid who played Darth Vader? And the car was with the prop. The dad was able to move the car, get it open, the doors, do all that. And the kid thought that he was doing it as a little 6-year-old, and it was absolutely adorable. And it was considered one of the better ones that year or many. Well, let me tell you what happened with that commercial. That started a trend which you see every single Super Bowl since then, and getting more and more. What they did is they released that commercial on the internet. So wait a minute, why would you do that? People want to be introduced to that commercial. That's what they wait for and watch the Super Bowl for that. And then the executives of the advertising agency and the company said, hold on a minute, let's try releasing it. And the thought was, okay, people already seen that commercial, and off they go. It comes on the air, off they go to guacamole. That didn't happen. It actually got people more excited about the commercial to see it during the Super Bowl, and actually increased the audience.
That's what the study showed. By the way, the advertising agencies, they spend a lot of money trying to figure out what works, what doesn't work, who's watching, how long they're watching. Because the commercials are $7 million for 30 seconds now. Yeah, that's some money. So that started this trend where now what you see is virtually every commercial is introduced the week before, and it goes to the internet, and you go on the websites, and there they are. Facebook, I mean, it's all over the place. And they're now doing different ways. A couple things have changed. First of all, sometimes it's the actual commercial. This is what you're going to see. Sometimes it's a tease for the actual commercial. They tease it, they introduce the stars, talk about it coming up. Oh, that's the other thing. It's all personality driven. Are the horses even still around? Are we going to see the Clydesdales this time around? Probably won't see a puppy, because that puppy didn't really survive that incident when they...
Wow.
What?
Wow.
There are, accidents happen with those huge feet those Clydesdales have.
Dogs know how to get out of the way.
Not little puppies. Handle. Okay. All right. Okay.
Get back on the road. That was a hard life.
Okay. Let's move on. Yeah. By the way, that's now I want to make that excellent before the emails come in.
Oh,
okay. So what you're going to see a lot are personalities. A lot of these I don't even know. Anna Faris pitches avocados from Mexico.
Oh, Anna Faris, sure. Blonde actor who was married to Chris Pratt.
Okay, thank you. Sarah McLachlan,
the singer.
Yep. Saves bears and beer. Dave Grohl, who I do know. He sort of confuses for Crown Royal. Okay, that's not bad. The Sanders family. Megan Trainor is all about Pringles. Jack Harlow is all about celebrity chips. Walt and Jesse. Walter White, Jesse Pinkman. For Popcorners. That's why it's great. Is it? Did you watch Breaking Bad? Okay, I love Breaking Bad. I love that commercial. Yeah. Okay, and so these are takeoffs, and I have yet to watch the commercials. I actually don't watch the teasers. I watch the commercials at the Super Bowl. So I just happen to be one of those people. And I miss a lot of Melissa McCarthy, who I love. I think she is wonderful. And so she's prepping to sing in a live-action Little Mermaid film that's coming up. And the way they're pitching it is she's ready to grab her husband's spot somewhere else. And or Tyler, who has seen all the commercials, thumbs down on that one, right? I'm not a listener. Oh, I am. And it just goes on and on. A lot of personalities. So that's changed. So we're moving in different directions. I think the big story, $7 million, 30 seconds, and sell out almost immediately. It's like they could charge anything. Hey, it's going to be $54 million for 10 seconds. Okay, we'll take it. There's that many people watching. Coming up, Jason Middleton is joining us with business news. Lots to talk about there. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We're not here to tell you what to think. We're here to give you the latest.
KFI.
KOFT HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Holding on to hope. I'm Jessica Jones, lead live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rescuers in Turkey and Syria have been pulling more survivors from the rubble of collapsed buildings, but they say hopes of finding more people alive are starting to fade. It's been 3 days since the region was hit by a magnitude 7.8 earthquake. ABC Danger Denver says the death toll so far has topped 19,000.
The losses are unimaginable. Many victims are refugees who fled war-torn Syria. 7 members of one extended family were found. They were killed as they slept. The youngest, 6 weeks old. An overnight word that a family of 4 from New York City died in the quake while visiting family.
Turkey's president is visiting some of the provinces affected by the quake. He's been criticized for the government's slow response to the disaster. An LA County Sheriff's deputy says he faced retaliation for not joining a new deputy gang at the East LA station. KFI's Blake Crowley reports live the deputy is suing the county.
The state alleges one member of 2K assaulted and harassed the deputy for not joining the group. The lawsuit filed
filed last month is taking aim at the county, and several sheriff's employees claiming they need to be held accountable for allowing deputy gang staff control of the East LA station. We have reached the Sheriff Luna campaign on the promise of getting rid of deputy gangs and punishing deputies found to be involved in them. Reporting live was Foley.
The wife of an Orange County public defender who died in Mexico says they were taken down by police in Rosarito hours before the death. Kim Blair tells HCU she and her husband Elliot were driving back to their resort last month and when they were pulled over. She says police claim they rolled to a stop sign and demanded money.
Elliot asked of his ground, showed him his work badge, and said, "Look, we're attorneys."
She says they told the officers that they were staying where they were staying and paid them $160. She says they were thankful the police didn't do anything else to them. Authorities in Mexico say Elliot Blair died in a drunken fall from a hotel balcony. His wife says she doesn't believe that. A wind advisory has been issued for parts of Riverside and San Bernardino counties, including Riverside, Moreno Valley, Corona, and Rancho Cucamonga. East winds of 15 to 25 miles an hour with winds up to gusts up to 50 miles an hour are expected. We've got this wind advisory in effect until 6 tomorrow night. A man in OC has been charged with breaking into 2 homes in Costa Mesa, sexually assaulting a woman and exposing himself to other people. The man is also facing attempted burglary charges. The break-in happened early Sunday morning. A 6-year-old gelding has died while training at Santa Anita Park. It's the 4th death of a horse at the track in Arcadia this year. The California Horse Racing Board says the horse yesterday suffered a sudden death but did not give details. And Southwest Chief Operating Officer is testifying before Congress about the airline's holiday travel meltdown. The airline was forced to cancel nearly 17,000 flights, stranding about 2 million passengers at the end of December.
The airline blamed cancellations on a winter storm and scheduling issues, but pilots also point to outdated technology. They argue since 2011, Southwest averaged 1 major system failure every year and a half.
ABC's Andrea Fucci says Southwest CEO has taken responsibility for the mess. And the Late Late Show on CBS is ending with James Corden. The show's been on the air for 30 years. Corden's led it for the last 8. He's leaving at the end of the season. We'll get a look at your drive with VKFI in the skies in San Fernando Valley in just a moment. But first, it's sports with Wayne.
Norman Powell took I-400 to the Clippers with 24 points. The same number as new Dallas Maverick Kyrie Irving. The Clips fell by a score of 110 to 104. The Lakers get the Milwaukee Bucks at 7. Meanwhile, reports coming out now that there's a 3-team, 8-player double Russell trade deal that'll send Russell Westbrook from the Lakers to the Utah Jazz, bring D'Angelo Russell back to the Lakers from the Timberwolves. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
Your TFI Financial Report is brought to you by SaddlebackEye.com. The Dow is up 206, S&P is up 20, NASDAQ is up 78, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.63. SoCal weather from KFI. We've got a nice warm day ahead. Temperatures will be in the mid to upper 70s, but then big change. We drop back into the 60s tomorrow with clouds coming in on Saturday, keeping a chance of rain in the forecast all the way through Tuesday. And temperatures should just stay in the 60s. Right now it is 50 in Downey, 60 in Pacoima, 49 in Laguna Hills. Let's get a look at your drive with BKFI in the sky, but first,
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
Jeff Bob, take a look at that drive through the San Fernando Valley.
But that's through a pair of tired old eyes. But pretty good report. Now, if you're still at home and you have to drive 101 from the west Calabasas up towards Chino in the 405, you want to make sure you got this day. It's a brutal drive this time in the morning. With the sun beating down on you, it's pretty tricky. It is real slow. That's all it is. From Tampa all the way to the 405. Now, the South 405, there was a problem a little bit south of Victory. It's still there necessarily over to the shoulder. So just be careful coming down. Morning drive into West LA is starting at about 7 away. So it's just one of those points. South 170 at Victory, there was a problem there as well. That is clear. So kind of slow from that point. And finally, South 5. All the way down to the 134 from the 170 cliff. Yeah, it's barely, it's so with the difference. I keep barely speaking. The South Side is still in pretty good shape. Now, back to Northwest Fall, we flew over. Indeed, there was a bad stretch with a lot of LAPD activity there. And that's the intersection of Winnetka and Nordoff.
So Winnetka is closed 1 block south of Nordal. That is the problem. So get over to the base, call me, and actually, look, it's just road. We're going to West LA. School to you. Chef Bomb, AFI in the sky. This hour of the Bill Handel Show is brought to you by WDC Kitchen and Bath Center. Find the largest selection of in-stock appliances in Southern California at WDCappliances.com. WDCappliances.com. Chlorinated water is for swimming, not drinking and bathing. Chlorine causes your skin and hair to dry out. How about upgrading to a light source water system? Light source system filters your water from every tap, reducing the harsh taste and feel of chlorine. Your body gets better. No maintenance, no salt, no filters or servicing. Call 800-803-2696 for a free consultation. Visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference.
Okay, guys, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I'm going to tell you how to give the best gift ever. Flowers are great, but giving an experience is even better. So check out Rosetta Stone. A subscription to their language learning app is perfect if your partner wants to travel or wants to connect better with a family member, or if you're looking for something that two of you can do together. Right now, get $120 off lifetime unlimited languages. You'll have access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for life at rosettastone.com. Equal representation has changed the direction of your life. If you didn't enter 888-OPO-WIN, KSI,
More stimulating talk.
and I'm our radio station.
It is a Thursday morning, February 9th. So the news that we are looking at, the horrific, absolutely heartbreaking story out of Turkey and Syria. 19,800 deaths so far. Of course, if we look at it right now, we'd be more than that. So we're watching that. The world's watching that and helping. Clearly, although I was talking to Michelle, it doesn't matter how much help goes in. It'll never be enough. Never is under those circumstances. First background has died at 94. A life well lived. It was songs, raindrops falling on my head. Get pneumonia, dies out there. I'll say bye. A little prayer. Remember that? Yeah. Really, do you know the way to San Jose? Yeah, but like, who wants to go to San Jose, right? Like, there's no tech guy, right? No bears there. I know, but you know what? It's San Jose. You can't say, do you know the way to Peoria? It doesn't work as a strong title. Like, it's great.
I lived in San Jose. It wasn't horrible.
No, I understand. But how many people go to San Jose unless you're in the tech industry? You don't. Huh? It's true. Unless you're a reporter and you get stuff there. Or do you know the way to Silicon Valley? That doesn't work either. Jason Middleton is with us. Jason, our business guy at the business show Sunday 2 to 3 here on KFI. Also, an anchor here on KFI. Jason, thanks for jumping aboard. I really appreciate it. All right, a couple of stories that I want to share. One of the big ones is Disney cutting 7,000 jobs. Bob Iger, who is in his second stint as CEO, they've asked him back, and he talked about restructuring the company. Now, that's not any small deal. So what are the reasons? What's going on with Disney? And their revenue is still pretty good. Oh, absolutely. The revenue was up last quarter under his tutelage. He's the stand-in, if you will, the CEO of Note, because he has a termination, right? And so he can do whatever he needs to be right. Which is why I wrote Happiest Shareholders on Earth, because having Bob Iger back in that corner office, which is that Disney right now, he realized that linear is not where the growth is for the company, just where he is broadcasting. So ESPN Plus. The streaming videos are all different what's happening on the broadcast. Now, he did spin out ESPN into its own category. That's part of the reason. Of course, the rumors are going to have done that Disney is looking to sell ESPN and spin out. He says, no, that's not a new plan whatsoever. You do know, to your point about the 7,000 layoffs, so that's how many. You just don't know where and when yet. It's not for sure. Now, the streaming business is still losing a little bit. $1.1 billion last quarter. It lost 1.1 million in operational costs.
Right. So yeah, it's underwater, but that's an expectation with this because you're kind of waiting on a couple of things with Disney Plus, and that is we've only had this new bundle that they have, the ESPN, the Hulu, and Disney with the ads at this price point for about 90 days, not even 90 days, 60 days. So we have to see how that plays out first. That might attract more consumers as well. And then if you look at the big guy in the room, Netflix is about to roll out and has started in some smaller countries after sharing restrictions. So we'll see what kind of a headwind that is for subscriber acquisition. And I think that Disney Plus is probably going to be on the better side of that because they have a more diverse content.
A couple questions. First of all, Disney Plus, I know it was the most successful rollout of a streaming service ever was.
Yes, that's right.
And they came out almost immediately with 15 million subscribers. And a couple of things. One, do they make up even more cash and now charging $800 a ticket for a one-day park hopper for cash as opposed to $250 or whatever they're charging now? And aren't the streaming services, all of them, between Netflix and Disney Plus and others, losing subscribers?
Well, yes and no, it depends, because they're adding those different tiers, right? So you can buy it with the ad. Actually, Netflix added 2.2 million last year. So, and that's with mostly people buying it. Yes, we'll go ahead and watch the ads.
I've always wondered about that. The whole concept of streaming with no ads, that was what they sold. Is that just another commercial TV program?
It's the new version of podcast. That's what I mean when it says when linear is being supported by digital, that's what we mean. Because that's exactly right. And I think they always do. They were going to have to go there eventually because they just wanted the rest of the market to catch up with them. I think with Netflix, they have the case of, Disney can argue this too, but I think Netflix has a deeper content library where people will get hooked on certain shows and content and will sit through the ads so they can know what's happening. I don't know if Disney's for sure.
All right, so do you see, for example, let's say Netflix comes out with a show that's a huge breakthrough, and whatever it is, and do you see them releasing it only on the TV ad version, or do you see them releasing it simultaneously?
I think that's already on the student, so they'll probably push it across the platform. Here's the point about the content. Don't forget that Mandalorian just closed down, Andor closed down in November. Mandalorian comes back in March.
So what is Mandalorian? Oh, the TV show.
Yeah, that's the one they launched with Disney Plus. That's what got them in. I didn't see a huge hit. And so we're in the lull right now when it comes to content. Which is why you might not see subscriber growth. I think you're just seeing under cost.
Yeah, what's the last major insane Game of Thrones, Breaking Bad hit?
I think it's Squid Games was pretty good.
All right, yeah, I saw that. I enjoyed it very, very much. And then you have Peacock with Yellowstone.
Yeah, and Poker Face is on Peacock, and it's brilliant. I love it. It's a reboot of Columbo in a lot of ways. It's something taken like three. Really reboot.
Oh yeah, of course. Walter Mitty, right? What's it? Clubman. Oh, okay. Not so much for that. I don't want to. I lose that one on Jeopardy. All right.
Yellowstone has transitioned over to Paramount. It's no longer on.
And Yellowstone is Paramount, and
There will be a site like that, so they can watch it with this man.
all right, thank you. And that's right. They go back and forth. Yeah, they bounce a lot. All right, coming up, what are we talking about? Home buying and how that may have changed. It's changing. And back with Jason Middleton, let's check in with Jennifer Jones Lee live in the KFI 24-hour news.
You know, you can get on Peacock to read it to be. I might watch that.
The original Leave It to Beaver?
Yep, all 6 seasons.
You know, I interviewed Katie Haskell, I can't tell you how many times.
And he's gone, right? But I think all of them gone.
Yeah, he was a cop, LAPD.
Yes.
And got shot in the head.
Right?
Yeah.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, he was shot. He retired on disability because a lot of people who get shot in the face or the head tend to have some emotional problems and they take medical disability. All right, I don't think that's taking it.
No, I think it's up there for him. Congress is getting some classified briefings this morning on the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down off the coast of South Carolina. For the first time ever, the military flyover during the Super Bowl will have all female pilots. It will honor the 50 years of women in U.S. naval aviation And NFL Commissioner Roger Goodell is standing up for those officials. He says he doesn't believe officiating in the NFL has ever been better. We'll get a look at your drive with DKFI and Messiah in just a moment.
So we're not talking about home values. Let me ask you something. Do you believe that next year your home is going to be worth more than this year? Not a chance. Values are dropping. So if you're thinking of taking money out of your house, you got tons of equity. So you're thinking of taking at least $75,000 out. Let me suggest going to HMS Capital because you're getting it more now than you are next year. And HMS Capital can help you borrow the money that you need, that you build with your equity. And whether you're consolidating debt or making home improvements, doesn't matter. HMS Capital probably, I believe this, has the best solution. You have no appraisal, credit fees to apply for. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. I absolutely, I trust them obviously. I love the work they do. Call HMS Capital at 833-255-5698. 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com.
SoCal weather from KFI, sunny and warm today, highs will be in the mid to upper 70s. This report is brought to you by Whole Foods Market. Let's get a look at your drive at DKFI in the sky.
Now, we're moving ahead just right now to eastbound 105. Again, this is a big twitchy. Well, say the 710 is the 605, close to 605. So there's been a problem report. We'll head that way and check it out for you. So just be careful. A reminder, back to the San Fernando Valley, what extra is closed from North to 1 block south of Winnetka, and then there's traffic control at North itself. So just use any of the other services they'll get you through. Right now, we're looking at Santa Monica Freeway. Kind of a typical morning, unfortunately. What that means, if you do to LA especially, it's a crawl. Up the East LA interchange all around to West LA. Right now, at least all lanes are up. And O'Connell Property is still growing, leading Rancho Cucamonga now on the west east end of South Monte Vista. Bad press, I think is really backed up for a few miles approaching. For all that coming up. Jeff AFI in the sky.
Prime members, spark your love affair at Whole Foods Market. A double dozen bunch of roses is only $24.99 through February 14th. Head in-store for all your delicious desires. While supplies last. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply.
This report is sponsored by Staples Stores. Right now during Staples Citicon, select chairs are more than 50% off. Like the leather vortex gaming chair, now just $119.99. Offer ends through 11 while supplies last. Staples, the working and learning and saving store.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world. Protecting America. Fighting for business, morganpeople.com. For it all, it's here you.
From 1909 to 1979, state-run hospitals in California performed thousands of sterilization procedures as part of Virginia's law. After 1979, this practice continued into state prison. If you were left unable to have biological children after surgery while living in a state-run facility or while incarcerated in California prison, you may be entitled to compensation. For our confidential application, call 1-800-777-9229. Deadline to apply is December 31st, 2023.
It's never been more important to diversify your financial portfolio. So that's right, the S&P is down 20% from last year, and this year looks even worse. No one wants to use the word recession, but let's be real, we're headed towards one. Gold and precious metals offer a hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. And Legacy Precious Metals, the company John and I from. At Legacy Precious Metals, they reject the notion that your financial future should be left to chance. So the number one goal is to give people the key to protecting their wealth and securing their financial future. Protect your retirement accounts by rolling it into a full-back IRA or have metals shipped directly to your door. Don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals today at 866-691-2173 or get your free investor's guide online at 5legacygold.com. That's 5legacygold.com. Visit RV.com. Season Kickoff RV Show is on now. Level traders starting at $59. Motorhomes starting at $49. Zero down deliveries is no payments for free. RV.com with a 405 to 22. What's it say on the Exorcist Files podcast? Overview exorcists and demonologists share stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades,
Father Carlos Buttons has encountered people in nearly every way imaginable. When Hollywood portrayed The Exorcist with levitation, vomiting, spitting at the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. It's Airbnb-based toxic. And it looks like nobody does any background checks on who they're renting out to either. Holy moly.
Yeah, I know. You get thousands of dollars for one night. Why would you inflict this on your neighbors? Would you have any conscience at all?
John and Ken.
Why would you do this?
Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. We'll handle here before we finish up with Jason Middleton and some business news. Here's your chance to win some money.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Check. That's check. CHECK. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident, winning is everything.
Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James.
800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
And you have to not text the keyword. You have to enter the keyword online at KFIAM640.com/cash. Winners are notified only by email, so watch out for your email. Also, you may want to check your spam and or junk folder to see if you've won. We do this every hour. Next hour, next chance. Every hour, 6 a.m. to 7 p.m. Monday through Friday. Back we go with Jason Middleton, and we are in the middle of business news. Just spent a good time talking about Disney. Gently, if you we're all on demand, so if you wanted to listen to any segments that I have done, we have done on the show, just go to the iHeartRadio app and it's on demand, as is any segment or any show that appears here on KFI. All right, Jason, I want to talk about home buying. For some reason, I'm always been fascinated about home and home buying, how weird the market is, and interest rates, and it's just all screwed up. In general. So what's going on right now?
So it seems to fit right in with the need of the entire economy. Everything that's screwed up a little bit upside down. So it looks like home buying is probably slowing down because of interest rate mortgages. People are holding on to their homes longer. They want to sell at a higher price. It isn't there yet. So I think a lot of people are just saying, we're going to hold back on selling and buying. People don't hold on to mortgages.
Yeah, I can understand if you want to move, you want to go into another home, and let's say you've made a pile of money. You probably haven't made enough of a pile of money to buy a new house cash, because you're probably going to go up in value. Sure, you want to just upsize. And you're paying 7%, and you're sitting on 3% money. Why would you ever do that? You suck it up, and you go, I'm not moving. I'm not about to pay twice the mortgage payment that I am for the same money. So I'm not selling. And the same thing people buy. I'm paying rent. It's going up 5% a year, 4% a year. You tell you 7% money is a lot of money. So, and then we have the supply chain. And nothing makes sense anymore.
And then you have the headwind of the Fed saying, well, we might not be done with these rate hikes this year. And I think that's probably a pretty good thing. I think we're right now between 4.5 and 4.75 as the base rate from the Fed. I think it's going to go up another 0.5% this year. So that's going to help that slow down the market even more. Then you have the companies that buy houses for undervalued, right? The as-is houses. You call one of these companies, they come in and give you an assessment, right? They say, hey, we'll give you X amount for this.
Yeah, I do commercials for direct buyers.
Exactly. And so direct buyers are probably having an abundance of opportunity when it comes to their supply, their inventory, that people are buying. And so they're buying these split homes or houses for undervalued and holding on to them a little bit longer if they have to.
Hey, let me ask you about the dynamics of that. How delusional are the home buyers now? We're used to, I'm going to put myself there, we're used to 3% money. And if you've been around the last few years owning a house, it's gone up 20, 30, 40%. Is the anticipation that it's going to go up that high over the next, as much over the next several years? And is the money going to get below 5%, 4%? Because that's how we live, right?
There is an expectation clash going on for sure. You and I bought houses 3%, 3 to 4% was pretty much standard mortgage rate was for almost 20 years, really. And now it's not. Now 6.1% is an average price for a 30-year mortgage right now on the market. And if you're trying to move it in this atmosphere, it's just difficult. I mean, things are going to happen. Things are going to, personal circumstances will force you to sell or buy. I get that. But at the same time, like you said, if you're going to upsell, if you're going to get some extra square footage to you and your family, now is not necessarily the time to do it. But if you have a distressed property that you don't want to see the valuation fall farther, that's where you might call somebody who's in a home market. Okay. Let's go into the story of Bed Bath & Beyond collapsing. We're watching it collapse. Literally in real time it is. Now we're watching a supernova explode right in front of us. Bed Bath & bye-bye. It's a meme stock, right? So that the internet kind of got jammed up last year when they wanted to go bankrupt, and now the banks are like, well, we might want to go Chapter 11 because your Bed Bath & Beyond, you guys are dragging this out long enough. We want to make sure we get at least some of our money back that we lent you. They got a reprieve on Friday afternoon. They picked up enough cash for some operational business days. Probably by tomorrow, we'll know whether or not this happens. The reason the bankers are not calling in their chip right now is chip is because they don't want to be seen as causing hundreds or tens of thousands of layoffs in the country. That's way bankers actually care about that. That seems to be right now like one of the reasons they're holding back and saying, okay, you can have one more crack at this. You fouled off the last pitch. You're going to get another pitch. So who in their right mind, looking at Bed Bath & Beyond, closing stores left, right, and center by the day, by the hour, is going to put $1 billion into that company? Because that just happened. Well, it looks like it's a company that's cash rich and thinks that it can find an upside on this, and it's going to get its dollars back before the bankers get it for free. Okay, yeah. So just a prognostication here. I want you to guess. I'm looking at Bed Bath & Beyond, and is it going to go the way of Toys R Us, where the only thing that's left is the name? Yep, that's it. Nothing more than the label. Perhaps an in-store pop-up situation, or their physical footprint's going to go far away. That's what I think. Okay, and in 1 minute, Tesla. Okay, Tesla is up. You have to go there. Right now it's up. Wow, it's up 95% this January 1st of this year. It goes up to $211 a share right now. So you've doubled your money since January. Bouncing back. It's definitely bouncing back hard. Now, Elon is not the richest man in the world yet. The richest man in the world is he owns basically all the luxury stuff in Europe. He's worth Bernard Arnault, I believe his name. 73 years old he is. Elon's only 51, 52, and his worth is just shy. So maybe with today's bounce back, we might have a tie for the richest man in the world again. Yay. Yeah, that's so important. It is. But Tesla, it goes all over the place. And you have a CEO that's pretty squirrely, especially buying Twitter, all that. Would you, considering how it dropped, considering how it goes up, its volatility, would you put a pile of money in Tesla? I try not to make stock predictions. I will say this. I think I'd be more willing to invest in Tesla if Twitter was not an ad-based company, because Elon's really good at running something that requires engineering. He's really not a salesperson, and that's what Twitter is. All right, Jason, thank you. Jason heard 2 to 3 p.m. Right here on KFI on Sundays, and of course, Jason anchor here, so you hear him all of it. Jason, thanks. Please don't catch it this weekend. Coming up, Musings with Mo Kelly, who is heard every night 7 to 10, and he comes aboard on Thursday and talks about stuff. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Huntington Beach councilman whose motion creates new rules for flags flown at City Hall says it's not about getting rid of the pride flag. Councilman Pat Burns says he has family members who are gay and he loves them, but government flags should represent everyone equally.
Making sure our unified community is fairly represented under the flags of our country, state, city, county, and the armed forces that represent us.
Critics say it's unnecessary, that it takes Huntington Beach backwards, and it's a PR nightmare for an economy that depends on 11 million tourists a year. The city council voted 4-3 this week to fly only the American, state, county, city, and armed forces flags. News is brought to you by WBC Kitchen and Bath Center. The family of a woman who died from overdosing on fentanyl while in a rehab facility is suing Riverside County. The family's attorney, Elon Sexter, says they are also suing the company contracted to run the rehab center. because the staff lied on logs to show it was checking on every woman every half hour while she was at the facility.
I thought 100% that was the absolute safest place for her to be, and it ended up not being safe at all.
The woman's mom tells KTLA she wants justice for her daughter. Riverside County ended its contract with the company months after the woman's death in July. A spokesperson for the county says its provisional license also has been revoked. Award-winning composer Burt Bacharach has died. He created songs for Aretha Franklin, Dusty Springfield, Tom Jones, and many others. His favorite was Dionne Warwick, who sang Walk On By, Do You Know the Way to San Jose, and I Say a Little Prayer. His publicist says Bacharach died yesterday in LA of natural causes. He was 94. The Powerball jackpot is creeping up again since no tickets were sold with all 6 numbers in the last drawing, so it's at $34 million. But remember that Powerball ticket with $2.4 billion that was sold in Altadena 3 months ago? It is still unclaimed. And people pulling pranks at sushi restaurants in Japan have been labeled sushi terrorism. Conveyor belt sushi restaurants have been around for years, but recently people have been pulling pranks which have left investors a little raw. Last week, a video went viral when a guy at popular sushi chain Sushiro licked his fingers and touched all the sushi as it rolled by. Shares fell almost 5% in a day. Another guy was spotted putting wasabi on the sushi. Solutions range from putting pictures on plates instead of actual sushi, then customers have to order what they want. Others are turning to cameras and watching customers to make sure they don't mess with their sushi. King, KFI News. It'll do your job with DKFI in the sky, but first it's Sports with Wayne.
The Clippers lost to the Dallas Mavericks, 110-104. Was the Mavs' first game with Kyrie Irving. Meanwhile, the other Brooklyn Nets superstar trade situation has ended with Kevin Durant going to the Phoenix Suns. The Lakers get the Milwaukee Bucks today at 7. I'm Wayne Resnick, KFI Sports.
SoCal weather from KFI. Nice, sunny, warm day ahead with temperatures in the mid to upper 70s. But then it looks like for tomorrow, we're going to drop back into the 60s. Chance of showers off and on all through the weekend and back through Tuesday. And temperature is not going to be much over the mid 60s. Right now, it is 59 in Orange, 57 in Dana Point. Let's get a look at your drive on the 105.
Words are hard, Jennifer. They really, really are. Especially all those S words. All right, listen up now. Good morning to you. Coming out of Rancho Cucamonga, Market Street. There was quite no problem, really, except Monte Vista, of course. Monte Vista goes into but it's Western Baseline. Western Baseline, that's what the problem is. And so from Haven, getting away from that point, you'll be okay, believe it or not, over towards 57. And then pretty much from Irwindale into Pasadena, kind of a slow morning drive. Good news, again, if you were listening earlier, for the eastbound 105 at Linwood, whatever was there is gone. We just flew over and took a look. It's a little slow, but really not too bad. Now, with the morning drive forward, a lot of places, that's for sure. It's kind of busy out here, so you're still at home. Leave a little bit early. It'll help. South 605 coming down from that 210. Really busy from Big Worthington most of the way down to the 105. 105 real busy. There was a problem around Long Beach Boulevard, another one around Wilmington. And it's pretty much clear, but again, another slow drop. It doesn't pick up until you get past Crenshaw. And then North 405, it's really getting bad. We're going to go down and take a look at this for you, but from the 605, most of the way up to LAX, it's one of those warnings. More on all this coming up. Jeff Bond, AFI in the sky.
Here are some facts about water softeners. Softeners add sodium without filtering water. Old-fashioned, costly, maintenance-heavy. So there's a better solution, a Life Source salt-free water system. Life Source systems provide filtered, delicious, obviously safe water from every tap without the filters or maintenance. And if you live in an area that bans water softeners, Life Source is the perfect choice. Call 800-803-2696. Speak with a factory rep. LifeSourceWater.com. Life Source, taste and feel the difference.
Air crash, need cash? If you've been injured in a car or motorcycle accident, call I Accident Lawyers today. One rate could be touchy. IAccidentLawyer.com. The way to go. Call 800-920-0810. $30 tickets over Salisbury.
Dr. Charles Vander at Saddleback Eye Center. He will give you the all-new laser light
snowflakes. And the laser light LASIK exam helps Dr. Manger when he does the procedure to give you crystal clear vision. And I will give away a laser light LASIK exam to the first 14 KFI callers. I'll give you the phone number in a moment, so have your phone ready. If you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, or you need reading glasses, Dr. Manger can do it all. Being told you're not a candidate for LASIK, you may now qualify for it. Now that Dr. Manger has the laser light LASIK exam. It takes over 1,000 measurements of your eyes. Be one of the first 14 callers to get the free exam. Call 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
The hit true crime podcast, Paper Ghost, is back with a brand new case. Season 3 digs deep into the 1992 cold case murder of Tammy Jozowicki, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and a community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Tammy's supposed to be on campus, and she's not here. And people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Ghost on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
This is Jacob and Ron. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24-JACOB.
KFI AM 640.
The news, what it means, why it matters.
KFI AM 640, Bill Handel. It is Thursday, February 9th. A lot going on today. The death toll in Turkey and Syria is climbing to way over 19,000, and it's obviously going to get a lot worse. It will certainly be in the tens of thousands higher than now. Also, we got the word birth background. Died this morning at 94. Very famous songwriter. World peace now is love. Walk on by and say a little prayer. I mean, all of that. Dionne Warwick is saying most of his great songs. Do I have that right, Jennifer?
Yes.
Okay. It is time for Musings with Mo Kelly. Mo Kelly, heard every night, 7 to 10 p.m. right here on KFI. At Mr. Mo Kelly, his social address. Mo, good morning.
Good morning, my friend. How are you?
I am pretty good, actually. And okay, I'll ask. How are you?
I'm wonderful. Thank you for being so considerate.
Yeah, that's terrific. It's,
Insincere, but considerate.
yeah, that's the word I use. Both sincere and considerate. That's me. It's my middle name. Okay, we have a lot to cover today, and let's start with the entertainment part of you. I know you're sort of a hybrid. You do entertainment, which you're very strong at. You do the rest of the stuff, which you're very strong at. So I guess you are a hybrid kind of person. Netflix and password sharing. When does that happen? What is going on, and what are we looking at it? Because I think most of us are Netflix customers.
Well, that answer depends on when you ask me. If you asked me last week, I would have said that the Netflix password sharing factor was supposed to happen at the end of March. Well, they posted what would be the rules online at the website, and there was such a negative backlash, me included, that they pulled them down and said that, wait, those weren't the official rules. You were just possibly trying to think that they weren't supposed to be posted. I'm paraphrasing. But originally constructed, it was out there. They would unlock people's accounts if you tried to share the password beyond one physical resident. In other words, if you have a Netflix password, and you log in as the original account holder from your home address, that is the Wi-Fi which is attached to your account. And so anyone outside of that Wi-Fi login has to check in, or would have had to check in, at least once every 31 days, or they would have locked your account. The obvious problem would be, well, what if I purchase a Netflix password for my mother, and she doesn't live with me, like I do, for example? Or what if you have a kid who lives with you most of the year, but they go away to college? How are they supposed to use Netflix? I don't think they thought this through at all, and so they pulled it down, and it's unclear whether they're going to bring it back in the way they thought.
All right, so a couple of questions that come to mind as I hear you tell that story is, number one, I'm not happy with it. What am I going to do? Not be a Netflix customer? Because I believe, and I'm certainly of that crowd, if I had one streaming service to have at home, it would be Netflix. It was the first big one, and it's, I think, the best.
There are a lot of workarounds that I would not recommend on your program, but there are ways to work around it. The
So there are a lot of people in this generation where, well, I will not subscribe until there's something I want to see. If there's a particular series or a particular show, I don't need Netflix all year round. I'll just wait, get a free week pass, like a trial of use of it, and then I'll just keep doing that in perpetuity. So this doesn't necessarily raise the total number of subscribers for Netflix. I think it puts a bad taste in people's mouths, and there's a lot more competition. Netflix may be the predominant streaming service, but it's not the only game in town anymore as opposed to 6-7 years ago.
So, do the other streaming services, you're allowed password sharing across the board?
Yes, at this moment, but there's talk of doing similar things with Disney Plus and the other streaming networks. I think they want Netflix to be the sacrificial lamb here to see how it goes over with the wider streaming community. Just as we talked about with ads and how it adds streaming tiers on different networks like Netflix. What they're doing is basically watching what leaders will do in the industry, and if it works, they'll copy it. If it doesn't, they'll try something different.
Yeah, well, if everybody jumps on board, then two things happen. One, then you have no choice. You've got to follow the path, or you're not getting streaming service. And you can follow the lawsuit for violation of Anti-Sherman Trust Act and monopolizing and collusion. So you have your choices. But when you talk about being fair, I don't have a problem with that because I'm paying for Netflix and I'm paying for, okay, let me go the other side. I'm paying for 5 different devices. It doesn't matter where they are.
And at the moment, it doesn't matter where they are. It would under the new proposed Netflix plan.
Right. So going to the content, hit shows, how much do they affect subscribers? Certainly there's an uptick of subscribers when you have a Game of Thrones, when you have a Breaking Bad, when you have something that really explodes. And then what is the drop-off when the series is over?
Well, Netflix and like Disney Plus, they're very savvy as far as making sure that they have new content every single month. And they sort of schedule out their heritage series like Stranger Things, where they'll have these big releases at certain points in the year. So you have a continuum of new content which keeps subscribers engaged. Now, there are other streaming platforms like HBO Max. It's not as good at doing that, and they struggle more than Netflix. But Netflix is good at offering new titles, new movies. Some of them are from overseas with their foreign content, and they have their dub or they have titles, but they're new to us in America. And they also have their new exclusive content that they're creating for their Netflix subscribers. So they have an array of ways of keeping us engaged as Netflix subscribers that other streaming services do not.
Yeah, I wonder why they even dump all the season in one night.
Yeah,
I love it. You love it. Anybody who does binge watching absolutely adores that. But is that a way to keep subscribers week after week after week?
Yes, and you actually beat me to it. I expect in the future that they'll move away from that. Amazon Prime, they'll give you 2 or 3 episodes at the beginning. Disney Plus, depending on the series, they may give you 2 episodes at the beginning, but after that, it's week to week to week. For that reason, if you have a show, a season, which is over 8-9 weeks, especially if it's well received, then you're keeping subscribers at least for 2 months, maybe 3. So I would expect Netflix, if the password sharing controversy doesn't go away, I would expect them to have fewer bingeable series.
Take a break when I come back. And let's really talk about a sitcom, the China Spy Balloon. We'll be back with Mo Kelly. Let's check in with Jennifer Jones-Lee live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
New data from the Department of Education show half the nation's students began the school year about a full year behind that grade level in at least one subject because of the pandemic. Farm workers can apply to get $600 debit cards. The COVID-19 relief payments come from the Federal Farm and Food Workers Relief Grant. They're from farm laborers who worked from 2020 until today. And the price of eggs could be coming down. Data show wholesale egg prices have fallen by more than 50% since December. That's when prices more than doubled because of an outbreak of the bird flu across the U.S. We'll get a look at your drive on the 405 in just a moment.
Hey, Paul, you were going to sell your house. Talked about this with Jason Middleton a little while ago. And you've been waiting because prices kept on going up. Well, it's fine. Prices are actually going down. So maybe it's time to pull the trigger.
you can list the house, certainly with a broker, and that means you're paying 60% clean, paint, and repair. Prospective buyers walk through, you can't be there, you've got escrows, people dropping out of escrows, negotiations. None of that happens with directbuyers.com. You get a fair price, none of that hassle, you're paid in cash. Within 10 days or less, no one walks through your house. They'll even give you a $15,000 cash advance before closing to help with your move. And they'll never lowball you. Go to directbuyers.com, call 844-242-SELL. That's directbuyers.com, 844-242-SELL.
SoCal weather from KFI, sunny today and warm with highs in the mid to upper 70s. This report is brought to you by your Staples stores. From Southern California Trader Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places like the 405.
Good long section of it anyway, and the section we wanted to keep just heads up on it, especially if they're still at home. You might want to get going. But from the 605 all the way to LA from the 105, got to a terrible start earlier. It's just plain a slow now. We flew over that whole section, 105 down to 605. And again, it's just plain like the corporate lane is slightly better. And it was even to the southbound delays, really, that started all around the 110 going down towards the 710. There was a problem in Wilmington that now went over to the shoulder rather quickly. We're over the 710 right now. Once you head southbound, once you get past the 105, Rosecrans is next. And just south of Rosecrans, a lot of activity. Much of the CHP officers leave right now. A couple of rigs in park, just be careful going down. And then there's more from them. This summer lane is blocked. As you go past the 91, Long Beach Boulevard is the next exit. The left lane is now blocked by a Caltrans road. Looks like emergency road work. So be careful going down. Jeff Bond, KFI in the sky.
You've heard the saying, penny wise, pound foolish, right? It means you do something that saves you a little bit right now, pennies, but then ends up costing you big time in the end, pounds. This is Leland Smith, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC, and we see this all the time. People putting off tuning up their furnace because they don't want to take the time to spend the money to get it done. But it only takes about 90 minutes and costs just $88, which is just pennies compared to the huge problems and expenses that can rack up if you don't get your furnace tuned up. You'll also save money on your energy bill.
Yeah, it was. I don't know. Did the best game show ever. Did the highest ratings. And they're number one. And I believe them. And I still think it's number one. Why? Because I never hear like a show that sucks. Is good. We're number one. It sucks. But this shows are good.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeart Media can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeart Media can work for you. From your cell, dial pound 250 and say keyword great result. That's pound 250 and say great result. Science proves quality sleep is vital to your mental, emotional, and physical health. The Sleep Number 360 smart bed senses your movements, automatically adjusts to help keep you both effortlessly comfortable. And extends your benefits so you stay cool. So you're your best for yourself and those you care about most. Life-changing sleep, only for Sleep Number. It's our ultimate Sleep Number event. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery when you add adjustable base. Ends Monday. To learn more, go to sleepnumber.com.
Every year you vow to get healthier, and yet you still drink 8 to 10 glasses of tap water a day. What chemicals are you putting in your body? Stop worrying and get a Purigen Water Whole House Water Filtration and Conditioning System. Right now, zero down is just $49 a month. Better than bottled water. Purigen filters, conditions, softens, details, and purifies. Plus, free installation and free lifetime service, so you'll never have to pay for a service call again as long as you own your system. Because at Purigen, if you're not a customer, you're a partner for life. And right now, Purigen comes with a free 6-stage reverse osmosis alkaline purification system. Eliminate hard water spots on your shower for good. Get the Purigen Whole House Water System for just $49 a month, and you never have to worry. If you're serious about getting healthy, do what I did. Call 844-80-WATER. 844-80-WATER or PUR, again, water.com,
one has your face hate you. Damn right. From the music you love to the podcast, you can't live without. And only the iHeartRadio app has it all. For free, download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Portions of the following program will be recorded. There are two cities that have the highest return to office rates at above 60%. Austin and Houston. Texas is one of those places where COVID never happened. Yeah, I mean, if you ask most people, the lowest return to office rate was in San Jose. Jerry and Shannon, which is all tech companies, the heart of Silicon Valley. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
KFI AM 640, live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. Bill Handel here as we finish the show on this Thursday morning. Quick reminder, coming up at the top of the hour, I am taking phone calls off the air for people off the air while Gary and Shannon are here on the air. So feel free to call me for marginal legal advice, 877-520-1150. 877-520-1150 as I walk out. All right, let's finish up with Mo Kelly. Mr. Mo Kelly's address, and he's heard every night tonight, included 7 to 10 p.m. Mo, I was going to talk to you about the China spy balloon, but I'd rather move into something that's going to happen this Sunday, because this one everybody's going to jump in at on, and that's the commercials on the Super Bowl. How many of those have you seen so far on streaming?
Well, they're all out there, but I actually try not to watch any of them until the Super Bowl, so I can just get a more genuine response to them. Yeah, you can find them on YouTube, but I would rather experience them in the moment. And I look at the marketing as far as whether they try to place them either right before the game, first quarter, second quarter, third quarter, and so forth, because there's a progression and there's a strategy in the sense of whether they think the game is going to be close enough. The prevailing ideology is try to get the commercials in as soon as possible or in the fourth quarter because they get lost in the middle.
Now, when they quote $7 million for a 30-second ad, I'm assuming that's prime time, first quarter. Where no, not at all.
No, it's pretty much static across the board to $7 million. So they're not. So it's one thing if you get your money in early, if you get your spot in early, if you have more of a stake in where the spot is going to be placed. But outside of that, if you wait too long, no, you'll end up in no man's land.
All right, this morning I did a story on the fact that these advertisers put their commercials on the internet. And the first one, a little history here. The first one was, remember that the little boy Darth Vader ad in 2011? Okay, that was the first one to actually go on the internet first. It was on Facebook, and everybody thought, oh my God, you've already seen the commercial, who's going to watch it? As a matter of fact, the demand went up, and it turned out more people wanted to watch it and did, sort of as a sequel. And now everybody's doing it. Your take on that?
I think it should be, now as we see more of these spots end up on the internet, I think they should debut at the Super Bowl, and then people will seek them out online, and you'll see a lot of advertisers, they'll use that same ad in perpetuity for the next few months afterwards. I think it has more impact when people see it at the Super Bowl and then go to find it afterwards. If I see an ad before the Super Bowl, it doesn't mean as much, and I'm not as curious, and I'm not surprised at all when it shows up during the Super Bowl, and I think it has a shorter leg in the minds of many viewers and consumers.
Okay, so how do you reconcile that? Because I agree with you completely. The anticipation of never having seen an ad before, watching the Super Bowl as much for the commercials as the game, and there's a good chunk of people that watch the Super Bowl for the commercials, and you would think it would be diluted if they watched the ads beforehand. Everybody is running ads beforehand. I don't think there is one advertiser that is not. And so how do you reconcile that? Because I can't.
I'm not sure I can reconcile it. I guess I can theorize that from a marketing standpoint, if you're going to pay $7 million for an ad and there's already interest in people seeing the Super Bowl ads, why not get more bang for your buck, supposedly, and have people be able to find it on YouTube before the game, and so you're getting more than just that 30-second hit during the live game. I disagree with that, but they're the marketing professionals and experts. I just wouldn't do it that way, because put it this way, the big trailers, like the fall
Marvel is going to be doing or the big movie one, you're not going to see those in the same. They're going to make sure that you wait for the actual Super Bowl to watch it for that reason. And I'm assuming that are you a fan watching the Super Bowl, a game, or both? I try to do both, but it depends on where I watch it. If I'm in a place where a lot of people, it's almost impossible to hear all the ads and the intricacies and the subtle jokes and everything. If I'm at home by myself, and I'll pay more attention to this. Yeah, we'll see it out. Isn't that fine? Just having a recording entertaining where everybody's eating guacamole. Molly, thank you. And we'll talk about probably, well, maybe not. I'm sure you're going to talk about the Chinese Bible tonight. Probably not. Well, okay, and I'm curious of moving away from politics. All right, fair enough. Fair enough. All right, well, you have a good one tonight, 7 to 10 p.m. At Mr. Motelli is a social address. Oh, I'll catch you over the weekend. All right. Janet. Hi, young lady. Super Bowl coming up. Of all the people that really know sports backwards and forwards, particularly football, it is you. Are you a Super Bowl game watcher? Commercials? Well, certainly the game.
Yeah, not really. Like, I try to watch all the commercials either before or after because everyone's yapping during the commercials, you know? You don't want to be the spoiled sport that, looks like a poltergeist girl in front of the television and not engage in the, socialization of Super Bowl Sunday. I'm actually excited about this game. I think it's going to be a good game. 7 years, you're like, blowout, no way. But this one's going to be close. Who's going to win? I believe the Chiefs will win.
Yeah, I would get into the intricacies of this, but I don't understand it now. Your level, so we're not even going to.
Well, to that end, the Super Bowl week gets so tedious there today is, well, this week is in Phoenix. But the questions that are asked of the coaches, of the players, are just so ridiculous. And we'll talk about it. I mean, asking Andy Reid who his favorite 3 current rappers are. Have you seen Andy Reid? Yeah, how much rap music do you think Andy Reid listens to? That's a good point. Asking the coach of the Eagles, is this a must-win game? It's the Super Bowl, jackass.
Yeah, that's especially, I don't know if you've ever been in, and I have not been, but Louisville, Kentucky Derby.
I have not been.
Okay, it is a week, and it's like Super Bowl. Yeah. I mean a full week, and it's a 2-minute race.
Right. Yeah, that is insane. And you have to wear a dress and a hat.
That's why I won't go. I would. All right, Shannon, real quickly, what's going on?
Okay, the story of Orange County about the public defender who goes to celebrate his first anniversary with his wife in Rosarito and ends up dead. She's finally talking about what happened that night in her experience. So we'll get into that. It's fascinating. Such a mystery around that. Mexico says he was drunk, fell over a balcony. She says he was a victim of a vicious murder. So we'll get into that.
Okay, let's talk about it. And a quick reminder, I am taking phone calls for Handle on the Law off the air. And you can still listen to Gary and Shannon on the phone while you're on hold, which not very very long. And just these phone calls for the commercial and everything. And the number is 877-520-1150. 877-520-1150. I'm going to start in just a moment off the air. Coming up, Gary and Shannon, right here, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Moving into the great
Home has time. With my handler, Orange County.
everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Hope is dwindling. I'm Jennifer Jones, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The number of people killed in the magnitude 7.8 earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria has grown to more than 19,000. Rescuers searching through the rubble of collapsed buildings have been finding survivors, but BBC Andrew Gilbert says time is running out.
The first critical 72 hours have now passed. The White House rescue team sending a camera into the rubble, finding a young man pinned down.
Without this,
Carefully chipping away at the metal of debris. Freeing him and the woman.
He says the family of 4 from New York City died in quake while visiting family in Syria. The Turkish Cultural Center in Irvine is gathering supplies, including coats and hand warmers, to send the people affected by the earthquake in Turkey.
It struck 7 major cities in Turkey, and it felt throughout 38 cities. Impacted areas, including northern Syria. So devastation is 7.8 magnitude.
And Syria's Cultural Center
says that he knows more than a dozen families in Southern California who have lost loved ones. Volunteers at the Cultural Center are also working to raise donations for a nonprofit organization. Donations are being accepted until Monday. An LA County Sheriff's deputy claims a new deputy gang is forming at the East LA station. KFI's Blake Crowley reports live the revelation has been made in the lawsuit.
Multiple people spoke against the motion. These Americans are just community display. It is an extremely small gesture of love. Compliance with the flag order shows that our community is enforced. We need to openly step back to implement this fully for our next
Councilman Pat Burns says his motion would pass 4-3 this week is about everyone having equal value. He says it's not about the pride flag.
I think it's divisive, and I think it's sad that it got turned into what it was. It wasn't anything against the gay community or anything. I got niece and nephews that are both gay. I love them dearly.
Councilman Casey McKeon agreed.
Inclusion by definition represents everyone equally as an American, as a resident of California.
Councilwoman Natalie Moser says this is 20 years step backwards.
By removing the pride flag, we send a message out to people that we are safe and we are inclusive and we are welcoming.
Councilman Dan Chalmers says it's an unnecessary PR nightmare.
He wants the Olympics in 2028. We want to do a certain venue and maybe another venue. And the Olympics is about inclusivity. I think it's what the black guys are going to do.
In Huntington Beach, Corbin Carson, KFIA.
A school vice principal has testified in LA at the Anthony Avalos murder trial. The 10-year-old boy's mom and her live-in boyfriend are accused of killing him in 2018. The school officially told the court yesterday the boy told her in 2015 he was being abused and she reported it. The number of people in LA County in the hospital with COVID-19 has jumped back over 700. 18 more deaths have also been reported. The 10-day average daily rate of people in the county testing positive for the virus was 5.9% as of Wednesday. President Biden headed to Florida to speak to retirees. ABC Daily Field says Biden plans to tell them Republicans want to cut Medicare and Social Security.
Florida Senator Rick Scott made that proposal. Puerto Rican President Biden are bringing that fight to the Sunshine State, saying Republicans want to undermine those retirement plans seniors depend on.
Analysts say Biden wants to use Social Security and Medicare to drive a wedge between Republican lawmakers and their base of older voters, leaving Republican lawmakers in six. Cuts to Social Security and Medicare are off the table. Taking a look at your KFI financial report brought to you by SaddlebackEye.com. Right now, the Dow is up 59, S&P is up 7, NASDAQ is up 26, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.63.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off roasted from SaddlebackEye.com.
Still got weather from KFI. We've got a sunny day ahead. Temperatures will be in the mid to upper 70s. Then it looks like at night we're going to drop back into the 40s. Starting tomorrow, our temperatures will be in the low 60s. Clouds start to roll in on Saturday with a chance of rain all the way through next Tuesday. Right now it is 49 in Laguna Hills, 60 in Pacoima, 50 in Downey. Let's get a look at your drive of DKFI in the sky and Jeff Ball.
I had a whole slew of problems there. First one, we just saw, we just ripped up it a little while ago, but South County had Firestone and another problem has Rosecrans. So both of them, they show the big problem at the moment is South Trent has to do some emergency road work, so it's south of the 710 past the 91 at Long Beach Boulevard. That's where they started blocking the left lane. So just be careful coming down now. It's going to exit from Long. But after that, it's barely to drive all the way down to the harbor. Northbound coming out Long Beach, usual morning stop slow coming up towards 405, and then they get up to about Swan. So not too bad. Now, if you're leaving Burbank, it's one of those mornings we're really slow. Coming away from the 170 is supposed to slowly starts on Hollywood Way. Now it's slowing, so you're not stopped solid. It's going to stay their way down to about a little bit before zero, so it's from that way over to the toll. We just have a look at that as well. Left side around the valley is still the surface street problem. When this guy going off, when that just closed, most directions just out and going off. LAPD activity, bad threat happened a lot earlier. And in Hollywood now, it's just shown that last night there was a horrendous fire pretty much at the corner of Blanket and Yucca. We just flew over it. The streets are open. The fire department is still poor. You want to be a firefighter? You have to put the fire out. Now they're going to clean up after it. But fire department is still there. One of the criminals. So we got Blanket and Yucca. So please, just be careful coming through. That's AFI in the sky. This hour is brought to you by your Southern California Toyota dealers. Let's go places.
Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is the new unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting is flooded with thousands of resumes who just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting you know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes. When you go to jobget.com/handle, that's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle. It can be dangerously easy to steal together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security numbers? Nope. Oh no. She's been stolen. BlackRock by Northern makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here. Democrats just want to win the next election, and they're trying to do it with ceaseless money grab. If you not care if the value of your retirement is sacrificed, Stephen K. Bannon is critical to protect your retirement right now with a Gold IRA from First Gold Group. To learn more, get a free info kit on Gold IRAs by texting the word shelter to 989898. There's nothing to buy and no obligation at all. Text the word shelter to 989898 to get a free info kit on Gold.
Experience and results. If you've been injured, AAC OPO wins.
More stimulating songs. This is Big Sean. Jerry Hoffman.
This is Helena Gomez. This is
Shannon Barron. Jerry. What's up, guys? This is Justin Bieber. Shannon. And you're behind the phone, Jerry and Shannon.
Sugary. I mean, I know the man just died, and I'm not trying to disgrace his name.
You're 100% trying to say,
But I don't like that sugary, jivey, poppy, late 60s thing. I was more of a Motown person, not a Burt Bacharach person.
this song's for everybody.
Did you see Jamie's face when I said, "What's new, Pussycat"?
Wait, no, but here's the bit. You said who? I understand. I get it. I know why. Okay, we have a bunch of stories we're going to get to. This hour is going to be jam-packed, so don't go anywhere. The Hunter Biden laptop hearing in Congress yesterday. Really, yeah, we did screwed up.
We know everything about Hunter Biden at this point. Yeah, I mean, the man was trying to snort cheese off the floor.
And he joked about it, like, I probably snorted more Parmesan than anybody in the world.
There's nothing we don't know about Hunter Biden. We've seen the pictures, we've seen the naked pictures, we know all the details. But it is fun to revisit, isn't it?
We'll talk about that. Top of next hour, we're going to get into the story that ABC News, the Orange County Register, we've talked about it before. The story of the Orange County Public Defender died in Mexico under very, very mysterious circumstances. And there is one key aspect of it now that we know that we hadn't heard before. And it was that Mexican police had apparently pulled over Elliot and his wife as they were headed back to the hotel and took them down for some money, saying that they had rolled through a stop sign or some bogus BS like that.
I remember going on my senior trip back in the 90s and the warning that you do not want interaction with the federales. You do not want interaction with the Mexican police because they are so corrupt. And just don't be that person.
That's always dangerous.
Absolutely. So definitely not something that is unheard of, but yet another wrinkle in what continues to be a huge mystery. Coming up next, we'll get into the spy balloon in China.
Apple was reportedly equipped with antennas, solar panels, large enough to power sensors. This was not a meteorological balloon, right? This was definitely a spy balloon.
But we start with death toll inching ever closer to 20,000 after the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. ABC's Marcus Moore is talking a little bit about it.
These members, some of them from Los Angeles, are just not one among the thousands of searchers and rescuers who have been working in a large swath of destruction of Texas for hundreds of miles here in Turkey. And a declaration of emergency has been declared in 10 cities here in the country. And 3 days after the earthquake, there are some rural areas that have yet to be reached.
You know, that he points to one of the reasons why this has been so difficult is that this was a massive area that was impacted by the earthquake. It's a land where a lot of people live.
23 million people live in the impacted area. 23 million.
And even if the death toll does expand by tens of thousands, you're going to have 5 times that number who are injured, and then all probably 23 million of them impacted by the fact that they're not going to have clean water, they're not going to have food sources, they're not going to have electricity, they're not going to have the ability to keep themselves in very cold conditions. It is as awful as the collapse of 6,000 buildings is in the original earthquake. It almost sounds like it has the potential to get worse before it gets better.
I mentioned yesterday, or asked the question, does this make Syria kind of have a moment of reckoning with a 12-year-long civil war? Have enough people died in that civil war and with this natural disaster now that maybe come to the table and cooler heads prevail? Make no mistake about it, when your country is in a civil war, think about what that does to any sort of organization when it comes to a rescue effort.
Yeah, well, the state itself, the government of Syria has not been helping out in some of these rebel-held parts of the country. They're relying on what they refer to as non-state actors, the white helmets. Remember the stories during the original Syrian civil war early on, these white helmet groups of people that were basically responders, whether it was fire, police, first aid, paramedics, they wore white helmets and would go into those areas that had been bombed out or attacked by government forces and try to save anybody they could. That is an aid group that has been supported by international aid organizations, the United States, Britain, for example, but they've already been the scene of all kinds of shelling and bombing, etc. So an earthquake on top of that just makes things that much worse.
Boring Kazak is a 20-year-old student from Istanbul who was visiting relatives when the earthquake struck, and he was buried in the rubble, trapped with his relatives. He uploaded a video to WhatsApp describing the address and details, begging for help. Whoever sees this WhatsApp status, please come and help, he wrote. Please, everyone come and rescue us now. Rescuers were able to find him using that WhatsApp status. He said, I had my telephone with me, so I thought that if I shared video on social media, my friends could see it, they could reach us, and that's how they found it. Here at Yala, a YouTuber, posted a video on his IG story begging for help under a pile of concrete. I don't know if I'll die or stay alive, he said. Later was saved.
Amazing that they have searched.
Yeah.
You know, that they've got the ability to actually reach out, which may be one of the incredible pieces of technology that gives them some hope.
Coming up next, the Chinese spy balloon shot down by our military over the Atlantic was able and capable of collecting communication signals. Part of a huge fleet of surveillance balloons. We'll get into details when we return.
Jerry Shannon will continue. Jennifer Jones-Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
Legendary composer Burt Bacharach says streaming is the future. Bob Iger made the remarks to CNBC just a day after announcing a restructuring plan that would result in 7,000 jobs being cut. And there's some good news if you like hot, cheesy places. It is National Pizza Day. Shops and retailers across the U.S. are offering discounts and deals in honor of the occasion. Still got weather from KFI, nice and sunny and warm today with highs in the mid to upper 70s. This report is brought to you by Lowe's. Let's take a look at your drive at KFI in the sky. This time it's the 710.
It's National Pizza Day?
Yes, it's also National Bagel and Lox Day.
Oh, dear Lord. I hope it's so big.
Good morning to you. Every down to the seventh that really was focused on this a lot this morning. It's been a lot going on here. Now, the drive is okay until you get to about Florence. There's a whole bunch of problems. They're not major problems, but enough to slow you down. South 710 at Firestone before you get to 105. At Rosecrans, south of that. At a lot before the 91. And Long Beach Boulevard. Caltrans is doing some road work in the left lane. Looking down, it's nothing but a ridge down there. Boy, oh boy, oh boy. So it's going to take some time to get down to Harbor and do what you got to do. That's for sure. Better news for the northbound drive now coming out of the Harbor. It's okay, really. A little slow getting out of the Harbor and up towards 405, but I think you'll be okay. And earlier, we were looking for something unusual, probably eastbound Santa Monica Freeway at Crenshaw. It's not clear, whatever was so it's just a little slow coming through mid-city over towards 110. Westbound, you should be used to it. It's kind of slow, but moving out through by Robert. Jeff KS5 this guy.
Weekend plans? Check out what's happening at your local Lowe's. Weekending at Lowe's gives you and your family the opportunity to make them your weekend destination with free events, workshops, and more. Visit Lowe's.com/events for this month's full lineup.
This report is sponsored by Whole Foods Market. Prime members, start your love affair at Whole Foods Market. A double dozen bunch of roses is only $24.99 through February 14th. Head in-store for all your delicious desires. Walk the park lot. Shop in-store or online. Terms apply. Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anyone else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. Get started today. iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com.
Bill Handel here, and if you have a legal question and want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now, because I'll help you off the air. 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150. Right now. Here are some homeowner headaches we fix together.
Ones are being reduced, where we help you prevent breakdowns by performing 6 critical adjustments for just $129.
I'm not only here on call any drain for just $80 with a 30-foot drain sale.
And we're on call 24/7, 365 days a year.
And our drain cleaning service is just $80. So nice and safe bucks.
Get air conditioning and plumbing. COUTTL.com.
We do things the right way, not the easy way.
We talk about how complicated other banks make it to redeem credit card rewards. Or we can talk about how we discover you can redeem your rewards for cash at any amount at any time. Talk about amazing. Learn more at discover.com/redeem-rewards. Terms apply.
How to get healthier, and yet you still drink 8 to 10 glasses of tap water a day. What chemicals are you putting in your body? Stop worrying and get a Purion water, whole house filtration, conditioning, frosting, and family system. Right now, get the Purion whole house water system for just $49 a month. And it comes with a free 6-stage reverse osmosis alkaline purification system, plus free lifetime service. Call 844-80-WATER, 844-80-WATER, or PUR-water.com, PurionWater.com.
Feel like you're riding an economic roller coaster? All the risk is likely to wreak havoc on your investment portfolio. Maybe you can do better. It's time to regain your footing with a second opinion from Edelman Financial Agents. We're Barron's #1 rated independent financial advisory firm 5 years running. And you can be confident you're getting integrated wealth management advice, including tax planning, estate planning, insurance, and more. An experienced and trusted investment advisory firm. Take advantage of a complimentary wealth check with a planner who puts your needs first. No sales pressure and no obligations. When it comes to your financial well-being, you can count on the top-rated independent financial advisory firm in the industry. Visit Edelman Financial Agents at EFEWealthPlanners.com. That's EFEWealthPlanners.com. They're in trading for the September 28, 2022. Compensation paid for distribution break. At Steger Brothers, you know a good burger starts with the best beef. Try our fresh chicken for gourmet burger patties today at just $5.99 a pound. Handmade daily from 100% Angus beef with seasoning mixes like jalapeno, bacon cheddar, and more. Steger Brothers Market. Fresh, affordable, community first. On the
the Exorcist Files podcast. A leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martinez has encountered evil in every way imaginable. When Hollywood portrayed The Exorcist with levitation, drama, spitting at the priest, all of that has not been movies to me. I have seen actors do it. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The AI search wars are heating up thanks to ChatGPT. This week, Google shut off Bard, its next generation AI search engine, and Microsoft unveiled the new Bing, which, you guessed it, uses AI for search. We'll take a look at how they compare.
Rich on Tech with Rich DeNiro.
Saturday morning at 11 on KFI.
And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
We're not hearing that very I can't do this all day. KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. Jamie, this will be the last one.
I am stuck between a rock and rock.
You do what you feel like.
I can't do both back to back all day. I will drive my head into a wall.
Yeah, bird loading.
Well, yes, rest in peace. 84 years old. He wrote everything, it seems like, for about 15 years back in the 60s and 70s.
I'll give him the soundtrack to Arthur. That was the best that I can do.
How about this? We'll do one segment on Birdback Rack,
And then we'll be done.
and then we'll do that in a couple of minutes. We'll do that just yet. Before we get into our Chinese blue and the president's interview last night, we got $1,000 to give away. Here's how you can win it. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keyword on our website. Bills. That's Bills, B-I-L-L-S. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Two James Accident Attorneys. If you're an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney, this week, James. 800-500-5200. 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. And of course, in those words, those keywords go on to the website, KFIAM640.com/cash. And then email is where you're going to be notified if you win that $1,000.
Well, as we have learned, that Chinese spy balloon that was shot down was capable of collecting communication signals part of a fleet of surveillance balloons directed by the Chinese military that has flown over more than 40 countries across 5 continents, this according to the State Department today.
I still don't have a great explanation as to why we now know how widespread this thing was when last week we're like, what, a balloon for spying? And now we know that there's dozens of instances of this.
What I would like to believe is that the intelligence community of the State Department, that they do keep secrets from the American public. I don't need to know everything. I don't think everybody needs to know everything in terms of...
We'd probably completely in our hands if we knew everything.
Exactly.
But it's part of what the argument, to make Joe Biden look better in response to what happened last week, part of their argument is, well, it happened during the Trump administration, but anybody who had any access to this information during the Trump administration had said, we were never told about it. It's one thing to not tell you and I. It's another thing to not tell the National Security Advisor that someone is hopping on us using a balloon. Now, I think that those can both be true. I think that this could have happened before, but the intelligence apparatus of our country didn't know what it was. They probably moving out of the habit of tracking something as slow and as large as a balloon. So it maybe didn't rise to the level of, we're not quite sure what it is, but we don't seem to think that it's a spy balloon.
Well, U.S. officials say that we don't know exactly what kind of communications the satellite was trying to collect. They've not determined what site the balloon was targeting. I'm hoping that is under the umbrella of things they know but don't want us to know. I'd rather that be the case than them not know.
Right, which they also explain the military desire to keep that thing in the air, keep that thing going for 4 days. If that was going to give them some indication of maybe what they were looking at and looking for, maybe that's part of the value of keeping it up and not shooting it down until they get over the wall.
Apparently, the spy balloons observed during the Trump administration were initially classified as unidentified aerial phenomena. And that's why I brought up
earlier on in the week when I said, we hear about these UFOs or unidentified aerial phenomena all the time. Are they UFOs? No, they're probably drones or spy balloons from foreign entities.
Yeah.
That's more believable.
Yeah, and then what we saw last week was somebody going, wait a minute, this same radar signature or whatever that it looks like on the machine and the speed and the altitude and things like that, we've seen this before a dozen times. Those things must have also been balloons. So President Biden was asked about this.
Yeah, President Biden sat down with Judy Woodruff for an interview fresh off the State of the Union address, and it is too, and God bless them, and I am not an ageist. I do believe that 80 is not old in 2023,
65.
but it's still 80, and this is two 80-year-olds sitting at the end of the home during arts and crafts.
Yeah, and there was a bowl of hard
candy. I was going to say the bar, but they're too old for the bar. It's at the end of the home.
There's a bowl of hard candy, and one of them was drinking
butterscotch
water.
Yeah.
The relations now between the U.S. and China have taken a big hit.
No.
How do you know?
I know.
You talked to
Children were trained before. There are teams also that people
during this?
they didn't have to hire to talk to the candidates.
Yeah. What?
Yes, yes. So
After, but not during?
they're shooting around like a lady that's gathering information of America. Still ended up.
Pass the glue gun.
Works. I know they work for the CGP.
Bingo starts in turn.
We're going to compete for the China.
Do you have another blanket over there?
The country.
It's cold.
And
Catching a chill.
that's been useful.
So he did begin holy Xi Jinping before the balloon thing, not during or after the balloon.
No, he said after. In his response, he goes, after, not during. It's like kind of mumbled through after, not during.
So this was a dream before, or two talks to the people.
During this?
After 9 talks to the people.
After, but not the during. But
That's a big deal. Have you talked to him after? Because he starts to say after is like that during.
well, part of this communication thing, when Anthony Blinken, our Secretary of State, decided to pull out of the weekend meeting that he was going to have in Beijing, my understanding is that the Secretary of Defense, also Lloyd Austin, drops a dime and tries to get a hold of China's corresponding official, whatever they call it, the foreign defense minister, whatever guy. And they didn't even take the phone call. So it's clear, if all you do is read the press releases from the People's Liberation Army or the CCP, it's clear that our relationship with China has suffered as a result of this situation. Not through our problem, I mean, not through our doing. I think we're fully within our rights to do what we did, but it's a bizarre thing. Oh, I want to play for you also. Maybe we come back. Speaking of, I need a blanket, and bingo starts in 10, and the hard candies are harder, and they come out in one chunk. She leans over and asks him, "Are you too old to run for president?"
He's like, are you too old to be doing this interview?
Good Lord. Green Channel will continue in just a moment.
Yeah, we've got vodka, cocaine, guns. It's all coming up next.
Yeah.
Thank you, Hunter Biden.
Jennifer Transley has an update on this.
Disney employees will have to find new work. The British-based Walt Disney Company says 7,000 jobs are being cut as part of a $5.5 billion cost-cutting effort. CEO Bob Iger announced this yesterday during an earnings call. No details on where the layoffs will be made or how quickly. Iger says the company's organizational structure is being changed, with the company being divided into 3 divisions: Disney Entertainment, ESPN, and Parks, Experiences, and Products. Jeff Remark, KFI News. An antitrust watchdog in the UK says Microsoft stalled $69 billion deal to buy a video game company would stifle competition and hurt gamers. The all-cash deal is said to be the largest in the history of the tech industry, but it's facing opposition from Sony and regulators in the U.S. because it would give Microsoft control of popular game franchises like Call of Duty and World of Warcraft. A teenager has been arrested for shoplifting and stabbing a Circle K employee. Police in Sydney Valley say they arrested the teenager yesterday after responding to a fight in progress. The store employee said 2 men walked into the Circle K Saturday, stole booze, then ran to another business nearby. Police say the employee chased the robbers but only found the stolen items. That's when they say the thieves returned and stabbed the employee. The teen is facing charges of assault with a deadly weapon and shoplifting. A collision between a Metrolink train in San Bernardino and a pickup truck has left 2 people in critical condition. The San Bernardino Police Department says the people drove their pickup truck across the railroad tracks at an unsafe speed yesterday. Police say over 30 people were on board the train during the crash. Both the truck driver and the passenger were sent to the hospital. Officials say 1 Metrolink passenger was hurt. Nearly 5 million Fabuloso multi-purpose cleaners have been recalled because of a risk of bacterial growth. The company says a preservative was not added at the intended levels during the manufacturing process, which resulted in growth of a certain bacteria, often found in soil and water. The U.S. Consumer Product Safety Commission says that people most at risk of ingesting the bacteria include those with weakened immune systems, external medical devices, or underlying lung conditions. And part of Disneyland will be turning blue. Disney CEO Bob Iger has announced during the company's first quarter earnings call there's an Avatar experience coming to Disneyland with details to follow. The Disney attraction will apparently be like the Flight of Passage in Disney World, which opened in 2017. Guests will board the back of a banshee and take an aerial ride around Pandora. Rumors are it could be built in Tomorrowland. The second Avatar movie has grossed over $2 billion since it was released in December. 3 more sequels are on the way, with Avatar 3 slated to hit theaters in 2024. Amy King, KFI News. We'll check your drive-through Bel Air in just a moment. Stay with you.
So we talked about solar max for years, right? Several years ago, we went solar at my house. We did all the research and figured out solar max was clearly the best.
Well, yeah, they build you a custom solar system, the most innovative technology, all under one roof, right there in Riverside. They provide you with the highest quality solar panels, inverters, batteries, and just in the industry, hands down.
Now, this is a great time to go solar because in the springtime, you're going to get more electrical production. It's bright, sunny days, cooler temperatures, maximum production.
Call SolarMax, get that 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. The most powerful solar panels on the market.
Ooh, plus, you're going to want to lock in the NEM 2.0 rates by April 13th.
To call SolarMax, start saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month.
Pound 250 on your cell. Say the keyword SolarMax. That's pound 250 SolarMax, or go to solarmaxtech.com. Quickly payment available. Approved credit TSLB number 9 with your point.
SoCal weather from KFI. Mostly sunny today and warm with highs in the mid to upper 70s. And for tomorrow, we're going to drop back into the mid 60s. Clouds are coming in Saturday through Monday. Still a better chance of showers for everybody comes on Tuesday. 61 right now in Huntington Beach, 68 in Fullerton. Let's get a look at your drive-through Bel Air.
Listen, now, the section of Bel Air that you're trying to get to, I should say, this is Beverly Glen that we're looking at, but trying to get up and over the hill from the San Fernando Valley into Bel Air. Now, about halfway down from Mulholland, just on the, it's just to the east side of the Stone Canyon Reservoir, I'm looking at, it looks like construction or emergency tree trimming or emergency power line. There's something going on here. It's not your average crash. It's something a little more involved. Now, bottom line, Beverly Glen is closed at this point. Now, as I remember, dropping down here myself, I think there's the street Hebron Lane. I think that's it. It's on the downhill side, about halfway down. So the bottom line here is don't get involved with taking Beverly Glen towards Bel Air from Mulholland. Now, we have a look at Benedict coming over. I hate to talk about Benedict because the road is so close to the homes. There's more neighborhoody than anything else. It is open. You can use it, but please do be careful. But all the other canyons, Coldwater, Laurel, they're all open. And the South 405, really, once you get over the top of the hill, I think you'll be okay. We'll follow up on this, but again, don't use Beverly Glen, San Fernando Valley, into Bel Air. It's shut down. Jeff Farr on KFI in the sky. Live from Radio Row, it's Super Bowl week, and there's no better way to stay up to speed than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hansis, and my buds, Mark Sessler and Greg Rosenthal, for the latest football news with just a touch of mirth.
We've got the #1 football podcast in the world, and Rihanna is playing the Apple Music halftime show. It doesn't get much better than that, guys. Hang out with us live from Glendale, Arizona, all week long. Listen to Around the NFL on the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you get your podcasts.
Bill Handle here, and if you have a legal question and you want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now, and I'll help you off the air. 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150 right now.
Do you know what the three biggest problems are that people have with both farmers? Think about it for a minute. The problem like works yourself. They don't come when they say they will. They come from more after the job than what they quoted to a crime. And they don't fix the problem right the first time. And that's just the best kind of aggravation. The first step is performance is different. They do their job. Right when they say we'll do it. They give you a firm price in writing before we start. And all of our plumbing services are backed by a happy money promise. It's simple. If you're not happy, you don't pay. For us, it's all about respect. For you, our customer. Our service checks in right now for all of your plumbing needs. Our number is 833-777-7777 or find us online at servicecamping.com.
I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years, several HR issues I got noticed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Sandy.com. With Sandy, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. And I thought this was too good to be true. This is real. Sandy helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Sandy, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Sandy.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Sandy.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down. I want the credit brief. Spell SAM, B-E-E, that's SAM, B-E-E, that's Sandy.com. This is Jacob M.I. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. Download the free ViralRabbi for all your music radio podcasts. Variation KFI supported live everywhere on the iHeart Radio. The big story today continues to be the earthquake in Turkey and Syria. 7.8 magnitude quake and then 7.5 aftershock several hours later. The death toll is now up over 20,000. We can see it continuously grow every day. It will probably, I thought 20,000 would slow down, but it looks like if 6,000 buildings collapse, we could see tens of thousands more deaths before additional explosion.
President Volodymyr Zelensky says that a Ukraine that is winning should become an EU member. He argues the bloc won't be full without new country in it. The comments were addressed today to the European Parliament on a rare two-day trip outside Ukraine, which obviously has been battling a full-scale Russian invasion for nearly a year now.
Pennsylvania Senator John Fetterman had stroke during his campaign last year. Everybody remembers the fallout he was running against Dr. Oz. Went to the hospital again last night. Feeling lightheaded, I have to say. Initial test at George Washington University Hospital did not show evidence of a new stroke, according to the communications director that was concerned. Senator stayed at the hospital. Doctors are doing more tests. They say he's in good spirits. He's been talking to his family and staff. And the communications director will provide more information on it.
A couple competitions to tell you about. The whiskey versus beer competition shows that spirits are beating out beer, or U.S. market share supremacy based on supplier revenue. So it looks like more people are using spirits than beer. But why do we have to? Well, we're going to argue about chips right now. Oh, we are. Because our big bowl of chips bracket is live, and it is crunch time. The final four is upon us, guys. Very final four.
I think that's another one we're not supposed to
Don't care. The
Doritos versus Cheetos on one side, and then the Carolina.
Cape Cod is really the Cinderella scene.
It's like University of Maryland, Baltimore County or something like
Well,
that.
and I think I can explain it.
Go on.
Because the Doritos are nacho cheese Doritos.
Yes.
The Cheetos are obviously flavored cheese. You've got your Brussels, which I think are also cheddar, so sour cream and cheddar. And then you've got your purist people that like the Cape Cod, which is just no flavor, the short chip.
They just play a fundamental game.
Yeah.
There's nothing flashy.
No. They just play down.
When you go on our social media account, @Gary and Shannon, you'll find a link there to vote on our big bowl of chips. And then down to our final four, tomorrow we will go to find which snack to raise to trees.
Republicans on the House Oversight Committee have sent a formal request to Hunter Biden for information and records related to his business dealings. This is what Republicans have been chomping at the bit to get at after the Democrats raped President Trump through the polls with the impeachment hearings. They've just been rubbing their hands together, getting ready to dig into the treasure trove that is Hunter Biden.
They held a hearing yesterday to investigate the role that Twitter played in suppressing the story from the New York Post on Hunter Biden laptop, which turned out to be true. But I think a lot of people said, wait a minute, first of all, if you were a Republican, you looked at this and you said, there's no way. And there were some people who thought immediately, well, this looks a whole lot like what Russia would want to do if they were going to plant a story like that. Which is why, remember the whole thing about the dozens of the current and former intelligence officials wrote the letter that said this has the mark, that every mark of being Russian intelligence. They didn't say it was. They just said it sure smells and sniffs and looks and sounds and claps like Russian intelligence.
Speaking of sniffs, this is not about cocaine or love children or him hooking up with his dead brother's wife or any of that stuff that is fun to talk about. This is more about Hunter Biden using his dad's political connections for personal gain. As recently as last year, or 2021, when he was selling his artwork made from the straws he used to do his glow with, for $50,000 a piece.
And I don't mind somebody making money, but I don't like people giving money simply because they want the connection to that person.
Why was Hunter Biden on that board for the Ukrainian natural gas company? Did he have any bona fides that landed him there? No. It was all about his father sitting in the chair of vice president.
I can hear it now. People say, yeah, but what about Trump family? The money there.
We're already making money off their money.
All of it. We stop all this BS where politicians and the family members of politicians continue to make money off of their celebrity.
But that's why they get into the game.
I know, and I hate it. And I hate it. It's ridiculous that we continue to allow it by simply electing the same people over and over and over and over again. There was a discussion I heard on a podcast the other day about congressional term limits and why this is a thing. Why it was never implemented early on. There was never an expectation that somebody would want to be in Congress for 40 years, or somebody like that. There was never an expectation that it was a career.
You get in, you get your fresh ideas, and you get out and go back to making a living.
It was a sense of service. People would run for this because they wanted to serve their community or their shit
that comes out like.
But then they realized how much money they could make doing so. With the special interests and the side deals and the lining of the pockets. Look at City Hall, a microcosm of government. Everyone's corrupt. Everyone's got fraudulent business dealings. Why? Because of the seat they sit in, the power that they wield.
The unfortunate thing is you mentioned Burisma, but also the business dealings with China. Hunter Biden, when Joe was vice president, Hunter Biden was involved with an investment firm that was trying to raise money in China. And in 2019, former President Trump urged China to investigate the Bidens and then accused Hunter Biden of using a trip with his father to China for financial gain. Listen, you don't get that much smoke perhaps, around you, especially when you are a derelict, like he appears to be, and
not have some bad things go on in your test? I mean, the guy reeks of dirt. What job does he have? What job has he ever had? Ever. That has done anything. Yes, he was a member of the board for bereavement. What the hell does that guy know about natural gas?
There's no bona fide. His resume is like George Santos' resume. Phony, full of
volleyball, though. That's volleyball. And more children.
All right, coming up next, here's a quote you did see coming from Bert Bacharach. I was always breaking rules.
You're going to cry.
I'm not going to cry.
I bet you do.
Okay. I think you're going to cry, and I don't know where this is coming from.
Jerry and Shannon will continue in just a moment. Jennifer Jones-Lee is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Do you hug? Can I bring ice cream?
Hugs are always fun.
Okay.
Why do you have ice cream at 9:40 in the morning?
We have 6 pints of Little Debbie ice cream. We are trying the Little Debbie zebra cake ice cream. I want zebra cake ice cream. Okay, well, I have zebra cake, I have honey buns, I have strawberry shortcake, I have Swiss rolls.
Not for long, you don't. What's going on?
The first UN convoy, since the 7.8 earthquake hit Monday in Turkey and Syria now, has a death toll of over 19,000. Toyota's profit for the most recent quarter is up 22%, far outpacing analyst estimates. And we just learned former Dodger Yu Darvish and the San Diego Padres are in agreement on a 6-year deal. It's $108 million that'll take him through the 2028 season. That's when he will be 42. SoCal weather from KFI, nice and sunny and warm today with highs from the mid to upper 70s. This report is brought to you by your Staples stores. Through Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. Let's go places. McValley Okini, our taste test is on.
Your house, all of that goes, but taking out the drive as you're making your way through the El Monte area, west on 5 to 10. We've got a crash that has middle incline, and that'll be a busy one for you somewhere from Wednesday, and then also still dealing with issues in Mid-City LA on the east on 5 to 10 before Frank Shop Boulevard. Now going to see a busy drive coming out of Santa Monica. Better news for you as you make your way through the Van Nuys area on the south on 5 to 405 in Victory. It's a crash clear providing shoulder. Still a mess for your drive overall, but I'm more concerned as long as you continue ahead through West LA toward Santa Monica Boulevard. KFI News Guy helps get there faster. I'm McCauley OC. Staples Print and Marketing is committed to quality and printing perfect every time. Now at Staples, get $10 off your document printing and marketing materials order of $50 or more. Offer ends 2/45. Visit Staples.com/store/print for details. Try Staples and see the difference. This report is sponsored by Yama Bar Resort and Casino at San Manuel.
Jackson, again, together again, with special guest beautiful, Yama Theaters, 214. Get tickets now at yamatheater.com.
You want to sell your home, call Seller's Advantage. Everyone has different reasons for selling. Some people want to downsize and move. Some have inherited a property they want to get rid of, or maybe it's time for change. Whatever your reason for selling, Seller's Advantage has a custom solution for your needs. They'll make a competitive cash offer with no repairs needed, and they can close in days. No complicated closing process or contracts falling through. Seller's Advantage has been making sellers happy for decades, and they have the reviews to prove it. Call them today and get a no-obligation offer at 888-302-AS-IS. 888-302-AS-IS. 888-302-AS-IS and sellersadvantage.com.
Seller's Advantage will buy your home, make it easy so that you don't have to worry. Sell happy with Seller's Advantage.
DRE number 01961658. Bill Handle here, and if you have a legal question and want marginal legal advice, you can call me right now because I'll help you off the air at 877-520-1150. That's 877-520-1150. Right. American Vision Windows, SoCal's voice for energy-efficient windows and doors. AmericanVisionWindows.com. For a better view in 2023, start with better water. A Steam Sharp the light source. The whole house water system that will help you be a better you. Clean and healthy water is essential to look and feel your best. It is. Then unfiltered chlorinated water just doesn't cut it. Light source removes the bad stuff, keeps the good, and means no more chlorine showers or baths. Feel great, look great, get Light Source Water. Call 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference.
Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. Take it with you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, get thousands of other stations and playlists all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. iHeartRadio.
He says he suffered an abdominal issue, but it's not really his accident. And swelling of his beans to the size of like 3 times their normal size. For no particular reason. Oh, Kelly, now you can't explain why the beans were swelling. That really concerns me because it could happen again. Live 7 to 10 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. You see this guy, love with yes, I'm in love. Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 645 everywhere on the iHeartRadio. We were storing in Orange County yesterday. A woman injured when her Toyota SUV went off the parking structure at Children's Hospital. About 8 in the morning, she was on the 5th floor and then somehow confused the gas and the brake and ended up on the 3rd floor, about 15 feet down. She's okay, and that's not life-threatening, but not good. A New Jersey municipal council member has been shot to death in his car exactly 1 week after a councilwoman nearby was shot. Also, Russell Heller, 51 years old, found dead in the parking lot at Somerset Parking at PSE&G, the local energy company there. Cops quickly ID'd a former employee, a 58-year-old guy named Gary Curtis, found him dead in his car when the suspected self-inflicted gunshot wound about 3.5 hours.
President Biden blaming his staff for those classified documents discovered at his personal office in home. He told PBS those packing offices did not do the kind of job that should have been done. He said the kinds of things they picked up are things from 1974, straight papers. But he said that he doesn't know for sure.
I have to check and see. Was he a member of a committee in 1974 that would have granted him access to classified documents?
Well, didn't he start in, 72? Stand by, I'm going to Google it.
Because, well, I don't know. That may simply be... What year does he think it is? Because if he believes the
74.
It's 78 in his mind right now, so he believes that was just a few years.
How did I get that right? Yeah, it was 1972.
That he started in the Senate.
Right.
So he would have been a junior senator. Yeah, maybe he was on a committee that would have given him access to classified. But then again, classified information in 1974 is probably not as classified or as bearing the secrets that would give away our methods and things that we use today. Yeah. This is cool.
I'll give him this one. This is good time.
This one?
Yeah. The whole, do you know the way to San Jose?
The Asian
and Pussycat, this and that? Not for me.
What's New Pussycat is what you're trying to say. And it was a classic.
I love how serious you are about Burt Bacharach.
I just know, so I looked up, well, that's right, I could probably name 5, 6 Burt Bacharach songs off the top of my head, but I know there was more, and I know I would be surprised at the amount of Burt Bacharach songs there are. So I typed in top 10 Burt Bacharach songs. There was a list that was the top 50 Burt Bacharach songs, and I knew every single one of them, simply because I didn't realize that he was that prolific when it came to songwriting. I'm not saying they're barn burners, and they're definitely not club bangers, clearly, because that's all that motivates you. They don't hold up. I didn't say they held up. But they're classic, and it's Burt Bacharach. Come on. Come
Can you have this moment, like maybe when you're in the car on the way home, where you go through the catalog and you wax poetic about birth background, and you do that, and you're doing right now? Like, can that be something for you on the way home when you're alone in your car? Please tell me somebody said you look away.
You can't look away.
You know what, I
The
will.
whole time you said that, you didn't look away.
Because I'm worried about your mental stability.
Burt Bacharach had rugged good looks, as they like to say.
Did he?
Yeah. I mean, not when he was 94, but early in the 60s and 70s. He actually married Angie Dickinson back in 1965.
She had a lot of plastic surgery, right?
Not in 1965, she did. Why do you keep poo-pooing this whole story? I don't understand you. He enrolled in McGill University up in Canada. He studied music. He wrote his first song called Night Plane to Heaven. He studied the Mann School of Music in New York. In 1950, he served 2 years in the Army. He played piano in the Army, served as a band leader and accompanist. His professional music career began in earnest after his military years. He landed work as an arranger and a pianist for MOR pop singers like Steve Lawrence and Vic Damone. Starting in 1958, he became a band leader and a conductor for Marlene Dietrich, a role that lasted on and on for 6 years. My favorite part was the Geico commercial that he did not too long ago, but the coach is a real Geico customer, not a fake celebrity. So to help tell her story, we hired Mr. Burt Bacharach.
Last year I was rear-ended by a Geico customer.
I was hit in the rear.
First thought my mind was about the community. I was so impressed with how they handled my crime. I switched.
Oh boy.
Geico. Real service, real savings.
I have a hard time with people who trot people out past their prime or even post-prime.
Go on.
He was married 4 times.
A good person.
No, it's notable. It's notable. It's notable.
He said he wrote songs for Fifth Dimension, for Jackie Shannon.
Are you crying?
No. He wrote songs for the Carpenters.
Which Carpenter song did you write?
Pussy.
Really?
Oh, okay. Now, see, there's a little spark of interest. Hello. You wrote a song that I recognize.
No, I recognize all of the songs. I just didn't enjoy them at any point in my life.
It does not sound like it.
Carrie wrote to us. She says, I'm so Team Shannon on this one. Please play different music. I'm sorry the man passed, but killing everyone's soul break by break doesn't help. Exactly. Enough.
No respect.
Enough.
All right, Jamie. Club bangers from the rest of the show. Is that all right with you?
He's lit. I got you. Jamie, you on the mic.
All right. Some local stuff to get back. We're going to get into Orange County. Oh, and also, you know who needs a red light district? San Francisco.
Isn't the whole thing a red light district?
Gary and Shannon will continue right after this. The more you know, the easier it is to avoid the idiots around you.
KSI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Still searching. I'm Jennifer Jones Lee, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Rescuers in Turkey and Syria have been pulling more survivors from the rubble of collapsed buildings, but they say hopes of finding more people alive are starting to fade. It's been 3 days since the region was hit by a magnitude 7.8 earthquake. ABC's Andrew Dimberg says the death toll so far has topped 19,000.
The losses are unimaginable. Many victims are rescued. The youngest, 6 weeks old. An overnight word that a family of 4 from New York City died in the quake while visiting family.
Turkey president is visiting some of the provinces affected by the quake. He's been criticized for the government's slow response to this disaster. An LA County Sheriff's deputy is suing the county over alleged retaliation for not joining a new deputy gang at the East LA station.
The suit alleges one member of the new gang assaulted and harassed the deputy for not joining the group. The lawsuit filed last month claims the county and several sheriff's department employees targeted for comment. Sheriff Luna campaigned on getting rid of deputy gangs and punishing deputies found to be involved in them. Blake Foley, KFI News.
A man in Ventura County has been arrested in connection with a pair of decades-old murders. In 1981, 2 women were abducted, sexually assaulted, and murdered in separate attacks in Ventura County. The man's arrest Tuesday followed a joint investigation by the Sheriff's Office, the DA's Investigations Bureau, and the Oxnard Police Department. Police say both women were last seen at a nightclub off the 101. Charges against the man have not yet been filed. A state assemblyman from LA wants to change California's constitution so prison inmates are allowed to participate in elections. Assembly member Isaac Bryan introduced the amendment Monday that would restore felons' right to vote.
You don't strip away those rights in the penal system because democracy thrives when everybody can participate.
If the amendment gets 2/3 support in the state assembly and Senate, it will go to voters as a statewide measure. Vermont, Maine, and the District of Columbia allow everyone full voting rights. Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman has been admitted to the hospital. ABC's Mark Remillard says Fetterman reported feeling lightheaded yesterday while at a retreat in Washington.
The statement from his office says he was taken by staff to George Washington University Hospital, where preliminary tests showed no signs of a stroke.
Fetterman had a stroke last May, which became a key issue of his campaign. His defeat of Dr. Mehmet Oz was critical to Democrats holding on to their majority in the Senate. And COVID has hurdled the oldest cheese shop in America.
The owner of Oliva Dairy in New York City's Little Italy says it's closing its doors for the final time at the end of the month. Karen King says since opening in 1892, Oliva survived 9/11, 2 world wars, and another pandemic near the beginning of the 20th century, but it couldn't make it through the COVID-19 pandemic and the current $24,000 a month rent. King says it'll be gone from its current location March 1st, but she's committed to opening a new shop still in Little Italy that will survive another 130 years. Michael Crozier, KFI News.
We're going to look at your drive with EKFI in the sky through El Monte in just a moment.
Here's an upsetting issue. Here you go. You pay your homeowner's insurance every month like clockwork, and then one day, you might be able to hear it. It might even make a sound. The pipe breaks in your wall, or worse, in the second floor, something like that. Toilet overflows. Water damage everywhere. You open a claim with a homeowner's insurance company, find that your insurance adjuster is trying to pay you so little, you won't be able to repair the damage. But this is when you call Abner Gatt, because Abner Gatt is looking out for you. Abner Gatt is a public insurance adjuster who is on your side, and you can try to negotiate that is with the insurance company yourself, but you're going to find it's not simple. Abner Gatt will take over. He'll negotiate on your behalf to make sure that you get the best possible outcome. He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for years. He knows their games. He's got the experience. He's got the industry know-how you need on your side. So they rated 5-star on Yelp and Google, Better Business Bureau, so you know people like them. No one messes around with Abner Gatt and his team. Give Abner a call, 818-917-5256. That's 818-917-5256. Or visit AbnerGatt.com, ABNERGAT, AbnerGatt.com. Or call him directly, 818-917-5256.
Checking your KFI Financial Report brought to you by SaddlebackEye.com. Right now, the Dow down 56, S&P is down 6, NASDAQ is down 21, and the average price of a gallon of unleaded gas in California is $4.63.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
SoCal weather from KFI. Sunny and warm today with highs in the mid to upper 70s, but then we pull it back into the 60s by tomorrow. Clouds roll in this weekend with a chance of showers starting Saturday all the way through Monday. 68 right now in Irvine, 67 in San Clemente and in Santa Monica, 62 in Pasadena. Let's get a look at your drive with EKFI in the Sky. Better news on your drive through Van Nuys.
Earlier work that has been cleared from lanes was not too far from Victory Boulevard. Everything is off on the right shoulder. 4 or 5 cars involved, though. So still a decent amount of activity happening for you there. Now, it'll be still going for you from before Sherman Way. And related for you to stick around for you to make way to Westerly. What about Sunset? Heading to El Monte on the westbound side of the 10. Right around, well, not too far from the right around Peck Road. If you westbound side of the 10, right block in the middle lane, and that's in fact entire your drive. As you come to Baldwin Park on the west, picking up from as far back as Pacific. Plan ahead for Circus Street, alternate Valley Boulevard looks pretty decent. 60 westbound is an alternate. Still going for your drive coming out of the Diamond Bar area. On the 457, unrelated going continuing ahead all the way toward downtown LA. 61
westbound onto the 10 West St. Monica Freeway, and the westbound side of the 210. Going to be still going for you out of Glendale off the 57th Street active. An update on this one or anything on slowing you down. Time to 50 on your cell phone keyword is KFI traffic. KFI and this guy helps people that faster. I'm just telling you, Steve.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together.
Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Not me. Nope. Oh no. He's been stolen.
LifeLock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Call Pacific Coast Termite for a free home inspection. Call 800-PACIFIC. Visit PacificCoastTermite.com.
Pacific Coast Termite, kills termites.
The clean, friendly way.
Injured in an accident? Visit superwomansuperlawyers.com. KFI.
More stimulating talk.
And iHeart radio station. I got you. Jerry and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app on this Thursday, February 9th, 2023. Susan wrote to us, thank you, Gary. Burt Bacharach was so incredible. Shannon, I didn't realize how cold you are.
Well, welcome to my world. Whoever said they don't know who Burt Bacharach is, who said
Who?
Whoever said they don't know who Burt Bacharach is, Burt Bacharach? He's the one who invented the game that we see in Vegas, isn't he, Burt Bacharach? Whoever said they don't know who Burt Bacharach is, hello, Austin Powers. I mean, I may not be a big Burt Bacharach fan. Clearly, you're not a big Burt Bacharach fan, but at least it's relevant to say, hey, Burt Bacharach, Austin Powers. Here's the Austin Powers scene. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Paul.
I got a text from one of our friends that says, why is Gary yelling about Burt Bacharach?
Bacharach?
Bacharach.
Walt Disney Chief Executive Bob Iger says that they will be shedding 7,000 jobs in an effort to save $5.5 billion in costs. This belt tightening talks about the difficulty that Disney and some other big giant media companies have been facing when it comes to realities of streaming. Also, kind of a weird, silly note, an unexploded artillery shell that may have been from the Civil War was found at the Battle of Gettysburg, battlefield that is, yesterday. National Military Park said the shell was found near Little Round Top. That was a site of some of the most fierce fighting during the three-day battle, in July of 1863. The areas have been undergoing a rehab project that has been closed to the public for the last several months, but the shell was reportedly destroyed by military ordnance disposal team.
Big local story we've been following is that Orange County public defender who was killed or died. The mystery information that apparently police there tried to shake him down just hours before he turned up dead.
Kimberly Williams, this is the wife of Elliot Blair. As you said, both are public defenders in Orange County. The two were celebrating their first wedding anniversary at a Mexican resort. Williams says the death was not an accident. Mexican officials say it was a drunken fall from the fourth floor of their resort. The family says Blair was not drunk. The family says the detective first told Elliot Blair's wife he appeared to have been shot. And the family's asked for the body back for an independent autopsy, which has started, and they're just waiting for the results in the next few weeks. Now, Kimberly Williams told ABC News what happened that night. She says hours before his death, Kim says he and Elliot were driving back to their resort when a local police officer pulled them over. The officers claimed that the couple had rolled through a stop sign, and then she says the officers demanded cash.
Elliot had told him, we don't have the amount of cash that you want. And the other officer came up and started talking to us. Where are you staying? Elliot told him that we were staying at Las Vegas, that we were down here for vacation. Elliot got kind of stood his ground, showed him his work badge, and said, look, we're attorneys. We were both rattled, but at the same time, we both had this feeling of, thank God
God they didn't do anything more to us.
So what she went on to say is that they scrapped together $160 that they both had on them and paid them and told them where they were staying. And then she also talked about any claims that Elliot was drunk that night.
Accident, suicide.
I'm sorry, this is the part. This is her talking about what it's been like dealing with this so far. Let's listen to that first.
Accident, suicide, gunshot wound. It was a roller coaster. It's just, I mean, everything under the sun, except for what I think happened. Someone did this to him. I can't sleep. I sleep on the couch because the last time I was in bed, I was woken up to find my husband dead.
And then again, just a heartbreaking story. But again, she also talked about a little bit about the claims that he was sloppy drunk and just fell off this balcony.
In my 9 years of being with him and knowing him, I can tell you I've never seen him sloppy. I've not seen him not be able to walk and care for himself.
And again, look, this is a very well-respected, at least in the law community, public defender down here in Orange County. And so a lot of answers still out there, and so far we're next waiting to get the autopsy results.
Did she say anything about why she believes that somebody did
We
this
can pitch
to
a
him
ROTHSCHILD.
that don't have
Love it.
a body? What did she observe when she saw him?
Well, are you talking about the next day or after? Yeah. So she said she went to sleep first, and when she woke up to officers banging on her hotel room door. And just, I mean, as shocking as you can imagine this to be on your first wedding anniversary, they were like, "Do you know this guy?" And they're pointing down to Elliot Blair's body down on the ground. And she said she was first told that a detective on that scene said that he had been shot, that something had happened and he had been shot. Then all that story changed later when they said he was drunk. There was no signs of that he had been shot.
Didn't she go down and see the body? I mean, I don't know. That seems weird to me.
Right. Well, the idea being that his fall hid any
gunshot wound.
Right. That wasn't able to be seen.
That's bizarre.
So, and then here's another thing that the family talked to a biomechanics expert, Dr. Rabbi, and that the family provided photos of Elliot's injuries, and the doctor says that the injuries tell a different story.
30 burns and marks on the body. There's indication of potential being dragged on the front of the body. There's fractures to the back of the skull. Nothing really points to the fact that it was necessarily an accident.
And, the family has also hired a private investigator to look into this, so certainly we're soon going to be getting some more answers. And do we have any idea what the timing would be for the local autopsy? Yeah, so the body just came back not too long ago, and the independent autopsy is expected to be back maybe 4 or 5 weeks. So there's going to be a wait, but at least at some point we're going to know something. And remember, they wanted the body back as is and not embalmed. And Mexican officials embalmed the body anyway, and the idea being that that's going to hide some of the indications of the toxicology on whether or not he was as drunk as officials are saying.
We did a deep dive into that. Apparently it's Mexican law that they have to embalm the body within 3 days or something like that because of the weather conditions, and then if the body's transported back to another country, then it also has to be embalmed. This is a law they have.
Corbin, thank you, appreciate it. We come back a little bit more. There were a couple pieces of that interview that are worth pointing out in terms of Kimberly Williams and her interview with ABC News, Matt Guthrie. We'll talk more about that when we come back here in chat.
Jennifer Jones-Lee is in the Shanghai 24-hour newsroom. A top Biden administration official says Beijing is becoming more repressive at home and more aggressive abroad after the recent Chinese spy balloon that flew over the U.S. PLA City Council has voted to convert the city's largest gas-fired power plant into green hydrogen, and Southwest Airlines says it's reimbursed the vast majority of passengers who were left affected by the Christmas-time meltdown, which left a lot of people stranded. Let's get a look at your drive with EKFI in the sky, and this time we're looking through El Monte again.
It's going to be a busy one for you as you're making your way westbound along the 10 around Peck Road. It's a crash that has lanes blocked, middle lanes, that is. And you're seeing a packed and tight drive on the westbound side of the 10, still coming away from Pacific out of the Baldwin Target area.
front side of the 210, taxi-free drive overall from the land out of the front door area. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm Napoleon, Keith. Afraid to look at your financial statements? Shredding them without opening them? It's time for a second opinion from Edelman Financial Agents. Our opinions aren't based on intuition or marketing. They're grounded in institutional rigor, and all of our planners are fiduciaries who put your interest above all others. So if you need help managing the ups and downs of this market, we're ready to talk. At Edelman Financial Agents, you get personalized investment recommendations from a dedicated wealth planner who doesn't sell products to earn commissions. So stop shredding those financial statements. Let's take a look together. It's time to get a second opinion. Get your complimentary wealth checkup where you can discuss your financial goals with a wealth planner. Call Edelman Financial Agents at 888-899-4450. That's 888-899-4450. Or visit EFEWealthPlanners.com.
This is Leland Smith here, founder of Service Champions Plumbing, Heating, and AC. If you're thinking about replacing your heating and cooling system, I have a serious question for you. Do you really even know what you need? There are so many companies out there offering different systems at all kinds of prices. How can you really know if what you're being sold is what you really need? What the price is right? We believe an educated customer is the best kind of customer. So give us a call, and we'll help you understand all the options that make sense for your home. If you already have a quote from another company, call us for a second opinion, just to make sure you're getting what you need and at the right price. Quotes and second opinions are always true. So call Service Champions at 833-777-7777 and find us online at servicechampions.com.
What's the about that?
Life is uncertain.
Oh.
It's okay to feel stressed, anxious, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. With Calmo's free and secure mental health resources, it's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need when you need it the most. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at calhope.org today.
I'm Michael Akiva, managing partner to Jacoby & Myers. It's not easy to be injured. You just endured a traumatic experience. And now you're forced to face the prospect of a long recovery period. You need confidence in your medical team and legal team. And you need them to be able to guide you through the process with professionalism and care. That's where Jacoby & Myers comes in. We have a proven track record of helping people get back on their feet after suffering an injury. And we're proud that our clients choose us as the #1 firm year after year. Be certain. Feel secure. Choose Jacoby & Myers.
Hey, all, it's Dean Sharp. Are you running out of hot water? Water Heaters Only has been specializing in the repair and replacement of water heaters since 1968. That's over 54 years as the original water heater specialist. So visit waterheatersonly.com for zero-interest financing. Terms and conditions apply. Request quick service or call to speak with a live operator 24 hours a day. Don't wait. Don't overpay. Visit waterheatersonly.com today. That's waterheatersonly.com.
On the Exorcist Files podcast, a leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Marquez has encountered any portrayal of the exorcist with levitations, vomiting, spitting at the priest. All of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to the Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
It's hump day, everybody. Hump day.
Why DJs have been saying that for decades?
Hump day? Yes. Since I was a kid, they've been saying hump day.
Who started that? When does it stop?
And we say, woohoo, Friday.
That's on the endangered list.
John and Kim.
How about this Monday?
Well, Mondays are good. I like working. Live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Sweet.
Gary Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
I've got Britney Spears news. People closest to her have planned an intervention, according to TMZ, because she's been struggling with mental health and substance abuse.
It was supposed to be a surprise, isn't it?
One source in regular contact with Britney said, "I'm afraid she's going to die." People around her have become alarmed by her erratic, volatile behavior years. She's taking meds that hype her up. She's been flying off the handle with increased regularity. She's not taking the meds that stabilize her. Apparently, her manager rented a house in the LA area for several months. The plan was to take her unsuspectingly to the house where her husband, her manager, an interventionist, and doctors would be present. It was apparently supposed to go down on Tuesday. The plan changed on Tuesday when she became somewhat aware of it. And so it all changed.
Yes, she read TMZ. The Biden administration says the Chinese balloon that was shot down by the U.S. was equipped to collect intelligence signals as part of this big aerial spy program that targeted more than 40 countries. The administration cites imagery of the balloon from American spy planes that were up that high. Meanwhile, the U.S. House voted unanimously to condemn China's action. The administration statement was from a senior State Department official, offered the most detail to this up to this point about the balloon that was traversing the United States.
Chick-fil-A is jumping on the plant-based bandwagon. Oh, I should have saved this for... Oh, there is Deborah. Oh, there we go. Perfect. The chain based out of Atlanta said that it's testing its first plant-based entree, which is a breaded cauliflower sandwich.
Oh, that sounds amazing.
Now, Deborah,
It sounds
Oh, it sounds delicious because I don't like,
Yeah.
I don't like fake meat.
it sounds like you're going to have to eat it directly on the toilet.
I've got cauliflower, broccoli all the time, and I don't just sit on the toilet.
But breaded cauliflower in a sandwich? I have a question for you. With a place like Chick-fil-A where they have things that are non-plant oriented, aren't you worried that the meat stuff is going to touch your plant stuff? Like there's going to be some commingling, whether it comes from utensils or trays or cooking apparatus?
For the training.
Back in the day, I was a little freaked out about that, but I've mellowed.
Okay.
I've mellowed with age.
People are concerned about that, so they try to go around. I don't know.
Yeah, I think they probably will put it in a separate, you would imagine, a separate frying pan. But as long as they take all the other crap out, just because there was that other fat in there, I'm okay with that. But yes, if there's still meat, what would gross me out is if there's still meat remnants in there, and then you make that cauliflower, the breaded cauliflower, and I find that meat in it.
Yeah.
That's
That's terrible. That would be terrible.
That is, no.
Well, if you need some cash to pick up your plant-based baked chicken, we got $1,000 to give away. Here's how you can win it. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Pay. That's pay, P-A-Y. Enter it now at AFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. And you're going to put that keyword on the website, AFIAM640.com/cash. And then keep an eye on your email because that's how we notify the winners.
I love that line, Deborah. I eat cauliflower all the time. I'm not on the toilet.
I mean, obviously I'm not gassing sometimes.
Every day.
I know. I have verbal diarrhea.
All right, so a follow-up, a little bit more about the story that we've been telling you once again. This is Orange County Public Defender Elliot Blair and his wife, Kimberly Williams, who were on vacation down in Mexico last month before his, as we probably the best description, before his mysterious death. The couple did not have an amount of money that was asked of them, apparently, in what amounted to a shakedown by local cops down there in Rosarito. According to a source, and according to the interview that Kimberly gave with ABC News, they were stopped by a couple of police officers about an hour and a half before he died because the cops said he rolled through a stop sign while driving back from a restaurant.
This is not, I don't think, connected to the death. I think this happens on the regular. If you're in Mexico and you're driving a car and you're not local and they shake you down. They're a very corrupt police outfit.
They've been there a handful of times before. Before they were married, for example, they were vacationing there. So they knew the area, they knew the hotel. Apparently, that was their room. Like that was the room that they would go to before. So, if the only thing that's different on this trip was that they got stopped, how could you not, especially if you're Kimberly Williams, as you're trying to figure out what the hell happened, how could you not think that this had something?
But why would that be grounds for able to stop the next American? I mean, why would that be grounds to kill the guy?
I don't know. Except
they're public defenders. They're not going to be losing money. It's not like there was probably reason to believe that they had a bunch of money.
The one thing that I would say is,
why did you leave the hotel room? It's all very mysterious. And why didn't, if you woke up, you're on vacation with your wife, people are pounding on the door and they say, do you know her? And she's, face down on, they're saying she's dead. You're going to go to her. You're going to run to her. You're going to see what's wrong with her.
Well, this was, again, her...
And I'm not judging the wife. No. I think there's just so many questions.
Here's her description of the stop in itself. And there's one thing in there that may have been the clue that would describe why they came to this.
We were down here for vacation. She was a detective. Elliot thought, kind of stood his ground, showed him his work badge, and said, look, we're attorneys. We're not down here to mess around, but we're also not going to be taken and be enough anymore.
Part of the conversation was, hey, where are you staying? Now, to me,
they asked that though.
Well, it becomes a lead that might be the piece that's hard to put together, which is how would these officers then, if they felt offended, they didn't like the confrontation, they wanted to teach this guy a lesson, how do you get to the resort?
Because everybody asks you where you're staying. You have to put it on your form when you're on flight. You have to give them your address of where you're staying at the airport during customs. You have to basically surrender all your stuff to the hotel when it comes to passports and things in some places. So it's kind of a common thing. Every time you are face-to-face with an official in Mexico, you have to tell them where you're staying. That's just common.
So she did describe also, they went out to dinner, they came back after they were shaken down, they lost $160 to these cops. They ended up back at the hotel, the resort, they had a couple drinks, they went dancing, that sort of thing. And then went back to the room. What's the next thing you remember?
2 people in my room, waking me up, the security guard and the hotel manager in my room. And they're saying, excuse me a minute, excuse me, it's your boyfriend down here. I ran out the front door, and they're swinging over the side of our front door area to the ground.
Now, I don't know if she eventually tried to go downstairs and see him. That part of it was never really described, although there was already paramedics on the scene, apparently. So there's just so many questions about this. The idea that the Mexican police, whether required or not, had suggested that she get a cremation, that was their suggestion. Now, why they would have any even thought of suggesting anything like that, outside of like what we were saying earlier, you looked up the law. It's a law for them to have embalmed the body, but it cuts off so many of the investigative avenues that the family would have to help try to prove what it is that happened.
Well, we'll stay on top of it, bring you all the latest developments. There is a vigil planned, is there not?
Oh, that's right, yes. In fact, it's going to be Saturday. Saturday, there's a vigil at the Christ Cathedral Upper Eden down in Garden Grove, 12:30 Saturday.
All right, catch the big game this Sunday featuring Philadelphia and Kansas City. Coverage beginning at 11. Kickoff at 3:30 on your home. The big game, AM 570. LA Sports, MGM Rewards. Unlock the best of Las Vegas. Visit MGMRewards.com for details.
Up next, why people moving from California are upsetting those people in Nevada. Maybe it's our California-osity, perhaps. Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Family and friends are mourning the death of a woman killed in a high-speed crash in Lake Balboa. The woman was on the way to work early yesterday when the driver of a Corvette ran a red light at 5th Street in Balboa and hit her. Cops say the driver was going about 100 miles an hour. This woman told NBC4 the woman killed was her best friend for 30 years.
Poor kids, you know? How do you explain that to children?
The Corvette split in two, and half of it ended up in a shopping center. The driver died at the hospital. The passenger is in critical condition. The news is brought to you by DirectBuyers.com. The family of a woman who died from overdosing on fentanyl while in a rehab facility is suing Riverside County. The family's attorney, Elon Dexter, says they are also suing the company contracted to run the rehab center. He says the staff lied on logs to show they were checking on the woman every half hour while she was at the facility.
I thought 100% that was the absolute safest place for her to be, and it ended up not being safe at all.
The woman's mom told KPLA she wants justice for her daughter. Riverside County ended its contract with the company months after the woman's death in July. A spokesperson for the county says its provisional license has also been revoked. Homeless high school seniors in California may soon get more than a diploma.
Some may get $1,000. State Senator Jay Cortese has come up with a plan he hopes will help the 15,000 high school students in the state who are homeless. The new bill gives $1,000 monthly payments to teens just before and after graduation with no strings attached. It would apply to the class of 2024 if they head to college or into the job market, but could be extended. Jennifer Jones-Lee, KFI News.
Israel's second humanitarian aid mission has landed in southern Turkey to help with search and rescue from that 7.8 magnitude earthquake that also hit northwest Syria. 250 IDF medical professionals staffed with advanced equipment are on the ground. They'll set up a field hospital to treat some of the estimated 60,000 injured in the quake. ABC's Jordana Miller says Israel's search and rescue teams have been in Turkey since Tuesday. They have pulled 10 survivors from the rubble. Monday's earthquake has killed more than 19,000 people so far. We're going to go to the 405 next.
Well, springtime's a great time to go solar. What's up? I went solar, the Solar Max, in the springtime, as a matter of fact, 6 years ago. I did all of the research, figured out Solar Max was the best option for me. They built a custom solar system with the most innovative technology. They do it all under one roof, by the way, right out here in Riverside. You're going to get the highest quality solar panels, inverters, and battery systems in the entire industry.
Forever and ever. I'll say it again. What is that, Malcolm? Well, like you said, the springtime is the best time to get solar because you get more electrical production in the spring. Look at that big ball of fire outside.
Now listen, right now is a great time to save big. Call Solar Max, get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month, the most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you want to lock in your NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Call Solar Max. Start saving money by spring on their end of month.
Dial pound 250 from your cell and say that keyword Solar Max, pound 250 Solar Max, or go to solarmaxtech.com.
If they cannot their phone. Food credit, CSO, food, your money, circle.
Southern weather can pay up by sunny and windy in some places. Highs mid-70s for around 80 for Metro LA and the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Upper 50s to mid-60s for the Antelope Valley. Upper 70s to low 80s inland Orange County. Lows to upper 70s for the Inland Empire. Right now, it is 65 in Seal Beach and 72 in Ladera Ranch. We're going to go to the 405 in Lawndale.
That issues for you that have been cleared from lanes on the northbound side near Eaglewood Avenue. Lanes off the right shoulder, but you are still seeing a slow line drive as you're coming away from Bound Artesian Boulevard, heading west on the 405 on the due to a bigger drag again on the right shoulder. Even before that, though, still going to be a busy one for you through the Long Beach area, coming away from Lakewood Boulevard as you make your way beyond the 710 toward about Santa Fe. Those look like outturn crews are working in lanes for your drive and into midday, and it looks like that's also affecting your transition roads to and from the 710. KFI in the sky helps get there faster. I'm Nick Polly of Teach.
I'm telling you, I heard Hollywood Spotlight. The Gold Derby leaderboard continues to give Everything Everywhere All at Once a healthy lead in the race for Best Picture. The Best Actor is still up for grabs, with experts teetering between Austin Butler and Brendan Fraser. Meanwhile, Variety's Clayton Davis says Colin Farrell was the home field advantage at the upcoming BAFTAs on February 19th.
Let's just call it quits. We won't call it quits. Call it the sound.
In fun fact, in the Best Screenplay category, historically the films that win the Golden Globe also win the Oscar. So if history repeats itself, that honor would go to the Banshees of Inisherin. And lastly, a big congrats to Viola Davis, who achieved the coveted EGOT status after her recent Grammy win for the narration of her memoir, Finding Me. I just EGOT! Davis is the 18th EGOT winner in Hollywood history. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
Southern California Edison wants you to know that downed wires are dangerous. Never approach or touch a downed wire or anything in contact with it. Stay away and call 911. Stay alert, stay safe. Learn more at SPE.com/stay safe. Want to know what the most successful investment opportunities during both a recession and an economic Foods, and many others. See what over 2,000 investors are earning on annual returns and quarterly cash distribution checks from professionally vetted commercial real estate investments. Speak with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or visit fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Results are not guaranteed with risk of losing your principal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representations as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflect our belief in such outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at fnrpradio.com.
At Morgan & Morgan, the fee is free. You don't pay us anything unless we win your case.
Let's be honest, vacations suck. And if high gas prices have you sitting at home like a loser, maybe it's time you were a winner. KFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just looking for the keyword, then enter it at KFIAM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Listen to win $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
All you have to do is wait for a second, get high, alright, look close, it's different, so say.
Gary Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the Internet Radio app.
Janet Rosewitz, I'm backing you, Gary. Was so sad to hear the news this morning, not because I have the songs on my active playlist, but because the songs are the soundtrack of my earlier life. That's true. It's nostalgia, isn't it?
Yeah, and my connection to it is not that I was alive. I mean, I was alive during some of those songs, yes, but I worked at an oldies radio station. It was like one of the first jobs that I had in radio. So all of those songs bring back memories of that place.
Yeah.
Not that I was alive in '65. I wasn't, despite whatever math you think you're doing here. There is a sad milestone that we've reached, but unfortunately it's not going to be the only one. 20,000 deaths now attributed to the earthquakes in Turkey and Syria. The several aftershocks have made things even worse. The conditions, the cold.
Yeah, it's been 3 days, and the death toll is just excruciatingly large. But think about the people who didn't die, who lost their homes. They are huddled around campfires and what's left of the street. They're begging for food and water. There's nowhere to go.
There was also an earthquake in Indonesia just several hours ago, the easternmost province of Papua earlier today. 4 people were killed when they were unable to escape a floating restaurant that collapsed into the sea. Again, that was in Indonesia. Russia is said to be massing 1,800 tanks, 700 airplanes, and 500,000 men for a new Ukrainian assault within 10 days. This is coming from Ukrainian military intelligence who say they believe, because Russia really loves their anniversaries, that they're going to try to shoot for a renewed front, a renewed offensive coming February 24th.
Well, California residents and companies have poured into Nevada ever since Tesla began building its battery pack factory at a business park outside Reno. That was back in 2014. But in the last 3 years, the pandemic has pushed another wave of Californians into northern Nevada. They can retire, work from home, the ski slopes, while keeping close ties to San Francisco or LA. There's been more development because of it. New luxury apartment complexes around shopping districts, fake trees that light up at night, high-end fitness centers, in and out. Not a lot of trees in Nevada.
Well, the problem with this location is that you're going to run into some of the problems that you are trying to escape in California. The streets are becoming congested, the city services are strained, locals are getting priced out of the homes that they thought they were going to be able to afford, by Californians who can actually pay those higher rents, drop the larger down payments. These are things that we see just about everywhere now. The homelessness, the drug addiction, the line for food assistance.
So they've taken California with them.
Well, and part of it is just that it's a matter of you put that many people into a space like that without the services, you're going to run into some of these issues. I think the positive thing is if you're a business owner and you're trying to expand, you could go into a place like Northern Nevada and realize that the red tape that exists in California, a lot of times just for the purpose of adding more red tape to stuff, is not there. You close your deals a lot quicker. You don't have to go through the same kinds of inspections or environmental reviews or months and years of permit applications and things like that. In Northern Nevada, they they welcome you with open arms when you're going to build something there. Tesla, as an example, Tesla says it employs more than 10,000 people at their $6.2 billion factory. You mentioned that it was 2014 that they started building that. On January 24th, they announced they're building a second plant to produce the semi-trucks.
When it comes to subsidies and tax breaks, all of the problems you face, it's the antithesis of California. I mean, they're paying you to do business there as opposed to penalizing you for doing business here.
And it's not as if, well, to use the Tesla example, probably the biggest employer in that area outside of government. Elon Musk took to the public forum, whether it was Twitter or any other body that would sit him down for an interview, and would complain about how California strangles business by requiring those regulatory, environmental considerations, etc. And Nevada's like, we don't care. You come to build your factory. We got 10,000 people here. We need the jobs. We need the income from that facility. And he's like, well, of course I would build it in Nevada. Despite the fact that he loves California, he knows that Nevada is the place for his business.
I mean, I've been hearing about Nevada as being the place where people want to retire for years. It feels like 20 years that people have been realizing that it's much cheaper to live there and it's close, similar climate.
The thing is, I would say 20 years ago, you could walk over to Henderson, Nevada, and get the same price that you paid for your house here. You could get a small mansion with a couple of acres. And money left over to landscape those couple of acres with, drought-friendly desert plants, of course.
San Francisco is looking at creating a red light district. Last time I remember being in San Francisco, it was a red light district. I remember being at a restaurant in North Beach, and there were a nice restaurant and plenty of hookers there near the City Lights bookstore.
There is a specific couple of blocks that they literally want to block off.
What could possibly go wrong?
Hearing channel will continue in just a moment. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
LA City Councilwoman Nikki Rahman wants city maintenance and transportation operations in Griffith Park to transition to zero emissions. She is looking to phase out, electrify, or decarbonize any equipment or vehicles that run on gas or diesel. Officials with Southwest Airlines say they have reimbursed the majority of passengers who were affected by that Christmas time meltdown, which left many people stranded. The chief operating officer apologized for canceling 16,000 flights around the holidays. Valentine's Day is just about 5 days away, and the LA County Registrar Reporter County Clerk's Office is gearing up for a busy day of lovers hoping to tie the knot on February 14th. Same-day marriage licensing and civil wedding ceremonies will be offered only at the county clerk's headquarters in Norwalk. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some areas, highs upper 50s, below 80s. This report brought to you by iAccidentLawyer.com. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to the 10 in El Monte.
Cover news for the time is originally westbound right around Peg Road. It's nearly like it's in clear from lanes, but you are still seeing a busy drive heading westbound along the 10. As you're approaching the 605, and you're still going for about unrelated flooding will continue ahead for you stretches ahead through El Hambre, make way towards the 710. And 210 westbound still practically dry. Overall, out of Glendora, 7 continuing to pass the green edge over 134. 60 westbound also still pretty busy for you in stretches from before the 57 out of Diamond Bar to continue for East LA and the 710. KFI and the Sky Notes gets there faster. I'm Nick Collier. Air crash, need cash? If you've been injured in a car or motorcycle accident, call iAccident Lawyer today. One ring could be touchy. iAccidentLawyer.com is the way to go. Call 800-920-0810. If anyone else gives them results, this report is sponsored by Unbound.org.
Right now, there are young people across the world facing a tough choice. Continue their dream of education or drop out and help their family put food on the table. You can help change their future in a single moment. See how far your support can go at unbound.org.
Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is the new and unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes who just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting them know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle.
The hit true crime podcast, Paper Ghost, is back with a brand new case. Season 3 digs deep into the 1992 cold case murder of 10 Josewicki, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a murky police investigation, a pool of new suspects, and a community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Tammy's supposed to be on campus, and she's not here. And people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Ghost on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Some estimate that the S&P went down 20% last year, and that this year's outlook is even weaker. In fact, a majority of economists are forecasting a recession in 2023. So that's why you hear time and time again how important it is to diversify your portfolio, or else you risk taking massive losses. Gold and precious metals can offer a hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. And Legacy Precious Metals is the company we trust. With Legacy Precious Metals, you can protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold-backed IRA or have metals shipped directly to your door. Visit Legacy online and get your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. Or give Legacy Precious Metals a call. Here's the number, 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Don't give your retirement a chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals today and download your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com.
On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. More stimulating talk.
An iHeart radio station.
AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Some stories we are keeping an eye on. The FBI giving an update on the China spy balloon. Much of the evidence remains underwater, according to the FBI. This is the Chinese spy balloon shot down last weekend. They also revealed an extremely limited amount of the balloon was brought to its evidence collection lab. There's also not enough evidence to reach a conclusion on what the intent of China entailed.
You mean with flying? A congresswoman was attacked in the elevator of her apartment building this morning. Chief of Staff for Congresswoman Angie Craig, a Democrat out of Minnesota, said the incident took place this morning in her apartment building in D.C. about 7:15 in the morning D.C. time. She was assaulted in the elevator. She defended herself from the attacker, suffered some bruising, but is otherwise physically okay. She was able to call 911, but the suspect fled the scene. The statement said that there is no evidence that the incident was politically motivated. D.C. Metro Police came and helped her out. So hopefully that we don't find out, people don't try to assign some politics to it when it doesn't exist.
The family of cinematographer Helena Hutchins is filing another lawsuit against Alec Baldwin, where she was shot by Baldwin on the set of Rust. Her family has already settled a civil suit with him. Gloria Allred, representing the family, because of course she is. She's expected to speak with reporters at her large mahogany table as she sits atop her phone book.
Just wondering if she's multiple by this point.
Which color pink suit does she wear?
shiny pink.
It's a good bet.
Almost semi-metallic
Like
looking.
a Chanel type.
Chenille?
Chanel.
Chanel the designer?
Yeah.
Okay. Is the chenille a type of fabric?
You would know better than I.
Yes, it is.
Nailed it.
Would you?
Nailed it. Okay, so there's been a resurgence in prostitution on Cap Street up in San Francisco.
Speaking of chenille.
Speaking of chenille and large lucite heels, there is a problem. So, one of the things they want to do is block off the street. I mean, literally put barriers across the street at nighttime so that you can't cruise 2 or 3 blocks of Cap Street.
Oh, chenille's like a throw blanket type material, not hooker material.
So,
That did work.
okay. Here is a story from KTV, a TV station up in San Francisco.
Well, they just told me once it gets dark, this street is...
Wait. Stop the course.
Yes.
We don't play KTVU anymore. Not after the Asiana disaster.
They don't do any names.
Okay, are you sure?
Positive. They don't do any names, so
You're not going to hear We Too Low?
we
We should not.
Can I just tell you real quick?
Yeah.
That news anchor was the one that hired me at a radio station in the Bay Area.
wait, the one who said we too long?
Yes.
Stop it.
Yes. I was her fill-in, and then I ended up getting her job. Yeah.
Did you like her?
She's very nice.
Oh,
She
that's
was.
unfortunate.
No, she was. She was very nice, and she was very smart. And she was one of these people. She was a radio woman, and then she got that KTVU job. She didn't have any TV.
I'm surprised she's a radio person and made that mistake.
I know.
That's shocking.
She was on a big station in San Francisco.
Because I say that it's not to put down television people like Steve Gregory does, but it's just to say that a lot of people on TV are just used to reading a teleprompter.
Right.
Yeah.
And so they just read whatever's on there just because that's what they know. If you come from radio, there's no teleprompter. You're much more particular, I think, when it comes to reading in the moment. Much.
Yeah, I think you're making sense.
Yeah.
Anyway, this is Cap Street. This is the story. Prostitution, Cap Street, San Francisco.
Well, they just told me once it gets dark, this street is no longer theirs. They say they witness all sorts of illegal activity and aren't sure the barriers address the root of the problem. There's huge line of traffic. Neighbors along San Francisco Cap Street shared pictures and videos of what they see out their windows on almost a nightly basis that they believe are sex workers and their pimps, while a line full of Johns in their vehicles block the street. There's rampant prostitution on Cap Street. Residents we talked to did not want their faces on camera. They told us the situation has become dangerous.
Violence of the pimps, that they not only intimidate the women and men handle them aggressively, they also sometimes intimidate the neighbors.
Noise that brings at night. I mean, I wake up multiple times a week at night. My kids have missed school. I've missed work. It's the Johns driving by in their car, racing back and forth.
Now it goes on. She interviews a couple of different people that would be directly involved with this. One of them is Santiago Lerma, who was a supervisor's legislative aide. And what his response to SFPD trying to put up these barriers was, we've tried many laws, federal laws, state laws. It just keeps chasing the problem around. So what we are hoping and trying to do is advocate for our state lawmakers to really address this issue and to legalize it. Legalize the prostitution to do away with the problems of crime there on Cap Street.
Making a crime legal does not eliminate the crime. It eliminates the definition of it being a crime.
Well, it also only impacts perhaps the pimps. No, not even them. It would be the hookers themselves and the Johns for solicitation, right? So you don't do away with the hierarchy of prostitution on the streets of San Francisco. These women, many of them trafficked into the positions that they're in right now. I can't imagine that everybody grows up and thinks to themselves,
I want to be a hooker.
not only am I going to be a hooker, I'm going to be a very low-end hooker on a street in San Francisco. How is that possible that you would imagine that? Why are you British? Tim, I don't know where they come from. I don't want to make assumptions about where they were raised or anything like that. But these women grow up. These women are in these positions for awful reasons. Awful. Yeah. And simply legalizing it doesn't do anything to help them.
No, in fact, it opens the door for other women to be victimized and tossed into this life.
What I love about this story, one of the stories that we have printed out here from...
Put your rubber stamp on it.
From Channel 4 up in San Francisco is they went specifically to Supervisor Scott Wiener. It says supervisor, but he's not a supervisor, he's a state senator. To ask him about decriminalizing prostitution in California. There have been a series of laws that Scott Wiener has implemented in an attempt to protect LGBTQA+, 2S, T, dare I say the T, and do things like legalize prostitution, carving out protections for sex workers, not realizing that the unintended consequences are these outdoor markets, these outdoor flash markets, basically allowed to propagate throughout the state of California.
The San Francisco supervisor, Hillary Ronan, is backing this red light, the sanctioned red light district. And she says, what we want to do is push our state legislator to legalize sex trade in California. This would allow localities to regulate the trade and keep people safe. How do you keep people in prostitution safe? How do you do that? Like you said, you think these women think to themselves, one day I'm going to be a prostitute? I mean, she should be forced to spend some time. I did a story years ago. Yeah, I did a story years ago where it was an outfit, a nonprofit that was rescuing these girls.
I remember that story.
And I drove to the middle of nowhere, and that's as far as detailed as I'll get, because they have to keep these girls in the middle of nowhere, like rip up the directions after you get to your kind of place, to rescue them and get them out of that life, because these pimps are so controlling. They will find you. They're violent people. They get them young so that they screw with their minds really early, and it lasts. It lasts for decades. When your mind is screwed with like that at that young age, and you are made to feel like you're dependent on someone and that they control you and control everything in your life, that lasts forever.
I don't know if I say this right as a dude, but I feel like it's a fairy tale. It's a Pretty Woman, Julie Roberts fairy tale to say that legalizing sex work like this prevents problems. Because all it does is it gives police a reason to look the other way. It gives police a reason to deal with other types of crimes, etc. But it doesn't improve the lives of the women that you're, and whoever, men too. You're not improving the lives.
This is not cannabis. This is not let's control it, let's legalize it so we can have some kind of control over the distribution or what have you, or make money off of it. That's the other thing. Who would make money off of this kind of a thing? It's just gross.
Hey, to catch the big game this Sunday featuring the Philadelphia, the Kansas City.
They're all undefeated.
Coverage beginning at 11, not during the game.
Oh, yeah.
No. Beginning at 11, kickoff is at 3:30 on the home of the big game, AM 570 LA Sports. Brought to you by the Ford F-150. With combined toughness and intelligence, test drive one of your local Southern California Ford dealership today.
But these are the higher end. The ones that go to the Super Bowl.
Oh, the ones with the travel, you mean?
Yeah, let's clean it up a little bit with Washington hookers.
Gary and Shannon will continue right after this.
You can listen to KFI everywhere, like you haven't noticed.
KFI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Time is running out. I'm Deborah Mark, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The number of people killed in the magnitude 7.8 earthquake that hit churches in Syria has grown to more than 20,000. Rescuers searching through the rubble of collapsed buildings have been finding survivors. That ABC's Andrew Dimberg says time is running out.
The first critical 70
man came down.
Fantastic.
Carefully chipping away at the twisted metal and debris. They were able to free him and a woman.
He says a family of 4 from New York City died in the quake while visiting family in Syria. The Turkish Cultural Center in Irvine is asking people to drop off supplies for people in Turkey.
The Anatolia Cultural Center is gathering coats, blankets, and other supplies to keep displaced people warm as cold temperatures loom in the region where the earthquake happened. The center's Attila Tahtachi says the quake is sending devastating news to families in Southern California with ties to Turkey. One person is not trying to track of his grandmother. The center is also helping raise money for a non-profit. The deadline to drop off supplies is Monday. Blake Trolling, KFI News.
The wife of Republican senator from Orange County says her husband did not accidentally die while on vacation in Mexico.
Mexican officials claim Elliot Blair was drunk and accidentally fell. But Blair's wife, Kimberly Williams, tells ABC News hours before Blair's death last month, officers stopped the couple claiming they ran a stop sign.
Elliot kind of stood his ground, showed him his work badge, and said, "Look, we're attorneys."
She says then the officers demanded money.
Elliot had told him, "We don't have the amount of cash that you want." And the other officer came up and started talking to us. "Where are you staying?"
The family expects results from an independent autopsy in the next several weeks. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
A school vice principal has testified in L.A. at the Anthony Avalos murder trial. The 10-year-old boy's mom and her live-in boyfriend are accused of killing him in 2018. School officials told the court yesterday the boy told her in 2015 he was being abused and she reported it. Republicans in the House have made their first official request for documents from President Biden's son and brother regarding their foreign business dealings. Kentucky Republican Representative James Comer sent letters to Hunter and James Biden asking for documents related to foreign business pursuits with individuals who were connected to the Chinese Communist Party. Comer says that President Biden is compromised by deals with foreign adversaries and they are impacting his decision-making. This is a threat to national security. President Biden is going to Florida to talk to retirees. ABC's Andy Field says Biden plans to tell them Republicans want to cut Medicare and Social Security.
Florida Senator Rick Scott made that proposal for a reason President Biden bringing that fight to the Sunshine State, saying Republicans want to undermine those retirement plans seniors depend on.
Analysts say Biden wants to use Social Security and Medicare to drive a wedge between Republican lawmakers and their base of older voters. Leading Republican lawmakers insist cuts to Social Security and Medicare are off the table. And award-winning composer Burt Bacharach has died. He created songs for Aretha Franklin, Dusty Springfield, Tom Jones, and many others. His favorite was Dionne Warwick. He sang "Walk On By," "You Know the Way" to San Jose, and "I Say a Little Prayer." His publicist says Bacharach died yesterday in L.A. of natural causes. He was 91. We are going to, he was 94 actually, we're going to go to the 91 next.
If you've got water damage, you can say a little prayer, can't you? But pray and blessing, it's not going to do anything. A broken pipe, toilet overflow, pray all day. It's still going to be a river in your home. So you open up a claim with your homeowner's insurance company. You find out your insurance adjuster is trying to pay you so little you will not be able to repair the damage. This is the time to call Abner Gat. Abner Gat really makes the insurance company feel silly, because that's how good of a fighter he is. He is looking out for you, the public insurance adjuster is on your side. Don't try to negotiate with those a-holes yourself. Abner Gat fights for you to make sure you get the best possible outcome, not them. He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for many years. This is all they do. They've got the experience, the industry, know-how you need on your side. They're also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, and Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Abner Gat and his team. Give Abner a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AbnerGat.com. That's ABNERGAT, AbnerGat.com, or call him directly, 818-917-5256. The KFI Financial Report is sponsored by SaddlebackEye.com. The Dow is down 111, S&P 500 down 15, NASDAQ down 41, and the average price per gallon of regular gas in California is now $4.63.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
Southland weather from KFI Study and windy in some places, high mid-70s to around 80 for Metro LA and the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley. Upper
70s, low 80s inland Orange County, lows for upper 70s for the Inland Empire. Right now, 75 in Orange, 71 at Park, 72 in Agora Hills, and 75 in Sherman Oaks. From the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center, let's go places. We're going to a crash on the 91 in Bellflower. Another in Western White and Lakewood is rollover accident. Now the carpool and the two left lanes are blocked, and this sent up from Palomita. In down, you want to find eastbound at the 605, got a wreck in the second lane from your left. It's going to be close on the 710. Diamond Bar, 620 grand. That crash involved a big rig over on the right shoulder. The 57 north going to be heading from Diamond Bar Boulevard. Going to be closer to Chino on the 71 south. Three-door sweeper operation. One lane is closed, and you've got delays from Pine Avenue down to the 91. In Anaheim Hills, 91 eastbound just past the 241. Then reported a stalled-out vehicle in the second lane from your left. And in Ontario, 10 westbound before 4th Street, that crash has only the left lane open, and it is stopped coming away from Haven Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jenny Harmon. Hi, Sally Kay with iHeart Hollywood Spotlight. The Gold Derby leaderboard continues to give everything everywhere all at once to help you lead in the race for Best Picture. But Best Actor is still up for grabs, with experts teetering between Austin Butler and Brendan Fraser. Meanwhile, Variety's Clinton Davis says Colin Farrell is the home field advantage at the upcoming BAFTAs on February 19th.
Let's just call it quits. We all call it quits. Call it the start.
In Best Actor, the Best Screenplay category, historically the films that win the Golden Globe also win the Oscar. So if this repeats itself, that honor would go to the Banshees of Inisherin. And lastly, a big congrats to Viola Davis, who achieved the coveted EGOT status after her recent Grammy win for the narration of her memoir, Finding Me. I took EGOT! Davis is the 18th EGOT winner in Hollywood history. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight.
Hey, listener. Welcome to News Karaoke Lounge. The Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need. The music never stops. Hit it.
There's an issue with a full-time job. His partner's done, but leaves a heartthrob. Growth and worms, that's what Lulu eats. Gonna fuel up to save you money and get some free.
Only pay for what you need at LibertyMutual.com. Every day.
As a walk-in pharmacist, I talk to people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using refill by scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. So if you're away and save at Walgreens.com/Medicare, with pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions. More stimulating talk.
And I have a radio station. Gary and Jennings, KFI AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app.
Like we have to, computers are hard. We're backwards.
I don't think you appreciate you saying that. But no, those are his dad.
You didn't have to sign up and agree to do a cycle for
He
us.
was in the
What's that?
You start playing six from Joe Biden. Now,
Look at this. That's all high school. When you took the classes like outrageous.
no, they didn't pass them up correctly. At 11 o'clock, it's going to go down to Washington. The government doesn't work. Hey, Joe.
He's wilding out there. He's wilding.
In so many ways, still a swamp. That's a bunch of Milwaukee.
Yosh.
Yeah, it's you know the thing.
Well, we start with Spygate. The Biden administration said the China balloon shot down by us was equipped to collect intelligence routine spy claims. U.S. House voted unanimously to condemn China's actions, like that means anything. And the statement from a senior State Department official offered the most details to date linking China's People's Liberation Army to that wing that traversed the United States. The public details are meant to refute China's persistent denials of wrongdoing, including the claim that it was the U.S.
Before I put on my makeup,
information warfare
I said you.
You mentioned the nuclear
And one more dress to wear. I said you for you. And I said no, I will love you forever.
good close-up pictures of whatever it is that's really underneath the staff of that thing. Did I say that in the wrong way? I mean, the balloon
11, baby.
filled with hot air.
You painted a great visual for all of us.
So that's how we got the information, like you were saying. Joe Biden actually sat down for a very lengthy interview with a blanket across his thighs, a glass of hot water, a chili dish full of heart candy.
It really does sound like two people in the home having a chat.
Judy Woodruff from CBS sat down with the president, and they discussed, among other things, the balloon.
The relationship between the U.S. and Korea is taking a big hit.
I know it's healthy.
He's actually informed.
Taking to the room to go. To the state back to the people. Going on there. And then you can ask the virus also to return to us. What's next? The idea of shooting down a balloon gathering information on America. And I can step in that information works. I made a real clear shooting thing that we're going to compete fully with China, but we're not going to look around without them. And that's been peaceful.
Where did the excitement go?
The amphetamines only last so long, Gary. If you have taken an amphetamine in your life, you know it works for some number of hours, and then you crash. You crash hard. And when you're 80 and you're hopped up on freaking Tylenol, Advil cold and sinus, and you're going 110 miles an hour, and then it wears off, it is a crash, man. And that's what we heard.
So the other issue, and it was put on full display, was Judy Woodruff asking if Joe Biden believes that he's too old to run for president when we come back.
Which is rich coming from her. She's
not running for president.
This is just as girl's ass. She is ass naked. Why can't I do this?
I think that there's a lot of young 80-year-olds. He's not one of them.
You're a situational ageist, which is an okay thing.
And I don't think that an 80-year-old should be in charge of a vote.
That means you're an ageist. But in that situation.
In that situation.
And I think there's nothing wrong with that.
None of us are going to be as sharp at it. A lot of us, the majority of us, will not be as sharp at 80 as we were at 60.
Just a moment, Deborah Market live in the KFI 24-hour news.
American South LA is charged with killing his girlfriend, who is the mother of his 2 kids. The woman was killed at their apartment Saturday. Relatives of the woman say to the police and staff in front of police of her 4 kids. The number of people in the hospital with COVID-19 has jumped back over 700, 18 more deaths. Reported the 7-day average daily rate.
This girl's flat out tip. This is a bitchy tip. This is a guy's dick.
And a new bill has been introduced in California that would allow for cannabis to be favored as private events. We're going to go to the 105 next.
You're tired of living with joint pain, chronic joint pain. It might be in your knees or your shoulders. Sometimes it's in your hips, probably even your back.
You don't have to go through another year in pain. Next generation pain management has arrived right here in Southern California. It is QC Kinetics.
QC Kinetics is the nation's leader when it comes to cutting-edge regenerative medicine, and this regenerative medicine is amazing.
It's an all-natural process that uses highly concentrated healing properties from your own body. Put them directly into your achy joints to restore and repair that damaged tissue.
Now, this
Damn,
is pain relief. No drugs, no
and no downtime.
Pro athletes have been doing it for years. Now you can too.
QC Kinetics has over 100 clinics in the United States, and now they have arrived in Southern California with these regenerative solutions that can get you moving again pain-free.
If you're sick of living with pain from maybe arthritis or an injury, call the local medical professional at QC Kinetics for a free consultation.
They have 3 locations. Check them out.
I know.
Glendale, Mission Viejo, City of Orange.
These 3 are the top 20 hottest chicks in California today, and they are mine.
997
Yeah.
EAIN.
213-997. We're going to go to a crash on the 105 in Norwalk.
Summit 105
Are you
is
done?
down right before you get to 605. That crash involved in a pickup in a big rig. The right lane is blocked and it's stopped coming away from Lakewood Boulevard. In Bellflower, a little bit of good news. 91 west side of Lakewood Boulevard. That crash. The carpool lane to West Lakewood blocked. They just now got everything over the right shoulder.
And what
It's moving really heavy from Artesia Boulevard. Southwest 7 heading over to Firestone Boulevard. That's up some debris in carpool lane. And in Ontario, that crash here. 10 westbound before you get to 4th Street. Only the left lane is open. It is stacked up from Haven Avenue. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jay Harmon.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers from all kinds of exhibitions across radio, digital, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great results. That's pound 250 and say great results.
This is Leland Smith, founder of Service Tactics Plumbing, Heating, and AC. Another good deed for free. Sometimes it's just the little things that makes all the difference in the world. Like when our technician David was asked for a little help by a customer with Parkinson's disease. Her caregiver wasn't available, and she had a 6-pack of Gatorade stuck in those plastic ring holders. David got
Where the
free
fuck
from
is her
plastic.
caregiver?
She also
Beaten
said
up.
come with the caps.
Man.
Fuck that, look at him through the read. Removing them completely, and then putting them back on. He wanted to make sure it would be easy for her later. David also noticed the delivery of medicine and felt that into her house. He said he really enjoyed helping her out, especially because of her upbeat attitude. Thanks, David. Keep those good deeds for free coming. Service champions, plumbing, heating, AC, and good deeds for free. Are you looking for a way to protect your portfolio against the volatility of the stock market?
Yo, dog. Let's just not play the coolest part of the song. You only do that part. I don't give a shit. Then do the sickest part.
Go visit us to see that annual returns and quarterly contributions our investors are earning. 888-301-9010 or
Golden hands where the walls come tumbling down. When you do, I'll be right behind you. So glad we almost made it. So sad we had to fade it. Everybody wants to.
Stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martins has encountered evil in
There you go, baby.
every way imaginable.
Your art, chin. Oh, dude.
Levitations, vomiting, spitting at the
Indian
tree.
chip.
All of that has not been in movie.
Oh, the dog fire.
I've seen that firsthand. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Yo, dog.
But it's a new type of symptom.
Room and the light won't find you. Holding hands while the walls come tumbling down. When you do, I'll be right behind you. So glad we almost made it. So sad we have to wait. Everybody wants to rule the world. That's tight as fuck.
Jerry Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Coming up in the next hour, we have so much to get to. We have, Legos Avengers Springtime. That's exciting.
We also are going to be talking about our plans for pizza day. What's 100 pizza?
Today, incredible. I celebrated several days. I celebrated it 2 days because my husband was out of town. And when my husband was out of town, I eat like a 15-year-old boy. So I had pizza back-to-back nights this week. And then I hid the box.
I'm in my hand now, and one more dress to wear. I say, no, I just want myself
to get those through our social media at Gary and Shannon. But we're down into round 3 now of our big bowl of chips, where you get to determine the best snack food for your Super Bowl party. Doritos versus Cheetos in one side, and then Cape Cod potato chips versus the Ruffles sour cream and cheddar on the other side. And then winners from today will match up tomorrow in the championship.
Duke, North Carolina, Kentucky, and then
University of Maryland, Baltimore County.
Yeah, exactly. That's what we've got here. So Robin had a good idea that we'll get to right after your chance at $1,000.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Grand. That's Grand. G-R-A-N-D. Enter it now at AFIAF640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're going to get an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
that was cool when you were like, la, 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 la.
Goes on the website.
Really?
AFIAM640.com/cash. Then, we can notify via email.
So we were talking about the passing of Burt Bacharach and different responses to that. And you had listened to his music for the entire first hour. So you said I had a hard time with it. And I said, I need my responsible to try out. And you said, that's a good song. Not the one I'm looking for.
Look at that booty, show me the booty, give me the booty, I want the booty, pass up the booty, I need the booty, I like the booty, oh what a booty, shaking that booty, I saw the booty, I want the booty, Lord what a booty, bring on the booty, give us the booty, give us the booty, Well, I do like the fact that he was dancing, even if I was the only one who could see it. I was trying to impress you, Gary. You always do. I appreciate it. We're in the middle of what's going on in Washington. We're all the early days before lights and fire. And one of the questions was about the age issue, which nobody wants to talk about for some reason. We're kind of excited that we are outside of it. But it's the age issue going into a run for the presidency. Because remember, officially he hasn't said he's run.
First, we had to talk about his obesity. Why can't somebody talk about their age?
Perfect. It's an excellent question.
Is there any indication you're running for re-election? You haven't announced yet. Your thought, though, is I'm sure you know this, you wonder about his age. He's an 82, so in an election of 86, if he is successful and elected in 25 times, they really need Washington. tell them and they don't realize in the moment that there's some degradation sometimes. And that's just, I don't know, my grandfather. What do you mean I can't drive down street?
But 95% of the time, if you ever brought that up with somebody, the first answer is,
right, that's it.
and when you're talking about taking a certain amount of agency away from somebody who is used to having the freedom for, if they're 80 years old, they have the freedom of society for 65 of those years.
Right. And the other thing is, if you live in your house and I can't even imagine getting back in life where for somebody who's just that much younger than you, telling me, I have to give up my own house. I pay for it, I will, or have to. It's a terrible place to be in, but it's very clear for the person in question. It doesn't compete to them because they've always been beautiful people in the car, the house, everything.
The one video, I should say the one, there are videos that you see on social media that simply post him walking or doing that weird run thing where you'll do for a couple of steps, like he's only with the marine one or something like that. That's They're not the epitome of health. That's not the epitome of health. Also in that same interview, he referred to the documents that were found, and he said what was not done well is as they packed up my offices to move them, they didn't do the kind of job that should have been done to go through thoroughly through every piece of literature that's there. Didn't give any specifics about the packing of the materials, but we know it's not the president or vice president responsible for putting that stuff in boxes. And the other thing I was mentioning today, so that you was assaulted this morning in an elevator in her apartment.
Why don't you know? Well, I guess it would be nice. Why would you start with that, dog?
She did suffer some bruising, but is otherwise physically okay. I imagine it's probably pretty terrifying. So.
Also in that interview, just briefly, I don't
That's why they started the song there. Like, no, we know where the best part of the song is. No, I'm not saying it's the best part, but it's like how. Oh, you have to be like super talented, like I am. So then, you know, every time.
And the Late Late Show on CBS is ending with James Corden. The show has been on the air for 30 years. Corden has led it for the last 8. He is leading at the end of this season. We are going to go back to the 10 next.
So
So we've been talking about Solar Max for several years now. And this could be a great opportunity for you to go solar with solar.
I'm gonna stop this one. I don't like it. Why? Sure, people love it, but I don't like how much it.
This is the best time to get solar because one thing, more electrical production in the spring with the cooler temperatures, the brighter sunshine.
Call Solar Max, get a 12-panel system for $0 down at $59.99 a month. The most powerful solar panels on the market.
Plus, you're going to want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits before April 13th.
What?
That's right. So call Solar Max.
Oh, I gotta do it all again.
Spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down at $59.99 a month.
Dial pound 250 from your cell phone. Say the keyword Solar Max. Pound 250 Solar Max. Or go to solarmax.com.
Why wouldn't you remember?
Available. Two credit CSLB number 972.
Such a bad.
Scotland weather by sunny and windy in some places. By this afternoon, so around 8 and metro hour. Some vapor in the valley.
Why not done? Are you done?
In Ontario. On the Canada, Newport Avenue has recap crash and only the left lane is open right now. All lanes are stopped as the
Got it. And the sweet sunshine from that emotion, time to pick my heart up off the floor. But when that comes out with I feel frozen, when it's coming, baby, but I'm still going. I gotta have baby.
So this president's sale, save over 50% off is interest-free for 36 months. During the typically hail to the cheap sale, simply for being anyone's advertised price or your mattress is free.
Legal representation can change the direction of your life. If you've been injured, 888-OPO-WIN.
Running out of hot water? Visit waterheatersonly.com. Quick service, friendly technicians, low prices.
An iHeart radio station.
Download the free iHeart Radio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app. A bunch of stories that we are following internationally. We are seeing the death tolls in this earthquake in Turkey and Syria. Over 20,000 now. Thousands of buildings were toppled on both sides of the border when those earthquakes hit on Monday. and several aftershocks have made things even worse. The death toll is continuing to rise. Rescue workers have been searching for survivors, but we're reaching what they refer to as the survivability window, and it's closing. The chances of someone surviving, for example, in a collapsed building like this, even if they have space to stay alive, the conditions there, with the temperatures down well below freezing in some areas, are going to shrink that window even more.
Thursdays at this time, we like to get all of the tech news.
Please tell everyone you know and share it on social media, period. That will make you a trillionaire and help bring world peace.
Mark, how are you?
Yeah, I'm good. Hey, how about you guys? Top of the morning to you.
I feel like I haven't talked to you in so long since I was off last week. Nice to hear your voice.
Likewise, thanks for the time. I always look forward to our Tech Talk Thursday chat. Because you like informing dumb people about smart things. No, you're not technically challenged, maybe.
I like that.
You're not dumb. You're not dumb. We have been just inundated with headlines about ChatGPT, about Bard, now Alphabet, which is Google, obviously, and Microsoft are going after each other again when it comes to this fight over artificial intelligence. Where do we stand and what's going on between these two? So both ChatGPT, which came out in November, and Microsoft just made a $10 billion investment in the company, and Bard from Google are both what we refer to as generative AI, or artificial intelligence. In plain English, these are chatbots that are highly intelligent, so you can talk with it like you would another human, and you're going to get very fast and accurate results. Whatever you want, for my brother-in-law's wedding this weekend, or write me a business plan, write a line of code. Like, it's so versatile, which is creepy and scary. But the idea is that Google now made an investment, so they're now going head-to-head with Microsoft because they plan on integrating all of this into search, a highly lucrative part of their business, and they want us to use their services over the others. So Microsoft sees this as a way to fight back against Google. They've conceded, like not a lot of people use Bing compared to Google over the past 15 or so years. So this is a means to catch up, maybe even eclipse them, because it's providing really fast and accurate results, whatever you want to talk to it about it in air quotes. But Google's not going to take this line down, so they too are investing in artificial intelligence. But as we saw yesterday, when their AI made a mistake, it cost about $100 billion in Alphabet's market cap. It lost because of an error in the demo with Google Bard that was a bit of egg on their face and cost them, they're starting to recoup today. But yeah, this is it is the next gold rush, if you will. Yahoo has a generative AI engine apparently, and they were big in the 90s for search. So what comes around goes around. I guess I have a problem with the necessity of this, and is it just a convenience? Because I can type in not nonsense, but syntactically incorrect group of words into Google or whatever search engine, and probably come up with what I'm looking for. I don't have to ask it a very well, written out executive assistant at your beck and call that is going to help you whatever you need to do, personally or professionally. In an instant. And again, you can't ask Google to give you to write a speech for you or to write as a journalist. My work is threatened because you can have this write an article. You can say, give me a 650-word article about, whatever, nuclear fission. So you can do that instead of hiring students to do it. It's not always accurate, as we saw. There are limitations, but that's the idea, though, Gary. It's not just about finding a website. It goes above and beyond that, being a helper for you, whether it's writing lines of code, writing a business plan, finding a recipe for something, and creating something, not just finding something already on the web.
Mark, experts are warning people ahead of Valentine's Day specifically about romance scams, looking for love where you shouldn't. Apparently, $1 billion was taken from victims last year.
Yeah, and that's for those who have admitted, who have reported it to the authorities. You can think of all the people who were scammed with a catfishing scam or other kind of dating or romance scam last year that were too embarrassed to report it. So yeah, so the good news is the number of people who have been scammed through these dating sites or other kind of romance scams has dropped
as much as 10% over the year prior. The bad news is that how much people have shelled out has risen to an all-time about $1 billion. So yeah, with Valentine's Day, it's a good reminder that if you're chatting with somebody, there's a couple of red flags that you should not fall for, no matter how charismatic the person is over the internet. Number one, if they're reluctant to meet up with you in real life, but they're trying to court you and want to take you off that dating platform and onto a private platform, that's a bit odd. That they don't want to meet, or they always have a reason why they can't meet. And then, of course, they hit you up for money because they can do this in person too. Of course, you can meet someone in person, then they can hit you up for money and be a fraudster. But it's a lot more convenient for them to do it with hundreds, if not thousands, of people simultaneously. Right? If they ask for you to send money, that's a red flag. If it's in cryptocurrency or a Google Play gift card, these are all red flags. So just be aware that there are these fraudsters out there. Valentine's Day isn't just about romance and chocolates. It's about fraud and deception, unfortunately for many. So, and very delicately warn you've got relatives, you've got friends who may be more vulnerable, they may be more naive. Just remind them delicately about these scams that are going around because they're getting worse in terms of how much we're shelling out.
I do love you. Don't go to a second location. It works in tech and it works in real life.
Totally. Mark, thank you so much.
You do. We'll chat next week. Absolutely. Mark Saltzman there. Make sure you follow Mark on Twitter, especially because he's got some great tech tips of the day that he puts out. Mark with a C _Saltzman.
The 2 weeks that lead up to the Super Bowl are filled with a lot of fluff. The teams are already out there early. All the reporters are out there early. And the media availability is all the time, way too often, way too much access. So it lends itself to the stupidest questions you have ever heard. Specifically, Eagles coach Nick Sirianni asked who on the Eagles he would let date his daughter. His daughter is 5 years old. More highlights when we come back.
Gary Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour news.
The number of people killed in that magnitude 7.8 earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria has grown to more than 20,000. A man in Orange County has been charged with breaking into 2 homes in Costa Mesa, sexually assaulting a woman and exposing himself to other people. The man is also facing attempted burglary charges. The break-ins happened early Sunday morning. A 6-year-old gelding who died while training at Santa Anita Park. It's the 4th death of a horse at the track in Arcadia this year. The California Horse Racing Board said the horse yesterday suffered a sudden death and they did not give any details. Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some places, highs upper 50s to low 60s. This report brought to you by El Monte RV. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, Southeast Center Lake Bill Place, we're going to install on the 405 in West LA. On this rural on Hilltop Retinal is live. It's a disabled daybreak broken transmission. It is in the middle lanes, and you got stopping the traffic from Wilshire Boulevard in Winnetka Avenue. North on Napa is still shut down between Martini Street and Rudolph Street due to that earlier accident. Now, you want to party from for the 605, the right lane still taken out with that accident. It's heavy from Paramount Boulevard and in Ontario, and we're from 24th Street and Newport Avenue. That crash still has all on stop right now. It is heavy from Militant Avenue. KFI Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
Get ready to spring into warmer weather with a Monty RV Spring Special. For the next open road to March 31st, and save 10% off. Other than rate, receive 200 miles per travel between now and May 15th. Promo code Spring 2030. For more information, visit RomontiRV.com or call 800-337-2149.
This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student learning projects.
Okay, let's hear it.
Students and teachers, helping you start great learning experiences in the classroom today. Teams of Think It Up.org.
Hey, Screenshot, California just changed the law for stoners. In fact, if you use total customers with a 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in a great rate of the first system, but you need to have your solar documents expired.
Yeah, people use what? That's a great part. I use that part. I'll be your daddy. Requires to cover everything. Really? Yeah, at the end, it's the best. Yeah.
This Valentine's Day, give a little bit of love with fresh flowers from Seder Brothers Market. Whether you're shopping for your sweetheart, your mom, your grandma, whatever it's hard to do, they'll let our customers have great quality food and arrangements.
Anything you have enough I have had enough of friends trying till the end. I will be your father. I will be your anything you have, I will be your father. I have had I do till the end. I will be your father. I will be your father. I'll be your daddy. Oh, I will be your till the end.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. Recorded. I didn't really care for Wampa World. I didn't care. I just didn't because it never said Morris. So she's looking into that looking glass that had no glass in it and said I see as if she's talking directly to me. Morris was way more.
Enough of that. I will go on one who loves you till the end. I will be your father. I will be your father. I'll be your daddy. Wow. I will be the one who loves you till the end of time.
Great argument. Like, a lot of stuff has to go very, very wrong for that to happen. Gary and Shannon, KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Top of the hour, we have our trending stories. We get into our small business shout out. Our strange science stack is full of all kinds of crazy. Put a saddle on that. Sally is right at Queens, New Zealand.
You would not. You watch your mouth. Penguins don't like to be living.
You know what the planet's full are?
Oh yeah, the one with the rain instead of the moon. Oh, and then Mother put a story in here for you because you know you like to talk about gonorrhea.
Gonorrhea. Why do you always have gonorrhea stories, by the way, that come up?
Yeah, Mondo. Are you dealing with something we need to know
There's a
about?
lot of stuff. Oh. Gonorrhea.
Feelings do, Theo. Feelings do. Choo-choo. If you have to ask, you don't know. Hell yeah, I got what it takes, baby. I have that confidence. Oh, you have wild. You want the wild. Just one chick. Winona. It's the first I've ever heard this name. Winona. Right here. No, it's just that this one chick.
This country is in real trouble. Real trouble.
Yeah. I don't know. You just pick her up.
I said
Yeah.
that there are 8-year-olds in great shape.
I always thought that was
the president is not one of them.
such.
He's been through a lot.
You're gonna vote for us?
I got shot at one. Hey,
Just for the rest of the week.
This game this Sunday. Featuring Philadelphia, Kansas City coverage beginning at 11, kickoff at 3:30 on your home at the big game. AM 570 LA Sports brought to you by the Ford F-150 with combined toughness and intelligence. Test drive one at your local Southern California Ford dealership.
Super Bowl Media Day used to be an actual work day, and it's become an absolute carnival.
It is such a circus.
You've got all of the coaches and players, I shouldn't say all, but a lot of coaches and players out on the field usually, and they set up stages, different areas where reporters can kind of go through and find the most famous player of the week, or the head coach, or the star quarterback, or whatever, and ask
ludicrous questions of the speed.
By this point in the season, by this point in the 2 weeks leading up to the Super Bowl, all the questions, the relevant questions, have been asked and answered.
You're right, and nobody needs any more of the cliches like we're just going to put our heads down.
We're just going to try to score more points than the other guy.
It's about the name on the front of the jersey, not the name on the back.
All of that crap.
All of it. We've all heard it before.
I also understand the importance of staying loose heading up to the Super Bowl. It's very difficult. All the pomp and circumstance, especially if you've never been there before, all of the pageantry. It's important to keep your guys loose. So I understand Andy Reid going up there and allowing whatever question to be asked of him, like, who are your 3 favorite current rappers? What kind of coffee do you drink? Who he was asked yesterday. And he says, I don't drink coffee. And they say, well, what do you get in the morning to wake you up? And he's like, I just get up and go. I've got nonstop energy for a chubby guy. You know, it's those kind of lines that keep your guys loose, you know? And the questions are sometimes, they're said with such seriousness because the reporters don't maybe know how silly they're being. Like the one who told Jalen Hurts, I just think that you could quarterback a team to the Super Bowl, but I was wrong and I'm sorry. Jalen Hurts doesn't give anything. Right. What you think about him, 145-pound guy from Milwaukee, sports writer, dude. It's like he does not care.
But it's become an opportunity, and for the guy like that, or people that do, it's an opportunity for them to try to make themselves go viral by asking the craziest questions. That's really frustrating. And I can't imagine that these players and coaches want to be that person that helps, you know, Joe Schmo out of a WMTJ or whatever it is get his viral moment. For example.
I think I can do it.
And I also think part of it is that there's this game itself, and the index to it is paid attention to by international media.
Sure.
So when somebody asks one of the Patriots players back, would you like to see the AFC win the Super Bowl? And almost when I read that, I think to myself, somebody just doesn't know the difference between AFC and NFC, or they just misspoke, or they're just an idiot. Like, why would you ask a question like that? That was like, I know that this was done in jest. If somebody asked me, Sirianni, the head coach of the Eagles, it's just a much in jest.
This isn't even the best one.
I've heard that question, that he was not trying to be funny. Like, he was serious. And sometimes the question comes to you, okay, did you ever ask it? No.
Oh, okay. Well, I think if I told you you asked it, you would say, oh, of course it's serious.
Who was it?
It was
This is the best one.
Oh, he knows better. Right.
This one.
But he sounded like he was maybe
This one.
I was part of it. Okay, but sometimes, you know, you're in line to ask the question, and maybe you're talking to something, and you don't come up with it. You get nervous. Because you're a sports worshiper, and you say something stupid.
Just do the whole fucking
song. You want the Eagles to get it like his daughter did. It's 5 years old.
My baby, put your tiny hand in mine. Anything you have.
But they asked Joe Montana, why did they call you Boomer? The only Boomer I've ever known
Yes,
is football.
So that would have been when they wrote the Bengals, because that's the only
My baby's always there when you're so heavy. So hold on, and I won't let you go. My baby, won't be around. Put your tiny hand in mine. Teacher, anything you have in mind. I have everything. Oh, that was really cool.
Taking on the level of Damashek and others trying to be funny asking the dumbest question.
I don't. Are they trying to make it more appealing to a wider audience by allowing stupidity like that?
I think they're just trying to stay loose. If there's too many days between the championship games and the Super Bowl, I don't think you need 2 weeks of hype, but there's just so much. guys looked like they were having fun, which is rare to see at the table. Like they look like they were having fun at that flag football.
But they played three individual games.
Yeah, they did like the best guns or whatever. Yeah, it was a lot.
It was too much. Yeah, and they did it all on Saturday, so when they edited it together on Sunday,
I got done.
I just watch highlights on social media. I saw a little bit of Travis Kittle, and it made me sad.
you did the better version of it, which was to give me about 5 minutes, and that would be enough.
Right. I saw Derwin James playing dodgeball. That was cool, but I don't need a full Saturday of that for Sunday. But I don't know how it was.
All right, coming back. Follow our trending stories right here on Carrie and Shane.
More employees, more engaging, more stimulating. KSI.
KOST HD2.
Los Angeles, Orange County.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Carjacking scam. I'm Jennifer Morris, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. The LA County Sheriff's Department is looking for more people who are scammed out of their cars in the Southgate area.
At least 15 people had their cars stolen in the scam. Some of them were jacked at gunpoint. Captain Martin Rodriguez says the car thieves lured most of the people they stole from to the Walmart parking lot in Southgate.
The victims were drawn to meet the suspects by a false business proposition on Facebook, offering cash for transporting merchandise to the Fresno area of California.
Investigators say they began looking into the carjackings in early January. Both thieves have been arrested. However, not every car has been returned as the stolen cars were being shipped to Mexico. Blake Trolley, KFI News.
A new bill has been introduced in California that would allow for cannabis to be catered at private events. Assemblyman Ash Carlos, the bill aims to amend existing laws. Currently, state law only allows for event organizers to provide cannabis themselves for temporary public events. If passed, the new bill would allow for cannabis companies to get catering licenses and also they for private events. Huntington Beach has banned the LGBTQ pride flag. Now City Hall will only fly the American, state, county, city, and orange forces flag.
Multiple people spoke against smoking. Citizens provide the community the flag. It is a simple, small gesture of love.
The sign of the flag flag shows the birth community is inclusive.
We will be taking steps actions to implement this fully for our election.
Councilman Pat Burns says his motion, which passed 4-3 this week, is about everyone having equal value. He says it's not about the pride flag.
I think it's divisive, and I think it's sad that it got turned into what it was. It wasn't anything against the gay community. I think I got niece and nephew that are both gay. I love them dearly.
Councilman Casey McKeon agrees.
True inclusion by definition, represents everyone equally. Every American, every resident of California.
And Councilwoman Natalie Moser says 20 years set backwards.
By removing the pride flag, we send a message out to people that we aren't safe and we aren't inclusive.
Councilman Danny Talmadge says it's an unnecessary PR nightmare. We want the Olympics in 2020. We want to do a certain venue and maybe another venue. And the Olympics is not inclusivity. I think it's just a black eye from Huntington Beach. In Huntington Beach, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The Auto Club and Mothers Against Drunk Driving have joined with police ahead of the big game to warn people about the dangers of drunk or drug driving. LAPD Deputy Stevens mentions their segment on driving is all about it.
It's because it's Super Bowl fight. It is an American fight. This is going to be, and we want to celebrate it. Community joy. People want to celebrate it.
You can still find us here in LA, 42 people watching live during traffic collisions. The police there's been more than 1,300 DUI crashes over the last 5 years. People have said they were about it. More than 1,300 DUI crashes over the last 5 years. The advocates, experts, and representatives from Southwest Airlines about the airline's meltdown during the holidays. More than 15,000 flights were canceled in December, leaving millions of people stranded.
We did not have enough winter operations. From where our DI's aircraft to the cold resiliency of our ground support equipment.
Denver and Chicago, where 25% of its flight crews are based,
Here's what I call the phone super hot. You can cook, doesn't your phone do that? Oh yeah. Well, why aren't you like wide outside and out here? Fucking like Iron Man watches have that condition. They've had that condition for like a long time. And you assholes can't get it on the fucking thing. Well, then you pay attention about global. You guys are so in our fucking faces about global warming. Why don't you be like, hey, yo, now,
Only one firm you got to call. Sweet James
There it
Accident
is.
Attorneys, 800
Because you'd be like, it's
500.
For the last 15 years, Sweet James has helped tens of thousands of injured
maybe like, okay, over the course of the century, it's going up 2 degrees.
$1 billion for the clients with 188 million settled so far.
That's gonna melt. Not that much ice. Not like so much ice that it's like, okay. Then everybody like moves their beach houses like this much far back, right? It's not gonna take over the beach. Like,
Sweet James is sweet to you, but tough on the insurance
why?
companies to hold them accountable.
Like the plans that we have, 100 years, fucking floating cities and shit. Okay, so our house went from here to here. Who gives a shit?
800 500 5200 or go to sweetjames.com.
The KFI Financial Report is sponsored by SaddlebackEye.com. The Dow is down 203, S&P 500 down 26, NASDAQ down 90, and the average price per gallon of regular gas in California is $4.63.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
Oh.
And weather from KFI sunny and windy in some areas. Will be around the mid-70s to around 80s.
Yo, dog. Don't be a douche. Don't be a douche. Yeah, that's fine.
Low to upper 70s in the inland empire. Right now, 79 in Tucson, it's 77 in Mission Viejo, 76 in Van Nuys, and 70 in Chatsworth. We're going back to the 105 in Norwalk.
Looks like it winks at the end. Oh, no, yeah, it's all tight. It's like they're picking up on the same song. It's like, oh, yeah. Yeah, I'll be your daddy. All right, cool, dog. Oh, fuck.
This hour of the Gary and Shannon Show is brought to you by SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and
You check that one.
$59.99 a month. Or SolarMaxTech.com.
Hi, Valentine with iHeart Hollywood Spotlight. The Gold Derby Leaderboard continues to give everything everywhere all at once and help you lead in the race for Best Picture. The Best Actor is still up for grabs.
That's
With
so
experts
many.
Peter Variety, Clinton Davis says Colin Farrell is the home field advantage at the upcoming BAFTAs on February 19th.
Let's just call it quits. We all call it quits. We call it the start.
In fact, back to the Best Screenplay category, historically the films that win the Golden Globe and the Oscar. So if history repeats itself, that honor would go to the Banshees of Inisherin. And lastly, a big congrats to Viola Davis, who achieved the coveted EGOT status after her recent Grammy win for the narration of her memoir, Finding Me. I took EGOT. Davis is the 18th EGOT winner in Hollywood history. I'm Ellen Kay. This is iHeart Hollywood Spotlight. I get it, flip it, cup it.
I get it. Flip it, cup it.
Is it called the Hard Podcast?
I get it.
Yes.
Going to self-monitor your blood pressure and 4 easy to remember steps. It starts with a monitor.
Now that I know my blood pressure numbers, I talk with my doctor. We're getting those numbers down.
Yo.
Be next to talk to your doctor about their blood pressure numbers. Get down with your blood pressure. Self-monitoring is power. Learn more at manageyourbt.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council, the American Heart Association, and the American Medical Association.
Yeah, that was nice.
Gary and Shannon. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeart Radio app to get you all caught up on Science World coming up after Deborah Jones at the bottom of the hour.
We do have some information about the Congresswoman who was attacked while she was in her own elevator earlier this morning. The chief of staff for this Congresswoman out of Minnesota had said that she was attacked while she was in the elevator in her apartment building in D.C., but that she only suffered some bruising. She was able to call 911, but the perpetrator apparently took off before they were able to get him. Again, Angie Craig's
underneath all the rubble of the collapsed buildings, thousands of buildings. This is an area impacting 23 million people. So that is why you're seeing the death toll rise so high, surpassing 20,000 people now today. The hope of finding more people alive is waning, as you can imagine. The temperatures there are freezing.
According to Stephen Godby, a natural hazards expert at Nottingham Trent University, said the survival ratio on average within 24 hours is about 74%. This is if someone is caught in the rubble. 72 hours, it's 22%. By the fifth day, it's down to 6%. And that, I would imagine, is in the most optimal conditions. And we know that those temperatures are below freezing in many areas.
There are some food scammers that are stealing millions from poor people here in Los Angeles. It's happening more and more. They're stealing people's personal EBT card information and pilfering their accounts.
Not great news, especially considering these are supposed to be some of the poorest people, the most at risk. They strike, they say, early in the morning of the first few days of every month. Hours sometimes of deposit benefits onto the cards, and they do the same with food stamps, which is the state also deposits on EBT cards, and they rack up big, huge bills in grocery stores. Can't really do much about it.
They've got to figure out a tighter program. In LA County, more than $19 million in benefits stolen just in last year alone. That's a 20-fold increase from the year before.
LA is going to be shut down its largest gas plant, replace it with hydrogen. They voted unanimously yesterday, did the city council, to move forward with an $800 million plan to convert the gas-fired power plant to hydrogen. First of its kind project. A bunch of supporters say this is an important step to solve the climate crisis. Everybody else has been saying that's going to be $800 million you're throwing down the toilet. It's not going to work as well as you think.
Disney is going to get rid of 7,000 jobs. They're trying to save $5.5 billion. It's a dramatic restructuring of the world's largest entertainment company. Predictions include lower spending on programming and then all the jobs going bye-bye.
We just passed the NBA trade deadline. The Lakers have agreed in principle to a trade that would send their point guard Russell Westbrook to the Jazz. 3-team deal that involves the Timberwolves also. As part of the trade, Lakers send Westbrook, forward Lawrence Anderson, and center Damian Jones to the Jazz. In exchange, they get D'Angelo Russell, whom they drafted the number 2 pick in 2015 from the Timberwolves, and guard Malik Beasley from the Jazz. Just going through it, there's not a whole lot of other. I know this was supposed to be a crazy last-minute trade deadline, but the Portland Trail Blazers are trading Gary Payton II to the Golden State Warriors.
No, look at that.
And it wasn't very Payton.
I did not either. That's why I said, look at that.
He and his wife were some of the nicest people I ever, the nicest celebrities I ever met in Seattle, outside of my team.
Super bloom swarms are here. Okay, the poppies are popping. And if you want to go take a picture with the poppies, you suck. I mean, everybody wants to take a picture with the poppies. They're beautiful, but you're tracing all over the poppies to get your influencer pictures.
I'm also annoyed.
The poor poppies.
That's a perfect example of what annoys me when people take pictures like this. Is you have to contort your body into some weird
Get the angle.
Yes, state to get the angle, and you convince some other fool to take your picture.
Do you want me to take your picture with that poppy as the backdrop?
No, the picture's too small. I couldn't fit. I couldn't contort my body to get to that spot so that the poppy would look like I was sitting in the poppy.
Well, I was just going to take your picture with that picture behind you so that you could kind of look like you're in a field of
possibly into the sky. Is that close enough? Or if that's close enough?
That's pretty good. Wait, maybe move your head a little bit forward and the paper a little bit back. A little bit behind you so you can have the poppies light up your face.
On Sunday, pregame football F-35s over the top of the stadium.
It's actually not a bad picture of you.
For the first time ever, the Navy jets that fly over the stadium at the beginning of the game will be piloted by women. Insert driving joke here. I'm not going to.
Wow.
These women in the name.
Did you just say that?
At 35.
All right, I posted Gary's picture amongst the poppies on our Instagram story at Gary Nation.
I'm back.
You little influencer, you.
Brooklyn, I forgot my felt hat. Go get me my felt hat, Mondo. Brooklyn Avenue Pizza Company. Today happens to be National Pizza Day. I think there's probably 6 of these National Pizza Days, but we're going to celebrate it today.
Each and every one of them, really.
Gary and Steve, one out.
Gary Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is in the K-Time newsroom. Former Twitter executives have told Congress they made a mistake by blocking a New York Post story about Hunter Biden from the social media platform ahead of the 2020 election that says freed around 222 inmates considered by many to be political prisoners and sent them to the U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken says the prisoners have been jailed for exercising their fundamental freedoms and have endured lengthy, unjust detention. And Netflix has started to roll out its new password sharing plan in Canada, New Zealand, Portugal, and Spain. Netflix says that an account is intended for one household, and those living outside of a home have to sign up for their account. We are going to go to the 210 next.
If you ever had water damage in your house, you know how much of an absolute nightmare it can be. And if you've had to go through insurance, how much the nightmare compounds when you're dealing with the insurance adjuster who's going to try to pay you so little, you probably wouldn't even be able to repair that water damage. Well, this is when you call Abner Gad, because Abner Gad is looking out for you. Abner Gad is a public insurance adjuster that's on your side, and you may have tried to negotiate on your own. It is not that simple. But Abner Gad comes in and will negotiate on your behalf, and Abner makes sure that you are getting the best possible outcome, not the insurance company. He and his team have been dealing with insurance companies for years. It is all they do. They've got the experience and the industry know-how that you're going to need and want on your side. They're also rated 5 stars on Yelp, Google, Better Business Bureau. No one messes around with Abner Gad and his team. So give them a call, 818-917-5256, 818-917-5256, or visit AbnerGad.com. That's ABNERGAT, AbnerGad.com, or call him directly, 818-917-5256.
We're going to a crash on the 210 in Duarte. 210 eastbound, this is Rocky Bridge at 605. Brand new crash here. The 2 right lanes are blocked. So they hit the brakes on Bolina at 6th Street. In Ontario, 10 West Factory, 4th Street, and Euclid Avenue. That crash still has all lanes blocked. It's south from Milton Avenue. Downtown LA, 10 westbound, right at San Pedro Street. Brand new accident blocking the left lane. Going to see delays from the 5 to 101. And South LA, on the 110 northbound toward Gage Avenue. That crash still blocking the carpool and the left lane as well. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Bonnet. This report is sponsored by Mattress Firm. Mattress Firm's President's Day sale is here. Shop and save up to $500 on Tempur-Pedic adjustable mattress set. Plus, get a $300 instant gift with Torch accessories. Find your dream bed at Mattress Firm and cozy up on your new bed because there's nothing better than staying in. Discover life-changing sleep. It's the ultimate Sleep Number event. Save 50% on those Sleep Number 360 or limited edition smart bags. For a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Are you looking for a way to protect your portfolio against the uncertainty of the stock market? Invest in commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Sprouts, Publix, and many others. FNRP is one of the largest syndicators of grocery-anchored real estate in the U.S. Investors choose the specific deals to invest in and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions. To learn about their investor partner opportunity, call the investor relations team now. 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or get started at FNRPradio.com. That's FNRPradio.com. Get a preview of their current and upcoming deals and see what returns investors are earning. Call 888-301-9010 or FNRPRADIO.com. Investments are subject to risk, including loss of your principal. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representations made about investors' ability reflect FNRP strategies. They may not be real. Visit FNRPradio.com.
When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists.
The history of Pawnee. They have this booth, where you could make your own video and do calls on a game that tells you all the
share stories of
Dude,
disturbing
why I think it was $20. $20 back then.
2 decades. Father Carlos Marcus has encountered evil
So,
in every way imaginable.
really?
Hollywood portrayed the
Yeah,
exorcist,
can't do it again.
levitations,
See if you can just,
sitting, the
see
priest.
if you can just
All
tell
of
from
that
here.
has not been a movie for me. I have seen
Hey,
that
John.
firsthand.
See if you can just tell from
Listen to
here.
The Exorcist Files on the
Hey,
iHeartRadio
John.
app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The lunchroom down the hall, they have donuts and
He's
cookies,
so
etc. On the day that things expire, they put them on the table so they go, it's yours. 4,600 calories of crap with a Diet Coke.
And in about 20 minutes, he'll be bouncing off the wall.
And there he goes. And he's got it all in there. Samantha handle. Yeah, they expired today. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
keep it secret. Everywhere it said keep it secret. Open. And then you were like, no. So then what? You were like, hey, dog.
Very chill at KFI AM 620 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Some stories we are following for you. Thousands who lost their homes in that catastrophic earthquake are huddling around campfires now. Waiting for food and water in a bitter cold. 3 days after that 7.8 earthquake struck Turkey and Syria, is just devastation. More than 20,000 people killed there. They're still using pickaxes, shovels, jackhammers to dig through the twisted metal, the concrete of the thousands of buildings that were just pancaked.
President Zelensky of Ukraine says that a Ukraine that is winning should become a European Union member. He argued that the European Union won't be whole without Ukraine in it. His comments during an address to the European Parliament on what has become a rare 2-day trip outside of Ukraine. Obviously, they're getting ready for what they expect to be another offensive from Russia.
Before we get to our small business shout out for the week, how about your chance at $1,000?
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Cash. That's cash. C-A-S-H. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200.
Yo, dog.
500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Make sure you enter that keyword on the website. Go to KFIAM640.com/cash. And then winners are notified via email. I mentioned just a quick thing that the 2 female pilots for the F-35s over the Super Bowl. And I said a crass thing when I said insert women driver joke here. I would never deign to actually make a joke.
Wow, Gary, how dare you make a joke like that about the women pilot? I'm sure they'll be totally fine as long as they don't have to reverse the plane. Just kidding. Go, you said it.
Yeah, that was rough. Clever. But rough. I would made the joke unless they have to merge.
Or parallel park. Or
I can parallel park like a monster. Because I grew up driving in San Francisco, where you have to parallel park.
Hey, it is National Pizza Day.
Well, and it coincides with Super Bowl week, right? Because people are going to be eating the pizza and the wings and pizza go together like Burt Bacharach and cheese ball music.
Yes, and thankfully we have Chef Jorge Sandoval, who is here with us.
God rest his soul, not Jorge.
Brooklyn Avenue Pizza Company. Burt Bacharach, not Jorge.
Jorge at Brooklyn Avenue Pizza Company is the kind of small business shout out that we like to do because it's not just about Jorge and pizza, but it's also about giving back to the community, helping kids out in the community there in Boyle Heights. But before we get to that, let's talk about pizza, shall we? How did you get started in this?
Pizzas, I've been there for about 6-7 years. It's been one of my jobs, and really delved into it.
Are you done?
Did you grow up kind of playing with food and experimenting and trying new things, playing with flavors?
Yeah, my mom was the first person to teach me how to cook, so
they
want to keep teaching me. I need to go to culinary school with some fine dining, and I want to be the pizza industry.
You went fine dining to pizza as opposed to the other way around.
Yes.
Because it's always been love. Why pizza? Why was this the clay with which you decided to sculpt?
Pizza for me, always build it up from scratch. Got to make your own dough, sauces,
So I'm challenge. No, China. Jump. Give me some of that China junk. That bitchy, that Gucci junk.
You know, I mentioned San Francisco. It's easier up there to make bread, make that sourdough because of the climate.
White China.
Down here, if it's cow and water,
Fucking got it.
Yeah.
Like
So,
a Jew
challenge
motherfucker.
is more temperature control and learning how to put a startup starter. Keep startup starting.
I tried to get into sourdough starters during, you know, the pandemic. Everyone was making bread.
I played golf quite a bit.
Yeah. I have to signal a trip like that because it reminds me of 2020. But it's tough. That's a tough thing to figure out, those sourdough starters.
How do you make your pizza stand out? The 1,000 pizza restaurants in LA. What is it that you do to stick?
So I stand out a lot is starter program. So the 24-year-old starter starter, use that in my dye recipe, and we have to manage out between 3 and 4 days.
Oh wow.
So we have that really nice tanginess. All those starter notes, and it probably can
Is it too late to pre-order for Super Bowl?
never too late for it.
I love that answer. And also, I wanted to bring this up. TPAC is a really cool program. It's a nonprofit that helps kids that may be struggling, gets them into cooking, gets them into the art of the cooking world. And you have a big stake in this program. You like to get kids in there, you'll teach them, mentor them, and tell us about that.
Well, the mentorship on my end, whenever I can, send me over to the students, give them a walkthrough, daily life and what stuff runners are coached through, from prepping, fishing, and cooking.
When you get into it, do you see a change in them?
More of a stripe between the two.
Yeah, and if nothing else, I mean, I see everybody who has a history of working in restaurants at all, or whether it's, you know, in the kitchen, out in the front, something, it gives people a better perspective in terms of anything in the services. People are out there working, you know, they're pumping along to make sure that they're making it on the spot, but you have to be able to serve people with a smile on your face. Oh. So, what do you bring in? Because this has been pretty incredible stuff. It already smells great.
It's all brought in things that we feature at our restaurant, that was the pepperoni.
I don't eat one.
We got in our lemon hot wing, our red lemon pepper wing, on our quarter wing.
Sure. Well, hey, does that have, are those pumpkin seeds on there too?
Pumpkin salad, a little bit of sesame seed.
My husband is so jealous right now.
What pieces do you have?
Today, we go. And more pizza as well. Signature dish that we try with topping that, or take it margaritas.
Again, Valentine's dinner you guys have also for Tuesday night, 3-course meal, you got music, the soul bees, I love that, and love dedications. Church wing is incredible, but Sunday pre-orders are still available as well. BrooklynAvPizzaCo.com, BrooklynAvPizzaCo.com. You can also find Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, all the information there. Brooklyn Ave Pico is where you can find socials. More understandable, even wings. Brooklyn Avenue Pizza Company with that.
You just feel like an animal. You know what I mean? So the kids sit back to your root.
I don't know what this is.
Don't look at me. Look away.
Well, hey, thanks for coming in. We greatly appreciate it, and best of luck to you. All right, train signs come back. Gary and Shannon will continue. Deborah Mark is live in the KFI 24-hour newsroom.
In Austin, the Orange County Sheriff's deputy has been killed in a car crash in Lake Elsinore.
Dozens of deputies gathered at the crash scene near Railroad Canyon Road this afternoon. The group saluted as the deputy's body was draped in an American flag and taken from the vehicle. Video from the scene appears to show the vehicle may have hit a tree in a median about 5 this morning. The OC Sheriff's Department says its greatest sorrow and condolences are for the deputy's family and closest friends, and that the OCSD is collaborating with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department as the department prepares to honor the fallen deputy.
Car was sent flipping into the yard of a nearby home. Surveillance video shows the car trying to turn left before it hit head-on by a white sedan. At first, I thought it was a type house. So we dropped something, the white and Neighbors helped calculate the crash sounded like a big boom. LAFC is despite their teamwork is powerful to lift and tangle the man from the car. He was pronounced dead of swinging the other driver and suffered minor injuries. Police found tear gas, ammunition, and stolen license plates from the vehicle of two men arrested on suspicion of burglary in Calabasas. Those arrests happened last month when LA County Sheriff's deputies responded to calls of a man repeatedly getting in and out of a Maserati and checking the door handle. The man faced charges of identity theft, possession of burglary tools, and drug paraphernalia. Pennsylvania Democratic Senator John Fetterman was spent the night in the hospital.
Fetterman's office said the Democratic senator was hospitalized at the George Washington end of the Senate Democrat retreat.
ABC Heart realized that Fetterman's communications director to his preliminary test showed no signs of a stroke. Fetterman's health was a key issue during his campaign because of the stroke he had last May. The Pentagon says the Chinese balloon shot down off the coast of South Carolina was part of a large surveillance program China has been running for years. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken says China was not just spying on the U.S.
We already shared information that dozens of systems around the world, both from Washington and for our embassies. We're doing so because the United States is not the only target of the foreign program, which has violated the sovereignty of countries across 5 continents.
A senior State Department official says the balloon had multiple antennas capable of collecting signals, and that the balloon maker has ties to the Chinese military. The Coast Guard is still working to recover pieces of that balloon. Southland weather today at 5:30 and windy in some areas, highs mid-70s to around 80 for metro LA and San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley, upper 70s to low 80s for inland Orange County, low to upper 70s in the Inland Empire. Right now, 77 in Mojave, 71 between the Gal. We're going to a crash on the 110 in South LA.
Southern winter northbound before you get to Gage Avenue, but just now back to the one still that's sitting with Roosevelt on Imperial Highway, downtown LA on the 10 west of San Pedro Street, that wreck clearing from the lanes as well. Just over going in winter out, 310 east on 605, the 2 right lanes are blocked with an accident. It looks like a sketch up from Huntington Drive. Good news going on too, 10 westbound, ready 4th Street, that crash is cleared. You're going to see slowing from the 15 and slowing right up. Then eastbound from Live Oak Canyon to the Wildwood West area, 1 lane close for drain screening. It's going to be a heavy line from 4th Street. Hey, what time your time will get you there faster. I'm Jim Honest.
Every year you vow to get healthier, and yet you still drink 8 to 10 glasses of tap water a day. What chemicals are you putting in your body? Stop worrying and get a Puritan Water whole house filtration, conditioning, softening, and scaling system. Right now, get the Puritan whole house water system for just $49 a month. And it comes with a free 6-stage reverse osmosis alkaline purification system, plus free lifetime servicing. Call 844-80-WATER, 844-80-WATER, or PUR-water.com, PuritanWater.com.
If you feel let them know it's home. Let's make it speak with all the vibrance in your body. Bring up a smooth life. You're a great negative side.
Yeah, visit UKC.org and call 833-422-4255. Plus medication to treat COVID-19. Sponsored by the California Department of Public Health. How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital will have the best solution to help you. So appraisal, credit report fees will apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital, totally on the same. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. This President's Day, don't miss 56 sales to the Cube Trail. Don't you mean that to the Cube, Larry? No, for one sale to the Cube, with over 50% off the best brands. Plus, with your good credit, buy today with interest free for 36 months on
purchase is above $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment 10% down. I'm going straight to hell because you're killing me, Larry. Didn't think of anyone's advertised price for your mattress is free.
Experience wonderful. If you've been injured in a year OPO win,
Here, play on your screen. Follow us now at KFI AM 640.
It's become a problem, this whole strange science thing, because it usually comes after food. And then we have to wait for a couple of seconds to let all of the food settle before we move on. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis, on the cusp of making a final decision on a presidential one, several Republicans familiar with his talks have said that Ron DeSantis is almost certain to look for the Republican presidential nomination. His advisors will be reaching out to and interviewing potential hires for whatever campaign might come of it, and are dreaming out the best time to announce the intentions. And it is starting to heat up a little bit because New Hampshire Governor Chris Sununu has taken his most significant step in exploring the White House bid. He launched a national political organization called the Live Free or Die Committee, first confirmed by NBC News.
Hundreds of thousands of students who have dropped off public school rolls since the pandemic are unaccounted for. And now, just by the AP, Stanford University as well, found that 240,000 students in 21 states who have gone missing from schools. They did not move out of state and did not sign up for private school or homeschool.
You know, that comes on this National Center for Education Statistics also says that half of the students around the country started the academic year to a low grade level in at least one subject because of COVID and the closures within that. So among schools that reported students below level, almost all of them said at least some students were lagging in reading and math, 80% started science, 70% social studies.
Let's talk about penguins bigger than the truck. How fun.
It's like weird science.
Yeah, this is a story to us. They come to us via New Zealand.
Kind of more of a small European car as opposed to a truck.
Right now.
But fossil bones from two newly described penguin species. One of them thought to be the largest penguin that ever lived. 3 times the size of the largest living penguin has been unearthed there in New Zealand. We're talking about a penguin that weighs 330 pounds.
That's pretty nice. Journal
That is a big bird.
They said 57-million-year-old beach boulders on the South Island of New Zealand a few years ago. Fossils were exposed from within the boulders. They've been identified as having been between 55 and 60 million years old. Means the existence has roughly 5 to 10 million years after the end of the Cretaceous extinction, which led to the extinction of the non-avian dinosaurs. They concluded, by the way, when they looked at the bones, estimated the new size, they measured hundreds of modern penguin bones and calculated a regression using flipper bone dimensions. The key is flipper bone dimensions. And they concluded the largest flipper bones belong to a penguin that tipped the scales at an astounding 154 kilograms. In comparison, an emperor penguin, which is the tallest and heaviest right now, weighs somewhere between like 25 and 45 kilograms. So this is 3 times that, 3+ size times that. Fossils provide us with the evidence of history of life, according to the co-author, Dr. Daniel Steele.
Penguin could be a lineman.
Could be a lineman. It's combined, the name is Petrodytes, so an outside. So, good big penguin news, I guess, if you're looking for big penguin news.
How about fish news?
This stuff.
Yeah.
Or the moon.
Whichever you prefer to get to first, but we can get to both of them.
Let's do the ducks first.
Okay. Imagine a world where global warming on Earth has meaningfully diminished. And that's not the freaking script. Imagine a world where global warming on Earth has meaningfully diminished.
Is Earth part of Space Force?
You'll just have to wait and see.
Don't tell me that. The big twist at the end. They've been on Earth the whole time. I'm sorry.
Why are you ruining it? You know, people ask me in the hallway all the time about Space Force.
That is 100% a lie.
It's not a lie.
Your left eye twitches when you lie, and you get start twitching before you start speaking. Okay, so they use computer simulations to model various different scenarios where massive quantities of dust in space would reduce the amount of Earth-bound sunlight by 1 or 2%. Now, even get that much of a decrease in the amount of sunlight would take a massive, massive amount of dust. They said the cheapest, most efficient idea is to launch dust up from the moon, which would then land into orbit between the sun and the Earth and create something of a sun shape. Researchers are viewing this physics experiment as a backup option to aid the existing strategies that are helping us live on a more comfortable Earth, despite the fact that these some people have suggested things like a mirror or a sun sail of certain kinds to actually have a shade built out in outer space to prevent us from at least prevent 100% of the sunlight from coming in, dropping it just by a couple of single-digit percentages.
Have you talked about the power of Quasar, the board game? Did you ever play that as a kid in the 80s?
I don't think so.
It was a fun game, but this kind of reminds me of it. The largest object found orbiting the sun since Pluto was discovered in 1930 is in a space called the Kuiper belt. Any relation to Dwayne? Oh, that you're wearing on your socks? What are the odds that I would inject Dwayne Kuiper into our conversation on the day you're wearing the socks?
Wearing shooting type socks.
That is insane.
This is a planet.
He hits it high.
They say it's roughly one of 3,000 small planets that orbit the sun beyond. Since we know that Pluto is not a planet anymore, why are they calling this one?
Excellent question. That's something Pluto is wondering as well.
Quasars, dense rings should have condensed and formed a small moon, but it didn't. Maybe it wasn't. It blew up in tumors. There's more things coming up. I want to remind you that the game is Sunday featuring Philadelphia and Kansas City coverage beginning at 11, kickoff at 3:30 on your home of the big game, AM 570 LA Sport, brought to you by the Ford F-150. The combined toughness and intelligence test drive one at your local Southern California Ford dealership today.
I'm just curious, did you make the cut to go to Jeremy's house for the Super Bowl? Haven't heard yet.
I did make the cut. But I like that you sent a text message to my husband and I so that you made sure that I had supervision.
Technically, I invited him first.
I saw that. Did you ever play Solar Quest?
Hey, that's weird, because I would have been the right age to play those.
Yeah.
I got great gonorrhea news when we come back to stream.
You love your gonorrhea news. There's one thing about you.
Dancing like that?
very much working syndrome. The majority of passengers who were affected by that Christmas time meltdown, which left many people stranded. Valentine's Day is 5 days away. The LA County Registrar Reporter and the post office is gearing up for a busy day of lovers, hoping to tie the knot on February 14th. Same-day marriage licensing and civil wedding ceremonies will be offered only at the county's clerk's headquarters in Norwalk. Stockland weather from KFI sunny and maybe in some areas with highs in the upper 50s to low 80s. This report brought to you by Southern California Edison. We are going to a crash on the 5 in Anaheim. So the 5 northbound right before you get to Euclid Street, that wreck is blocking the carpool lane and the far right lane. You're going to get a break coming away from Harbor. In South LA and the 110 northbound for Gage, that crash clears to the right shoulder. Irwindale, 15 eastbound right to 605. Disabled vehicle is in the middle lane for the new trunk on the 10 eastbound. Between Live Canyon Road over to Country Line Road. The left lane is closed with some brain training until 2. It's going to be closed from Wabash Avenue. KFI is trying to put you there faster. I'm Jane Harmon.
Southern California Editor wants you to know that downed wires are dangerous. Never approach or touch a downed wire or anything in contact with it. Stay away and call 911. Stay alert. Stay safe. Learn more at STE.com/stay safe. This report is sponsored by Dell Technologies. Dell Technologies President's Day business event starts now with savings on select performance PCs powered by software Intel Core processors and savings on essential accessories and free shipping. Call a Dell Technologies advisor at 877-Dell.
John here, you've heard me talk for years about cutting dental. Southern California's premier dental practice. They're pioneers of the all-on-4 sleep-in-a-day procedure. Plus, they can handle all your dental needs from bridges, braces, fillers, cleaning, root canals, cosmetic dentistry, and more. If you're scared of the dentist like I am, don't worry. Cutting dental can put you in a dental twilight sleep or full anesthesia. I've been going for over 20 years. Call now for great generation supply. Live from Radio Row, it's Super Bowl week, and there's no better way to stay up to speed than with the Around the NFL podcast. Join me, Dan Hansis, and my buzz. It doesn't get much better than that. Hang out with us live from Glendale, Arizona, all week long. Listen to Around the NFL on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcast.
Bring your DSUs to start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month. Plus, you want to lock in your N1 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Now pound 250 and say SolarMax or go to SolarMaxTech.com.
No one has your same taste.
You stay on right from the music you love to the podcast. Download it now. And the iHeartRadio app has it all for free. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. There's 6,000 seats in the Greek Theater. They sold out. It's very popular. Are they charging these tickets? Will people cry? Will there be more music? Family members coming up and what other mountain lions? Yeah, there's mountain lions here in 22. We should be on this thing. The mountain lions got online. Darn and Jack. We've done more hit than this mountain lions. 5, 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Gary Shannon.
Why is I more simple dressing like Petra?
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
When I started working here, I dressed like a normal girl. Now I dress like Petra.
COVID.
COVID.
You still have COVID, right?
Yeah.
Long COVID break.
Yeah.
I've been around, but I was thinking, well, it's not an excuse, it's an explanation. There is no excuse. Speaking of, John Fetterman had a stroke in his campaign last year and had to go to the hospital again last night. They were saying that he did not show evidence of a stroke, but in fact, the guy was going to stay in the hospital for observation. Doctors were going to do a few more tests. A New Jersey municipal council member was shot dead in his car yesterday, which was exactly 1 week after the unsolved murder of a New Jersey, a different city councilwoman, a woman named Eunice Wonthorpe. Russell Keller, 51 years old, found dead. Quickly ID'd a former employee, a guy named Gary Curtis, as a suspect because they found him apparently dead from suicide about 3.5 hours later.
We were talking strange science, and I came across this article in the break about what living on Mars could do to the human body. As you know, we've got a new era of space flight with NASA's Artemis program. It is going to establish a base camp on the moon and then lay groundwork for a future trip to Mars within probably like the 2030s. The problem is, conditions on Mars could mess you up. Could seriously damage multiple parts of the body. It would speed up disease and death, even if you had a spacesuit on like Matt Damon. From cancer-causing radiation to thinning muscle and weakened bone. Experts say living on Mars, being on Mars, would be fraught with danger. Any human on its surface would be exposed to extreme rates of radiation, cancer, cardiovascular disease, brain damage, cognitive detriment, and much more.
Well, I thought that was addressed relatively well in the biography of Matt Damon. He was on Mars for that short time.
Yeah.
And he had to live there until Ben Affleck saved him. I thought that was...
I don't think he was in that.
Yes, you've seen The Martian. Yes, Ben Affleck is in his face. And Matt Damon is him now. And I
think
feel like this is... That when Robin Williams came and said it's not your fault.
Not your fault.
Yeah, that was Ben Affleck's line, but that was part of the homage to the original It's Not Your Fault. So that was addressed at least. I mean, that was one of the reasons why Matt Damon in the character of the scientist stuck on Mars is that he had to come up with all of these things because health was going to be an issue. It wasn't just a matter of him not wanting to get lonely.
Why didn't they put Ben Affleck in that picture?
Because they knew that they wanted to make money on it, and it was really too good for him.
Wow.
Sorry.
I didn't know you had that feeling about me.
I do now. How could you not enjoy sitting next to Jennifer Lopez at the Grammy Award show?
Because the show lasts for 19 hours and you're sober.
So?
You're just sitting there.
That's fine. Pay the price.
I mean, she's beautiful, but, you know, along with beauty comes a lot.
The smell of the fall, right? Is that what you're going to get?
I don't know.
That was clearly, it was running on fumes on Sunday night.
Yeah, their wedding kind of looked like a Britney Spears Instagram video. They looked unhinged.
A press release from the Massachusetts Department of Public Health 2 weeks ago is not good.
It's about the gonorrhea?
Yes, it is not good. Analysts have discovered a resident with a strain of gonorrhea that showed reduced response to multiple antibiotics. Now, they said that person has since been cured. But when you look at the medicine cabinet and you start to realize that gonorrhea is beating all of those antibiotics that are supposed to be used to treat it, that is bad news. They said people in the public health world and medicine says this is like being on the Titanic and seeing the iceberg. Before you hit it, seeing the iceberg.
Didn't they see it? In the movie they saw it. Didn't they?
Well, somebody yells out iceberg right ahead. Now, in this case, they said a disease is very old, this is gonorrhea stuff. And it's very basic, we don't really think about it because it's so easy, it had been so easy to treat. 700,000 people a year in the United States show up, get their antibiotics that are able to treat it. If it gains the ability to evade those antibiotics,
why are you yelling about
I am concerned about it.
So serious about gonorrhea every time it comes out.
It's not just a funny, like, or you put that where you shouldn't have disease, because it comes with potential for arthritis. If you're a woman with it, there's a chance that your child is born blind because of gonorrhea. Men get infertile due to testicle damage. Women get pelvic inflammatory disease.
Testicle damage, two words you don't want side by side.
I don't want any of that. I don't want any damage to anything.
Well, then don't get the gonorrhea.
I feel relatively safe. Funny note, my wife and I were saying, in the context of our conversation yesterday, the kiss between Jill Biden. I don't know anybody who kisses us on the mouth like that. With, you know, we have one friend one friend, and I said, she's probably come the closest to kissing me on the mouth, but that she's just a happy greeter person. And I said, the only woman I kissed on the mouth the way Doug Emhoff kissed Jill Biden in the last 25 years, I've had sex with her. And my wife took a moment, and she thought to herself, oh, it's me. Now, the gonorrhea thing is a big deal. The Massachusetts Department says the person had been diagnosed with a novel strain of gonorrhea that was carrying a constellation of traits never before detected in one bacterial sample.
And that's about the gonorrhea.
Just saying.
I've got some science news involving President Biden. You know, he punted his physical. He was supposed to have his physical by the end of January. And they're like, oh, he's just really busy.
Well, I mean, it's president.
Yeah, but don't you just mix that in? Then we have the doctor. It's not like, we're going to make an appointment.
I'm waiting in the waiting room for an hour and a half.
All of that. It's the president. He can have it whenever. The doctor can come in at 8 a.m. before the schedule starts, or what have you, and just do it. It doesn't take long. His physical, they say, now will be completed February 16th, more than 2 weeks after the White House previously said the physical would be done. The results will be released publicly in the same manner as last year. They say the delay is just a matter of scheduling around it and a busy and evolving travel schedule.
I get that. Isn't there a doctor always with him?
I would think so.
I mean, always. There's always a doctor in the White House. There's always a doctor that travels with the president.
Always a doctor who can say, look that way and talk over here.
Probably only, maybe. I have not had a check like that since I was in high school.
Really?
Yeah.
So they're turning down on that.
If it's more likely that your abdominal wall warms, I don't know.
He does have a condition known as hiatal hernia, which causes him to have reflux. Accounts for his more frequent throat clearance. He does have arthritis. That's as much as I know.
There is a new study also that says people who are musically active have a slightly higher genetic risk for certain mental illnesses.
What does musically active mean? That they listen to music, that they make music?
Most of this refers to people who make music. Musicians more often seem to suffer from depression and anxiety disorders. Now, in a large population study done in Europe, for the most part, scientists were able to determine links to musical engagement and mental health problems. Think about Dave Grohl's Autobot. And he spends a lot of time talking about Kurt Cobain, obviously, because he's very honest. But referred to him as one of the most poetic, musically gifted people he ever met, but also one of the most tortured mentally. Simply because it's, past movements that he was simply that gone. So, anyway, that's tomorrow.
Also drugs. It's got to be a vaccine.
Well, if you're trying to self-medicate,
Grilling is probably not going to be a big
another life left out. So we're looking forward in our big bowl of chips, Doritos, Cheetos, and then Cape Cod potato chips versus the Ruffles flavored. Tomorrow we will tell you the two that are standing tall before we make our final choice.
Jonathan show coming up next.
See you tomorrow. Stay dry, everybody.
I know how you cut me off all the time, but I'm not going to be quiet anymore. Okay?
What you need to know and when you need to know it.
KSI.
KOST-HT2.
Los Angeles on time.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The LA County Sheriff's Deputy is suing the county. I'm Deborah Mark, live from KFI's 24-hour newsroom. This lawsuit is over alleged retaliation for not joining the new deputy gang at the East LA station.
The suit alleges one member of the new gang assaulted and harassed a deputy for not joining the group. The lawsuit filed last month claims the county and several sheriff's department employees need to be held accountable for allowing deputy gangs to have control over the East LA station. We have reached out to the sheriff's department for comment. Sheriff Luna campaigned on getting rid of deputy gangs and punishing deputies found to be involved in that.
Blake Foley, KFI News.
The LA County Sheriff's Department is looking for more people who have their cars stolen in a scam in Southgate. Captain Martin Rodriguez says 2 men were arrested after investigators began looking into the carjacking.
These individuals were identified and linked to 15 cases that Southgate Police Department initially investigated.
The men are accused of luring people to the Walmart parking lot in Southgate. The people were told they were hired to make a delivery to Fresno. Some people were convinced to use a rental car for the delivery. Once they arrived, the thieves would steal the car. The wife of a public defender from Orange County said her husband did not accidentally die while on vacation in Mexico.
Mexican officials say Elliot Blair was drunk and accidentally fell. But Blair's wife, Kimberly Williams, told ABC hours before Blair's death last month, officers stopped the couple claiming they ran a stop sign.
Elliot kind of stood his ground, showed him his work badge, and said, "Look, we're attorneys."
She said then the officers demanded money.
Elliot had told him, "We don't have the amount of cash that you want." And the other officer came up and started talking to us. "Where are you staying?"
The family expects results from an independent autopsy in the next several weeks. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI News.
The Auto Club and Mothers Against Drunk Driving have joined with police ahead of the big game to warn people about the dangers of drunk driving. The CHP says there were more than 1,300 DUI crashes over the last 5 Super Bowl Sundays, and 42 people were killed. More than 750 people were seriously hurt. The House of Representatives has voted to pass a resolution condemning China's use of the surveillance balloon that was shot down over the South Carolina coast by U.S. jets Saturday. The measure passed unanimously with bipartisan support. The resolution calls on the Biden administration to continue to keep Congress apprised by providing comprehensive briefings. To the House Foreign Affairs Committee, Michael McCall, China's aggression will not be tolerated. President Biden is in Florida speaking about Social Security and Medicare, because 1 in 10 people in the U.S. have diabetes and need insulin. Biden says it costs drug companies $13 to package a vial of insulin.
Yet big farmers are unfairly charging people hundreds of dollars more, making record profits, but not anymore.
Because the cost of insulin has been capped at $35 for seniors on Medicare, but he says there are still millions of people with diabetes who are not on Medicare that need insulin to save their lives. Because he wants to finish the job and cap the price of insulin for everyone. Israel's second humanitarian aid missions have landed in southern Turkey to help with search and rescue from that 7.8 magnitude earthquake that also hit northwest Syria. 250 IDF medical professional staff with advanced equipment are on the ground. They'll set up a field hospital to treat some of the estimated 60,000 injured in the quake. Search and rescue teams have been in Turkey since Tuesday. They've pulled 10 survivors from the rubble. Monday's earthquake killed more than 20,000 people so far. The KFI Financial Report is sponsored by SaddlebackEye.com. The Dow is down 248. S&P 500 down 36. NASDAQ down 121. And the average price for the gallon of regular gas in California is $4.63.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off placing from SaddlebackEye.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny, windy in some places, highs mid-70s to around 80 for Metro LA and San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Upper 50s to mid-60s in the Amarillo Valley, upper 70s to low 80s for Inland and County, lows to upper 70s in the Inland Empire. Right now it's 70 in Seal Beach, 80 in Vernon Park, 74 for Thorn Hills, and 79 in Sherman Oaks. We're going back to the 5 in Anaheim. This recap crashed on 6 cars involved in this 1-5 northbound before Euclid Street. Somebody trapped inside of one of those. The carpool and the far right lane are blocked. It's going to be stacked up going away from the 55. And on 55 south on Concord Boulevard, that crash over on the right shoulder. Mission Dealey Hole on the 5 southbound before Oakville Parkway. Those right lanes taken out with accident. In South LA on the 110 northbound Burgess Beach Avenue, that earlier crash cleared from the lane. Santa Maria, 14 northbound before Soledad Canyon Road. The 2 left lanes are blocked with an accident. They're going to be off the break. From San Canyon Road, Irwindale, to San Eastbound for Irwindale Avenue. Next up, looks like we're getting hot.
AT&T's DirecTV just removed Newsmax from 13 million homes. AT&T owns DirecTV, and this is the second conservative channel they removed in a year. Meanwhile, DirecTV is still keeping the big ball 22 liberal news channels on. So if you're angry about the censorship, Newsmax wants you to speak up. Newsmax is the 4th highest rated cable news station.
DirecTV isn't taking off the other liberal channels. Ron DeSantis says Newsmax is targeted and it's wrong. Newsmax says AT&T and DirecTV censorship is unacceptable. If you care about censorship, seriously consider canceling your DirecTV and AT&T service. If you're a DirecTV or an AT&T customer, call 877 Newsmax and they'll connect you. And contact your congressman to complain about censorship. Call 877 Newsmax. They'll connect you too. Millions are joining Newsmax's fight. Show your support. Call 877 Newsmax now. Hey, listener, welcome to Renews Karaoke. The Liberty Mutual customizes your car insurance, so you only pay for what you need, and the music never stops. Hit it. Their name was a full-time job. His players go, but we need a heart drop. What's the words that they will eat? Gotta feel up to save you money and keep we pay for what you need.
As a walking pharmacist, I talk to people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens by using refill to save them a trip, or using refill by scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, you got it. With low-cost copays on many medications. Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Go your way and take it at walgreens.com/Medicare. We honor the restrictions and exclusions.
If you get hurt in an accident, choose the law for Rabbi. Serious solution. Choose Rabbi Marsh.
More stimulating talk. AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Welcome, everyone. We have so much to do. We're going to the end tonight. There's a lot of stories today. We're going to be smashing your head this week. We got big updates. The One Beach man that ran over the bicyclist to Joe, our doctor in Orange County. There's something there you got to hear about. And then public defender in Orange County in Cabo, Mexico, with his wife, also a public defender, to celebrate their wedding anniversary. He died. The Mexican officials are saying that he fell off a balcony. The wife's not buying that, and she's doing some interviews, and we have some new information on the case. That's all a heads up. So we were going to try to stay this subject the last 2 weeks. The Chinese spy balloon. Yeah, well, it turns out that the Chinese spy balloon is part of a network of 20 spy balloons that have floated over 40 different countries over the years on most of the continents. Apparently, the whole program is somewhere, every minute of the day, there's a Chinese balloon. And it may not come to anybody's surprise, but they're giving us some information about what was found in the wreckage of the Chinese spy balloon that was shot down off of South Carolina. And it wasn't a bunch of barometers and wind weather vanes and wind speeders. No, they weren't looking for wind speeds in Idaho. It's a surveillance operation that they were carrying out. We're going to go for an update now. Oh, and the House of Representatives. Look at this. Who says you can't have bipartisanship? 419-0 to condemn China. Condemn the balloon. That's what you can get everyone in Congress to agree on. To condemn a bad balloon. We don't have nothing safe yet, so let's celebrate it. So we can talk a bit about what they found in this Chinese balloon. It looks like they did find equipment that indicates, yes, it was a surveillance operation. All right, intelligence collection systems were found. All right, so it's solar panels. All right, Justin Page, ABC News. How are you? Hi there, good, how are you? Welcome. We were just starting to list some of the stuff that they made up this balloon and the spy equipment. That was attached to it. Can you give us more detail? Well, we're hearing that based on the wreckage that we found off the coast of South Carolina, that this was obviously not just a weather balloon or a civilian aircraft, that the inner subject thing had all the makings of an overhead surveillance system that was meant to travel over specific sites across the country. So given that we have seen across the board here in Washington bipartisan support for doing something to call China to the carpet, today as an House of resolution back to condemn this balloon incursion from China, and also pressure on the White House and diplomats here in the U.S. to do something to show China
that were not going to take this line down. So today there wasn't all finished, all house super briefing about the latest on this thing. We're working on cover cause. We are hearing that the goal here is to get all the remains of this thing, which will take some time, by the way, and try to reconstruct it as much as possible to get a better idea of how this maneuver from China, how it transmitted information, and how it stopped communication, be it image, video, or otherwise, as it flew over the U.S.
Have they spoke on what the balloon to give China that all the Chinese spy satellites that hover overhead can't do?
Well, there are two things here. One, this balloon, as we now understand it, is able to be high enough in the air and just below space to kind of a sweet spot, if you will, that allow for it to not be as easily tracked as a satellite or other devices. It's kind of like a MacGyver satellite that can sit over spaces a bit longer and later and get valuable intelligence. This does not stop many other ways of gathering intelligence. These are probably in some ways more effective too, through apps as many complain about TikTok or human intelligence too. But this is one of many ways a country can surveil another. But it appears to be in many ways just how fallacious this was. And also in some ways how sloppy it was too, just to blow over to another country's airspace and think it's okay or you won't be caught. Even though in the past they were not caught.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's been a discussion about how they can detect these things sooner.
Well, there's something now they have an idea of how this balloon works. Again, it was pretty big, about the size of 2 buckets. And how it operated, they can now track similar devices better in the future. Now, given that we kind of know how it works, and the Capitol Hill, they won't now just, change their strategy. Which they very likely will, but at least we now know that they can't launch something similar again and have it each by so easily. So that might be a hurdle for them. But they can also listen to more tried and true methods like, devices and like human intelligence. But in many ways, this is just such a public diplomatic blunder for China. It just does not look good.
What is the sense of what they should have done to stop the balloon? Should they have shot it down in Alaska? Or are these Congress considered comfortable that it floated all the way across the country?
That's about a 40-line clip right there. I can tell you that from the Senate Appropriations hearing earlier this morning, that major Republican members on that committee, and the Democrats too, were asking defense officials why not shoot it down over Alaska in a sparsely populated area, kind of like the Avalanche, that would be a first-line defense piece for the rest of the country. It is a thought that under the best advisement, it would be safer to spread it over the water, which then allows to get the pieces of it and try to maybe recreate the structure itself. But the question is then, what did we lose in terms of security with this device over those things to be precise for several days? That remains to be seen, but then we believe as of right now that this thing more well disruptive when they stop the device to be stopped.
Thank you very much for the report.
All right, Justin Pittsburgh, ABC News.
Reporting on this is everybody got a classified briefing. Some of the leaders in Congress got it yesterday, and all the senators and all the Congress people got it today. The balloon manufacturer, according to a senior official, has direct links to the Chinese military as a proof of People's Liberation Army. And says the company advertised its balloon products on its website, posts videos of past flights, and said here's what overflown at least U.S. airspace and the airspace of other countries. They actually advertise. Here's how they fly over the U.S. And look, America doesn't stop us. We have some more footage. And they're trying to make you think that this is private balloons, don't worry about it. So they have a big intelligence operation in the Hainan province in China. But they think this is where the balloon command is. So you're going to keep track on the map. Wuhan sends us the deadly viruses, and Hainan sends us the spy balloons. Now we're starting to map it out. That's right. We got more coming up in Twitter. Give you $1,000. Go out there, Johnny 10 KFI, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. And get more live at 24-hour KFI News.
The price of eggs could be coming down. Data shows wholesale egg prices have fallen by more than 50% since December, when prices more than doubled because of an outbreak of bird flu in the U.S. The Powerball jackpot is shooting back up. No tickets were sold with all six numbers in the last drawing. The jackpot for Saturday's drawing is expected to grow to $34 million. Award-winning composer Burt Bacharach died yesterday in LA of natural causes. He was 94. From the Southern California Toyota dealer Traffic Center Westville Places, we're going to a stall on the 210 in Rancho Cucamonga. From the 210 westbound, which is right before the State Bridge Boulevard, in the middle lanes, and it's causing you to really have to come away from Cherry Avenue. In the time you have fall, there's some road work. 10 eastbound between Live Oak Road, that's when it's supposed to do. It's really heavy from Wabash Avenue. Also in Ontario, road work slowing you down on 15 southbound. From Newton to the 61 lane code for bridge work, and you're at Crawl from 60 and in Anaheim, following northbound. Right before you get to Euclid Street, that left two blocks in carpool at the far right lane is heavy from Harbor Boulevard. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harman.
Millions of people are looking for work, and almost 70% of Americans are looking for extra work. So why is it so hard to find the right candidate? I've had a tough time for 30 years. It's simple. We're using the wrong platform. Here's an answer. JobGet.com. JobGet is a new, unique way to post the job you're looking to fill and finding that perfect candidate and quickly. With other hiring sites, your job posting gets flooded with thousands of resumes who just don't cut it. With JobGet, your top candidates are already endorsed for their skills. Your candidates get immediate notifications in their JobGet app, letting you know you're ready to talk. And most jobs receive their first applicant within the first 6 minutes. Post your first job for free, chat with qualified candidates within minutes when you go to jobget.com/handle. That's jobget.com/handle. This really works. Visit jobget.com/handle.
Are you looking for a way to protect your portfolio against the uncertainty of the stock market? Then invest in commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Sprouts, Publix, and many others. FNRP is one of the largest syndicators of grocery-anchored real estate in the U.S. Investors choose the specific deals to invest in and receive consistent quarterly cash distributions. To learn about their investor partner opportunities, call the Investor Relations team now. 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or get started at FNRPradio.com. That's FNRPradio.com. Get a preview of their current and upcoming deals and see what returns investors are earning. Call 888-301-9010 or FNRPRADIO.com. Investments are subject to risk, including losses and securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Any representation made about investments cannot be reflected on FNRP strategy and may or may not be realized. Visit FNRPradio.com.
I'm John Morgan from Morgan & Morgan. Injured, just dial pound long. That's all. Morgan & Morgan, America, and now the universe's largest injury law firm. Visit borderpeople.com for help. Here's you. It is no secret that sitting that chlorine in your water. But once it gets to your house, you don't want it in your body or drying out your skin and hair. Hey, this is Dean Sharp with the solution, a Light Source water system. Light Source filters all the water in your home, using the harsh taste and feel of chlorine and giving you softer skin and hair from every tap. No salt, no maintenance. Get yours today by calling 800-803-2696 or visit lightsourcewater.com. Light Source, taste and feel the difference.
On the Exorcist Files podcast, a new exorcist and demonologist share stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martins has encountered evil in every way imaginable. So Hollywood portrayed The Exorcist with levitations, vomit, spitting at the priest. All of that has not been in movies released. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts. The AI search wars are heating up thanks to ChatGPT. This week, Google showed off Bard, its next generation AI search engine. And Microsoft unveiled the new Bing, which, you guessed it, uses AI for search. We'll take a look at how they compare. Rich on Tech with Rich DeNiro, Saturday morning at 11 on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Get money giveaway again. Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Bang, bang, bang. B-A-N-K. Enter it now at KFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorney. If you're not an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorney with Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Thanks. Enter bank at KFIAM640.com/cash. Don't test. If you're waiting to get an email telling you that, check your junk spam folder for 2. This week, KFI is a winning keyword. Starts 6 a.m. every weekday with handle all the way to 6 p.m. with Conway. And you can win again. It's Larry. A quick reminder that the voice line is coming back tomorrow. You can still leave messages in the iHeartRadio app. The microphone icon or call the toll-free number 1-877-VOICE, 1-877-664-7886. We're talking about the Chinese spy balloon. Now, officially, of course, John doesn't believe anything anymore. Spy balloons. 3 during the Trump administration and 2 now with Biden's president. Even though it's the first time we heard about the balloons along some part of the United States, often in Hawaii and Alaska, to stay in the pretty places. But why balloons? This is a pretty good fact here. They do have advantages over the satellites. It sounds like a really antiquated piece of science to float a balloon over a country. Yeah, well, the stuff they have connected to balloons. They fly closer to the fixed orbit through satellites and they evade radar. They can also hover over areas while satellites are generally in constant motion. Simple cameras on balloons can actually produce clearer images than those on orbital satellites. But other surveillance equipment on the balloon can pick up signals that do not reach the altitude of satellites. So maybe the Chinese are really onto something. Apparently, this has been a big deal for them. Some of the information we're getting is that the People's Liberation Army and instructors were telling some of their tech people to focus on the balloons. That they think it's a very valuable asset to inspire other countries. Well, in the way that the photo application on your camera has gotten dramatically better over the last 15 years, you can make incredibly clear photos with an iPhone, right? And I imagine that same technology advancements are applying to these balloons, where they can get, with 3 lenses, extreme clarity. They can read almost anything they want. It's not just like the Google Map photos that you look at on your computer, which are kind of blurry in space. Not like this stuff, probably. It is human eyes. No, they think they're also trying to intercept information right now. Yeah, something funny I saw. There were 2 funny things I saw. It's funny now. They do believe that once the Chinese realized that they picked up on the balloon, it began to move fast. So I guess the remote, whatever they used to direct it, they just started to start outside the edge of the ocean. It's like a highway station here. Yeah, I thought so, because it was kind of a funny pattern it took. It went from Alaska through Canada to Montana, and then you get what they put on there. Suddenly, a left turn and it's headed for the Carolinas. So it looked like something that was trying to escape. I know, but that would have been a long way back to China. I was one of the stories, they think some of the balloons had circumnavigated the entire globe. So I imagine they must have the technology to download the data and just have the actual balloon back in their hands. I would think they do. They can bounce it off satellites. And, the internet data. Like the way cell phones work. There's a lot of ways you can train the data. There was a Chinese newspaper article in 2021 saying balloons are a powerful eye in the sky for covering low altitude and surface targets
In the future, balloon platforms may become like submarines to address the ocean are killing kittens, killers. The station thinks, what if it had weapons and disease? Well, yes, exactly. And that's why they should be forced to explain why shit this thing down in Alaska. Because I find all their excuses kind of lame. Oh, and we don't want to fall on anybody. Well, there's nobody should the debris fall on Alaska. Well, I wanted to see what it was. Well, if they had weapons, by the time you saw what it was, you might have killed someone or nuked someone or stabbed them. Or they would drop more recovery there. Because in Alaska might have been more difficult because of the cold weather, the cold, the rain. Oh, they got a million excuses. So they're freaking out that it happened. If they're freaking out, it means they're really worried about what the Chinese are up to. But they weren't worried enough to destroy this thing immediately. And they didn't know there was something on board that could really do serious damage. You just don't get the truth out of anything. And you don't want to think that the younger boss is the president. He probably doesn't even know what's going on. Another Chinese official apparently said, if you found something in the street, wouldn't you return to its owner? We went off balloon someplace fast. That'll be a no. Comparing it to finding what's the wrong on the street. Yeah, we accidentally dropped our balloon over your airspace. Fell out of our pocket. It worked out a bit for Alaskan officials. Senator Lisa Murkowski was like, well, it's related. It's like this balloon has been over Alaska. We've got, apparently they do have some military operations there, some really important stuff. If they think that they're being just discounted, oh, the biggest balloons just kind of floated over Alaska. That's just what made it to Montana. Well, Justin Fish said the reason Alaska wanted to state was to provide us with two specific outposts to deal with all the Pacific enemies, like Russia, China, and anybody else. The fact that's the perfect. I mean, Hawaii is a bunch of islands, like any number of islands that are still U.S. territory, like Guam, for example. And Alaska could have been a territory as well. We didn't make them states in order to be nice to the people of Alaska. We made them states because Alaska is 12 miles away from Russia. So what is the response here then from the U.S. government? All right, so the House voted for nothing to condemn time. Okay? For it's raised in violation of U.S. sovereignty. So what are you going to do? Okay, then. What's the response? I don't know. They might never tell us. Oh, like how Biden made the pipeline? You know, there's only a certain number of people in government, a lot of people in government are like the news. And they'll say, well, I don't know, if we lash back at them, then they're going to lash back, and, you know, they'll hit us. It's like, you know, nobody ever want to fight by being afraid to hit. I can guarantee you, every person who is afraid to hit someone in a fight wants to fight. 100% of the time. You've got to give the bully one good spot in the nose. Because he's going to beat you up. Well, he'll beat you up anyway. He's got one punch in, might scare him off, might make him backlock again. Storage systems, so far they've only examined the balloon canopy, which is wiring in a small amount of time. But they're going to take the rest of it for forensic examination of all the debris. They're going to look closely at it to see exactly what they can find. Building process the largest part of the equipment that is swung into the balloon likely housed most of the electronics. I mean, I use it in physical data. So we might find out some good things about Chinese surveillance programs and their technologies. From grabbing that balloon. When we come back, we're going to update you on that horrible story recently out of Orange County where an emergency room doctor was hit by a driver ran from Long Beach. The driver then got out of the car and stabbed the doctor and he died. I was thinking at the time, is this another crazy drug person? Well, the first word looks like it's true. We're now finding out that this Long Beach man had some severe mental health episode. And here we go again with that topic. Looking at the details, coming up, Johnny Kent, KSI, AM 640, live every day that iHeartRadio app. And Deborah Mark Black, the 24-hour KSI News.
Family and friends, the morning the death of a woman killed in a high-speed crash in Lake Balboa. The woman was on her way to work early yesterday, and the driver of a Corvette ran a red light between Balboa and Peter. Cops say the driver was going about 100 miles an hour. This woman told the NBC for the woman killed was her best friend for 30 years.
Poor kids, you know, how do you explain it?
The Corvette split in two, and half of it ended up in a shopping center. The driver died at the hospital. A passenger is in critical condition. The news is brought to you by the Penny Dental Implant Center. Homeless high school seniors in California may soon get more than a diploma.
Some may get $1,000. Chief Senator Jay Cortese has come up with a plan he hopes will help the 15,000 high school students in the state who are homeless. The new bill gives $1,000 monthly payments to teens just before and after graduation with no strings attached. It would apply to the class of 2024 if they had to college or into the job market but could be extended. Jennifer Jones Lee, KFI News.
Minnesota Democratic Congresswoman Angie Craig has been expulsed from her apartment building in Washington, D.C. Her chief of staff says the attack did not appear to be politically motivated.
Houston police responded to Craig's 911 call, but the suspect fled. Craig too says she suffered some bruises, but is otherwise okay.
ABC Justin Finch says the attack comes to Capitol Police report threats to Congress members declined by more than 2,000 last year. Craig wants to return in November in one of the most expensive house races in the country. Lawmakers in Florida have approved a bill that would give Republican Governor Ron DeSantis new power over the state's Disney park. Under the bill, the state will take over the Easy Creek Improvement District, the government body that has given Disney control over the land around its Orlando area theme park. The district's existing board would be replaced by members handpicked by DeSantis. We're going to go to the 605 next.
If you have bad vision, it's really frustrating all your life. Well, my life had terrible vision. One of my eyes is 21,000. Not 2,100, 21,000. And I went to Dr. Charles Baker at Saddleback Eye Center, and he gave me the LASIK procedure. I walked out of there, and I was seeing better than 20/20. Really. It's that dramatic. But laser light LASIK exam is how you start. You have to laser edges your eyes over 1,000 times, so Dr. Manning gets a perfect look at your vision. You go from the LASIK exam to the procedure, 20 minutes. Again, I went through this no pain. It does not hurt. And you walk out of there and you see crystal clear. And this works on nearsightedness, farsightedness, astigmatism, or maybe you just need reading glasses. Be one of the first 14 KFI callers called Saddleback Eye Center now. Schedule a free LASIK exam. You get it for free. If you're one of the first 14 to call now, do it. Call 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444.
Sunshine weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some places. Highs mid-70s to around 80 for Metro LA and San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Upper 50s to mid-60s in the Amarillo Valley. Upper 70s to low 80s for inland and counties. Low to upper 70s for the inland empire. Right now, 78 Laguna Woods and 77 in Rancho Santa Margarita. We're going to a crash on the 605 and Pico Rivera. 605 southbound line before you get to Washington Boulevard. That's a crash clearing to the right shoulder. You're going to see delay show from Beverly Boulevard. Santa Clarita, 14 northbound before Silver at Canyon Road. The right lane is taken out with an accident. It looks like it's getting better in Anaheim. 5 northbound before Euclid. Real time walking carpool in the right lane. Looks like things are starting to move, so they might have that over on the shoulder. I still do see some flowing from Ball Road. And Lake Elsinore, 15 northbound Ladder Lake 3. 72 vehicle in the second lane from the left. KFI is telling us get me there faster. I'm getting on it.
Are you a business owner and you watch radio? You know, podcasting and social. We'd love to send you out iHeartMedia to work for you. You can start today at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. This President's Day, don't miss this great deal to the cheap sale. Don't you mean deal to the cheap, Larry? No
Order one sale to the two, with over 50% off the best brands. Plus, we give you credit, buy today and see interest-free for 36 months on purchases above $3,000 with your minimum monthly payment and 10% down. I'm going straight to hell. You're just killing me, Larry. Didn't people beat anyone's advertised price for a year mattress for free?
With the awards, Big Day Fun, and Valentine's deals, I think that makes Morongo the jolliest good times. And now the top 5 reasons to visit Morongo. Number 5.
Food is love. Get Valentine's Day special for gifts at Fiona and Good Time Cafe.
Number 4.
Then gift giveaway. Get a Sonic pastry or win on 500 points on your reward card. The 13th and 14th.
3.
Big Game Blowout. Prizes, freebies, fun. You can win a trade in cash playing with the reward cards during the game.
And the number 2.
Big Game Play. The big win on big screens in a big ballroom in a big resort with amazing food and gift specials.
And the number 1 reason.
Game Day Sale. Gifts to the gifting breakthrough winners, $20 free play, all for special price. Book now.
Morongo Casino Resort and Spa. Morongo, good times. For everybody, this is Jacob Emma. If you've been in a truck accident, call 844-24-GIFT. Stay alive, 8640.
And I radio station.
Answers 45 everywhere on the iHeartRadio. Alex Walton's been sued again. We were settled with the husband and son of the cinematographer Melina Hutchins, who was, of course, shot by Baldwin in the set of the movie Rush in 2021. Brandon lawsuit from Hutchins' parents. Okay, first lawsuit accepted. The Brandon lawsuit. And guess who's representing the champion members of Melina Hutchins? Bill Gloriana, the dance department. Is that right? Yes. Ah, I was the doctor in that. It doesn't involve sexual harassment or some kind of thing like that. No, but it's good data. Yeah. Yes, with the co-counsel, and they did a press conference. One thing that there's another lawsuit against Howard. Oliver, of course, faces he's a lying violent background, so only bad things can happen. He may be drunk and in jail. You know how many? He had like 10 kids, right? Yeah, he had 3 more kids just last week. Life must be exhausting. It's birthday every day. The weird woman who does like a Spanish accent or something. Yeah, she also talks to people in Spanish accent. It's entirely fake. But can you imagine what the inside of that house is like? I remember it was hilarious. Yeah, it's a fitting day. So he's got a really bad temper. I mean, people just beat up over you. Dad just murdered somebody. Dad had a good time. And now 2 lawsuits. They settled the first one, but then they have to settle this one too. He's going to be handling a 101 free area. So. Yeah, short time ago, terrible story. We talked about a lot last week. An Orange County Fire Physician was an emergency room doctor, was hit. A guy driving a car that was getting a point on the Pacific Coast Highway. What made this story really shocking is that the driver of the car, Danny Roy Evans Smith, got out and stabbed the bicyclist and got them over his eyes. So, the update, because at the time everyone had children, so it's not like this is a very great or somebody really out there. They were trying to get cancer. One of the things I surmised was a drug test at the scene, alcohol testing, but for some reason it was prepared or arranged. We now find out that in December, in a petition to test either two kids' ex-wife, wrote that Daniel Evans Smith was diagnosed with paranoid schizophrenia and bipolar disorder. The family members spoke to the Oakland New York Times, saying the diagnosis came back in 2020. Police came to the home in Long Beach. He allegedly attacked his friend. He was trying to subdue him during a mental health episode. They've been hospitalized for the release. And that's what's wrong. Because he can't be released. He's got to be forced to take medication constantly for the rest of his life. Otherwise, you have bipolar disorder, you can have very violent episodes. In fact, when the police were called in 2020 to his house, was reported to a violent, mentally ill person, and he had smashed up property inside the house. He got into a fight with adults, right? Yeah. They put him in the hospital. 72 hours later, he's out again. Well, there had to fix the biological problem in his brain. His brain is disrupted and disordered. And we can tamp down the symptoms with certain drugs. But you have to take the drug. And you let him out. What happens? Why do we even have these 72-hour holds? What's the point of it? Why even buy it? Just tell the call 911, hey, sorry, good luck, maybe you're wrong. If they can determine in 3 days whether that's a danger to yourself or others, right? It's not it. No, you can't. Because they also examine and try to get a diagnosis because it's episodic. When you have one of these bipolar disorders, it happens, and then it goes away, person looks normal, and, maybe 6 days or 6 months later, boom, it explodes again. This is actually born and raised in Jamaica, moved to the U.S. Around 2008 after getting married. He got divorced in 2012, stayed in the long-term care to look after his children. As I mentioned, his only family business and lived alone. Now, Alexander Soha, his law firm is in the same building, Smith County business. Smith and his son booked him for at least 2 years, attended some of the Christmas parties. He's a polite, nice guy. Yeah, he didn't seem like a violent guy. But there were no dangerous propensities to stick out. That's how they stopped. See, if Don felt that at that time, by late 2019 or early 2020, he noticed that Smith something that should increasingly crazy. He was stressed, not comfortable with any skill. And he also had schizophrenia. And that can hurt you. You can have all the disturbing voices and hallucinations in your head, and paranoia. The brain chemicals, it's electrical sirens in the brain. And it comes and goes. So, yeah, it looks absolutely normal. Oh, I really don't. I've never seen it. You don't know what's going on in the brain. And it pops out periodically. Yeah, I was driving along PCH there, and something in his head triggered when he saw the bicycle. And just decided that I gotta get this guy. Whatever those are, it's not something the guy can control. He's got a damaged brain, and so you have to put him and his damaged brain, you lock him up inside. And you don't let him out unless he took his pills. And then he has to go back inside to take the new pills. And that has to go on all day, every day. You can't let him off the pills. You can't let him roam free. It sounds like he lived alone or looking for anybody to check on him. Okay, eventually he moved out of that office and was going to do all the county work from home. And then apparently the family hasn't seen him since around Thanksgiving. 2 days before the doctor's killing, they reached out and he said, I'm okay, I'll let you guys know if I need any help. Schizophrenia and bipolar disorder is difficult to treat because one of the facets of these illnesses is the patient doesn't know or doesn't believe that they're crazy. Right? So they reject medication, they reject psychological therapy. It's part of the disease. That's what it is. It's crazy. Well, I would imagine that's going to be part of the defense. That's the saying that it takes 25 years to life. The defense will obviously call in this mental illness. Some sort of mental breakdown to drive it along. Well, you know what? That's what a mental institution for life. If you're having to do a prison, you got to do an institution. It doesn't matter why you're doing it, if you're evil or mentally ill or just a bad mood, that doesn't matter. It's what you did that matters. So you got to be locked up. If you knew this went further than this road race, that kind of a car runs over and stabs bicycles in the back. Yeah. It was time before everybody was what happened. Right. I remember our guest last week, man, was on the team, and the lady got there and said, it was like mumbling and rumbling, right? It was like the noises and not making any sense. There's a lot of bad brains out there. You have some sort of break with reality. Yeah, psychotic break. Where he doesn't understand what he's doing. Sometimes they don't even remember what he's saying. So speaking of psychotic breaks, after 2 o'clock, but we'll be talking to Steve Thompson, Steve Park. He's going to update us on our favorite subject. We are tearing back then inside space plan to get the homeless off the street. We had asked about a particular hit to the listeners a few weeks ago.
which is in the downwind neighborhood of LA. Culver Boulevard is kind of like a median between the two directions of the road. People enjoy the walk, dogs. It's almost like a very wide median of grass. And it's just kind of overtaken by the homeless. Supposedly, they made a move there to clean it up. It hasn't updated. But everything is 205. Johnny King, KFI, AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio. And Deborah Mark Live is 24 hours after Easter.
Two men have been arrested for allegedly stealing vehicles from at least 15 people in Southgate, sometimes at gunpoint, after luring them to business parking lots. President Biden is vowing to protect Social Security and Medicare benefits. Residents in Tampa took jabs at Republicans who claim to want to collapse entitlements. He proposed a plan to sunset federal programs. That means Congress would need to reauthorize them every 5 years. And Paul says, for the Super Bowl, our outfits include the color of Gatorade, dunk on the winning coach, whether the corn toss will be head to tail, who will be the game's MVP, and more. More than 50 million adults are expected to bet around $16 billion on the Super Bowl. We're going to head over to the 405 next.
The S&P went down about 20% last year, and this year's outlook is kind of uncertain because the majority of economists are predicting a recession in 2023. So that's why you hear time and time again that advice it's important to diversify your portfolio or else you're going to risk taking massive losses. Yeah, don't take that. Gold and precious metals offer a great hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. Legacy Precious Metals is the company that we trust. The other certain time talking to the folks at Legacy Precious Metals. With them, you can protect your retirement account by rolling into a gold-backed IRA. Perhaps metals shipped directly to your door. Visit Legacy online and get your free investor's guide at buylegacygold.com. Give Legacy Precious Metals a call. Here's the toll-free number, 866-691-2173. That's 866-691-2173. Do not leave your retirement to chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals today. Download your free investor's guide, buylegacygold.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny and windy in some areas, highs upper 50s to low 80s. This report brought to you by TriLliOnaire. From the Southern California Toyota dealer Shopping Center, let's go first. We're going to a class on the 405 in Westchester. On the 405 northbound West Howard Beach Parkway, check that pass blocking the 2 left lanes. We have a 10 away from Manchester Boulevard. Also, Westminster 22 westbound to the 405 to Metro. That road is blocking the transition. It's 22 eastbound, or 4 from Knott Avenue, 405 north is definitely from Bolsa area. In Riverside 91 westbound westward to Madison Street, they're holding the lane for control from potholes. And in Rubidoux, this is the 60 westbound right at Rubidoux Boulevard. They're sold out semi blocking the right lane. KFI in the sky and they'll get you there faster. I'm Jimmy Harmon.
Nearly 3,002 drivers die in car crashes each year. IRS speaks to rival institute for state lines. The one-day hands-on driving school gives teams experience in car control. New exercises that include emergency braking and quick recovery. Find a class near you at IRS.com/survive.
This report is sponsored by the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Attention I-10 freeway drivers. Freeway and ramp closures are coming up for the I-10 Express Lanes project. Don't get stuck. Produce a resource, visit GoFBCTA.com. That's GoFBCTA.com for more information on the I-10 Express Lanes project.
This is True Crime Podcast. Paper Ghost is back with a brand new case. Season 3 is deep into the 1993 cold case murder of Kenny Joseph, a New Jersey college student, and uncovers a mercy police investigation of pool of new suspects, and the community still desperate for answers 30 years later.
Tammy's supposed to be on campus, and she's not here, and people are starting to get worried.
Listen to Paper Ghost on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
Hey, all, it's Gene Stark. For emergency backup power, there's only one name you need to know. Dr. Power. Since 1965, Southern California has relied on them for hospitals and high-rises, data centers and school districts, every form of business, big or small, even homes and RVs. Whether it's a new generator, an emergency rental, or Duffy's legendary repair and maintenance service, Duffy Power has you covered. Go to DuffyPower.com, DuffyPower.com. That's DuffyPower.com. Hey, football fans, it's gonna be a wild weekend. Stop by Peter Brothers and tackle everyone's favorite cravings with party platters, wings, ready to grill meat, and fresh chips and dips. Oh, and don't forget your drinks. Peter Brothers Market, fresh, affordable, community first.
Of course, your favorite station is on the free iHeartRadio app. They just put you anywhere and listen anytime. Plus, get thousands of other stations and playlists all free. Download our free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
I'm always fascinated by somebody that says, "But that's a big one." When the big one comes, you'll know. There won't be a single person in Southern California that says, "That's a big one." The Tim Conway Jr. Show. Yeah, all the buildings are down. Yeah, that was the big one. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Supporting live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Now on 1 to 4, which means if you're not listening live, you're listening to the podcast. KFIAM640.com, on the 10 page to access the podcast after 4 o'clock. The full show, or the iHeartRadio app. Pick it up there as well. Coming up after 2 o'clock, John Councilwoman coming on the air. So far, she's been pretty responsible. We wanted to reach out and talk to her. And of course, this is about the homeless. And she seems to be on board with Mayor Bassetti's Inside State program, which is targeting certain college campuses to do with those to get the homeless somewhere inside their homes. As we learned yesterday, the hardship they get to give up their tents. And they're going to take a couple of bags of belongings. Everything else is gone. Yeah. That's something to really have to look at. But every news story, reporters give time to the homeless, complaining about one thing or another. We're giving them a roof over their heads. They're out of the cold weather. They're out of the rain. Still not enough. Some of the motels are getting more up to snuff. But we'll see what's going on, because in particular there's a section in the Tracy District, Council District, the Delray neighborhood, Cobra Boulevard. Apparently it's been overrun with vagrants that can't miss. Again, part of that goes into Culver City, but according to our guest, who's the man that lives in the neighborhood, it's fine over there in the LA part. So here, the Cobra Boulevard section, not so nice, but really wide median for the homeless that rolled out all this stuff. And I actually know several people that can meet you there. He told me that it's really became the last couple of years unbelievably overrun with junk. So there's an effort to get those people out of there and somewhere inside. It's not crazy after it is 2 o'clock. Another place where there's plenty of homeless is San Francisco, where a billionaire venture capitalist and a partner at Sequoia Capital by the name of Michael Moritz has written a piece for the Financial Times, and it begins like this. It's the same city that bans plastic straws from permits plastic needles. That's San Francisco today. In 2020 and 2022, 1,985 people have died of drug overdoses, compared to 1,143 for COVID-19. They conquered COVID, John. Also, there's lockdown and masking and people leaving the city. Mostly people leaving the city. People have population numbers yesterday, the Bay Area and San Francisco in particular, once again hemorrhaging people. Oh yeah, they're downtown area, and he writes about it. And it's deserted. It's empty. So I've been there a couple times in the last year. That's absolutely correct. Now they asked the people, if you just the weekend, they said no. It's all the restaurants are just shut up. There's the office companies, nothing. It's the highest commercial office vacancy rate of any big city in the United States. Now, for that, because tech people can often work remotely, a lot of these shows to do that and partner. So why did they choose to do that? Well, they're doing that in a lot of places they live, I guess. But a lot of maybe not so much in Silicon Valley. But in New York too, because the criminals are running the mob. There's the gangs and the drug addicts are running the mob. And it's not the central office in New York City. It's scary. It's quite scary. It's less than a third. So the restaurants and retail shops that depended on office workers eating all day, buying stuff, going out to drink tonight, those businesses are gone. Or they will be soon. San Francisco, left-wing progressive, have managed to destroy the city. They really have destroyed the city.
So he wrote this column because I guess London brings to the city address, and he said, tackling San Francisco's problems will mean nothing without going after the open air drug market and the homeless and kids. There's no the synthetic drug that is 50 times more powerful than the fraction of the cost of heroin has turned many blocks of the city into zombie zones. Yeah, London, attacking waste of potential, the drug use and homeless tend to be an enormous part of San Francisco's annual $14 billion budget. They spent $680 million this year. They spent only $200 million in 2016 on and so that's $500 million, $500 million that didn't go to something else. And it got worse. They spent $400 million more, and the problem is worse. Everybody that goes there says it's unbelievable. President Bush has overrun the job. And very few people vote. They have a board of supervisors that govern the city. There's 11. And less than 9,000 votes should be enough for a supervisor to win. There's a 500,000 registered voters in San Francisco. If you find 9,000 in your district, you have a and I mean, it's a terrible way to govern. It's a terrible government. And they finally hit a critical mass where their COVID restrictions and their the tolerance of crime, tolerance, you know, almost an embrace the embrace of drug addicted vagrants. They started handing out drugs to the vagrants. They had injection sites that they set up, which were a disaster. Garbage everywhere. There's crazy people running everywhere. Islamic people, businesses moved out. Restaurants and bars and retail shops moved out or shut down. Anybody who can work at home now works from home. So what do you got there? You got a ghost town. You got a skeleton of the city. Keep this in mind. You're right. None of this happened overnight. The situation has been built up over decades. Yeah, one mayor back in the early 2000s. Anybody ever guess? Gavin Newsom presided over this mess. It's only got worse after his tenure. Ideological people are stupid. People who embrace crazy ideologies, whether it's progressivism or any other progressivism, are generally stupid because they don't think. They don't look at pros and cons. They don't weigh different options. They have some kind of political religion in their head, and they just follow the tenets of the religion. And I leave them off the cliff. And that's why people that are getting a lot, I think, is awesome. You don't want their brain. So he finishes by saying you've got to have public shelter, commitment to treatment for those who are dangerous to themselves and others, applicable policing, the judiciary that enforces the law, and it's change to the arbiter of government. One thing he mentions, though, is a little troubling is Amsterdam. It almost seems like he's making a case that they were pretty big on having those injection sites where you can just go suit up and go stand by and provide if you pointed at. These are stupid way to live. So it's accepted that these people aren't going to change, and we just want them to live. No, you're trying to say, why don't you get rid of them, get out of the city? Why would we want them to live? We want them to stand there every day, create a disgusting environment, and keep injecting the keep drugs. It's going to kill them anyway. One day they're going to overdose, they all do it. What are we keeping them around for here? Why are we spending so much? What are we worrying about? Get rid of them. We learned recently about these drugs like Narcan. They don't work as well as some of the more powerful pills that are getting out there now. I'm telling you, it's all fentanyl. It was part of the Chinese plot. You know, they gave us one country that got the COVID because they could have told us the minute that virus got loose in the lab. They didn't talk about it for weeks and weeks. They allowed air traffic for weeks and weeks to come out of China. Fentanyl, all the ingredients are coming from China. They send it to Mexico, comes over the border, unstopped at the border. Now we got the balloons flying overhead. What do you think they're doing? If they're killing our kids with fentanyl, if they're killing older people with the coronavirus, if they've got balloons up in the air and trying to figure out our military and our nuclear weapons capability, what do you think they're doing? Coming up next,
Just the woman Tracy Parker trades to the John and 10 shows to replace Mike Bronwyn. That's the council member for John Kovac. But we're going to talk specifically about a story coming out of the Del Rey neighborhood of Los Angeles, Culver Boulevard, a big meeting there that people enjoy. All sorts of activities that were overtaken by the vagrants. There's been a big move coming about. Philippines, 9:10:05 a.m. 6:40. Live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app. And Deborah Mark Live, the 24-hour campaign agent. We're not just in smart speakers, we're in a couple of smart ears as well.
KSI.
AOSP HD2.
Los Angeles, all time.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Denver Crackdown on Deborah Mark Live on KFI 24-hour newsroom. El Monte has passed new rules to address problems with unpermitted street vendors. Our main concerns are the encroachment of the public right-of-way or sidewalk.
El Monte Mayor Jessica Anzona says there have been fire hazards such as open flames on the sidewalk as high as 2 feet.
That is a concern. Anybody walking by can be injured. And they think also the state of their equipment.
But there's propane tanks lying dangerously on the side. Anzona says the goal of the resolution passed this week is to get dozens of unpermitted street vendors to get a permit. The resolution also sets up enforcement to include citations and impounding hazardous equipment. Orphan Carson, KFID.
The LA County Sheriff's Department is looking for more people who are scanned out of their cars in the South Street area.
At least 15 people have their cars stolen in the scam. Some of them were jacked at gunpoint. Captain Mark Rodriguez says the cars he lured most of the people they stole from to the Walmart parking lot in Southgate.
Victims were drawn to meet the suspects by false business propositions on Facebook, offering cash for transporting merchandise to the personal area in California.
Investigators say they began looking into the carjackings in early January. Both thieves have been arrested. However, not every car has been returned as the stolen cars are being shipped to Mexico. One trolling KFID.
An LA County Sheriff's deputy has sued the county over alleged retaliation he faced for not joining Deputy Day. The deputy is a member of a new gang that the East LA station harassed and assaulted him for not joining the group. The Sheriff's Department has not returned our request for comment. Sheriff Luna has campaigned on eradicating Deputy Day. The family of the cinematographer shot and killed on a movie set in Mexico has filed a lawsuit against actor Alec Baldwin. Baldwin is already facing involuntary manslaughter charges for the 2021 death of Melina Hutchins. Attorney Gloria Allred says there has been no outreach and no apology from Baldwin. Baldwin was holding the gun on the set of the Western Rust when it went off, killing Hutchins and hurting the film's director. The Senate Commerce Committee has heard from industry advocates, experts, and representatives from Southwest Airlines about the airline's meltdown during the holidays. More than 16,000 flights were canceled in December, leaving millions of people stranded.
We did not have enough winter updates this month. From where and how we de-ice aircraft to the cold frequency of our ground support equipment and infrastructure.
Southwest Chief Operating Officer Andrew Watterson says the high rates of cancellation in Denver and Chicago, where 25% of its flight crews are based, caused crews to be displaced. He says the airline processed refunds requested by customers for unused airfare or any Southwest flight canceled or severely disrupted. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre has addressed the ongoing administration's response to the Chinese spy balloon limit. She says President Biden's decision to shoot it down last weekend sent a strong message to the People's Republic of China. Make no mistake about it, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and that's what we did. She says the U.S. sent a clear message to China that the suspected surveillance balloon was unacceptable. She says the U.S. will look at broader efforts to expose and address China's surveillance activities that pose a threat to national security. And just away is testing out a new plant-forward sandwich made with deep-fried cauliflower. This item comes with this on a tasty bun, just like the team's signature sandwich item. Chick-fil-A's director of menu in North Carolina, starting February 13th. Where do we go to the 22? Next.
If you want to sell your home, the real estate market is changing all the time. Before you call an agent, call Seller's Advantage. Seller's Advantage is focused on the seller's needs and will make you a competitive cash offer and conversion gain. No agents, no commission. Getting your home ready to list can be expensive. You definitely don't want to learn one. Let me get it out of here. Seller's Advantage makes the selling process so easy. Sellers walk away happy. And sellers may even offer a $10,000 advance to help with moving expenses. So get no obligation on it. At 888-302-AS-IS, 888-302-AS-IS. Do this. 888-302-AS-IS, sellersadvantage.com. The area number 0196165.
KFI Financial Report is sponsored by SaddlebackEye.com. Dow Jones down 49, S&P 500 down 36, NASDAQ down 121, and the average price per gallon of regular gas in California is $4.63.
For a limited time, get up to $1,800 off LASIK from SaddlebackEye.com.
Southland weather from KFI. Sunny tomorrow is nice in the upper 70s for Metro LA. Upper 60s and 70s for San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Upper 50s to mid 60s in the Antelope Valley. Mid to upper 70s for Inland Orange County, 70s in the Inland Empire. Right now, it is 81 in Tustin, 75 in Laguna Beach, 73 in Fontana, and 79 in Van Nuys. We're going to a crash on the 22 in West Windsor. On the 22 westbound to 405 connected at Redwood blocking that transition. The 405 northbound is at the road from Brookhurst. Laguna Beach, PCA found the sleep operation slowing you down. It's on southbound 71, you're at the break from Pine Avenue down to the 91. In Paris, the Moore Road work, 215 northbound. From the second floor up to 4th Street, 1 lane closed till 3 with delayed from a call. Rubidoux, 16 west on Rubidoux Boulevard, got a sold semi in the right lane. And in Ontario, 10 west on Defense Vineyard Avenue, looks like you get a disabled U-Haul van in the second lane from your left. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm Jim Hartnett.
It can be dangerously easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting of Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Nope. Oh no, you've been stolen. BlackRock by Norton makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, you'll work to exit. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Are you a business owner, CEO, or responsible for marketing? If you are, iHeartMedia can help you reach your goals and find new customers. We reach more consumers in your target area than anywhere else. And we can give you access to those potential customers more cost-effectively across radio, video, podcasting, and social. We'd love to show you how iHeartMedia can work for you. From your cell dial pound 250 and say keyword great result. That's pound 250 and say great result.
This is Jacob and Rock. If you've been involved in a motorcycle accident, call 844-24 to more stimulating song. AM 640 live everywhere. The iHeart Radio app. We're on from 1 to 4 every day. And at 4 o'clock, you can hear this thing on the Johnny Pitt podcast. Johnny Pitt on demand is the name of it on the iHeart Radio app. Or you go to KFI640.com. So excuse not the air every No excuse. A reminder that the most flight is tomorrow. We're still collecting calls. Use the iHeart Radio app, microphone icon to leave a message. Call our good old voice line number 1-877-877-664-788. And it looks like another success in Tracy Park. The West Side, Councilwoman here in Los Angeles replaced Mike Bonnet. She had cleaned up a large homeless encampment in Venice. And now Boulder Boulevard, the Union, in the Delray neighborhood. This was a grassy field. This is a jogging trail, and there's homes on either side of the street, and in the middle you have the median, and you had all these things. Nice area. I really love it. I don't run it as many times over the years, and thought, it's a cool little wide little median area for dog, walk, play. And we had a guy on, this is the Delray neighborhood of Los Angeles, not Culver City, part of LA. And he reached out to us at King Shop 150 Central Park some time ago, and we brought him on the air to talk in detail about what it looked like there, and we're going to continue to update because it was safe. It was one of the places under the Inside State program of Mayor Karen Bassetti to start cleaning up. We're going to get updates. Hey, Tracy, how are you?
Hey guys, I'm doing well. How are you?
We're good. All right, tell us the story. Were you aware of this place when you were running for office, or were you contacted about it after you reported?
You know, I was irrelevant during my campaign, and I had actually spent quite a bit of time in that neighborhood with, residents and property owners that I was concerned. So it was on my radar. But after I was sworn in, we certainly heard from that community and understood what the priorities it was for them, and I was very pleased to be able to partner successfully once again with ROTHSCHILD and bring her Insight Safe initiative to that area.
And you got everybody to agree to go indoors, or did some of them get dispersed and go off into the wild?
So we were able to get 48 people to voluntarily agree that they were ready to come inside and wait for it to start. Maybe one individual left that we are continuing to do outreach and do engagement with, and we have a place ready and waiting for it.
Well, there's one person. What does he want? Well, I guess you can live with one person. Are they going to motel? Where are they going?
The primary resource that we have available at the scale that we need. We do have other options for folks, and we're
from returning to that neighborhood, because that's always the next stage here once you remove the original investment, that after a few weeks they're going to start filtering back in.
That area remains completely clear and free of the campus.
So when a tent pops up, what happens? Like where the tent pops up on over a bullpen here in the media, somebody calls up and says, hey, I came back.
Yeah, so what we are going to do is we have been working closely with the neighbors before the process, during the process, and we will continue that going forward. And if and when we receive information about repopulation in that area, we are going to immediately deploy resources and services so that we can stay ahead of it.
Are you surprised that you've been able to pull off these two cleanups? Because I can tell you, we have talked for a lot of years, and to many people involved in this industry and residents and reporters, and a lot of people made it sound like it's just too difficult. And you've been able to take care of two fairly large encampments, and everybody said, oh yeah, sure, we'll go inside. I mean, it didn't happen in a day necessarily, but it was seemed to me relatively quick. Is it easier than you thought it was going to be once you get a hold of them and explain their options?
Well, so it's really technically what we were suffering from here on the west side for a lot of years was a lack of leadership. But no, this isn't easy at all. And just to get this sense of perspective, it takes our office's staff hundreds of hours of time preparing to roll these initiatives out, meeting with our service providers, our city partners, getting the effort ready to go and coordinate it, lining up the resources, and then executing the plan. And so, this is something where I was elected on a promise to address this crisis with the compassionate urgency that was necessary. And I came into this position determined to see that promise through. And I have got to also thank and acknowledge the mayor and her team for their leadership and determination to get this work done. And I am incredibly grateful that they have been willing to partner with me and with CB11 to bring the resources we need to actually see this happen.
Well, what's next? The question I have, it's on the spot. What about the Pomona wetlands and all of our views?
It's a good question, and a lot of folks have inquired about that. We are certainly well aware of it. I think, you guys and I talked about that at the beginning of my campaign. So we are working on a citywide set of protocols as it relates to the Albion campus, and it is something that we are actively planning for and compiling resources, and we are hoping to be able to start the process of addressing that issue in the near future. I don't have a specific timeline that I can share yet.
Well, I imagine you've got a lot of projects still to work on all over the west side. You must be getting inundated with calls and emails and requests.
We are, and we are being responsive, and we are trying to let everybody know that we are here to help, we are here to serve, and we are out around the district every day. And you're right, we have a lot of problems and a lot of locations and a lot of big challenges. So I am confident that I have assembled the best team in the city. We have hit the ground running, and we are just barely getting started.
What kind of timeline do you think your council district will look significantly different with the homeless problem? Is it a year from now, or how long do you think?
I think it already looks significantly different, if I'm being honest. And, the feedback that we've been getting already is that people are noticing the difference, they're feeling it. I've got folks that are out walking around in better streets that, are texting messages of gratitude that, they're already feeling safer and are happy to be able to take their families out and enjoy our amenities. It's really hard to put an exact timeline on this. We have an immense crisis in this city, and it is going to take a tremendous amount of resources to deal with it just in the short term, but frankly, we are looking at 2 years ahead when it comes to getting the long-term, affordable, and permanent supportive housing resources online that we're going to need to end this problem once and for all.
All right, you always get to talk to you. Thanks for coming on again.
Good work. You're welcome anytime. Have a great day.
City Councilman Kate Clark replaced Mike Bonings on the council district, and another encampment has been dismantled. This is in the Delray neighborhood of Los Angeles, as far on Culver Boulevard, the median there. As we talked to a resident about the change.org petition was put out, and she says that they have 48 people cleared from the encampment and some sort of hotel space. One guy left. I'll go get it. You should go talk. You can't come on yet for the keyword, Johnny 10 KFIA and 640 live at the iHeartRadio app. Deborah Mark live at 24-hour KFI News.
An LA County Sheriff's deputy has sued the county over alleged retaliation he faced for not joining a new investigation. A new bill has been introduced in California that would allow for cannabis to be catered at private events. The claims president says the country has intercepted Russia's plans to destroy Moldova. Zelensky's documents show how Russia would break the democracy of Moldova and establish control over the country. We're going to go to the 16th next.
This weekend they raised interest rates again, the Federal Reserve, and raised credit card payments a lot of pressure harder again. And right in the middle of it, you need a new file. You have a busted, broken file, a lot of rotted sheets, acceleration, maybe infection. You need a file transformation. You can get it in cunning dental, you can get it in a day. You keep it a day. And the worry is, can I afford it? Cunning dental is making it affordable. They have a payment plan, favorable terms, competitive terms that will not be beat. So lock in your payments by now and get a beautiful, natural-looking file transformation. You keep it a day. Call Cunning Dental 888-640-SMILE. 888-640-SMILE.
From the Southern California Toyota Dealer Traffic Center, let's go play a commercial crash on the 16th and Chino. From the 16th and launching towards the Ramona Avenue death crash, downtown taking over the right shoulder, but you're stopped coming away from the 57. In Ontario, 10 west down to Vineyard Avenue, that's southbound vehicle in the middle lane is going to be slow from Milliken Avenue. Downtown LA, the 10 east down to 110 that earlier west is cleared. So slow though. Westchester, 405 North and Howard Hughes Parkway. That wreck still reported in the carpool and left lane. And Westchester, 405 North and Red Bull, so keep the road that crashed in the carpool lane. KFI and the sky helps get you there faster. I'm sitting on that.
Sister Board is sponsored by CalHost.org. Drought, war, and rising food prices have doubled the number of families facing malnutrition. You can help. $50 for a rice of food kit to feed a family for a month. Just text the word radio to 97646.
Okay, guys, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I'm going to tell you how to give the best gift ever. Flowers are great, but giving an experience is even better. So check out ROTHSCHILD.
Switch into their language learning app is perfect if your partner loves to travel or wants to connect better with a family member, or if you're looking for something the two of you can do together. Right now, get $120 off lifetime unlimited languages. You'll have access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for life at rosettastone.com. When Las Vegas welcomes you to Awakening, a new theatrical experience created by award-winning artists, enriched by spectacular sound, meet colorful characters, and journey with them through wondrous realms. Experience Awakening. Get more tickets at awakening.com.
Want to know what the most successful investment opportunities during both a recession and an economic boom? It's where you shop every day. Grocery store and commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutional quality real estate, featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. See what over 2,000 investors are earning on annual returns and quarterly cash distribution checks from professionally vetted commercial real estate investors. Speak with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or visit fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Results are not guaranteed for risk of losing your business. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representation as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflects our belief in such outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at fnrpradio.com.
iHeartRadio gives you access to all. iHeartRadio has access to all of your favorite radio stations.
It's Ryan T. Craig. I go by the name of Charlemagne God.
Hi, I'm Ellen K. Bobby Volunteer. We have examples. Access to all of the best free curated playlists, my favorite music, and songs.
What the everything?
Access to all the great podcasts for every interest.
It's Stuff You Should Know podcast.
The Daily Show podcast with Colin Coward, and best of all, it doesn't cost a thing. Download the absolutely free iHeartRadio app now.
You have spy balloons coming over the United States airspace,
And no one has said anything to the president or the secretary of defense.
it's just a balloon. It's a Chinese balloon. They'll handle it. It's a happy balloon. You see a happy face on it?
Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
We have more money to give away.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keywords on our website. Money, that's money. M-O-N, Sweet James Accident Attorney. If you're not an accident, winning is everything.
Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James.
800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
Money.
Enter the word money to KFIA640.com/cash on text. If you win, you get an email. Check your junk and spam folder for it too. Listen to KFI, there's a winning keyword every weekday from 6 a.m. and all the way to 6 p.m. with Tim Conway. And next chance to win next hour is $320,000. You can buy yourself a new chance and bike.
Nice. You're buying pants for yeah. This guy's going to talk in the face of parts.
It's for DNR Beaver population cancer as well.
I was reading that the people that they got off of the median to the jailring neighborhood of Los Angeles on Culver Boulevard was sent to a motel where they were given a refrigerator, a microwave, and a hygiene kit.
Hygiene kit?
Yeah.
You're given a refrigerator.
They're giving them little refrigerators and little microwaves so that they can,
As they're taken over to the motel?
yeah, because some of the countries don't have them.
Oh, I see.
Trying to get my little space so they can,
All right, no complaints, okay? You want a free microwave, a free refrigerator, and a hygiene kit. I mean, that's a pretty good game show price package there.
well, there's something we don't talk about often. The permanent supported housing business. Allegedly, these folks, these motels will somewhere down the road move into what they call permanent supported housing. It's also part of a homeless industrial complex. We're going to talk about something called Skid Housing Trust. It's a business that's been around, a nonprofit for over 30 years, and they specialize in finding people what you might call permanent supported housing. They run a bunch of buildings, 29 of them. Well, the update is they're on the brink of financial collapse. Their CEO, Joanne Cordero, trying to assure the employees that they can make it through because maybe some philanthropic housing organization will give them
some money, but the charity needs charity. They're considered one of the pioneers in supportive housing in particular with these buildings that they run. But when you skim through this story, you find out what is a problem. Okay, here it is. Keeping the buildings in good condition and ensuring residents have habitable units may be difficult and costly. Cordero says to give residents some kind of a meltdown, they destroy their unit. And then we figure out how to get the insurance that they need and come back. And they destroy the new unit that they just got into. And then they destroy the third unit. That's the side perspective, because it's great if you're playing this up with success, you're saying, well, I'm going to support housing, navigating, helping you to get your life back together. But you say, well, now, someone destroyed the unit over and over again, and it costs us. These are crazy people. One of the major costs they have that is shaping their company is they need to constantly reconstruct the unit that they give to these lunatics. I mean, when you've been given 3 permanent units and you've destroyed all 3 of them, and by the way, they get a chunk of their money in provided access from one of the propositions, the HHA. Okay, so think about this. They access, we voted on this, all right? We collectively said yes to over $1 billion to build housing. They built the housing, and then these insane vagrants go in and destroy the place. Then they get another shot. Then they get another shot. They destroy all 3 units. Yeah, that's to describe it as maintenance needs outstrip residents. Hundreds of units remain in uninhabitable condition after 20 plus years of 50 cycles declining rate. The building occupancy is down to 78%. Why did you know about this years ago? Before we paid the $1 billion, is that there's hundreds of times these lunatics that we're supposed to think for are our brothers and sisters. Are just violent psychotics. We're destroying everything in sight. Maybe it's a minority. No, we can get through to some people, but yeah, well, some people just want to put it 8 times over. Why would you give a second and third one? I was surprised that the CEO said this because you think they could have switched sinners. All of what we're doing is bad. They're on the political fight. Because this is embarrassing, right? They've gotten millions and millions of tax dollars, and they're going out of business, and everyone's saying, well, why? And finally, you have to explain why. Because they have to rebuild the unit. That's right. Why else would you go out of business? There's no other reason. It doesn't laugh. This is so ridiculous. And even in permanent housing, supporting permanent housing, means these people have moved from the shelter or the motel, and they're going to with choice. They're going to move with choice. Some will live somewhere where they might be able to get their life back together, but it's some potential for lifting up the community. It's all bullshit crap. None of this needs to be stuff work. They're psycho. They're drug addicts. Most drug addicts permanent state. Why do you think they're out in the streets to begin with? How do you think the family is giving up on them? When you're out in the streets by yourself, all your family, all your friends have given up on you. They reached out to, remember tax young people assisting the homeless? Oh, yeah. Their CEO, they reached out to them to see if they're interested in buying the property. CEO Jennifer Hart-Keith said, I don't want to get into a similar situation, right? Because maybe the revenue is not able to fit the needs of the building. Carried out rings over and over again. Can you imagine how long could you afford your house if you went around destroying all the rings in it? And then you call it if you afford the house. I'm looking for bailouts for organizations or for some of these other homeless industrial complex nonprofits because they build buildings. So it's the foolish thing. Ridiculous thing. The thing is, it's these CEOs, they get paid every year. So it doesn't really, they know this is going on for years and years, right? They know a lot of these lawyers, all these donations, all the tax inflation. But they pay themselves 6-figure salary, so it's like, hey, I'm cashing a check, right? I know this doesn't work, I'm cashing a check until the day came where the bank was. Now they're telling the truth. Now they tell us that all this destroyed the place. I want to come back to this quick. and the public defender from Orange County who was found dead outside of a beach resort where the Mexican officials say he fell off the balcony at the hotel. His wife doesn't believe that. She's been doing interviews, and there's a new story associated with what happened to the couple when they tripped to Mexico to celebrate the anniversary of their wedding. Johnny 10 KFIA on 640 Live. You'll be ready. I don't anyway. And everyone live to 24-hour KFIA news.
Now, Orange County Sheriff's deputy has been killed in a car crash in Lake Elsinore.
Dozens of deputies gathered at the crash near Railroad Canyon Road this afternoon. The group saluted as the deputy's body was draped in an American flag and taken from the vehicle. Video from the scene appears to show the vehicle may have hit a tree in a median about 5 this morning. The Oakland Sheriff's Department says its greatest sorrow and condolences are for the deputy's family and closest friends, and that the OCSD is collaborating with the Riverside County Sheriff's Department as the department prepares to honor the fallen deputy. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFIA.
A man in Ventura County has been arrested in connection with a pair of decades-old murders. In 1981, two women were abducted, sexually assaulted, and murdered in separate attacks in Ventura County. The man's arrest Tuesday followed a joint investigation by the Sheriff's Office, the DA, Investigations Bureau, and the Oxnard Police Department. Cops say both women were last seen at a nightclub off the 101. Charges against the man, have not been filed yet. A News Nation correspondent has been released from jail following his arrest while reporting live during a news conference in Ohio about a train derailment. The network says he was arrested after he told a stop speaking while the governor of Ohio was talking. The reporter was released from jail yesterday and his news journalists suspectedly arrested and doing their job. Columbiana County Sheriff Brian Clausen says the man was arrested for criminal trespassing and resisting arrest. The Auto Club and residents from driving have joined with police ahead of the big game to warn people about the dangers of drunk or drug driving. LAPD Deputy Chief Donald Graham says driving under the influence of your judgment and driving is all about judgment.
This weekend is Super Bowl Sunday. It is an American holiday, the biggest game of the year. And we want to celebrate it. We want to be joyous. We don't want to take it yourself.
So far this year in LA, 32 people have lost their lives due to traffic collisions. We are going to go to the 5 next.
It's never been more important to diversify your financial portfolio. Yeah, the Standard & Poor's Index was down 20% last year, and this year, who knows what's going to happen, because a lot of economists are predicting a recession in 2023. Gold and precious metals offer a hedge against inflation and stock market volatility. Legacy Precious Metals is the company that we trust. At Legacy Precious Metals, they reject the notion that your financial future should be left to chance. The number one goal is to give people the key to protecting their wealth and securing their financial future. So, protect your retirement account, roll it into a gold-backed IRA, or have the metals shipped directly to your door. It'll suddenly go to your house. So don't leave your retirement to chance. Call Legacy Precious Metals at 866-691-2173. 866-691-2173. Or get your free investor's guide. Free online at buylegacygold.com. That's buylegacygold.com.
Southern weather from KFI. Sunny tomorrow with high to upper 70s for Metro LA. 60s and 70s for the San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley. Upper 50s to mid-60s in the Antelope Valley. Mid to upper 70s for Inland Orange County. And 70s for the Inland Empire. Right now, 76 in San Juan Capistrano and 82 in San. We're going to the on the 5 in Orange. Some cars look that way. Just want to see with the big semi blocking the right lane. He's already got a slow line all the way from the 133 and 55 north. He's got the way from the 405 up to the 22. In Laguna Hills, from southbound 46 to the 73. And this one reported over on the shoulder, but they still think the green lane. It looks like it's going to be heading from that 400 road. We're in field east 405 north on the way to the 605. That crash clear to the right shoulder. But in Westchester 405 north on Howard Street Parkway, that wreck still reportedly in the carpool lane. KFI the sky, I'll get you there faster. I'm Jim Harmon.
We've all felt the impact of rising food prices. The families of poverty, they're facing malnutrition and food gas. You can feed a family for a month with your $50 donation to Compassion International. Just text the word radio to 97646.
California just changed the laws for solar. Sadly, it means new solar customers will get 75% less compensation. The good news is you can lock in the great rates of the current system, but you need to have your solar documents filed by April 14th, which means now is the time to call Sunlight. If you're even thinking about solar, call Sunlight and get your solar documents filed. There is no time to wait. Start today. Sunlight.com. Sunlight.com. TSLB 100 is Get no more iconic food you grew up in a good, safe fashion burger. And Creator Brothers knows that this burger starts with the best food. Our fresh signature gourmet burger patties are handmade daily from 100% Angus beef. They're just the right thickness to ensure even cooking and ultimate flavor. Plus, next-level seasoning mix-ins like jalapeno, bacon cheddar, cracked pepper, steakhouse, and the new Al Pastor. Stop by our meat counter today and pick them up for just $5.99 a pound. Creator Brothers Market. Fresh, affordable, community first. If you suffered an injury at a place of business, dial Town Hall. That's all. Morgan & Morgan. Glad to be honest. JK2 stock. And if I guess prices have you sitting at home like a loser, maybe it's time you were a winner. KFI wants to give you a cash refill with $1,000 every weekday hour from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Just look at the keyword, then enter it at KFI-AM640.com/cash. No texting, just winning. Whipping away $1,000 every hour weekdays from 6 a.m. through 7 p.m. Claim your cash refill on KFI-AM640 for stimulating.com. AM640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Yeah, the voice line is coming tomorrow. So you have one more time to message in the iHeartRadio app. Microphone icon, call the toll-free number 1-877-126-664-664. The answer is 4. Google takes the first answer. Yeah, it was 94. Yeah, that's only 1 point. I'm negative. It's a reason. Yeah. Sean Brooks, he was a partner. Yeah, incredible numbers there. Especially in 67. No, he was a dad at our school. He had several wives. And, yeah, I'm going to say, you're not exactly the same age. No. I had a much younger wife. And your kid, I think, yeah, I think there was a kid in one of my son's classes. And he had a party. I think it was at his house, in the backyard. And talking for a little bit. It's that backyard. Yeah. And what struck me, even then, probably 8 years old. But I remember seeing him from the back, and he was just so slim. As I came across much younger than he was. Right. You know, because he was really in great shape. He was very slim. He was very casually a pair of jeans and a shirt. And only until you went up close, you know, and then his mouth was like eating. There's a lot of energy. A lot of life. Fully involved. You know, and yeah, there's very few people that had more hits than now it seems like a nose. Yeah, it's part of how David goes. Most of the lyrics. Yeah. ROTHSCHILD, ROTHSCHILD, DJ Thomas, the 2 Academy Awards. Yeah. No, it's something else to do. Now we're going to update on a story we did talk about a couple of weeks ago, but there's been a new twist. The wife of the story has made an appearance on Good Morning America to talk about it because she's trying to draw attention to what happened to her husband. These are a couple of public defenders from Orange County. Elliot Blair and his wife went to Mexico to celebrate their first wedding anniversary. He didn't make it home alive. In fact, he was found on the ground January 14th. Apparently, it had fallen from the 3rd story at Las Rocas Resort Spa in Rosarito. It's 1 in the morning with an underwear top t-shirt beneath an open-air waffle. The Mexican official said, sorry, it's your husband's cell. That was their explanation for it. The wife is not accepting that answer. And then there was some problems getting the body, and
So his resources tend to reference the
wanted to
job.
cremate it
For our podcast,
immediately.
many John compares the
That's a bad sign there. Somebody wanted to cover up evidence.
consolidated
Right. So
referred to as Bam's
Kimberly Williams is the one.
part of the exploration of the effort
And
pushing further south.
she is quite certain that her husband was a victim
John
of
and his
some kind
husband
of
were
brutal
raised
crime.
to reach Indianapolis by
Just to make it clear she was not a suspect.
To this end,
I
he
did find this
dispatched
out. I'm thinking, well, if you were sitting on a couch
as much
together,
as he could about the
and
trade
he ends up somehow outside in the walkway, and then he goes off the railing, and she didn't know he wasn't there. She said she got a knock at the hotel room door, saying, we think your boyfriend fell from the balcony outside. And that's how she found out about her husband's death. The twist in the new update is that apparently, when they were on their way back to the hotel from a night out, celebrating a wedding anniversary, they were stopped by two police officers. It was only an hour and a half to 2 hours before Blair was found dead. They rolled through a stop sign while driving back from the restaurant to the hotel. They didn't have the unidentified sum that can't be tied to me, but they gave $150 and they were let go. But the police asked them where you stay. Nah. So the clue that they came back for more money. So the cops knew that they were staying at this particular hotel. Yes. And they come to the hotel, asking for more money, and when he refused, they beat him up and pulled him over the top. Yeah, like, somehow, we don't know what the balcony is like. I mean, it's hard to fall off a balcony unless you're doing something really stupid. It's not a balcony for their room. It's a balcony like a common area outside the door. It's a balcony area, walkway. Yeah, it's the end of the walkway. Now, apparently Blair's wife told police he left the hotel room on the night of his death and threw away noisy pigeons. But his family disputes the pigeon story, saying Williams had instead remarked to investigators that Blair commented during the day about pigeons in the hallway. How come the police comments don't add up with what he said? I don't know, but, there's corruption and crime in Mexico. You gotta be careful when you go to some of the resorts and you travel to some of the places. Yeah, you gotta bring kids down on the Broadway. So that was the police officers, they were lawyers. You would think that would have them pull back and get involved with lawyers, right? So it's just one way. Yeah, I don't know. So they're trying to say he was drunk himself. The family was told his body was involved in the prosecutors not only wanted to be gone, but they attended toxicology. There's another strange twist to the story. Now, they've got a private hospital, and Elliot Blair, what's the name of it? And Kimberly Williams is the one. Right. So the family for Elliot Blair, the attorney family, the police Barnett, said the autopsy confirms that he was murdered that night. And the evidence suggests that he may have been attacked by more than one man. Yeah, there's a funny thing they made the piece about the head. So there's, I mean, this is in line with her suspicion, and also the discrepancies between her story and the authorities. And remember, you're dealing with a situation where the authorities originally took down this couple for $150, and they wanted more. And they knew about their location at the hotel. So it's certainly really suspicious. And they wanted to embalm the body without permission, and then they wanted to cremate the body without permission. I think all this is suspicious. Can you imagine? I mean, you said you got to knock at the hotel room door. The security guard said, "Excuse me, is there your boyfriend down here?" I turned to the side. I didn't see him there, so I ran out the front door and was pointing over the side of our front door to the ground. And that was my elevator. That's not sort of break the news. Wow. I mean, this is all highly suspicious. Of course, good luck getting an investigation to sort this out. Yeah, you're right. I'm not dealing with the American justice system, which isn't the best. It isn't very good either. Right, but in a foreign country, particularly Mexico, with all its other problems, Those candidates are getting the answer that you want. They're hiring a private investigator. They'll go down there and interview people and check out the truth. But it's going to be hard to find somebody who's saying unless, somebody suspected or somebody saw something. Yeah, I said he likely consumed 5 to 6 days over 6 hours. He thinks there's not a been so drunk to fall over without his action. But the story they're trying to tell is that he got annoyed by the pictures once again. They ran out there to shoot him away and just because he was so drunk to just like walk it up. Yeah, that's you're with your wife on your anniversary now. I don't think you're worried about it. So hotel is kind of east of the thing. And 6 days over 6 hours. You know, the truth is Mexico doesn't want stories like these to get plenty of the U.S. because they don't like the idea that there's the belief that you could be additional crime. So there is a tourist. So this could be another way to tamp down the chances of this story becoming that. But it's becoming, because as it goes on, with one American, layering all this out, it's part of the advice. Make a big impact. That's a big story. All right, well, coming up, 9:10 KFI AM, 6:40, live will be ready. iHeartRadio. I got a lot behind the 24-hour KFI News.
Your dad has appointed Rachel Freeman, Senior Vice President for Real Estate at the Home Ranch Company, as the new Deputy Mayor for Business and Economic Development. Southwest Airlines is telling Congress they messed up when it came to its holiday flight nightmare. And Valentine's Day is 5 days away, and the LA County Register Reporter County Clerk's Office gearing up for a busy day of lovers, hoping to tie the knot on February 14th. Same-day marriage, licensing, and civil wedding ceremonies will be offered only at the county clerk's headquarters in Norwalk. We're heading over to the 5 next.
All right, big news here. Yeah, AT&T DirecTV removed Twitter, and they took off One American Network as well. The point is on that two conservative channels at AT&T is removed in the past year, according to Newsmax. Newsmax is the fourth highest rated cable news channel. They have great colleagues, Rabbi ROTHSCHILD, and more. Many people watch Newsmax, and millions of DirecTV subscribers can watch them. Now cannot watch Newsmax on DirecTV. Mike Huckabee, John Boyd, Sarah Palin, Rand Paul, Ted Cruz is demanding Newsmax to return to DirecTV. Newsmax wants to stand up for free speech. Yeah, they're asking you to call AT&T DirecTV now. Call toll-free 877-NEWSMAX, and Newsmax will connect you to DirecTV. Newsmax says if you oppose the censorship and support Newsmax, you can also call 877-NEWSMAX, and they'll tell you how you can help. If you want to stand up for Newsmax, call 877-NEWSMAX today.
Southland weather from KFI starting tomorrow with highs ranging from the upper 50s to upper 70s. This report brought to you by GiveMeTheVin.com. We're going to a crash on the 5 in Sun Valley. It is in the center lane. You're hitting the brakes from Parabella Street. In Inglewood, you were at 405 northbound before the Manchester Boulevard. That crash blocking the carpool and the left lane still heavy from Imperial Highway. In Virginia on the 110 southbound before Dixon and 91. Then active in the Senator Bonner area and Orange on the 5 northbound. Before you get to the 22, they sold off Woodbridge, still blocking the right lane. KFI in the sky helps get you there faster. I'm City Harmon. So I'm bullish on these cars right now. Go to my website, GiveMeTheVin.com. You will get a great experience. They don't call us America's Best Car Buyers. This report is sponsored by iHeartAdvertising.com. With this day hard to find new customers, as the #1 audio company in America, we can help you grow your business at a fraction of the cost. Get started today by visiting iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Visit UKFeed.org or call 833-422-4255. That's the medication to treat COVID-19. Brought out of California Department of Public and I've been a small business person my entire adult life, and over the years,
several HR issues I got nailed. I could never afford an HR person. But there's an answer, Fandy.com. With Fandy, you get an HR person starting at just $99 per month. That's not just too good to be true. This is real. Fandy helps you deal with your HR problems, like writing HR policies, sexual harassment training, hostile work environment, termination. That was my problem. People complaining about other employees, all putting you and your business at risk. With Fandy, you get access to your own dedicated HR manager available by phone, email, real-time chat. Go to Fandy.com, type in KFI under the radio drop-down when you sign up. Fandy.com, that's KFI under the radio drop-down, and on the credit, please. So, BAM, B-E-E, that's BAM, B-E-E, that's Fandy.com. Looking to sell your valuable clothes, high-end jewelry, collectibles, or fine art? Nick Cindy, you've been around the block when it comes to buying and selling jewelry.
I buy jewelry to resell. I've been going with tangible for about 6-7 years.
Tangible just pays more.
Here's a great example of the traditional difference. I bought a gold and sapphire bracelet. I shopped it around. They offered me $50. They offered me $100. I bought it for tangible, and they gave me $475 for it.
More cash, more respect.
Well, personally as well, I think the person coming in with, $10,000 worth of gold.
Tangible investment owners still using Omaha has become America's top dealer in coins, precious metals, jewelry, and fine art. Still guarantees you'll get more.
Everything I've heard about them on the radio is true.
Call now for a no-obligation free professional appraisal. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. 800-711-2800. Portions of the following program is recorded. The news, what it means, why it matters.
Well, we'll be talking again about the big story here locally for restaurant owners in Los Angeles. The El Fresco dining program, which allows them to set up outdoor dining. During the pandemic, there's a way around the indoor dining problems, and of course they go for outdoor dining too, but they came back quickly after that. Well, the problem is, the city of LA is drafting rules where you have to start over with the permitting process. It's going to cost them tens of thousands of dollars to keep the restaurants open, serving outdoors. Why? Right? It's staying the way it is. It is like a shakedown. Why do you have to charge thousands of dollars just to keep the status quo? Because they need money for the homeless. Yeah, so that the homeless can then destroy the apartments that are the parking fees we collect. Now we want to collect from a poor restaurant owner and start over again with permitting, everything, bureaucracy, outdoor dining. It's a concept government, organized crime. To really organize crime from the council people to the bureaucracy. It's just incredible how much money they should get. Like, look at this, John, after 3 o'clock, there's a lot more about this. So I heard this talk to allow those who already got the permits during the pandemic. We grandfathered in to start this whole crazy process over there. We took a public meeting last night. There's a lot of people voiced their opinion. It's wrong. It's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. It's theft. One of my favorite stories, and people smuggle in drugs. They smuggle in people from south of the border, but this is a new one. That ain't making your case, you're just happy to see it. There's a big increase in people smuggling in eggs from Mexico. Egg seizures are way up. Egg seizures. Now you have a choice. You either declare the eggs, you have to declare declaring every egg my eggs. But then they confiscate them and they just destroy them. A small number of cases, people don't declare them and they find them during the inspection. They just say fine. That's the right to be the case, so we take the chances. There has been a carton of eggs a year ago, $2.35. It dropped to $7.37. I understand about $5.74. But that's a lot. They're blaming it on the Indian flu problem. Well, by the way, that's the reason I want you bringing in eggs from Mexico, because there's such other streams of your flu coming into your eggs. Well, guys, if they can kill 50 million chickens, they did kill a lot of chickens. Never more cried for everyone. But part of the reason is, by the way, in Tijuana, doesn't egg kill people? That's why people are going there and trying to kill the eggs.
Really, you can't find something else to eat besides eggs? I mean, come on. Come on. Eggs are good for nutrition. Yeah, I know, but I'm thinking of eggs. Figure out something else.
Egg
Like 10, there are so many different egg replacements out there, you won't be able to tell the difference. You won't be able to. If you want egg white, put it in your smoothie. Go to the market and you'll find something that is whatever you have egg white standards. You can try. I don't.
Well, oh, ground turkey's good. They're not on our slices. Ground turkey's good with eggs. Little spinach in there, good. Oh, those are great. One of my favorite dishes is ground turkey with eggs and cereal. I do. You really? Oh, it's one of my favorite dishes. You put it in the tortilla and you get the protein, you get the iron. No, I don't think it's turkey.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like the turkey with eggs, so I could see that I'd be nice to do that.
Part of the egg price problem is California's age-free law. Eggs in the Midwest go for $3.05, and right now California is $5.62. Right, but you remember we passed the Proposition 12 about the age-free hens. So it caused egg prices for Californians to go up because it's now too expensive to raise chickens by giving them land use. Well, that's a dumb law, because I really don't care if the chickens are all lined up together.
Well, you should care. How would you like to be huddled up with other humans in a little cage?
I wouldn't be, but I don't have to worry about that with a bunch of chickens. That's very tough.
It's mean, and I'm glad that you passed that.
The labor market is glad to know 9 other states have enacted laws similar. We're having to take an effective. Deborah's willing to pay the extra $2.50 on your egg.
Oh, if I ate eggs for my family, absolutely.
Sure. So just send your route bill to Deborah Marsh, KFI, and then she will make up the difference for all the eggs you bought.
No, I didn't say that, but there are plenty of other things that you can eat. You don't have to go and smuggle in eggs for crying out loud. Try an avocado.
I like that. Deborah the first food. Here's all the substitutes you can eat. I disagree.
I'm just giving you alternatives.
You see what's done hamburgers, you were pushing for, well, if you're going to slaughter them immediately. But now you take this to a level now where you're not slaughtering them. You take their heads, you're putting them in the room.
Well, I don't think you could slaughter them to begin with, but
they have to have their own permanent housing.
yeah.
Yeah, their own one-bedroom apartment. I'd imagine if you're a big laying hen, you get the little one, right? So you get a lot of eggs out of it.
Yeah, probably.
And then you're not cool.
Yeah.
Now, supermarkets have run out often of white eggs. Which are oh, yeah, brown. Yeah, like dairy brown egg. What is the difference in a white and brown egg? Because my grocery store is often out of white eggs, so they have very few. But they have lots of brown eggs. And I never understood the difference. I don't either.
Hang on, I'm going to Google that.
You don't know? Yeah. I don't actually know. You just want to fan eggs, you know? Every time I saw them, I was like, huh.
Okay, the eggshell color depends on the breed of the hen. Generally speaking, white shell eggs come from hens with white feathers, while brown shell eggs are produced by hens with brown feathers.
But there's no other real difference, I suppose. Yeah. Many California egg farmers have shut down. Those in other states have decided the cost of supplying the top 12 isn't worth it. So that's another reason for egg shortages and high prices. And what happens to the bacon thing? Remember, that problem too? Those the same thing as the pig. You have more singles and these animal nuts, animal activists are depriving us of food.
Oh, there's more than enough. Again, you can live without bacon. You can live without eggs. Trust me, you'll survive.
Everything is live without an hours. To live without food. Have a smoothie.
Absolutely. You know all the things you can put in a smoothie. You can get so much more protein and friggin' eggs.
All right, our guest next is Eddie Navarrete, Executive Director of the Independent Hospitality Coalition. They are an advocate support for independent restaurants and restaurants. They have to start over, apply for new permits, for new fees, and new bureaucracy just to continue their outdoor dining. get into it next. Johnny Penny KFI, AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. And get the Mark Live in 24 hours KFI News.
We're not here to make up your mind. We're here to give you the latest.
KSI.
KOST.
Los Angeles, Orange County. 4 hours while on vacation in Mexico.
Mexican officials say Elliot Blair was drunk and accidentally fell. But Blair's wife, Kimberly Williams, tells ABC News hours before Blair's death last month, officers stopped the couple claiming they ran a stop sign.
Elliot kind of stood his ground, showed him his work bag, and said, look, we're attorneys.
Because then the officers demanded money.
Elliot had told him, we don't have the same amount of cash that you got. And the other officer came up and started talking to us. Where are you standing?
The family expects results from an independent autopsy in the next several weeks. In Orange County, Corbin Carson, KFI
The
News.
news is brought to you by DirectFires.com. The LA County Sheriff's Department is looking for more people who were arrested after investigators started looking into the carjacking.
These individuals were identified and linked to 15 cases that Southgate Police Department initially investigated.
And then received of luring people to the Walmart parking lot in Southgate. People were told they were hired to make a delivery to Fresno. Some people were convinced to use a rental car for the delivery. Once they arrived, the thieves would steal the car. An LA County Sheriff's deputy claims a new deputy gang is forming at the East LA station.
The deputies filed a lawsuit against the county alleging a member of the new gang assaulted and harassed in retaliation for not joining the new group. The two claims the county and several sheriff's department employees should be held accountable for allowing gangs to have control at the East LA station. Deputy gangs were a key focus of Sheriff Robert Lewis's campaign. Lewis said he would eradicate the gangs and punish deputies involved in them. Trolley, KFI News.
An inmate who walked away from a correctional facility in LA has been found, but people say he left the male community reentry program Saturday and found last night and was returned to custody. He is serving a 5-year sentence for second-degree robbery and evading or attempting to evade a police officer while driving recklessly. New rules have been passed in El Monte to address public safety concerns with street vendors who do not have permits. Mayor Jessica Incona says the goal is to address fire hazards and clear the public right away. Some of the street vendors, when they set out, they are encroaching on the sidewalk. So if someone's trying to walk past, they're in their way. You know, the disabled person, they're going to have trouble getting through. Because people have complained of blocked driveways, improper use of propane tanks, and flames dangerously allowed to be as high as 2 feet. The resolution passed this week includes enforcement measures such as citations and impounding equipment. And California Attorney General Rabbi has charged several people with about $1 million worth of theft in Apple products. Bonta, along with THC, announced the arrest and charges against 8 people involved in a statewide theft operation. Bonta says he wants Californians to know retail theft will not be tolerated.
Today's announcement should serve as yet another warning to those who engage in this criminal activity.
The thief targeted Apple stores in several California counties, including Orange, Riverside, and San Diego, between August 2022 and January of 2023. Those arrested will face multiple felony charges, including conspiracy to commit theft and grand theft. Chris Atkins, KFI News. We're going to go to the 405 next.
If you're ever hurt in an accident, whether it's a car, motorcycle, truck, or dog fight, call a firm that's been helping injured accident victims for 18 years and winning too. I'm talking about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. Sweet James settled $188 million this last year alone for their injured clients, and the best part is every time they settle a case, they don't appeal to those in need. They've said almost 80,000 people in the last year. Most people don't know what to do when they're in an accident. They just play it. You may not be able to use your car, and the injury may not allow you to go to work or do any of your normal activities. If it happens to you, just call Sweet James. Take the children upstairs who have nothing to lose, get the compassion you need, help with medical treatment, and the money and justice you deserve. So if you're hurt in an accident, you call Sweet James, the world's best attorneys in America, 800-500-5200, 800-500-5200, sweetjames.com.
Southland weather from KFI, sunny tomorrow, highs upper 70s for metro LA, upper 60s and 70s for the San Gabriel and Santa Ana Valley, upper 50s and 60s in the Antelope Valley,
We're going to have mid to upper 70s for inland Orange County, and then we're going to have 70s in the inland East Side. Right now, it's 74 in Dana Point, 83 in Anaheim, 77 in Diamond Bar, and 73 in King Valley. We have a crash on 405 in Inglewood. So this one is rolling along just like it's in northbound side coming up on Country Boulevard. Crossing and blocked away from Ontario Highway. Out to Ontario with Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
For the 10 and go to the 10 eastbound and Hazel. Looks before the 15. Looks like they're shot to the right shoulder. Only not heavy there from Goodyear. Shower breaks inside the car. 57 southbound of Pathfinder. They clear that truck to the right shoulder. But they're happy out of the motor from Temple. South 57 of the northbound side. That's pretty well adding the point. And Connor Canyon out of Orange County. It's the words to be 15. And it's South LA. The 110 northbound of Vernon. The stall there is number 1 lane. Very tough on that stretch to the 105. Michael O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
In Orange County, this is the class southbound, just past Thursday Parkway, Mission Dairy Hill. That's a crash. It's a loading the drive up all the way out of Irvine, getting away from the Parkway. A lot of people will be using Cabot Road as an alternate. Another bus has been reported on the northbound side. It's approaching Ocho Parkway, and this is backing up the drive from about time to the barn over at the Market Farm. KFI in the sky, let's get you there faster. I'm Rachel Martinez.
It can be dangerous or easy to steal your identity during tax season because so much sensitive info is all together. Before we start the annual meeting and Sean's personal info, has anyone seen Social Security number? Not me. Nope. Oh no. He's been stolen. Livestock by Northern makes it easy to help protect yourself. If you become a victim, we'll work to fix it. No one can monitor all transactions, but you can save up to 25% off your first year with promo code NEWS at lifelock.com. Identity theft protection starts here.
Life is uncertain. It's okay to get stressed, worried, or frustrated. It's normal. We download free and secure mental health resources. It's easy to get the help you and your loved ones need. Call our one line at 833-317-4673 or live chat at childhope.org.
This is Jacob Amar. If you've been in an accident, call 844-24-JACOB. More stimulating talk.
Show rolls on here. John Soldell can't camp up. KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Hang in there. 15 minutes from now, another keyword will be heard. You have a chance for $1,000 of KFI cash. Retail contest continues. Well, yesterday we talked about this and we decided to book getting a guest on to explore it further. Back in 2020, when the whole panic over the COVID-19 began to consume the entire country, the city of LA and the county got really worked up over times. Indoor dining, outdoor dining. Eventually, they did allow people, restaurateurs, to set up outdoor dining with an al fresco program. And they waived a lot of the bureaucracy to do this paperwork, the months of approval, to get these people on the fast track to save their restaurants. Well, now here we are in 2023, and now they want to go back and sort of do a recheck with all this and put people through all the red tape of applying for an outdoor dining permit. So all these restaurants already have their tables, their chairs, their heaters, their partitions up. The city now wants them to reapply for a permanent permit and spend tens of thousands of dollars for something that already exists. And it's working really well and isn't bothering anyone. We're going to talk to Eddie Navarre, Executive Director of the Independent Hospitality Coalition. They advocate for and support independent restaurants. All right, Eddie, welcome to the show. How are you? I'm great. Thanks for taking it on. What the heck is this about? Like, if I have a restaurant, right, and I already got patio seating and everything's fine, it's sidewalk, it's alleyways, or it's parking lot, now what do I have to do and how much do I have to spend? Well, the ordinance or the several ordinances really haven't been clearly defined or set in stone or said if you city council yet. But currently the draft proposal is awful, where it's going to make us have to apply for, in most cases, that feed operators have alcohol consumption are going to have to go through kind of a monstrous
city planning application. It takes about a year, costs $20,000 an application fee. You got to hire professionals to do the work. You got to go to neighborhood meetings and do several other things. Just to start. It really depends on what type of feeding you're having. They have different ordinances or rather different processes, so it depends on the feeding that you're having, whether it's private property, whether it be on the sidewalk, or whether it be on the streets. So, really these operators don't really have a fighting chance. After that, we can do any of the stuff. So hopefully, we're looking to have one place where people can go and have it all be explained for them instead of kind of this, last mess of the language that you have to go through to figure out how you're going to get this connect. I'm really baffled by this. It might sound like stupid questions, but I just don't know this world. Well, let's say I've got a restaurant and I have 8 tables out on the side. All right, 8 tables, I got about 32 chairs. What am I putting down on the application? And why do I need a business consultant? And why do I have to pay tens of thousands of dollars? It's like, look, here's a photo. We got 8 tables, we got 32 chairs, we got a half a dozen heaters. What else is there to explain? I think like you said, the official programs show that we don't need to have a lot of things. And unfortunately, some of these permit processes are going to require us to have this broad plan out and show that we're complying with any kind of, handicap requirements or fire life safety requirements or maybe some other living provision requirements that they think that we need to go through. Even though, we've been existing like this way for a long time, so all those processes are actually necessary, and I think it's obvious that they're not. Well, some of these restaurants have had this set up for almost 3 years now. And they're worried about disability requirements when they allow thousands of tents to block sidewalks all over the city. Really? They're worried about wheelchair access? It's a really good point, but I think that there's ways that we can mitigate the city's concern with clear documentation, clear guidelines. City of San Francisco, yes, City of San Francisco is way better than LA doing it. They put together a manual that gives you clear diagrams of how you comply with very simple things like handicap compliance or fire life safety, and they give access to, the utility pole. Just give us the guidance. Just tell us what we need to do. But really, we're getting kind of a black and white document that gives us no guidance and there's no direction except into this awful process that we don't even know how it works. It's just a money grab. They make up something stupid and complicated that's unnecessary just an excuse to charge you $20,000. I'm really glad you brought that up because I actually don't think that's what it is. These processes generally cost the city more to do than they're getting their money from the operators that are paying. Why does it cost? If you just show them, the layout plan for the sidewalk, then you just look at it and say, okay, I see. You got enough room there for people to walk back and forth? All right, that's cool. Go home. I don't get it, really. I really don't get it. Like, what is it you need these city employees to do? What are they searching for here? Well, there's a disconnect between the city officials that run the city as opposed to the city department officials. The city department officials, they're really giving a conflict of interest to the lawmakers, to the council people about, how these things are working and how well they're working. And we're never really bringing to the conversation that restaurants bring in the most sales tax within all of California, which generally all of that money goes right back in the city and county infrastructure. And it's just really, they get a much different argument. They get a conflict of interest in how they're telling their city officials, council members, of how successful their regulation is going. I mean, one restaurant has 2 years and involved in 7 different departments. Who wants to get this clean from them? It's ridiculous. Yeah, I really wish that guys like me didn't have to exist, and that's really the goal here. This is really about the culture or substance of this ordinance that we've been fighting for, and we all stood up for last night. It was beautiful to see all of the restaurants get together. And it's really just a reflection of the culture that exists in the biggest cities of LA County. I mean, I just don't get it. It's like I had birthday parties for my kids, right? We had 20 kids over and their parents, and we set up all the tables in the backyard and put out a tablecloth and the chairs for everybody. I didn't know I needed a city inspector to look over my plans. And then I needed to pay $20,000 for the simple act of setting up fake tables and chairs. I find this one of the most ludicrous things I've ever heard about. Serious. I mean, as nutty as government is, this really takes the cake.
Don't even get me started because really there's a lot of different, inequities that exist within our city regulation and county regulation areas. They really have this idea of do first and then ask questions later, or regulate first and without applying it on any kind of factual data, just like the closure that we had to go through.
It's like regulating somebody's dining room at Thanksgiving. Where are you going to put the extra tables and chairs because the cousins are coming over? What's to regulate?
Yeah. I don't. So, I'm going to get find it.
And there was talk that they might grandfather in some of these that got the permits a couple of years back.
Well, I mean, that's what we're hoping for. I mean, really, I guess they were looking at options of real seats at the table here on how we're going to move forward with the permits. We want to be able to address the concerns that they may have with every file, actually, ADA, whatever it is. We can do that, but we have to do it together. We just can't have them, have these backroom conversations between the departments and just release shots I think that's what we're going to do. I think there has to be more transparency in the process. There has to have the restaurant part of that process.
All right, Eddie, thanks for coming on. We appreciate it. We'll keep up with this.
If you need any more publicity, if you need any more twists and turns here, just let us know, all right? I definitely will. I really appreciate you guys standing up for us. Thank you.
Eddie Navarrete, Executive Director of the Independent Hospitality Coalition. They advocate and support the independent restaurants that are facing, it's not done yet, but a whole new permitting thing to try to do their outdoor dining. Basically, they just have to start over. I thought
some of the people who run the restaurants I go to in my neighborhood, it's so difficult. And the only thing that saved a lot of them was outdoor time. Once they were able to put as many tables as possible, and they spread them in the parking lots, the alleyways, the sidewalks, the streets, and it completely changed their lives. Otherwise, a lot of restaurants did go out of business, but a lot more would have come. I don't know, why does the city want to risk that resident? Why do they want to torture people's lives? What is wrong with the bureaucrats who work in government? Who were these people with children?
Coming up next, the chance with money. Another keyword will be revealed. For a shot of $1,000, Johnny 10 KFI AM 640 live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app.
The number of people killed in the magnitude 7.8 earthquake that hit Turkey and Syria has grown to more than 20,000. The price of eggs could be coming down. Data shows wholesale egg prices have fallen by more than 50% since December. The price is more than double because of an outbreak of bird flu. In the U.S., we don't need to smuggle anymore. The prices are coming down. The Powerball jackpot is creeping back up. No tickets were sold with all 6 numbers in the last drawing. The jackpot for Saturday's drawing is expected to grow to $34 million. We're going to go to the 5, and we will check in with KFI in the sky next.
Oh, the bad eyesight. For most of my life, until I went to Dr. Charles Menger and sat on that eyesight. And if you got lousy eyesight, you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, you need reading glasses, you go to Dr. Menger and get a laser light LASIK exam. He's got a laser that measures your eyes over 1,000 times. He measures them 1,000 different ways, really. And he gets an exact blueprint on how to give you crystal clear vision. 20/20 vision or better in most cases. We do the laser light LASIK exam, and then the procedure. The procedure is 20 minutes. There's no pain, nothing, right? That's a real thing. You're going to walk out of there, and you're going to be shocked how clearly you're going to see. I'm going to give you a free laser light LASIK exam if you're one of the first 14 KFI callers. First 14 callers now. Saddleback Eyesight. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444. 866-559-4444.
The weather from KFI spends tomorrow night upper 50s to upper 70s. This report brought to you by MGM Rewards from the Southern California Toyota dealers traffic center with Bill Place. We're going to the 5 in Mission Viejo. This is a track on the southbound side that's coming up just past Oso Parkway, and the drive is just horrendous. You're jammed single-digit speeds all the way from the 405 merge. And of course, you've got a few fender benders in the backup as well. A lot of people kicking off in the Cabot Road seems to be one of them. It's extremely busy right now. And so is Town Valley Parkway. We've got Michael Bryan, South LA, KFI in the sky.
Yeah, it's leveled on the 110, the 110 northbound is burning. They've got a stall there in the left lane and really heavy now from the 105. Up ahead, though, you're going to get a little gap. And then back on from the Coliseum up to Dodger Stadium, and it looks like the 110 southbound. Pretty heavy from Elysian Park there, Dodger Stadium. Pretty much down to Vernon through South Los Angeles. In downtown LA, heading down to Alameda, there's sort of problems there, but it's going all the way back to Santa Monica. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
KFI in the sky. Much more cheaper faster. I'm Angel Martinez. Having the time of your life is more rewarding than ever when you visit any MGM Rewards destination nationwide. Dine, save, play, and earn on all of it. Details at MGMRewards.com. Focus on earning redemption limitations applicable to certain purchases and in certain states. This report is sponsored by Sleep Number. Discover life-changing sleep. It's the ultimate Sleep Number event. Save 50% on the Sleep Number 360 limited edition smart bag. For a limited time, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com. Right now, during Staples Sit-a-thon, select chairs are more than 50% off. Like the leather vortex steaming chair, that is $119.99. Offer ends 2/11 while supplies last. Staples, the working and learning and savings store. Spring's going to be here before you know it. So start saving money with solar from SolarMax Technology.
Call SolarMax, get a 12-panel system for $0 down and $59.99 a month for the most powerful solar panels on the market. Plus, you want to lock in those NEM 2.0 benefits by April 13th.
Save even more with a 30% federal tax credit in California solar rebate.
Call SolarMax for saving money by spring on their 12-panel system for $0 down, $59.99 a month.
Now, pound 250 from the south, say that keyword SolarMax, pound 250, SolarMax, over to SolarMaxTech.com.
Are you looking for a way to protect your portfolio against the volatility of the stock market? Invest in commercial real estate. With over $1.5 billion in assets, First National Realty Partners offers investors access to institutionally quality real estate, featuring national brand tenants such as Walmart, Kroger, Whole Foods, and many others. FNRP is one of the largest indicators of grocery-anchored private equity real estate in the U.S. Build your portfolio today with our investor relations team. Call 888-301-9010. That's 888-301-9010. Or get started at fnrpradio.com. That's fnrpradio.com. Call or visit our school annual returns and quarterly cash distribution. Our investors are earning 888-301-9010 or fnrpradio.com. Results are not guaranteed for risk of losing your business. Securities are only available to verified accredited investors. Any representations as to stability, diversification, security, or resistance to inflation reflect our belief in such outcomes and may or may not be realized. Cash distributions are not guaranteed. Past performance is not an indicator of future results. Visit us at fnrpradio.com.
The Exorcist Files podcast. A leading exorcist and demonologist shares stories of disturbing and vicious cases of possession. For the last 2 decades, Father Carlos Martinez has encountered evil in nearly every way imaginable. When Hollywood portrayed The Exorcist with levitation, vomit, spitting at the priest, all of that has not been a movie for me. I have seen that firsthand. Listen to The Exorcist Files on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We, the United States, we have been reactionary when it comes to military conflict. We wait until we're provoked. We simply don't have that luxury now, especially if China's doing a 100-year thing. They've been around a lot longer than the United States has, and they understand the value of patience.
It's a long game.
Jerry and Shannon, they have nothing but time. Live 9 to 1 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
It's Johnny Tech Show. Josh go down from KFI. It's KFI AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Oh, yeah.
Now, your chance to win $1,000. Just enter the nationwide keyword on our website. Credit. That's credit. CREDIT. Enter it now at AFIAM640.com/cash. Powered by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you're in an accident, winning is everything. Call the winning attorneys at Sweet James. 800-500-5200. That's 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com. Credit.
Enter the word credit at KFIAM640.com/cash here text. If you win, you get an email. Check the junk and spam folder too. Listen to KFI. There's a winning keyword every Monday, starting at the 6 a.m. hour and handle to the 6 a.m. hour with content here on KFI. Wonderful. All right. Well, here's a story that's supposed to make you feel really sad. makes me more feel really kind of angry for the stupid government who decided on the city of Los Angeles is going to make restaurant people maybe start over with outdoor dining permitting process, which can be cumbersome and expensive. This time, we turn our attention to County Department of Public Services. Apparently there's been a big rise in theft of the people's EBT cards. What's the EBT card? EBT stands for Electronic Benefit Transfer.
How you get your welfare and food stamps.
John is right. They gave it a fancy name and they switched over the card. So it's just using a credit card.
Cover up, it's the government scouts that working people.
So it's a debit card that they load up with your benefits every month. Well, the amount of people stealing from those cards has jumped dramatically in the last year. Almost $1 million was stolen in 2021 in LA County, just a few $100,000 the year before that. They do it with a skimmer device. These are difficult to spot devices that they're attached to legitimate card readers. They're placed on card machines in locations that people go to, convenience stores, ATMs, gas stations. When shoppers make a purchase with the EBT card at one of these machines, the skimmer retains both the card number and the PIN. So what they do next is they make up a fake card with your card number and PIN, and then go steal your money. They might go to the bank and just take it out.
The modern credit cards now have chips.
That's right.
And those are the chips that you could do the tapping maneuver.
Yeah, that's right.
And it reads the chip. And it bypasses the skin. That's why
These are years old. All my credit cards now have the chip.
Yeah, it wasn't invented yet. It's been around for a number of years. And that should reduce. Well, the skimmers are useless, right? Because you're not sliding your card anymore. So there's nothing to skim. It just electronic transfers the information from the chip.
These cards they've been using have the old magnetic strips. And here's the part that'll really try. They think to switch over and get the cards with chips is going to take up to 30 months. Does that seem that's 2.5 years? How could this be so hard? And how you didn't know this was coming? The rest of the world, the private world, the credit card companies, for these years it's because they never, ever spend money on anything useful like upgrading their technology. Like work at the DMV, like to pay off the unemployment claims. Every story is like, oh, we only have a 40-year-old computer system here in the counter. I want to hear that anymore. Stop it. But I got scammed once with a credit card. They must have put a skimmer on it with a gas station eventually. Their credit card with a bank that was kind of questionable. It wasn't a big bank. I'm not even going to say the card it was. It was like one of we defunct airlines. And within a day or two, people were buying all sorts of goods from Apple stores in Las Vegas. I thought, I'm like, what? They made up a fake card because they had skimmed my information.
Yeah, Apple, Amazon, Best Buy, electronic stores. There was a gas station in Sarasota, Florida. We used to go to Sarasota every year at spring break, so the kids could see the grandparents, or was parents. And every year I stopped at a gas station on Route 41 near their house. And every year, by the time I got home to LA, there's been false credit card charges on my vehicle. Every year. And it was the same device. And I would forget about it. I go to the same station, get tricked by the same device, and get the same set of phone charges. I just felt like an idiot. Because, $12 go by, you forget that. That's on you. Oh, it is on me. No, it's on me. It's like, oh, come on. Finally, 1 year, I finally figured this out. I don't know a year or so. Because clearly, if they got away with it for that long, they're going to deal with it. Here's one for the stereotype part. Their big operation spot. Prosecutors arrested 16 people at 5 ATMs who were using their stolen cards to rob people's EBT cash. All of them Romanian nationals. Those Eastern Europeans, there's a lot of Eastern European fraud. I don't know what that is. They confiscated over 300 fake cards and over $130,000 in cash at the new day. No, because the Eastern European countries, that was a hotbed of criminal rip-off for the unemployment benefits during COVID. A lot of that money was going upstairs. They're arrested. This is great. All the charged with theft using fraudulent cards.
8 pleaded no contest was sent to local community service. The rest never showed up in court. They supposedly returned to Romania.
Supposedly, yeah. How'd they get in? What was their beef?
People are traveling for the region specifically from Romania to commit EVP fraud, so they're both getting back there. They can come to LA County because they still use some guy comes back, goes on a dimmer device in a poor neighborhood on an ATM or on a convenience store in the check register or whatever.
Yeah, go to California. Stupid government in California. You can make thousands of dollars before your visa expires.
Yeah, and you read this story, you find out that kids could be 2.5 years away, keep coming.
And they don't put you in jail. You go to California, steal thousands of dollars, they don't put you in jail.
It's a low-level nonviolent felony.
You don't even have to show up in court.
Another day, we'll let you know. I'm an attorney for Romania.
So a plane lands from Romania, 500 scammers come off the plane.
And the story of the time is predictably told of people that lost money. It's really at their fault because if they don't have tips, what can they do?
Yeah, well, you might want to go to work and earn money. Instead of waiting for the government to help you because the government's so incompetent, you're going to get your money stolen and good luck getting it back.
All right, when we return, a lot of people are complaining about their high gas bills, natural gas bills. We'll talk about the update on that. Johnny K. KFI and 640 Live will be right behind our video.
Set them up live for 24-hour KFI.
A man in Ventura who allegedly tried to hit officers with his car and later tried to jump from the roof of the building has been arrested. They responded to reports this morning. The man was disturbing people at a subway. He said he was uncooperative while sitting in the car and reached for something before driving into a pillar. He then reversed and almost hit an officer before leading him on pursuit. He was later found on the roof of a business and threatened to commit suicide by cops before he surrendered to police. The news is brought to you by the Cunning Dental Implant Center. Minnesota Democratic Congresswoman Angie Craig has been assaulted in her apartment building in Washington, D.C. Her chief of staff said the attack did not appear to be politically motivated.
DC police responded to Craig's 911 call from the suspect flag. Craig says she suffered some bruises, but was otherwise okay.
ABC's Justin Finch says the attack comes as Capitol Police report threats to Congress members declined by more than 2,000 last year. Craig won his third term in November in one of the most expensive House races in the country. Burt Bacharach, award-winning songwriter and composer, has died. His publicist says Bacharach died yesterday in LA of natural causes. He created songs like What the World Needs Now, and Say a Little Prayer, The Sky, In Love With You, and more. He also wrote the theme for the movie Arthur and music for Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. Dionne Warwick, who was his longtime musical collaborator, says that Bacharach's transition is like losing a family member. He was 94. And a mouse in the San Diego Zoo Safari Park has meandered its way into the Guinness World Record. The suspicious trumpet mouse named Pat, after Star Trek actor Patrick Stewart, has been recognized as the oldest living mouse in human hair. He's 9 years and 209 days old and weighs as much as 2 pounds. And we're going to go to the 405.
The rate interest rate went up another 0.25% this week. Federal Reserve. That means your payments will keep going up, your credit card payments. It's going to be harder to get. You need a smile at the same time. You have a rotted out, bombed out mouth that's beyond repair. You have to have a new permanent smile for that. Where are you going to afford it? Well, you go to Cunning Dental for this one-day smile transformation. And Cunning Dental has very favorable, very competitive payment plans. It will not be beat. So lock in your payment plans, get these terms, and get a beautiful, natural smile transformation. New teeth in a day, only a Cunning Dental. Call now and get this deal. 888-640-SMILE. 888-640-SMILE.
Southland weather from KFI sunny tomorrow with highs in the upper 70s for metro LA, upper 60s and 70s for San Gabriel and San Fernando Valley, upper 50s to mid 60s in the Antelope Valley, mid to upper 70s in Inland County, 70s for the Inland Empire, right now 79 in Villa Park and 76 in West Minster. From the Southern California Toyota dealers, traffic Chevrolet Field Place, we're going to the 405 in Inglewood. This is a crash on the downtown just before Century Boulevard. It looks like things are wrapping up here as we have earlier, right? What's blocking the carpool lane, and it should be off to the shoulder if you see something different. Down to 50 Seaward AFI traffic. It's away from the 405 northbound. Continue to from about Howard Beach Parkway and stretches all the way to the 5 merge heading into TRILLIONAIRE. We've got Mike O'Brien, KFI in the sky.
Trouble into Anaheim Hills. Now you're going to eastbound as you turn that highway. There's got a ladder floating around in lane. Watch your step. It's going to be a heavy drive there from Material Highway, putting the traffic straight there, but kind of added to the normal stuff. 57 minutes down at the Morning County. You're on the big trip and kind of standing up to the safety. And it's just the eastbound from East LA out to Rosedale Boulevard and stuff there. And then again, more moderate stuff from Hacienda Boulevard to the 57. Michael Bryan, KFI this time.
You can see how on the 5 southbound to Pasco State Parkway, looks like the earlier that we have very a few details on how to back up. The waves are backing up all the way from the 405 merge. KFI in the sky, help get you there faster. I'm Nancy Martinez.
Don't miss Ashley's President's Day preview sale going on now. This week only, keep the crowds and get early access to the best President's Day deals, including 10% off trending styles throughout the store and online. And with special financing options available for all budgets, refreshing the home has never been easier. Hurry into your local Ashley store or visit Ashley.com to shop and save today. Only at America's #1 furniture and mattress store. Ashley. See store or Ashley.com for details.
About US kids events, what to expect when you're expecting a teenager, learning the lingo.
Jelly. Jelly adjective. Jelly is a shorter, better way to say jelly. As in, Chloe, I am like so jelly of your unicorn. Okay.
You don't have to speak teen to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will let you guess the same. Visit adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt US Kids, and the Ad Council.
With gold riding high, some financial analysts are projecting record high prices for precious metals this year amid continued inflation, a weaker dollar, and a looming recession. To protect your hard-earned money, call Swiss America a trusted leader in precious metals for 40 years. They have your gold and silver delivered right to your home. And now, Swiss America is offering listeners silver, gold, and Liberty $half at the amazing low price of $12.50 each, including delivery. $12.50 each. Call and text right now to reserve your silver coins at 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway. Silver, gold, and Liberty $half for just $12.50 each. Delivered to your door, off the fly flat. Literally $250 per customer, and you have to mention Conway. Help protect your assets against inflation with precious metals. Call or text 800-289-2646. Visit SwissAmerica.com/Conway.
Injured in an accident? Visit SwissAmerica.com.
For official rules and more information about contests on this station, go to KFIAM640.com/rules. KFI.
Live everywhere.
Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
Johnny Depp Show, John Cobell and Ken Sanford on KFI. The big game is this Sunday featuring Philadelphia and Kansas City. Coverage beginning at 11 a.m. Kickoff at 3:30. And you're home of the big game, AM 570 LA Sports, brought to you by MGM Rewards. Unlock the best of Las Vegas. Visit MGMRewards.com for details. So you're big game. If you're not going to get commercial, you can call it Super Bowl.
You know how yesterday Deborah Mark knew everything to the pig story?
Yes.
I knew today you were going to do the 9-year-old mouse story. I knew you were going to sneak that into your newscast.
You did, huh?
Also not higher up your mouse.
Oh, I love that. Yeah.
You have to write down the hierarchy.
A 9-year-old mouse. So where is this mouse being kept? How do they know it's known? Do they have a birth certificate?
Very good question. I don't
Somebody
know.
has raised the mouse from birth and they know that he's 9 or she or it.
Well, yeah, I guess they do. They probably got it as a baby.
Yeah. What was the story so last week? They didn't miss the 2 days. It was just there's a dog. It was for being 30 years old. 30 years old. 1992 the dog was born. He must be tired.
blind in one eye. Yeah, I read him. He's cute. I forget his name. But he's his book, oldest dog ever.
Oh, I hope my dog can beat that.
And he's not small. That's what surprised me. He's a sizable dog. I thought, the rule of thumb is the smaller dogs get longer, so never more to be around them all.
I don't have good luck.
Oh, your dog that died young?
Yes.
Well,
it's cancer. It's cancer. I have nothing to do with cancer.
please, you don't find the where do you live? Over there.
In San Fernando.
Chemical plant?
Right, who knows? But every one of my dogs has cancer.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
They all had you put down?
Oh, okay. You can make me cry.
Yeah, we had family dogs that were cancer. John's dog didn't cancer either. No, my dog's still insane.
Well, gee, you're getting a lot.
He ends up getting rid of them before they die, or it's not before they kill one of us. We actually sent one to like a mental farm. Seriously.
Couldn't handle it.
The one that bit me. Yeah, the one that bit you. Yeah, the one that bit me. Did a lot of people. I don't know how many get sued. This thing was but the small dog.
You should have, Cat. What did you do to this dog to make it so aggressive?
Oh, no, it was injured. I walked into the house and the kitchen to pick up John to go somewhere, and it just left it me. You know how long it took me to train her to do that? Thanks for showing me pictures.
Were you laughing? Did you laugh when the dog was 10, or were you hiding?
No, they were all shot. I remember all the faces were black.
Oh, my God.
There was like, so we gave it to a guy who rehabs dogs. Mentally disturbed. Right. He had a big farm, and he told us that he had the dog for a short time, and he bit his 18-month-old child on the film. Oh, yes. Wow. That's worse than me, yeah. Oh,
So,
down? And I don't know, I didn't care. Put her down. They dropped the dog sometimes. They brought the dog back for a neighborhood for park, so you could meet the dog again about a year later.
Well,
I never heard this. I don't know why, but, and she didn't remember anybody.
she's pissed at you guys. You got rid of her.
She looked at me and she ran away. One line of people love it. All right, well, this story should once again bring us back to the fact that if you are living in California, there's something they want to get rid of. Obviously, driving a gas-powered car can be, that's why when gas prices go up, despite the lip service you get from the politicians and the hand-out inflation-busted checks, they don't really care because they want to stop the gas. Now, the other thing they want to use is natural gas. So, I'm talking to people who are looking at their SoCal gas bills. They can't believe it. They're triple in some cases. SoCal gas prices are getting $300 bills compared to $123 last year. What are the reasons for this? Well, does it really matter? California pipes in 90% of the natural gas it uses for else. And according to, but here's the thing. While we were having high natural gas prices, the rest of the country was not. So once again, we got that unique market thing hanging over us, right? I'm a clean supply. If person wants to use gas in your car, they don't want to use natural gas in your home. Oh, it is fine. No, it is. We have plenty of natural gas underground in California. Oh, yeah, we can extract it. They're not extracting it. But yeah, they won't let any of the energy companies extract the natural gas. Instead, everything is pumped in from 1,000 miles away, and they had some problems with the pipeline out of West Texas, and so the gas prices here spiked up to the heavens, and everywhere else they're not having a problem. But it's not perfect because they won't drill for the oil and gas here that we have. All they're going to do is give you your climate credit a couple of months early to help reduce the high bill you're getting this month. And they're saying that next month bill shouldn't be as bad. This might be temporary. And by the way, it's one of these climate fanatics. We're using the same amount of natural gas. It doesn't matter where it comes from. We can drill for it here, or they can drill for it in Texas. It's the same amount of gas used and burned. All we're doing is ending up paying an exorbitant amount of money for the transportation costs. This is my can't understand. You don't know. I don't want to worry about warning. You should have no more oil and gas around here. Tell me the stuff that we're can imagine there's going to be a lot of bill shock, especially the last couple of months. It's been chilly in the morning. A lot of people probably been turning on the heat in their homes. A lot of it comes from natural gas, so that's going to boost the bills.
I just got a message that I'm getting $50 climate credit. My bill is over $500, and I hardly have the heat on. I shivered. Even when I had COVID, I was so cold, and I didn't like food.
You need to eat more. That would warm you up.
No, it was freezing. So $500 for hardly using it at all.
No, we had a big one like that too. And we kept the heat on the whole winter. It's about 62 degrees in our house.
Yeah. And I put it up to 67 for about an hour. I'm
Longer than that, it's for the stove and maybe to heat up the shower and the water heater, but what else would you have to use it for? So you're still using it for something, but it still seems like a high price if you cut back the heat. I thought the heating would be the biggest. I have never seen a price spike like this in my life. Yeah, for the gas. That's why I think the fix is in. Yeah, it is. This is what they're doing. They want you to go electric. What you know what they're talking about? This is bad news to the people in Porter Ranch. Maybe put more natural gas into Aliso Canyon. Remember the gas leak in 2015? Yeah. That's what they're talking about here. Maybe we need to raise the capacity on Aliso Canyon. That's not good news. 70 people up there want clones. Well, no, because that thing is so badly damaged and old and rotten. That pipeline was like they hadn't changed something in it for so many years or whatever. There was some problem. Nobody can do anything right. Well, the point is, we always talk about where people do things wrong. So it's not like nobody ever does anything wrong. No, nobody ever does anything right. You want me to do one show? Or we just do all the right stories? We'll run out of material in 8 minutes. But by 10 after 1, we're done. All right, we got more coming up. Johnny Ken, KFI AM, 640 live everywhere. I heard 3 live. You got more live in 24-hour KFI news.
The family of Selena Hutchins is suing Alice Baldwin for her death on the set of Black. Celebrity attorney Gloria Allred filed a lawsuit in L.A. County Superior Court. 2 men have been arrested for allegedly stealing vehicles from at least 15 people in Southgate, sometimes at gunpoint, after luring them to business parking lots. Profit bets for the Super Bowl are out. They include the color of Gatorade, dumped on the winning coach, whether the coin toss will be measured tails, who will be the winning MVP, and more. More than 50 million adults are expected to bet around $16 billion on the big stage. We're going to go to the 210, and we will check in with the KFI in the Sky next.
You've suffered from lousy, blurry vision all your life. Right? Go to Dr. Charles Manger at Saddleback Eye Center. I went and I got his LASIK procedure, and I was seeing 20/20, better than 20/20 instantly. Here's how the whole thing works. You go for the laser-like LASIK exams first. There's a laser that measures your eyes 1,000 times. It's a perfect map of your vision. Here's what you do. We go from the exam to the procedure. The procedure is 20 minutes. There's no pain. I swear it doesn't hurt. I was scared to death. I was an idiot. Doesn't hurt. Walk out of there, crystal clear vision. This is the way you go. I'll give you a laser light LASIK exam for free if you're one of the first 14 KFI callers. This works if you're nearsighted, farsighted, you have astigmatism, or you need reading glasses. First 14 callers, dial Saddleback, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444, 866-559-4444.
It is slow on the 210 in Pasadena. The eastbound away to voting up at Lincoln. It remains a very slow driving. That also leads to Citrus and Azusa. A little slowing in Glendora, off the 57 for Foothill. And heading upland and stretches into Rialto. Let's check out Mission Viejo with Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
It's been a big mess in Southern Orange County today. The 5 south on Louisville Parkway just finally cleared out the middle lanes there. And that and a couple other problems that have cleared, but it is still jacked up to the old 401 back at the 405 hookup. Now, the northbound 5, that's looking at medium trip there from the 73. You're back on the break up ahead, though, from the 133 North Crest. Mike O'Brien, KFI in the Sky.
A great alternate for that 5 southbound. Take the 133 south to the 73. You can reconnect with the 5 in San Capistrano. KFI in the Sky helps get you there faster. I'm Angel Martinez.
Back to the Bowl champion, Alfred Williams. It was streaming on the iHeart Sports Network.
Presented by Mercedes-Benz.
With Lakers star LeBron James has been ruled out for tonight's game against the Bucks with an ankle injury. College men's basketball on tap tonight. USC will play Oregon. UCLA is in action against Oregon State. And the latest members of the Pro Football Hall of Fame class will be announced tonight. Blake Green, Joe Thomas, and ROTHSCHILD will get in their first time on the ballot. I'm Dan Kotowski.
This family takes turns turning heads. Brains, beauty, and athleticism. All they need now is for you to drive them off the line. The Mercedes-Benz family of SUVs. A family of unrivaled vehicles waiting at your local dealer. This report is sponsored by Think It Up. Think It Up is an initiative to activate student-powered teacher-led learning projects. Students and teachers, how can you spark great learning experiences in your classrooms today? Join us at thinkitup.org. Okay, guys, Valentine's Day is coming up, and I'm going to tell you how to give the best gift ever. Flowers are great, but giving an experience is even better. So check out Rosetta Stone. A subscription to their language learning app is perfect if your partner loves to travel or wants to connect better with a family member, or if you're looking for something the two of you can do together. Right now, get $120 off lifetime unlimited languages. You'll have access to all 25 of Rosetta Stone's languages for life at rosettastone.com.
How much do you think your home is worth this year? Do you think it's going to be worth the same next year? If you're thinking about borrowing on your home equity, your odds of getting more out of your home is probably higher now than it will be next year. I certainly believe that. Some experts predict that property values might decline over the next few years, making it more challenging for borrowers to tap into that home equity. If you need $75,000 or more, HMS Capital can help you borrow the money you need with the equity you built. So whether you want to consolidate debt, make home improvements, or whatever your situation may be, HMS Capital may have the best solution to help you. No appraisal, credit report fees to apply. I've done 2 mortgages with HMS Capital. Clearly, I'm a fan. I believe they are simply the best at what they do. Call 833-255-5698, 833-255-5698. Visit hmscapital.com. AT&T's DirecTV just removed Newsmax from 13 million homes. AT&T owns DirecTV, and this is the second conservative channel they removed in a year. Meanwhile, DirecTV is still keeping what they call 22 liberal news channels on. So if you're angry about the censorship, Newsmax wants you to speak up. Newsmax is the 4th highest rated cable news channel. DirecTV isn't taking off the other liberal channels. Ron DeSantis says Newsmax was targeted, and it's wrong. Newsmax says AT&T and DirecTV censorship is unacceptable. If you care about censorship, seriously consider canceling your DirecTV and AT&T service. And if you're a DirecTV or an AT&T customer, call 877-Newsmax, and they'll connect you. To contact the congressman to complain about censorship, call 877-Newsmax. They'll connect you too. Millions are joining Newsmax's fight. Show your support. Call 877-Newsmax now.
On the free iHeartRadio app, you never pay to hear what you love, and you never wait to hear what you want. Save your money, save your time, and listen anywhere. Download the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts. The guy said, "What do you do for a living?" I said, "I do a radio show on KFI." And he said, "All the money's in podcasting now." I said, "Well, the radio show we do is sing podcast." He said, "Well, do you make the money on that?" I said, "No, I work for iHeartRadio. They keep the money from the podcast." He says, "Oh, buddy, you're getting ripped off." The Tim Conway Jr. Show. And I said, "Okay, can you please check the windshield fluid?" Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI. And on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
Jonathan Show, John Cobell, Ken Shampo, and Stand By, AM 640 live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Final heads up, the Morse line is tomorrow. You still have some time to leave a message using the iHeartRadio app. The microphone icon is how you access the message for the Morse line. I'll call the toll-free number 1-877-ROYCE86, 1-877-664-7886. Well, this story pops up from time to time. We're going to play a report from the ABC 7 reported by the name of Michelle Fisher. What's really weird about it is that the same woman was out there and able to report this happening with the Tesla driver now twice. Let's hear the report.
He is out. Sleeping completely, knocked out, and this car is driving her. Look at her how dangerous that is. This video is driving the internet wild. It went from local to national to global. A woman behind the wheel of a white Tesla asleep in traffic along the 15th Freeway North in Temecula. I'm sorry. That is too damn dangerous. Sleeping and this car is driving you? Are you nuts? That's Kiki Dolas, who captured the moment on her cell phone around 4 o'clock last Thursday. At first, we thought, it was a health issue or something, because she was kind of slumped. She was just kind of running along beside of us. It would accelerate a little and then slow down, even when there wasn't that many cars ahead of it. For more than 15 minutes, Dolas and her husband honked, attempting to get the driver's attention before calling the police, who were eventually able to pull the driver over. To actually be sleeping and in trust your whole life, for a car to just drive you, it's just astonishing to me how anybody would do it. Tesla is currently under investigation over its autopilot system after dozens of crashes. And as more car makers steer toward autonomous vehicles, auto experts say pump the brakes.
It's going to be here one day if the automakers perfect all of this technology. But right now, our research shows that drivers would prefer that these automakers focus on the current advanced driver assistance systems, make them foolproof before moving on to self-driving vehicles.
And Kiki told me she was contacted by CHP later, and they confirmed that there was no medical emergency. That woman was, in fact, asleep behind the wheel. We also reached out to CHP for more on the driver, also possible charges of some sort or some type of citation. But tonight, we have not yet heard back.
What do you charge somebody who's driving while asleep? I can't, two things I can't believe. Who would do this? Unless you're really, really just so fatigued that you actually fell asleep without, you've had those times, right? So, drive late at night when you were younger and you drive to a terrible radio home back to our home state. A couple times I nodded off, but it almost looks like so many people are purposely knowing, they're going to nap on the way to work. It's a car self-drive, they actually trust the technology. I could not see that. It would make me so freaking nervous. I've been in a couple of cars where they have this self-driving. I'm just leaning forward like watching because if those hands close to the wheel there. Now, this was the second time. Apparently this woman has